Karl Kautsky. In 2 volumes. Translated by Pete Burgess. Introduction by Harnza Olavi and Tedershanen. Volume 1. Glossary 8. Translators Note 9. Introduction to the English edition, Peasantry and Capitalism by Hamza Olavi and Tedershanen 11 Foreword by Karl Kautsky 1. Part I, The Development of Agriculture in Capitalist Society. 1 Introduction 9. 2 The Peasant and Industry 13. 3 The Agriculture of the Feudal Period 20 The Three-Field System 20 The Restriction of the Three-Field System through Large-Scale Farming by Feudal Lords 22 The Peasant becomes a starveling 27 The Three-Field System becomes an unbearable burden on agriculture 31. 4 Modern Agriculture 35 Meat Consumption and Meat Production 35 Crop Rotation, Division of Labor 38 The Machine in Agriculture 43 Fertilizers and Bacteria 52 Agriculture, a Science 56. 5 The Capitalist Character of Modern Agriculture 59 Value 59 Surplus Value and Profit 63 Differential Rent 71 Absolute Ground Rent 77 The Price of Land 83. 6. Large and Small Farms 95 The Technical Superiority of the Large Farm 95 Overwork and Underconsumption on the Small Farm 110 The Cooperative System 120. 7 The Limits of Capitalist Agriculture 133 Statistical Data 133 The Demise of the Small Enterprise in Industry 141 The Limited Nature of the Soil 145 The Larger Farm is not necessarily the better 147 The Latifundium 153 The Shortage of Labor Power 159. 8 The proletarianization of the peasantry 168 The tendency towards the dismemberment of the land 168 The forms of peasant supplementary employment 179. Volume 2. 9 The growing difficulties of commodity, producing agriculture 199 Ground rent 199 The law of inheritance 202 Entailment 204 The exploitation of the country by the town 212 The depopulation of the countryside 217. 10. Overseas food competition and the industrialization of agriculture 236 The export industry 236 The railway system 239 The regions of food competition 244 Decline in grain production 253 The unification of industry and agriculture 263 The displacement of agriculture by industry 284. 11 Prospects for the future 298 The mainsprings of development 298 The elements of socialist agriculture 303. Part LL, Social Democratic Agrarian Policy. 12 Does social democracy need an agrarian program? 311 Off to the land. 311 Peasant and Proletarian 313. Class Struggle and Social Development 325. Nationalization of the Land 329. The Nationalization of Forests and Water 335. Village Communism 339-13. The Protection of the Rural Proletariat 345 Industrial and Agricultural Social Policy 345 Freedom of Combination, the Servants' Ordinance 346 Protection of Children 349 The School 361 Women's Labor 370 Migrant Labor 372 The Normal Working Day, Sunday Rest 377 The Housing Question 383 Rent on Land 388 14. The Protection of Agriculture 390 Social Democracy, not the representative of the employer's interests 390 Feudal Privileges, the Hunt 391 Mixed Land Holdings, the Gemengelage 395 The Improvement of the Land 398 Control of Epidemics 401 State Insurance 403 The Cooperatives, the Agricultural Training System 407 15. The Protection of the Rural Population 410 The Transformation of the Police State into a Cultural State 410 Self-Administration 412 Militarism 413 Nationalization of Expenditures on Schools, Poor relief, and roads 417 free administration of justice 420 the costs of the modern cultural state 423 bourgeois and proletarian taxation policy 426 the neutralization of the peasantry 438 16. The social revolution and the expropriation of the landowners 442 socialism and the small enterprise 442 the future of the independent household 449. Introduction to the English edition, Peasantry and Capitalism. Hamza Alavi and Tedershanin. Kautsky's book is the most important event in present-day economic literature since the third volume of Capital. Until now Marxism has lacked a systematic study of capitalism and agriculture. Kautsky has filled this gap. Lenin could not have praised Kautsky's The Agrarian Question more highly, ranking it after the great work of the founder of Marxism himself. Kautsky's study appeared in 1899. At the time Lenin had himself just completed a study of the impact of capitalism on Russian agriculture, which formed the first part of his book on the development of capitalism in Russia. In a postscript to it, Lenin expressed regrets that he got Kautsky's book too late to make use of it to illuminate his own work. The dissimilarities as well as similarities of context and argument between these two major contributors to Marxist analyses of the impact of capital on agriculture and rural societies offer valuable insights into their respective analytical and political positions at the turn of the century. They also provide an important point of entry into the issue of and their bearing on similar issues today, notably in the developing societies. In view of the acclaim with which Kautsky's work on the agrarian question was greeted by his contemporaries, as well as the vigorous controversies that it sparked off, it is extraordinary to see how much the work has been neglected by 20th-century theorists, not only in the context of European rural history but also, and especially, in that of changes in the contemporary peasant societies of the Third World. Part of the reason for that neglect might lie simply in the fact that knowledge of the German language, which for much of the 19th century was an indispensable mark of scholarship in Europe, was soon displaced by English, and it is only now, after a staggering delay of 90 years, that this first English translation is at last being offered. Nor was available in other West European languages until quite recently, for the first Italian translation appeared only in 1959, a Spanish one in 1970, while the French edition of 1900 was quickly out of print, to be renewed only in 1970. The main explanation for the neglect must lie, however, not in the linguistic barriers but in the general disenchantment with Marxism of the Second International, a positivistic, deterministic and evolutionist Marxism which was epitomized in the work of Karl Kautsky. Much of this was reincarnated in the ideological forms of Stalin's Marxism, thereby surviving for much longer than might be inferred from the infrequency of later references to Kautsky too. It has survived also as a stereotype of Marxism in the works of its opponents. But the actual writings of those progenitors of orthodox Marxism were mostly relegated to oblivion by official spokesmen of the renewed Marxist orthodoxy of the Third International. As a U.S. communist of long standing said to one of the writers of this introduction, "It took me 40 years to discover that Karl and not Renegade was Kautsky's given first name." In Germany, Kautsky's opposition to the Bolshevik Revolution set the seal on his post-1914 status as an ideological pariah in the eyes of revolutionary Marxists. He was equally unacceptable to the SPD majority because of his refusal to go along with the policy of the leadership to give total support to the war and to exchange Marxism as he understood it for their own brand of post-war pragmatism. His decision to leave Germany in 1924 was an admission of his growing isolation. With the upsurge of Marxist scholarship in the 1960s and 1970s and the recent reconstruction of the history of German socialism, closer attention is now being given to the work and the role of Karl Kautsky. Much has been written about the Marxism of the Second International and what Lichtheim has called the conceptual drift towards positivism and scientism, which accelerated after Marx's death and was formalized by Kautsky as a cast-iron system of laws. 3. We would accept such a critique of Kautsky's Marxism, but we do not therefore conclude that Kautsky's work is barren and should be discarded. Nor do we accept the somewhat naive attempts to re-legitimize the pre-1914 Kautsky by making a Leninist out of him. Kautsky's work on in particular does not fit such dismissive or subsuming categorizations. Much of Kautsky's analytical achievement is particular to him. Much of it is also relevant to contemporary analysis. Amongst the most interesting and theoretically fruitful aspects of his work are those that have to do with the transformation of peasant economies by capital. In order to see this work in perspective, it may be helpful if we begin by identifying 5 principal points of analysis which characterize his study. Peasants, processes, perspectives, and prescriptions. The first point concerns the impact of capital on the class differentiation of rural society. Kautsky's arguments in this connection are often. Introduction to the English edition 13 misread. Moreover, having started with certain preconceptions, Kautsky modifies his views quite radically in the course of the work, in the light of his findings as the analysis progresses. Kautsky's initial presumption was that just as the tendency towards concentration and centralization of production that is set in motion by the dynamics of capital accumulation eliminated petty commodity production in manufacturing, likewise, in the field of agriculture it would result in the dissolution of the peasantry and a polarization of rural society into 2 classes, the rural proletariat and capitalist farmers. Insofar as the rural censuses of Germany did not show progressive concentration of land in fewer hands, increasing levels of intensification of capital investment and wage labor in some forms could still lead to the emergence of capitalist enterprises in agriculture culminating in the demise of the peasantry, potentially so, at least, as Kautsky did not find sufficient evidence that this was happening either. Theoretically, the existing peasantry is subsumed under the residual category of petty commodity producers, destined to disappear under capitalism. As Kautsky proceeds with his analysis, however, he defines with increasing clarity the significant structural differences between the conditions of peasant production and petty commodity production in manufacturing, so that the assimilation of the peasantry becomes problematic. This becomes clear by Chapter 7, where Kautsky's analysis nearly turns full circle. Having started with the presumption of a general tendency on the part of capitalist development to dissolve and eliminate the peasantry, he finds himself explaining the opposite, namely why such a tendency does not prevail, why the peasantry may even persist within the general framework of capitalism. At first he merely qualifies the operation of the presumed law of evolution. Later he points out, in the section of Chapter 7 entitled Statistical Data, that in Europe the small farm has not lost ground to the large since the 1850s. In fact, in terms of overall acreage, small farms seem to be growing in some areas. He then considers, in the section entitled The Limited Nature of the Soil, factors that retard centralization and concentration in agriculture where, he argues, they operate more slowly than in industry. The difference between the dissolution of petty commodity production and of the peasantry by capitalism is merely a matter of difference in the relative speed of the process. By the time Kautsky gets to the section on the shortage of labor power, however, we find him pointing out the functional role of small farms as production sites for labor power needed by the capitalist large farms and industry. The growth in the number of large farms curtails the supply of rural labor power while, at the same time, increasing the demand for it. That contradiction limits the scope for wholesale displacement of small farms by large. Kautsky therefore concludes that this in itself is sufficient to ensure that despite its technical superiority, the large farm can never completely prevail in any given country as long as the capitalist mode of production continues. There is no more reason to expect the end of the large-scale agricultural enterprise than that of the small. More than direct production for profit is at stake, however, for the peasant family farms are also ideal production sites for army recruits, plentiful and conservative in their outlook. Chapter 8, First Section, The Tendency Towards the Dismemberment of the Land. Kautsky argues that there are built-in economic tendencies as well as sources of effective political pressure for state intervention, with the blessing of large landowners, which ensure the continued existence of small family farms. To see what that means, one may best compare this to Lenin's unconditional statement in 1899 that The old peasantry is not only differentiating, it is being completely dissolved, it is ceasing to exist, it is being ousted by absolutely new types of rural inhabitants. These types are the rural bourgeoisie, chiefly petty bourgeoisie, and the rural proletariat, a class of commodity producers and a class of agricultural wage workers. 4. The thesis that the peasantry was inexorably being eliminated in the course of capitalist development was argued most strongly by the young Lenin in Development of Capitalism in Russia, where he not only predicted a necessary process of depeasantization, but also defined rural Russia of the day, in 1899, or even by the late 1880s, as already having undergone this process. He was later to modify that evaluation in the light of the experience of the 1905 revolution, when he made a fresh assessment of the political role of the peasantry. To wit, the contemporary monoreal economy of Russia is based on an Ensor-Fing rather than capitalist economy. Those who deny it cannot explain the current breadth and depth of revolutionary peasant movement in Russia. 5. It is Lenin's early, unrevised model of the 1890s which is often presented as his definitive view. But even his revised view of 1905-6 was still based on the classical notion of the eventual and inevitable transformation of rural Russia through polarization, a process akin in its totality to a force of nature and tempered only by Russia's economic backwardness. Kautsky's 1899 perception of the change in rural society as a consequence of the impact of capital and of progress is significantly different. The next question posed by Kautsky's analysis, and a most relevant Introduction to the English edition 15 Contribution to the Understanding of the World We Live In, concerns his conceptualization of peasant production as an integral part of capitalist economy and society. He begins with the recognition that peasant production, understood as one essentially based on the family farm and family labor, is not specific to any particular historically given mode of production. Peasants were the basis of archaic societies organized communally, where each family farm was a primary unit of the organization of economic activities, although some of these activities were organized on the basis of wider social units. Peasants, free or unfree, were also a part of feudal societies where a tribute in labor, kind, or cash was extracted by the dominant class. With the development of capitalism, the peasantry is incorporated as such into the capitalist mode of production, and its structure and dynamics cannot be understood except in those terms. Kautsky's analysis of the interaction between the peasantry and the industrial and urban-centered capitalist economy can shed light on a variety of contemporary conditions which did not exist when his book was written. We must begin by recognizing the complexity of a subject in which partly contradictory tendencies coexist. We need to take account simultaneously of the particular nature of peasant production based on the family farm, and of the broader context of the capitalist economic system within which it operates. Kautsky emphasizes two peculiarities concerning peasant family farms within the framework of capitalism. One concerns the character of land as a non-reproducible means of production. He points out the peculiar difficulties and contradictions associated with the concentration of land. And the process of capitalist development as against the capacity of peasants to hold on to it. The other aspect is that a significant part of peasant production that provides for subsistence is not valorized through the market, nor are many of the inputs. These features distinguish peasant production from petty commodity production in manufacturing, a further reason why peasant production may persist within the capitalist mode of production in a form that integrates it into the capitalist economy without its dissolution. The foundation is laid for an explanation of family farms as a particular category within the capitalist mode of production. The third principal feature of Kautsky's analysis is the explanation of peasant farming in terms of overexploitation of peasant labor power. The lower than average price of labor power that is realized in agriculture reinforces its functional significance for capitalism. For Kautsky, economies of scale and more advanced technology made large-scale agriculture necessarily more effective than peasant farming. But peasants survived all the same and even outbid capitalists for the purchase of land, while tenants often produced more profit for the landlord than direct capitalist farming. In Kautsky's view, this happens because peasants are ready to accept underconsumption and excessive labor, underselling permanent wage workers, caught in what Lenin was later to refer to as the plunder of labor of the peasants, and which formed a part of Chayanov's concept of self-exploitation. 6 What it means for the national political economy is a flow of extra surplus value extracted from impoverished peasants unable to resist the forces that dominate them. The peasant sector of the capitalist political economy is therefore a source of continuous primitive accumulation. Kautsky's reply to those who celebrate the seemingly eternal nature of the peasantry, and use this against Marxist analytical predictions, was to insist on the historical nature of the peasantry. He refuted E. David's argument that larger units could not win against the small where more intensive agriculture is concerned. Kautsky responded to the mistaken view that small farms were necessarily more effective than large agricultural enterprises with an equally debatable assertion that to enlarge is to improve. The possibility of exploited yet highly productive and relatively prosperous family farmers in a capitalist world of mechanized enterprises was dismissed too lightly by Kautsky, for in his conception progress was unchallengeably related to size. Kautsky made the same assumption when he took issue with those who insisted that the survival of the peasantry was desirable. Family farming under capitalism was to him necessarily a poverty trap, surviving Bika 1. It could contribute labor power to large-scale farming and capitalist industry, and because the non-waged middle peasants suffered more impoverishment, child labor, premature aging, and other disabilities than other exploited sections of the population. There could be little else to explain peasants' continuity as long as the economies of scale were held absolute. The fourth aspect of Kautsky's writing is his work on the impact of capitalism on peasant agriculture during what he considered to be a period of run-up towards the socialist revolution. By then the proletariat would be massive, superbly organized and fully conscious of its role, dominating the political scene in the revolutionary task of dismantling the whole system of class society. Industrial capitalism and large scale agriculture would represent the prevalent forms of production. Peasants might have disappeared by that time, but that did not have to happen prior to the socialist revolution. The end of the peasantry would come about as a result of technological progress rather than from the impact of capitalism as such or, indeed, of socialism. As to the intermediate period, Kautsky anticipated a political economy in which agriculture, and peasant agriculture in particular, would be increasingly overtaken by technologically advanced capitalist, or later socialist, industry. That is why the peasantry could be discounted economically as well as politically when the grand historiographic scenario of the future was being unfolded. The stagnant side streams of the economy, and in particular the peasantry, must eventually be swept away by the mighty torrent of progress. To conclude, the possibility that the peasants might survive is conceded, explained, and then politically and economically disregarded insofar as the dynamics of change are concerned. This brings us to the issue of SPO's agrarian program. The fifth and last major characteristic of Kautsky's work represents his political conclusions, a party strategy concerning peasants that he outlines in the second part of the work. In a sense, these conclusions contradict the sophisticated analysis of Part I of the agrarian question. They seem to follow, rather, from an overgeneralist conception of the historical process in which progress is inevitably defined by the forces of production and by a mechanistic interpretation of the laws of capitalist development, by virtue of which industrial capital has innate supremacy and only the industrial proletariat was to play the revolutionary role dictated to it by the forces of history. This order and hierarchy are central to Kautsky's position when he declared that social development stands higher than the interest of the proletariat and of social democracy. Progress comes before the proletariat and/or the party, let alone any of the other participants in the struggle for the realization of socialism. Kautsky deals with the agrarian policy of the SPO in Part IT of his book, already certain that the peasantry as a class might not disappear even at the most advanced stages of capitalism, but he is nevertheless convinced that their significance for the socialist movement is either negligible or negative, for the peasantry, and even agriculture, are a conservative and not a progressive force. He sets out to lay the basis of a scientifically valid political strategy with the words, If there is any clear conclusion to be drawn from the developments in Part I, it is that industry will become the determining force in society as a whole, that agriculture will lose its significance relative to industry. He qualifies the statement at once by saying that the SPO could not ignore agrarian issues. But he adds, in genuine bewilderment, it is a curious phenomenon that agriculture's political significance is in inverse proportion to its economic significance. By virtue of the fundamental process of social transformation, the peasantry would not be eliminated. But it was being marginalized. The XVM main forces of the future were to be found in capitalist industry, against which peasants were an irrelevance, an anachronism. As to the coming class confrontation of capitalists with the proletariat, the peasants could prove to be a liability or even a potential danger, for peasants in uniform might be used against revolutionaries, as had happened in 1848. There are, however, two souls in the breast of the peasant. The peasant is not necessarily a class enemy of the proletariat. Peasants would express a petty bourgeois ambivalence in the face of a confrontation between the main classes of capitalism. Peasants were not wholly and necessarily hostile to socialists, and a few of them might even join the SPD in anticipation of their own future proletarianization. The political conclusion for socialists was to neutralize the peasantry rather than mobilize it. No active role could be assigned to it in the forthcoming socialist revolution. Once again, a comparison with Lenin makes Kautsky stand out in marked contrast. There are parallels between their analyses of the process of capitalist development in relation to the peasantry, but their respective conceptions of the revolutionary potential of the peasantry are very different. Following the 1902 peasant rebellion in the Ukraine, and especially the 1905-7 revolution, both Kautsky and Lenin accepted the revolutionary elan of the Russian peasants, rejected before by the orthodox Marxists. Both explained it by the backward state of the Russian economy, in which a pre-capitalist class was engaging in a pre-socialist revolution. This similarity of assumptions and consequent strategy disappeared fully in the face of the Russian Civil War, which was to Lenin, at least since 1919, a socialist revolution supported and dependent on the peasant majority, while to Kautsky it was an aberration explained in part by the peasantry's conservative nature. Even the similarities did not preclude major differences of opinion signaled by the different accentuation of revolutionary strategy and political will. The lessons of the 1905-7 revolution made the political mobilization of peasants, on the side of the socialists, Lenin's main concern. 9. Let us recapitulate. Kautsky's study was accepted at the turn of the century by the orthodox Marxists of the Second International as the most authoritative extension of Das Kapital itself to the analysis of the peasantry, a majority of mankind and even of the Europeans of the day. For reasons that have little to do with the book's virtues or limitations, Kautsky's work was nevertheless forgotten within barely a decade. At most, its existence has been acknowledged at second hand and often not very reliably by those who have not read the original one. 10. Kautsky's analysis is premised on the decisive nature, but also the contradictory. Introduction to the English edition. 19. Impact and effects of capitalist penetration into peasant agriculture. Other major elements of his analysis involve the conditionality of rural class differentiation, with a variety of possible outcomes, a structural explanation of the particularity of the peasant economy under capitalism which stresses over-exploitation and the functionality of the peasant economy for capital, a prognosis of the eventual depeasantization as a result of technological progress rather than transformation of the social relations of production, and finally, a political strategy by socialists to neutralize the peasantry rather than mobilize them in the battle for power. Before relating Kautsky's contribution to the understanding of the world he lived in, and that we ourselves confront, let us look at the man and his immediate and most significant political environment, the Social Democratic Workers' Party of Germany, the SPD. A Man and a Party, Theory versus Politics. Karl Kautsky was born in 1854 in Prague in a comfortable professional middle-class family which soon moved to Vienna. At Vienna University Karl studied history, economics, and philosophy. He was the son of a Czech father and a German mother, and for a while he moved in Czech nationalist circles. In 1875 he joined the Austrian Social Democratic Party, which had been founded the year before. His biographer, Steenson, comments that Kautsky's role in the Austrian party was a model for all his later participation in the German and international socialist movements. He took no part in administration or organization, either of the party or the trade unions. He neither held nor ran for public or party offices. He was exclusively a propagandist, teacher and very occasional speaker. Though he frequently attended meetings of the party leadership, he very rarely contributed. 11. The ideas of young Kautsky were influenced first by the romantic radicalism then prevailing among Czech nationalists. The heroic but tragic fate of the Paris Commune encouraged his interest in socialism and in the aspirations of the working class. That interest was fed by the ideas of Ferdinand Lassalle and French socialists, notably Louis Blanc. His encounter with Marxism was brief at this stage. Kautsky was soon to come under the spell of positivist thought with its overwhelming acceptance of the models and methods of natural sciences, a dominating force in the intellectual climate of the late 19th century. Darwin XX was another major influence. As Colletti notes, only a slight knowledge of his Kautsky SL work is sufficient to see that Marxism always appears in it as an extension of Darwinism. Both are then seen as two particular moments of the genus evolution. 12. Kautsky did not deny the evolutionist cast of his thought or his fascination with Darwin. During the first years of Neue Zeit, the authoritative theoretical journal of the German Social Democrats edited by Kautsky, much space was devoted to Darwin's relevance to social evolution. Marx and Darwin were to be the twin pillars on which the Neue Zeit rested, and Kautsky obviously saw the two as a natural pair. 13. In 1880, at the age of 26, Kautsky moved to Zurich. He was to work closely with Eduard Bernstein. He also embarked on a systematic study of Marxism. In 1881 he visited London briefly, hoping to study under the direct guidance of Marx and Engels. He saw little of Marx, who clearly did not take to what he described as the young man's pedantry. 14. Kautsky returned to London in 1885, by which time Marx was dead, and established a lasting intellectual and personal relationship with Engels. Kautsky was soon to acquire a reputation as a major Marxist theoretician in his own right. After Engels' death in 1895, Kautsky took over the task of editing Marx's literary estate, a high point in his literary career. In fact, he had already done some work on it, for in 1889 Engels had entrusted him with the work of editing Marx's Theories of Surplus Value, the projected fourth volume of Capital. Kautsky's authorship of the theoretical section of the new program of the SPD, the 1891 Erfurt program, its tactics and programmatic section were written by Babel and Bernstein, set the seal on his status as the principal theoretician of the party. It was as the editor of the influential Neue Zeit that Kautsky established himself as the arbiter of Marxist orthodoxy. He edited it from its inception in 1883 until 1917, when he was removed from the position. The journal dominated Marxist theoretical debate of the period throughout Europe. Apart from the editorial privilege, which gave him the power to pick and choose contributors, Kautsky was himself a prolific and erudite writer, and his works covered a wide range of themes. Before the First World War, Kautsky was not only the main theoretician of his party, and of the Second International, set up in 1879, but represented a specific tendency there. From the start there was evidence of a rift between the radical wing of the SPD, led by the towering and charismatic figure of Babel, and an opposing faction whom Kautsky was to describe as upholders of petit bourgeois socialism. He spearheaded the theoretical attack against them. Kautsky's ability to theorize was Introduction to the English edition XXI, a particular asset to the SPO leader Babel, legitimizing the latter's political and tactical position. At the same time, Kautsky, with little knowledge of organizational questions, depended heavily on Babel for his bearings on practical political matters and was happy to be guided by him. Kautsky's biographer concluded that the two men cooperated out of shared interests and conviction, but they worked on different levels. What influence Kautsky did have usually came from his usefulness to SPO policy makers, especially August Bebel, who frequently used Kautsky's writings to bludgeon party opponents, but the relationship between Kautsky's theory and Bebel's practice was neither crude nor exploitative. Kautsky was rarely if ever manipulated by Bebel. 15. It would be difficult to understand fully the role and importance of Kautsky, and his disorientation after the death of Bebel in 1913, without understanding this relationship. August Bebel, the practical politician and the SPD's undisputed leader, came from a very different background. 16 He was born poor and was orphaned at the age of 4. His early life was a constant struggle for survival. His education was perfunctory. He found employment as a turner, and experienced for himself the exploitation and persecution of journeymen as he moved from city to city. He finally came to Leipzig, where his political genius was to have full play. Within 5 years he had become the main figure in the Saxon workers' movement. Together with Wilhelm Liebknecht he led the Eisenacher Social Democrats, who united in 1875 with the AOAV initiated by Lassalle to establish the SPO. With Lassalle dead, the Eisenacherian tendency, which considered itself the Marxist and more radical wing of the SPO, came to dominate the party high command. Bebel's leadership of the SPD was linked to his leadership of the Eisenacherians and later of the Orthodox majority faction, which supported to the full and undiluted version of the Marxist party program, the Erfurt program accepted in 1891. But Bebel was not a theoretician. Installing Kautsky as editor of Neue Zeit suited him admirably. The SPO's internal ideological battles focused then on the issue of revolution or reform. Until 1914 the political position taken by the majority of the party members and functionaries was one of non-collaboration with the government, limited only to participation in parliamentary life and refusal to enter any political coalitions, in anticipation of the impending proletarian revolution that would be secured by the inevitable growth of the working class and its socialist XXII consciousness. That position was rooted in an apocalyptic vision of the working of inexorable social laws, presumed to have been defined by Karl Marx. The party minority which challenged this general line was a diverse group representing a variety of political stances, assumptions, and goals: trade union functionaries keen on pragmatism, party officials who saw themselves as practical men, southern German SPD parliamentarians concerned above all with winning elections, and some theorists who wanted to use new economic findings to revise their party's programmatic assumptions. Contemporary historians have argued extensively about the reasons for the SPD majority's Marxist revolutionary self-image and the abandonment of it in 1914 to 1917. In particular, they point to the impact of the heroic and exclusivist subculture established by the clandestine party organization during the period of the anti-socialist law, 1878-90, as well as the political context of the authoritarian and repressive state and what they describe as the consequent absence of opportunity for reformism. 18 These are ex post factum explanations. In the period D discussed, the debate about reformism was a matter of deadly seriousness for the participants because for them it concerned issues that would decide the prospects of the realization of socialism, which was expected in their own lifetime. This gave a keen edge to internal party debates about the reformist or revolutionary paths to socialism, although as yet the party was united by a common goal. These ideological tensions came to a head when the reformist factions of the SPD found an articulate theoretical expression in the works of Eduard Bernstein, a leading SPD figure who had been befriended by Engels, Bebel, and Kautsky. Bernstein's call for evolutionary socialism provided rationalization and legitimation for the political positions of the reformist wing. His views came to define the core of revisionism, a call for the revision of some of Marx's basic assumptions and of the orthodox Erfurt program of the SPD. Bernstein repudiated historical materialism as a mechanistic philosophy, a criticism which, given the form in which it was presented by Kautsky, was not far off the mark. But unlike the theoretical critiques and political practice of later critics of Kautsky's version of Marxism on the left of the SPD, such as Rosa Luxemburg, Parvis, or Karl Liebknecht, Bernstein did not move towards a philosophy of purposive organized action of the working class and its revolutionary intervention to transform society. He argued rather that capitalism had changed by virtue of the spread of share ownership of corporate capital. In this he prefigured later arguments about separation of ownership and control and the emergence of a Introduction to the English edition XXIII Post-Capitalist Society. The working class itself, Bernstein argued, was becoming stratified. Society could no longer be seen as divided into two antagonistic classes. Capitalist development did not entail its necessary collapse. Parliamentary democracy, on the other hand, could go a long way towards improving the conditions of workers within the framework of capitalism, through trade union struggle. The trade unions are the democratic element in industry. Their tendency is to destroy the absolutism of capital and to procure for the worker a direct influence in the management of an industry. Democracy is in principle the supersession of class government, though it is not yet the actual supersession of classes. 19. While socialism still remained the declared goal, gradualism was Bernstein's slogan, proclaiming that, movement is all, the final goal nothing. In retrospect it is clear that Bernstein had made explicit what was already the dominant practice in the SPD, notwithstanding the verbal rhetoric about commitment to proletarian revolution. In the eyes of some SPD leaders, Bernstein's sin lay in making explicit what they would much rather have left unsaid. A letter from the SPD party secretary Ignaz Auer to Bernstein made just that point. My dear Eddie, that is something which one does, but does not say. Kautsky seemed reluctant to take up the cudgels against Bernstein. Babel wrote to him angrily, "What sort of devil is riding you that you make so many concessions to Ada Bernstein? You really spit in my soup." With Babel at his back, Kautsky eventually published a more biting critique entitled Bernstein and the Social Democratic Program, an anti-critic. Kautsky argued that the course of capitalist development had not superseded in any substantive way the predictions of Marxist analysis. The growth of joint stock capital was not its diffusion but, rather, its ingathering under more concentrated control. Some immediate gains by the proletariat were due to its growing organized power. That did not make the ultimate goal of socialism any less relevant. Bernstein's proposals would undermine the political struggle of the proletariat by its transformation from a party of revolution into a reformist party, which would put into jeopardy even those gains that the proletariat had achieved. Kautsky then proceeded to explain the rise of revisionism itself as an example of a renaissance of bourgeois radicalism. Given Kautsky's cast of mind, it is no surprise that he considered Bernstein's position to be an historically necessary manifestation for German capitalist society at that particular stage of its development. XXIV. As to political strategy, for many in the SPD the state was a national agency capable of rising above conflicts of class and class interests. Vollmer, who led the powerful Bavarian section of the SPD, was particularly attracted by the paternalism of Bismarck's state socialism, a view which mirrored that of La Salette. His 1891 El Dorado speeches were a clear affirmation of reformism, rightly described later as an apologia for a predominantly legalist, collaborationist, political tactic. 20 The majority in the SPD, however, rejected conceptions of a paternalist state and were opposed to class collaboration and the concepts of national unity. As to the road to socialism, Kautsky, speaking for them, characterized their party as revolutionary but not revolution-making, emphasizing the objective conditions of the inexorable march of history that would transform society and the state and dismissing conscious and forceful intervention in the revolutionary process by an organized proletariat as putschist. The Russian Revolution of 1905-7 had a considerable radicalizing impact in Germany and elsewhere. Kautsky supported it and took a position closer to Lenin's than those of his less radical comrades inside Russian social democracy. In Germany and the rest of Europe a wave of strikes broke out. That gave rise to a debate about the use of the general strike as a political weapon of the working class. This debate gave focus to a new internal challenge to the official positions of the GPD leadership from the left. This issue was to outweigh earlier debates about revisionism in its practical political significance and long-term implications for the SPD and the European socialist movement. It entailed new alignments, a cleavage between those who were exclusively parliamentarian and the radicals like Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht who supported direct action and the mass strike, anticipating the struggle between the Second and the Third International in the post-1917 era. In that division the trade union hierarchy was firmly on the side of exclusively parliamentary struggle and against political strikes, they even sought to ban discussion of the issue. Kautsky was ambivalent, the beginning of what was later described as his centrism. On the one hand he criticized parliamentary cretinism and acknowledged, in principle, the weapon of mass strike. But he hedged it in with conditions that virtually ruled it out. About Kautsky's road to power, written in 1909, Lenin was to comment that Kautsky's pamphlet, devoted to an analysis of political revolution, good as it was in sharp rejection of gradualism, evaded the question of state power. This was so, and remained a major weakness in Kautsky's political analysis. Kautsky was ambivalent on the colonial introduction to the English edition XXV question, likewise, for he declared that the rising colonial struggles, while weakening capitalism, were themselves necessarily bourgeois, attempting only to substitute external capitalism with national capitalism, and hostile to workers and socialists. He therefore called for an unreservedly critical attitude to non-European enemies of European capitalism. 21 The First World War marked a watershed in Kautsky's career and brought to an end his influential role as the grand theoretician of European Marxism. There was a rapid polarization of forces in the political arena in which Kautsky's assumption of a centrist position marginalized him. His friend and guide, Bebel, had died in 1913. On Bebel's death Kautsky wrote to Adler, "The feeling depresses me not a little that I must now engage in practical politics without being able to follow a leader." After supporting the 1914 Reichstag vote for military budgets out of party loyalty, in 1915 Kautsky participated in the International Socialist Conference in Zimmerwald, in Switzerland, which challenged the SPO leadership, where he voted for the centrist resolution which called for a peace without annexations. It was opposed there by Lenin and his allies, who called for the transformation of the World War into a revolutionary civil war. As time progressed the political inadequacies of Kautsky came to play an increasing role. His biographer summed it up thus: "Without Bebel Kautsky felt uncertain and he regretted his own confusion at the outbreak of the war." In retrospect Kautsky lost the basis for his historical importance on August 4, 1914. The war and the rise of the Bolsheviks changed the main thrust of Marxism in such a way that Kautsky became a peripheral figure, at first viciously attacked and subjected to ridicule and scorn but finally merely rejected. 22. Central to Kautsky's reaction to the October Revolution in Russia was his outrage at the unscientific character of Bolshevism. Russia's lack of economic development did not permit the direct transition to socialism, but in April 1917 the Bolsheviks had proclaimed just that to be their aim. The savagery of the Russian Civil War 1918-21 and the Soviet authorities' repression of many of Kautsky's political friends infuriated him. So did Lenin's personal attack on Kautsky, which did everything possible to demolish the prestige of the erstwhile Pope of pre-war Marxism, who now opposed the European Revolution which was thought to be indispensable for the survival and success of the Bolshevik Revolution. For Kautsky, the socialist revolution was premature, a XXVI putschist act of a revolutionary sect which imposed itself on the masses, including the proletariat, a revolution out of turn. For him it was a new version of the Asiatic despotism as against those European socialists and Marxists who represented civilization at its most advanced stage. 23 Bolshevik rule, he was convinced, must collapse and lead to a Bonapartist military dictatorship of the right. Faced with it, the European working class must recover from its nationalist fever and regain its centrality in the struggle for progress and a socialist future. In his twilight years, in the 1920s and 1930s, he stayed consistent to this outlook, as political events increasingly passed him by. Kautsky's dependence on Babel for guidance through the minefield of German politics from the 1890s to 1913 did not mean that he followed Babel's dictates slavishly, and it was on the agrarian problem that they had their most celebrated clash. In 1894 the SPD Congress decided to consider its position vis-a-vis the peasantry. Suggestions for an agrarian program came up before the party's Congress at Breslau in 1895. There Kautsky led the forces which attacked the recommendations. Engels supported Kautsky by contributing an article in which he argued that the SPD should not engage in promises to smallholders who, like every other survival of a past mode of production, are hopelessly doomed. Point 24 The antagonists in this particular confrontation did not follow the usual pattern of factional divisions in the party. Kautsky's supporters consisted of many on the party's left wing, together with some follower five of La Salle and many trade union bosses from the SBO's right wing, who were united in opposing any attempt to dilute the party's proletarian character by pandering to peasants. It was La Salle who first described all social classes other than the proletariat as one reactionary mass and suggested that his party membership must be restricted to wage workers only. On the other hand, Babel argued against Kautsky's stand on the issue and found himself and some of his closest allies, especially Wilhelm Liebknecht, aligned with many of the SPD reformists, led by Vollmer. The political goals of the supporters of an agrarian program for the SPD differed. Vollmer's position was influenced by his wish to increase electoral support in regions like Bavaria, his own region, while his conception of the way in which the problems of the peasantry were to be tackled was limited to what a benevolent state might do for them. Babel viewed the proposal to mobilize the peasantry as part of his orthodox and revolutionary strategy. Introduction to the English edition XXVII. As to the theoretical debate, a specific set of assumptions concerning the fundamental stability of smallholders' farming was injected into the revisionist position by the agrarian analysis of E. David and a few others like F. Hertz, and used against the supporters of the Erfurt program to prove the incompleteness of Marx's analysis. At the center of David's argument was a systematic exposition of what he considered to be the particular conditions of agricultural production, which were determined by nature and therefore not amenable to change, in contrast to the conditions of manufacturing. In his view, intensive family farms would eventually win out in competition against large agricultural enterprises. The evidence of the 1895 rural census indicating the stability and even the advance of smallholders was presented as an immutable economic law. Point 25 At the SPD Congress of 1895 at Breslau, Kautsky's view prevailed. The agrarian program was rejected by a two-thirds majority. This was one of the rare cases when Babel found himself outvoted on the party platform. In a letter to Adler written in October 1895, he was to comment that his opponents had thrown out what should never have been thrown out, sealed the path for years, will make the worst possible impression in the countryside. He added the worst thing, however, was the motivation, which amounted to a dismissal of all demands which would benefit peasants, even those which would not cost us anything. The Congress decided to ask party analysts for a full study of this question before any steps were considered. Kautsky took this call seriously. His researches culminated in 1899 in the present work. But as Babel understood only too well, for the majority of party leaders the call to study was simply a device to bury the issue. Kautsky's initial view of the agrarian question was a simple deduction from the position that had already been taken in his exposition of the SPD program, his best known and most translated work, The Class Struggle, the Erfurt program. That pamphlet was intended to provide a systematic presentation of Marxist revolutionary theory, as Kautsky understood it, and as the SPD majority accepted it, i.e. what was defined as orthodox Marxism. Kautsky expounded a model of capitalist development, beginning with the dissolution of petty commodity production, polarization of society into two main classes, the proletariat and the capitalists, and the sharpening of class struggle. The proletariat was to liberate not only itself but all of humanity. The absence of any specific reference to the peasant question was remarkable, although it was already a contentious issue in the SPD. It was dealt with only indirectly, and dismissed in the few paragraphs. dealing with petty commodity production in general, which was XXVIII destined, with the peasants among the petty bourgeoisie, to disappear in the wake of capitalist development. 26 Kautsky did not then recognize any structural differences between peasant production and other kinds of petty commodity production, as he was to do later. Kautsky's views on the subject were soon to alter considerably, and he was explicit as to what caused this change. On one major point we must change our outlook. The peasant does not disappear as rapidly as we expected. During the last decades he only very slowly lost his position, if at 1127 the evidence of the rural censuses was clearly taken on board. Consequently at the 1895 Congress Kautsky recognized the particularities of agricultural development under capitalism. This he was to explore at length in. Yet, while his analysis advanced and his view of the impact of capital on the peasantry was transformed, no new political conclusions were drawn. Kautsky insisted that as the party of the proletariat the SPD would not be true to itself if it offered a particular political program for the peasants. He seemed to have moved further in this direction by declaring in 1909 that by then the Lassallean concept of a single reactionary mass had become a reality, and that the peasantry as well as the other petty bourgeois allies had turned into the most violent enemies of the proletariat. 28 The proletariat and the SPD could rely only on themselves, a fully fledged conception of proletarian exclusivity in revolutionary struggle. 29 It is against this background, conceptual, historical and biographical, that we may attempt to evaluate Kautsky's contribution to the agrarian question in the light of subsequent knowledge of the arguments raised and the problems encountered or remaining unresolved in our own time. Within the confines of a preface we shall limit our comments to two main issues concerning German peasants at the turn of the century and Marxist analyses of smallholders' agriculture under contemporary capitalism. German peasants and the socialist movement. The widely held stereotype of the German peasantry at the time was that it was impervious to radical appeals, inherently passive and socially conservative, that it constituted a solid and unshakable base for the traditional social order that was dominated in Prussia by the Junkers. The Junkers as a class, who as cereal producers were threatened economically by cheap grain imports, especially from the New World, responded to the loss of their economic power by organizing politically to dominate the state. They used their command over state power to Introduction to the English edition XXIX secure economic and fiscal concessions and privileges, among them higher grain tariffs on imports. To achieve that, it was believed, they naturally harnessed the resentments of the peasantry against those liberals and socialists who threatened their economic position by advocacy of free trade, large-scale production, and status solutions, compounded by the socialist threat of abolishment of all property. A corresponding component of that consensual view was the deeply held belief in the SPD that the only issue for the peasantry was their attachment to property and that this would turn out to be a principal obstacle to socialism if the peasantry acquired an influential position in the party. It is a reflection on the SPD leadership and a mark of its isolation from the peasantry that they were unable to recognize what was happening at the time, for the decades of the 1880s and 1890s were a period of great ferment, releasing new forces in German rural society which the party failed to harness or even perceive. In recent years important new work by German historians has demolished old myths about a passive and immobile Junker-dominated and deferential German peasantry. 30 The new historians, their vision enriched by sociological insights, have shifted their focus from the Grand Council chambers of Berlin and the big cities to the actual ground on which the peasant stood. In doing so they have revealed and analyzed a whole new world of peasant militancy in Germany in the closing decades of the 19th century. At the economic level they have pointed out that the issue of grain tariffs was by no means the only important one, for the area of large cereal-producing estates was in the northeast. For small peasants who predominated in other parts of the country, especially in the south and the west, the main sources of discontent were different. This is too large a topic to summarize here, except to point out that the landlord-centered reading of the situation that has generally prevailed is misleading in any attempt to grasp the agrarian problem. What is central to our present purposes is the picture that we now have of forceful expressions of grievance on the part of peasants that arose out of the transformation of the German peasant economy in the second half of the 19th century. Kautsky analyzed these economic changes but failed to see their political consequences. With the incorporation of the peasant economy within the capitalist system, it was firmly locked into a market economy, and the peasants found themselves in the grip of new and unfamiliar forces over which they felt they had no direct control, and which they often felt were more relentless than capricious nature and the oppressive landlords with whom they had coped over the millennia. Depressed and unpredictable prices, rising costs, higher taxes, and mounting burdens of XXX debt were all new threats, or, at any rate, threats that they had not encountered before on such a scale. That produced within the peasantry a new demonology and a rash of independent peasant movements, small and large. Without any leadership to articulate such grievances as a matter of prime concern of the socialist movement, peasant unrest took on a variety of nationalist and reactionary forms, such as an anti-Semitism that made the Jew a symbol of the anti-peasant establishment, alongside the official, the banker, the lawyer, and even the traditional notables, together with the highly suspect urban political leadership and intellectuals. The Bavarian Peasant League, for example, fought the 1893 elections on the slogan of "No aristocrats, no priests, no doctors, no professors, only peasants," for the representation of peasant interests. Their leaders resorted to vigorous anti-Semitic rhetoric. If it was unfortunate that the political vigor of the peasantry was channeled in those directions, it was not inevitable that it should have been so. Mobilization of the already militant peasantry by the socialist movement could have broken the mold of German politics of the day. But, as Blackburn points out, the grievances and aspirations of rural communities were refracted through the prism of conservative politics. There is no doubt that in the process they were distorted and caricatured. Conservative and center party demagogues encouraged the peasantry to attack symbolic but empty targets, like the Jew or the stock exchange, rather than the structural basis of their exploitation. 31. The SPD leadership betrayed a singular inability to understand what really moved the peasantry at the grassroots and how their energies might contribute to a struggle for socialism. The ideological legacy of Lassalle and Dühring facilitated anti-peasantism. The reformist wing of the SPD was too dominated by statist and paternalistic ideas to capture the resonance of peasant radical aspirations. An ideology of proletarian exclusivism in the socialist struggle dominated both the revolutionary wing of the SPO, and its trade unions. 32. The SPD leaders hostile to peasant mobilization invoked the authority of Engels, who was persuaded to contribute his well-known article on the peasant question in France and Germany, published by Kautsky in Neuzeit, in which he supported the Kautsky position. But if authorities are to be invoked, it must be recalled that Marx himself emphatically took an opposite view, notably in his critique of the Lassallean ideas that had impregnated the 1881 Gotha program of Introduction to the English Edition XXXI. The SPD. In his critique of the Gotha program, he challenged the Lassallean formula that the emancipation of labor must be the work of the working class, relatively to which all other classes are one reactionary mass. Answering this, Marx asked rhetorically, has one proclaimed to the artisans, small manufacturers, and peasants emphasis in the original during the last elections, relatively to us you, together with the bourgeoisie and feudal lords, form one reactionary mass? Elsewhere in the same document, Marx reminded those to whom his critique was addressed, in the first place, the majority of the toiling people in Germany consists of peasants and not of proletarians. 33. In his notes in 1881 he also expressed the view that the Russian peasants and their organizations might play a major autonomous role in the socialist transformation of their society. 34. Neither Kautsky, the orthodox Marxist, nor the revisionist leaders of SPD were to grasp this insight or to follow its broader implications. Kautsky's political program and strategy concerning the place of peasants in struggles for socialism was to be repudiated in practice by the subsequent history of revolutionary experience. But this orthodoxy was to survive to haunt numerous Marxist movements, in the Lili San strategy in China, the Bulgarian internal wars of the 1920s, or Russian collectivization of the 1930s, and so on until the generation of today. Marxism and agrarian capitalism. Kautsky's enduring contribution to the agrarian question does not lie in his political position on the role of the peasantry in the socialist movement. Rather, his achievement lies in illuminating the different ways in which capital makes its impact on the peasantry. Contemporary debates have followed many of these analytical insights. By now, the globality and historicity of the transformation of rural production, its economic logic, processes, and social organization, as well as the different forms which capitalist extraction of surplus value may take, features that Kautsky highlighted and examined, are often taken for granted. The influence of international markets for foodstuff, as shown by Kautsky, can be seen to reach into every village and farm, transforming them and redefining the way in which they function. Kautsky also traced the regularities and stages through which peasant family farms were transformed under the impact of capital, the agriculturalization of the peasant, le. The increase of farming activity as against the self-supporting crafts, the commercialization and monetization of their economic activities, and the increasing engagement in extra-fan wage labor, providing for the possible restabilization of XXXII the farm, but linking it increasingly into the capitalist mode of production. Peasant farms have survived through the millennia by functioning within different types of socio-economic formations, and they must be understood in each case in the context of the structures of the broader society and economy. Those elements of Kautsky's explanation are still with us, being built into the general analysis of contemporary rural societies, particularly in the developing societies. The most significant point in terms of contemporary relevance was Kautsky's explanation of the incorporation of peasant family farms within the capitalist mode of production, providing for their continuity under capital that dominates them and exploits them without dissolving them absolutely. The classical conception of capitalist social relations of production is premised on the separation of the producer from the means of production, resulting in the division of society into a class of free but propertyless producers and a class of non-producers who own and control access to the means of production. Peasant production does not fit neatly into such a definition of capitalist production. The development of capitalism in agriculture has therefore been ordinarily deduced as a process of depeasantization, the family farms being doomed, like all petty commodity production, to extinction. Kautsky learned from his analysis of European agriculture at the turn of the century, and others have learned since, that this is by no means the whole story. Insofar as the actual facts did not fit the preconceived trend, he accepted the facts and advanced an explanation, even though he seemed to be troubled by the ambiguity of a phenomenon which was part of capitalism without being fully capitalist. Nevertheless, he drew the right conclusions, in the light of subsequent experience, by leaving aside both of the opposing essentialist notions, namely that of peasants who never change and that of capitalism which takes only one possible form. He recognized the specific manner in which peasant production was transformed and became an integral part of a capitalist economy. In the last few decades, it has been increasingly recognized that we have two alternative forms of agricultural production under capitalism, namely farming based on wage labor and secondly, a form of organization of production based on the family farm which is incorporated into the capitalist mode of production without losing some of its substantive particularities. Keeping Kautsky's frame of reference in mind, we may recognize the condition of separation of the producers from the means of production as one type of agriculture in a capitalist mode of production, say type A. But given the dominance of the capitalist mode of production, there is a further possibility of a type B. Introduction to the English edition. XXXII form of subsumption of peasant production under capital, without the separation of the producer from the means of production, which is therefore distinct in reality and particular in its analytical implications. The peasant economy is structurally integrated within the capitalist mode of production. The peasant's labor is objectified in his product, for which he is paid less than full value by virtue of unequal exchange. As surplus value thus extracted from the peasant through the agency of commercial capital and credit institutions is appropriated by capital as a whole and contributes to capital accumulation, but outside the peasant economy from which it is drawn. Peasants are integrated into the circuit of generalist commodity production of global capitalism. The growing impact and explicit intervention of capital via technological packages, credits, and contracts as well as the controls of modern storage, transport and consumers' outlets have been changing the nature of family farming, providing for its ever deeper insertion into capitalist political economy. 36 But the failure to recognize the distinctiveness of the Type B mode of its subsumption and the universalization of Type A as the only way in which capital incorporates agricultural production obscures a crucial aspect of the dynamics of contemporary agriculture and its relationship with the wider economy. Kautsky's analysis lays important foundations for the understanding of the impact of capital on agriculture and of family farm production as a particular yet integral part of the capitalist mode of production, not its negation. This part of his work also offers analytical openings to other contemporary problems which were not on Kautsky's agenda, namely questions about the integration of the peasantry into the political economies of post-revolutionary societies with extensive and/or advancing state ownership or direct control of the means of production and a state monopoly of international trade. The significance of the family plot in a Soviet kolkhoz, the surprises and successes of the combination of family-scale and collective-scale agriculture in Hungary and the recent developments in China can be better understood if we keep Kautsky's analysis in mind. 37 This also accentuates the moment when Kautsky's work becomes inadequate or, putting it differently, where the further experience of nearly a century has left Kautsky behind. This concerns particularly three issues, namely the assumptions about the inevitability of rural misery, about the advantages of large-scale technology, and the possible Marxist designation of the difference between peasants as conventionally understood and the highly capital-intensive family farmers in North America, Western Europe, or elsewhere. In his early days Kautsky assumed a general law of increasing misery. That was presumed to operate under capitalism as one of its necessary consequences. This element of what was once considered to be an axiom of orthodox Marxism was eventually discarded in its more general form by Kautsky himself, but it lingered on in his view of family farmers as a pre-capitalist survival within the capitalist world. In this view peasants survive in the face of triumphant capitalist entrepreneurship, and the dominant use of wage labor, only by virtue of the overexploitation of their own family labor and by their artistic capacity for going hungry. The evidence has since taught us a much more complex lesson. There is neither any inevitability of family farmers experiencing exceptional misery under the capitalism of today nor a guarantee of their well-being. There is evidence not only from Holland and Austria but also from Turkey, Egypt, Venezuela, or Indian Punjab, of smallholders farming successfully and avidly absorbing new technology, adjusting to contemporary markets and securing a livelihood which is as good or better than that of the local wage laborers or of the clerical salariat. But such agriculture is also much exposed to the heavy weather of capitalist economic cycles resulting in bankruptcies and social attrition through selective village-to-town migration of the young, the bright, and the best educated. On the other hand there are those family farmers of developing societies whose farming has not moved into the new era, whose poverty makes them indeed the lowest of the low even in an impoverished society and whose growing destitution and involution would well qualify them as carriers of increasing misery and marginalization. They appear in the focus of international attention only when yet another famine relief operation fails to save 1 million human beings. But this is by no means the universal picture of family farmers under capitalism. This brings us to the next and linked issue of the contemporary stage of technological transformation in crop and animal farming. Kautsky's images of technological advance, derived mainly from the type of equipment manufactured in his day, was that of the application of large-scale machinery operated by large numbers of manual laborers. 38 Modern agricultural technologies, mechanical, chemical, and biological, are much more divisible. This has made further advances in farming possible, by way of a new division of labor, new types of services and new skills. All this has altered the criteria of optimal size of the labor team, lowering it for some branches of contemporary agriculture. A family farm is not necessarily at any advantage over a large enterprise, but nor is it debarred from utilizing new technology. Subject to that and given the right combination of productive activities, flexible use of family labor and cooperation through the social networks of a rural. Introduction to the English edition XXXV neighborhood, it is often more effective and stable than a parallel large enterprise based on wage labor. Subsumed under capitalism as the dominant mode of production, it can secure higher or safer profits for agribusiness while at the same time providing an improved livelihood to its own members, an equation which facilitates the continuation of family farms as a social form, at least for a time. Thirdly, moving further from Kautsky's initial preoccupation with peasant farming in Germany in the 18,905, is the problem of a Marxist conceptualization of the transformation of the peasant into a farmer. Kautsky visualized the pauperization of a peasant into a peasant worker, increasingly involved through wage work in capitalist production of surplus value, with some peasants becoming rural capitalist entrepreneurs operating mainly with wage labor. His family farming alternative was equated with survival in misery on the margins of capitalist advance, as islands of technological backwardness. This did not allow for the emergence of highly capital-intensive farming based on family labor, which has escaped theoretical specification, becoming a blind spot. A conceptual step forward within a Marxist frame of reference has been recently suggested in this connection by a Soviet scholar, V.P. Danilov. 39 In Danilov's view, the distinction based on the respective relations of production which delimits family labor from wage labor under capitalism, must be supplemented by a further distinction based on qualitative differences in the forces of production deployed. Peasant production is family agriculture where natural forces of production, land, and labor predominate. Farmers, on the other hand, represent family farms in which the man-made forces of production, mostly industrial in origin, come to play a decisive role. The particularity of family farming as a form of organization of production does not disappear thereby, but the characteristics of its two different types can be distinguished more clearly. The issue is certainly a live one, and other approaches to this problem have recently been attempted by some Western Marxists. The state of theorizing about the place of the peasantry in contemporary societies, especially those of the Third World, and of its future, is in considerable disarray. Most non-Marxist approaches seem to be unable to go much beyond the market model search for technological solutions and legitimate concerns about ecological issues in considering the implications of capitalist development for peasant societies. The mainstream of Marxist thought, on the other hand, has branched out in two rather different directions. One characterizes peasants as pre-capitalist and, given the manner in which peasant societies subserve the purposes of the wider capitalist economy, the relationship between the 32 is represented as the non-contradictory articulation of two modes of production, one pre-capitalist and the other capitalist. The other approach follows an older orthodoxy, one which Kautsky himself began with when he embarked on his major study, by virtue of which peasant production is no more, or less, than petty commodity production in general and, like the latter, doomed to extinction with the advance of capitalism. Both of these views are constrained by a common assumption that the concept of capitalism cannot accommodate any form of production other than that based on the separation of the producer from the means of production. Capitalism in agriculture, for both these alternative approaches, can mean only one thing, namely the emergence of a rural capitalist entrepreneur employing wage labor. Peasant production is excluded from capitalism as a matter of definition. Kautsky's seminal analysis of this question invites us to reconsider these assumptions. In the course of his analysis, Kautsky moved beyond his own initial presuppositions to recognize ways in which peasant production, whilst retaining its particular character of the family farm, was, nevertheless, radically transformed by the impact of capital. Its new features could no longer be explained within the conceptual framework of a pre-capitalist economy, it is structurally integrated into the wider, global, capitalist economy. Nor could the peasant economy be characterized as one more example of petty commodity production in general. Kautsky demonstrates a variety of ways in which the peasant economy differs from petty commodity production in manufacture. As a consequence, and in the context of capitalist development, the dynamics of the two are different. What we have is the specific case of peasant economies transformed and subordinated under capital, whose dynamics and future must be considered both in terms of their specific structural conditions as well as those of the conditions and contradictions of capitalist development in general. It remains true that Kautsky's general conception of capitalist development, of historical materialism, was substantively reductionist, a deterministic and linear vision in which the economic logic of capital accumulation moved inexorably to the final goal of socialism. Human agency and questions about organized political intervention were devalued in that vision, for politics, ideology, and culture were merely epiphenomenal superstructures that were but a reflection of the economic base whose logic unfolds with inevitable necessity. Kautsky's politics too remained ambivalent and, after the death of Babel, rudderless. His last years were to be ones of bitter isolation, for he outraged revolutionary Marxists by his opposition to the Bolshevik Revolution. Introduction to the English edition XXXVII was shunned by the right wing of the SPD for still being a Marxist. Today, however, Kautsky's politics or his general interpretation are not the issue. More relevant are questions concerning the contemporary peasantry and rural societies, the agrarian question. In the continuing debates about this issue, the appearance at long last of this translation of his seminal work in English will make its mark. Acknowledgement. The authors are grateful for comment and advice offered by many friends and colleagues, but particularly by Jeff E. Taylor and John Kautsky. The usual disclaimer about responsibility for the arguments expounded applies. Volume 1. Foreword. Karl Kautsky. The present work was prompted by the debates surrounding the agrarian program called for by the Frankfurt Congress of German Social Democracy, but subsequently rejected by the Breslau Congress. Irrespective of one's own views about these debates, it is quite apparent that opinions as to what constitute the tendencies of modern agrarian development diverge widely, both within German social democracy and internationally. In fact, social democracy is not yet in possession of an agreed basis on which to formulate a policy for agriculture. The Breslau Congress was unanimous on the need for a thorough study of agrarian conditions, and resolved actively to promote such an investigation. This resolution was not, however, the sole reason for my personal interest in the agrarian question. I had taken a keen interest in it in my early days in the party, and in 1878, while still publishing under the pseudonym of Simikos, I had drafted a series of articles in the Vienna Socialist on peasants and socialism which I planned to publish as an agitational brochure, but which was then seized and confiscated in its entirety. In 1879 I completed my text Einfluss Volksvermehrung auf den Fortschritt der Gesellschaft, The Influence of Population Growth on Social Progress, in which the question of food production played a large part. In 1880 Richter Ch's Jahrbuch published my article on political agitation amongst the peasantry, and in 1881 I discussed the issue of overseas food competition in Staatswirtschaftslichen Abhandlungen. In addition, I also prepared a number of broadsheets intended for peasant reading, including Der Onkel aus Amerika. The emergence of the agrarian question as a central issue within the European socialist parties therefore simply meant renewing an old acquaintanceship, in fact, one I had never really wholly abandoned. Moreover, with age it had grown in both theoretical and practical importance. With the growth of our party, and the crisis in agriculture, it has now become one of the most important practical questions with which social democracy currently has to deal. The intervening period has also seen Marxism emerge as the basis for the socialist movement everywhere, and Volume 3 of Capital, with its brilliant treatment of 1. 2. Ground rent, has also now been published. However, agricultural development has given rise to phenomena which do not appear to be reconcilable with Marxist theories. The agrarian question has also, therefore, become a central problem of theory. I did not anticipate running into any major problems in a field in which I already had some experience. In addition, the fact that this was not simply an academic issue, but a practical matter of great current relevance made me appreciate the importance of putting my work before the public at the earliest opportunity. Nevertheless, 3 years elapsed before its publication. In part this is attributable to the interruptions occasioned by my own work, involvement with day-to-day matters, and my responsibilities for the publication of that share of Marx's literary estate which fell to me on Engels' death. But I also wanted to base these studies on the most recent statistics available, those prepared by the English Royal Commission on Agriculture, 1897, the third volume of the U.S. Census of 1890, which dealt with agriculture, the French Enquête of 1892, and the German Agricultural, Farm and Occupational Statistics for 1895, none of which were published before 1897, and which in some cases remained unavailable until 1898. On top of this, I began to realize during the course of the work that the brochure originally conceived could not possibly do the job required of it. My own opinion is that adding yet another specimen to the vast pile of monographs and inquiries is not what is required at present. Praiseworthy as these may be, there is hardly a current shortage of conclusions as to the state of agriculture. Year in, year out, governments, the sciences and ruling C1's journalism continue to batter the public with a crushing volume of such studies. No. What is needed is an expose of the central thread running through this plethora of facts, an investigation into the fundamental tendencies which, although operating below, nevertheless determine how the observable phenomena appear to us. Instead of examining the various individual aspects of the agrarian question in isolation, the conventional current practice, we have to look at the relationship between these aspects, between the large and the small farm, indebtedness, the law of inheritance, the shortage of labor, foreign competition, and so on, considered as individual manifestations of one overall process. The task is a difficult one, the subject immense. To my knowledge, the field has not yet been given a satisfactory treatment from a modern socialist viewpoint. Not unnaturally, social democratic theoreticians have devoted most of their research efforts to industrial development. And although Marx and Engels, especially Marx, had important things to say about agriculture, these are found in the form of scattered remarks or short articles. The section on ground rent in Volume 3 of Capital represents an exception, but was never completely finished. Marx died without completing his life's work, but even had he done so, he would not have supplied us with all the explanations we now seek. According to his own plans, Marx only proposed dealing with capitalist agriculture. Our main concern here is with the role of pre-capitalist and non-capitalist forms of agriculture within capitalist society. Nonetheless, capital is of inestimable value, not simply because of its specific conclusions but also because of its method, which allows us to continue with fruitful work in fields extending beyond its original scope. Whatever success I may have in developing new and productive ideas in this work is due, primarily, to the efforts of my two great mentors. I want to emphasize this point in particular, as recently voices have been heard, even in socialist circles, claiming that Marx and Engels' position is obsolete, and that although they achieved much of value in their own time, and still offer a number of rich insights, the present-day student must advance beyond their conceptions. This is held to be the only path to a higher level of understanding. Failure to do so will spell condemnation to an ossified dogmatism. In fact, so the argument runs, this is prescribed by Marx's own dialectic, according to which there are no eternal truths and all development springs from the negation of what exists. This seems very philosophical, but in fact merely leads to the stunning conclusion that Marx is wrong because he is right, that the dialectic must be false, because it is correct, a conclusion which proves one undeniable fact at least, the incorrectness of the dialectic, but not Marx's. In Anti-Düring, Engels pointed out the stupidity of regarding a negation which merely utterly cancels out what went before as an element of the dialectical process. Development via negation does not imply the negation of everything that exists. In fact, it requires the continued existence of whatever is to develop. The negation of capitalist society through socialism does not mean the elimination of human society but rather the supersession of certain aspects of one of its phases of development. This does not imply the supersession of every aspect which differentiates capitalist society from the form of society which preceded it. If capitalist property is the negation of individual property, then socialism is the negation of the negation. It does not re-establish individual property, but it does indeed establish individual property on the basis of the achievements of the capitalist era. Marx, Capital, I, p. 929. Development is therefore only progress when it does not merely negate 4. and supersede, but also conserves, when, aside from what deserves to perish, it also unearths what is worth keeping. In this sense, progress consists of an accumulation of the achievements of the previous phases of development. The development of organisms is not only the product of adaptation but also of inheritance. Class struggles, which develop human society, are not simply directed at destruction and starting afresh, but also at the conquest, the capturing and conservation, of what currently exists. Progress in science requires both the transmission of earlier achievements as well as their criticism. Progress in art is not merely the outcome of original genius bursting through the confines of tradition, but also of an understanding of the great works of its forerunners. Knowledge of what to discard and what to retain can only come from the study of reality. Dialectics cannot be used as a preconceived model to avoid undertaking this work. It is merely a means for giving research a more systematic structure, for concentrating the gaze of the researcher. This, not trying to prove ready-made results, is its greatest value. The idea that Marx's theory generates the necessity for its own supersession from within itself is therefore based on a completely false understanding of the dialectic. Whether, and to what extent, Marx's theory is erroneous, and to what extent it is a 7cr11p.aeaet, a lasting possession and an enduring gain of science, cannot be determined by invoking the dialectic, but only by studying the facts. In my view, the facts do not, so far, lend weight to the case for a negation of Marxism. Although I see doubts and reservations, I have not yet witnessed any new truths destined to supersede Marxism. Mere reservations and doubts, however, do not constitute a dialectical negation, nor imply a development beyond already existing knowledge, nor represent a supersession of this knowledge. The roots of these doubts seem to lie more in the personalities of the doubters than in the theory they are doubting. Such a conclusion is not merely the product of a study of the results of such reservations, but also of reflection on my own experience. Initially, my sympathies lay with socialism, not Marxism. I was just as critical and skeptical as any of those who now look down on my doctrinal fanaticism with such contempt. I became a Marxist against my will, but then, as later, whenever I began to experience doubts on a fundamental issue, I always subsequently discovered that the fault lay on my side, not that of my mentors, and that a deeper consideration of the issue in question eventually forced me to acknowledge that their standpoint was indeed the correct one. Every re-examination, every attempt at revision has simply renewed my confidence and reinforced. Forward 5. My belief in the theory, the dissemination and application of which has become my life's work. The facts of agricultural development have prompted the gravest doubts about Marx's dogma. To examine how far these doubts are justified is the task of this book. Berlin, Friedeneau. December 1898. Part I. The development of agriculture in capitalist society. Contemporary society is ruled by the capitalist mode of production. Its distinctive character, and the moving force of our age, comes from the antithesis between the capitalist class and the wage proletariat. However, the capitalist mode of production is not the only form of production in contemporary society. It exists alongside the remains of pre-capitalist modes of production, which have maintained themselves into the present day. The germs of new, Higher modes of production can also be detected in some of the forms of state or municipal economic activity, and in the cooperative system. Moreover, the antithesis between the capitalist class and the wage proletariat is not the only social antagonism of our age. Numerous other classes exist alongside and between these two, taking in both the cream and the dregs of society, monarchs with their courtiers at one extreme, and the diverse varieties of lumpenproletarian at the other, classes in part produced by pre-capitalist social forms, and in part created, or at least fostered, to meet capitalism's needs. It is these multifarious classes, in part ascending, in part sinking, with their diverse and constantly changing interests, sometimes intersecting or embracing the interests of the capitalists, and sometimes those of the proletariat, without ever completely corresponding to either, which give contemporary political struggles their irregular and occasionally extraordinary and surprising character. The theorist faced with the task of studying the basic laws governing the life of contemporary society should not be deflected or distracted by the luxuriance of these phenomena. The task of the theorist is to investigate the specifics of the capitalist mode of production in its classical form, isolated from the surrounding remains and germs of other modes of production. In contrast, practical politicians would be committing a terrible mistake if they tried to act as if capitalists and proletarians really were the sole determining factors in contemporary society, and ignored everyone else. Marx's Capital deals exclusively with capitalists and proletarians. In contrast, the 18th Brumaire and Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany consider the role played by monarchs and 9. 10. Lumpenproletarians, peasants and petits bourgeois, bureaucrats and soldiers, professors and students, as well as capitalists and proletarians. Of these intermediary strata, the peasantry, until recently the largest portion of the population of our nations, has always aroused a particular interest within the democratic and revolutionary parties of this century. For these products of the towns, the peasant was a mystical, incomprehensible, and perhaps even sinister being. Once the most militant opponent of the church, the monarchy and the aristocracy, the peasants seemed to have become their most tenacious supporters, often harnessing the same vigor used by other classes for their emancipation in the cause of their own exploiters. The weapons supplied by democracy seemed all too frequently to be turned back on it. At first the peasantry did not cause social democracy too many headaches. Ours is not a popular democratic party in the bourgeois sense of the term, not a universal benefactor endeavoring to do justice to the interests of all social classes, irrespective of how mutually antagonistic they might be. It is a party of class struggle. The first years of its existence were fully taken up with organizing the urban proletariat. And it expected that economic development would carry out exactly the same preparatory work on its behalf in the country as had taken place in the towns, with the struggle between small and large establishments leading to the elimination of the former, leaving the easy task of winning over the mass of the rural population as a purely proletarian party. Social democracy has grown so enormously that it has outgrown the towns. Yet as soon as it takes to the countryside it runs head-on into the same mysterious force which had previously prepared such surprises for earlier democratic revolutionary parties. Far from making a rapid exit from the rural scene, small farms continue to exist. And the advance of large farms is a slow one, sometimes even reversing entirely. The whole economic edifice on which social democracy has based itself, and on which it relies, seems to go awry the moment it tries to apply it to agriculture. The inapplicability of the theory to agriculture would not only demand a complete transformation of social democracy's tactics, however, it would require a transformation of its most fundamental principles. Werner Sombart has recently given some consideration to this question. He notes, "What if I encounter areas of economic life which are not subject to the process of socialization because under certain circumstances the small enterprise is more important, and more efficient, than the large, what then?" This is the nub of the problem which is presently. Author's Introduction 11 Confronting Social Democracy in the Form of the Agrarian Question. Is it necessary to revise the collective ideal, based on the large establishment, and the program founded on this, in the face of the peasantry? And if the conclusion is reached that there is no tendency towards the large establishment in agrarian development and that the large establishment is by no means universally the highest form of economic organization, then one arrives at the crucial question: should we be democratic in the sense that we embrace any and every small farm and change our program, distance ourselves from the collectivist goal, or shall we remain proletarian, retain the collectivist ideal and goal, and exclude these other elements from our movement? I have to use if and when here because, as far as I know, no one has yet established what the developmental tendencies of agriculture are, nor which form of organization, if any specific one at all, is the superior in agrarian production. But from what I can see, Marx's system seems to fall down here. As far as I can see, Marx's deductions cannot simply be transposed into the agrarian field. He did have things of significance to say about agrarian matters, but his theory of development, which is based on a growth in large establishments and a proletarianization of the masses, and from which socialism is deduced as a necessity, is only evident for the development of industry. It is not so for agrarian development, and it seems to me that only scientific research can fill the gaps which exist. Sombart, Socialismus und Soziale Bewegung, p. 111. Our fear is simply that we may have to wait long time. Economists have been preoccupied with the issue of whether the large or small holding is the most efficient for more than a century, and no end to this dispute is yet in sight. This theoretical controversy has not, however, proved any kind of an obstacle to the obvious, indisputable, and enormous development through which agriculture has passed. Appreciating this nevertheless involves going beyond the obsession with the struggle between large and small holdings, beyond looking at agriculture in isolation, segregated from the overall functioning of social production. Agriculture does not develop according to the pattern traced by industry, it follows its own laws. Of this there can be no doubt, and we take it as proven from the outset. This does not mean that the development of agriculture and industry are opposed and irreconcilable. As long as they are regarded as common elements in one overall process, and not existing in mutual isolation, both can be shown to be advancing toward the same end. 12. The Marxist theory of the capitalist mode of production does not merely consist in reducing development to the formula elimination of the small establishment by the large, allowing anyone who manages to learn it off by heart to have guaranteed access to the key to the entirety of modern economics. An investigation into the agrarian question which purports to follow Marx's method cannot simply focus on the question as to whether the small holding has a future. Rather, it has to consider all the changes through which agriculture has passed over the course of the capitalist mode of production, whether, and how, capital is seizing hold of agriculture, revolutionizing it, making old forms of production and property untenable and creating the necessity for new ones. Once we have answered these questions, we can then proceed to see whether Marx's theory is applicable to agriculture, or not. And whether the supersession of private property in the means of production will have to come to a stop at precisely the most primary of all the means of production, the land and soil. Our way ahead is therefore dear. 2. The peasant and industry. With the exception of a few colonies, the capitalist mode of production generally begins its development in towns, in industry, leaving agriculture largely undisturbed initially. But the development of industry in itself soon begins to affect the character of agricultural production. The medieval peasant family was a totally, or virtually totally, self-sufficient economic cooperative, which not only produced its own food, but also built its own house, made its own furniture and household implements, and even constructed most of its own crude tools, tanned its own leather, worked flax and wool and made its own clothing. Although the peasants went to market, this was merely to sell any surplus, and with the exception of iron, used as sparingly as possible, they only bought non-essential items. What happened in the marketplace only impinged on the peasants' comforts and luxuries, not their very existence. This self-sufficient cooperative was indestructible. The worst that could befall it were bad harvests, fires or invasion by a hostile army. Even these blows of fate would only represent a passing privation. They did not cut off the sources of life itself. Plentiful stores provided insurance against poor harvests, cattle gave milk and meat, forests and rivers contributed to the peasant family's table. The forest supplied timber for replacing a burnt-down house, and also afforded a place of refuge from the enemy, from where the peasants could return with their evacuated chattels and livestock once the danger had passed. And although tillage, pasture land, and forest, the foundations of peasant existence, may have been ravaged, the enemy could not actually destroy them. Given the necessary labor, and an intact and uninjured stock of people and cattle, any damage could swiftly be put to rights. In our own century, the conservative economist Sismondi has provided us with a vivid description of the agreeable position of the independent peasantry, which for him represented the ideal. That rural good fortune and happiness portrayed in the history of the glorious age of Greece and Rome is not unknown in our own century. Everywhere where we find peasant holdings in land, we also find 14. That well-being, faith in the future and independence which simultaneously guarantee happiness and virtue. The peasant who undertakes all the work on his small inheritance on his own, together with his children, who has to pay neither rent to someone over him nor wages to someone below, who directs his production in accordance with the requirements of his own consumption, who eats his own grain, drinks his own wine, dresses in his own flax and wool, is little worried by market prices, since he has little to buy or sell, and he is never ruined by a crisis in trade. Far from fearing the future, his expectations embellish it, since he uses every minute not demanded by the work of that season in the interests of his children, in fact, of the coming centuries. It takes little of his time to plant the seed which a century later will become a mighty tree, to make the ditches which will always drain his fields, to lay the pipes which carry water from the spring, to improve every type of surrounding plant and animal through untiring, repeated efforts stolen from his idle moments. His small plot is a true savings bank, always ready to tack in his small profits, and repay his moments of leisure. The constantly active power of nature fertilizes it, and rewards it 100-fold. The peasant experiences the happiness associated with his property in the most vivid way possible. Sismondi, 1837-8, Études sur l'économie politique, pages 170-1. Such an image of peasant prosperity could still inspire one of the leading economists of our time to a such vividly colorful description as little as 60 years ago. The picture may have been painted a little too rosily, it certainly would not have been true of the overall situation of the peasantry. What Sismondi had mostly in mind was the situation in Switzerland and some parts of northern Italy. But nevertheless it was not sheer fantasy, rather a picture taken from life by an acute observer. Compare this picture with the present situation of the peasantry in Europe as a whole, including Switzerland. It is impossible to conceal the enormous economic revolution which has taken place in the intervening period. The first step in this revolution was the dissolution of peasant handicrafts through urban industry and commerce. The peasant family only provided limited scope for a division of labor, which as a rule did not go beyond the division of labor between husband and wife. Not surprisingly, urban industry was soon able to outstrip peasant handicrafts, and manufacture the implements and tools for the peasant which the latter could not produce as well, and often not produce at all. The peasant and industry 15. The development of industry and commerce also produced new needs in the towns which, like the new improved tools, spread out into the countryside. The more rapidly commerce between town and country intensified, needs which peasant industry could not satisfy. The linen smock and the pelt gave way to clothes made of cotton, and clogs to leather boots. Militarism, which drew peasant sons into the towns and kitted them out with urban tastes, made a major contribution to this development. It certainly provides the main explanation for the spread of tobacco and brandy consumption. Lastly, the superiority of urban industry was so great in certain spheres that peasant products became luxury articles, which the thrifty peasant could no longer afford to consume, and which they therefore ceased to make. The development of the cotton industry, for example, allowed such cheap calicos to be made that flax cultivation for the peasants' own use declined everywhere, and in many areas died out completely. Self-sufficient peasant industry had already begun to break up in the Middle Ages with the rise of the urban craft industries. But their advance into the countryside was slow, and they remained confined to the immediate vicinity of the towns, barely impinging on peasant life at all. At the same time as Sismondi was lauding the peasants' good fortune, Immermann was able to draw a portrait of a village mayor, in Münchhausen, a Westphalian peasant with a large holding, a man who thought a fool to be someone who gave up to the blacksmith what he could earn for himself, and who undertook all his own repairs to his doors, doorposts and steps, his boxes and crates, and if he was fortunate could cut new ones. If he wanted he could also be a cabinet maker and make up a proper cupboard. In Iceland there is still no separate craft industry to speak of, and peasants are still their own craft workers. The source of self-sufficient peasant industry's rapid demise is the power of capitalist industry. Combined with the capitalist system of communications with its railways, post, and newspapers, it transports urban ideas and urban products into the remotest corners of the countryside, encompassing the entire rural population, not merely that close to the towns, in its grasp. The more this process forges ahead, and the more native peasant domestic industry breaks up, the greater the peasant's need for money, not just for supplementary, non-essential items, but for necessities, the indispensable elements of life. Peasant economic existence, and with it peasant life in general, becomes impossible without money. The development of the peasants' need for cash was accompanied by a parallel development and growth in the need for money on the part of their exploiters, the feudal lords and aristocracy, and other holders of 16. State authority. The natural services rendered by the peasant were transformed into money payments, as is well known, but the process also prompted the desire for higher and higher payments. Not unnaturally, this further increased the peasants' need for money. The only method by which peasants could acquire money was to turn their products into commodities, to take them to market and sell them. These were not, of course, the products of the peasants' own industry, the ones they would have preferred to sell, but those things not supplied by urban industry. And so the peasant was forced to become what we now customarily think of as a peasant, a mere farmer. And the more the peasant assumed this role, the wider the gulf between agriculture and industry, the quicker the independence, security, and comfort of peasant life vanished, a life which Sismondi could still find here and there amongst some free peasants. The peasant was now dependent on the market, which proved to be even more moody and unpredictable than the weather. At least the weather's perfidiousness could be prepared for. Ditches could mitigate the effects of a particularly wet summer, and irrigation could counter the consequences of a drought, smoking fires could protect vines from spring frosts and so on. But the peasant had no means of arresting a collapse in prices, or of selling unsaleable corn. What was once a blessing, a good harvest, became a curse. This was especially apparent at the beginning of the 19th century, when agricultural production in Europe had generally already taken on the character of commodity production, but before transport systems were sufficiently developed to balance out local surpluses and shortages. Just as poor harvests raised prices, good harvests made them fall. In France, for example, wheat harvests produced the following return. Average yield per price per hectare, hectoliters, hectare, francs. 1816 9.73 28.31. 1817 36.16 1821 12.25 17.79 1822 15.49. An increase in yields pf a third in 1821/22 gave the French farmer an income of only around 200 francs per hectare, a third less than in 1816/17. No wonder the King of France expressed regret that there was no law able to obviate the disagreeable consequences of a bounteous harvest. The peasant and industry 17. The increasing commodity character of agricultural production rendered the primitive stage of direct sale from producer to consumer less and less feasible. The more distant and extended the markets for which the country dweller produced, the more impossible it became for sales to be made directly to consumers, and the greater the need for an intermediary. The merchants sit between the producers and consumers, their better grasp of what is taking place on the market, and to some extent their ability to manipulate it, offers ample scope for taking advantage of the peasant. Dealers in grain and cattle are soon joined by the usurer, if these different roles are not already embodied in one and the same person. In bad years the peasant's receipts do not cover their outgoings, the only alternative is to raise a loan, with the land as security. A new servitude is created, along with a new exploitation, that of usurer's capital, which the peasant can only shake off with the greatest of difficulty. Sometimes the burden is simply too much, and the freehold has to be sold off to appease the usurer, and often the tax collector as well. The vagaries of the grain and cattle markets now manage to accomplish what poor harvests, fire and sword could never achieve, not merely temporary privation, but the alienation and ultimately the complete separation of the peasants from the source of their life and livelihood, the land, and their transformation into proletarians. The dissolution of peasant domestic industry for consumption by the peasant's own family and the imposition of ever more burdensome money taxes marks the end of the road for the well-being, independence and security of the free peasant. On top of this, the development of urban industry also sows the seeds of the dissolution of the traditional peasant family. Originally a peasant holding consisted of as many fields as were needed to feed the family, and where necessary to provide a tribute to a feudal lord. With growing dependence on the market, and the accompanying need for more cash, the volume of surplus which had to be grown and sold also increased. With unchanging relations of production, the family therefore needed more land to meet its own needs. The peasants could not change the given mode of production or extend their holdings simply at will. The only alternative was to reduce the size of the family, and ship off any surplus hands away from the ancestral farmstead into alien service as farm hands, soldiers, or town-dwelling proletarians, or to America to establish a new homestead. The peasant family was cut down to the minimum. An additional factor worked in the same direction. Agriculture is not an activity which requires a constant input of human labor power. 18. Throughout the year, large numbers of hands are needed to till, sow and bring in the harvest, but none at all at other times. In summer the need for labor power is 2, 3, and often 4 times as large as in winter. The existence of peasant domestic industry meant that these fluctuations were of only minor consequence. If there was not much to do in the fields, the family could work in or on the house. This ceased with the disappearance of peasant domestic industry, providing a further reason for keeping the family as small as possible, the need to avoid having to feed idle hands during the winter. We are still only considering the effects of the disappearance of peasant domestic industry. Changes in agricultural production could nullify these effects, for example a changeover from pasturage to intensive stock breeding which required more labor. On the other hand, other changes could magnify them. One of the most important tasks in the agricultural year, threshing the grain harvest, used to occupy much of the winter. The introduction of the mechanical thresher ended the necessity for this, and gave a further inducement to cut down the size of peasant families. Of course those left behind had to slave all the harder during the summer. But no matter how much they sweated and strained, they could not fully make up for the labor power of those who had left. Help had to be taken on, wage laborers, who were only employed during periods of the most arduous work, and who could be dismissed when no longer needed. No matter how high their wages, this was still cheaper than feeding a family member for the whole year. The labor power offering itself for hire was, however, supplied by proletarianist peasants looking for an additional income, and the excess sons and daughters of the peasantry. The same development which generates a demand for wage laborers also creates these laborers, proletarianizing peasants, cutting down the size of the peasant family and throwing the excess children onto the labor market. For the smaller peasants this eventually means taking on a supplementary job outside of the family farm, suckle. Peasant holdings are too small to produce a surplus, and they have no produce to take to market. Their only saleable commodity is their labor power, which is only partly utilized by their own farms. One means of putting it to remunerative use is to sell it for wages on the bigger farms. Day laborers, agricultural hands, and maidservants were rarely seen working FQR peasants before the 17th century. Their employment only becomes widespread after this time. The use of wage laborers in place of members of the family also affects those who stay in the lap of their homes. Inasmuch as the farm, the family inheritance, increasingly. The peasant and industry 19 becomes the exclusive property of the family head. The members of the family are pushed down to the level of wage laborers in the service of the head of their own household. The peasant family cooperative, working its own holding with its own labor, is replaced on the larger farms by regiments of hired laborers who till the fields, tend the cattle and bring in the harvest under the governance of the landowner. The class antagonism between exploiter and exploited, between propertied and proletarian, forces its way into the village, in fact, right into the heart of the peasant family itself, destroying the old harmony and commonality of interests. This process first got started in general in the Middle Ages, as we observed above, but was given a massive boost by the capitalist mode of production, which extended it to the rural population everywhere. And the process is still continuing to make headway, swallowing up new areas, turning what were spheres of peasant self-sufficient production into spheres of commodity production, increasing the peasant's need for money through a diversity of methods, and replacing family labor by wage labor. The development of capitalist production in the town is therefore quite capable of effecting a total transformation of traditional peasant life, without any need for capital to engage itself directly in agricultural production, and independent of the conflict between large and small farms. But capital does not confine its machinations to industry. As soon as it is strong enough, it also takes agriculture into its grasp. 3. The agriculture of the feudal period. The three-field system. This is not the place to undertake a study of the origins of peasant property relations. For our present purposes it will be enough to establish the state of agriculture and the peasant property relations, which developed in the lands occupied by the Germans after the storms of the great popular migrations of the 5th century and which, with a few exceptions, the most notable of which was England, persisted well into the 18th century, and in some localities right up until the present. These relations represented a compromise between the common ownership of land required by peasant pastoral farming, and private property in land, which corresponded with the needs of peasant arable farming. Just as each peasant family constituted a self-sufficient domestic cooperative, each village represented a self-contained cooperative economy, the mark. We disregard here settlement in scattered farmsteads, as opposed to the compact village, a form of settlement which was for a long time regarded as natural, but which, as is now evident, was in fact an exception, the product of specific aspects of historical tradition and topography. The normal and typical form was the village system, and this will be the exclusive focus of our study here. The starting point of the peasant economy was the individual homestead, which had become individual property. Aside from the dwelling and necessary outbuildings, this consisted of a surrounding, enclosed plot, consisting of the kitchen garden, flax and fruit trees. The village was composed of a larger or smaller number of such homesteads. Around and outside the village lay the village's arable land, the divided Feldmark. Where the three-field system was practiced, which was usually the dot case, this was divided into 3 open fields, known as F.Luren or Zelgen. Each of these was subdivided into different furlongs, the Guan, arable fields differentiated by location and fertility. Each household had an arable strip in each of the furlongs. Beyond this lay the undivided mark, consisting of pasture and forest. 20. The agriculture of the feudal period. 21. This common land was jointly used by the whole community. Each family tilled its own plot on the arable land, but they could not do so completely as they wished. Arable land was used for growing grain crops for feeding people. But the overall practice of farming was dominated by pasturage, the raising of livestock. If arable farming was a matter for the individual family, pasturage was the joint concern of the entire community. This arrangement in turn reflected back on property relations. As arable land, the soil was private property; as pasturage, communal property. As soon as a field was harvested, it reverted to pasturage, and hence to the control of the community which practiced communal grazing. Both fallow and stubble were used as common pasturage for all the village's cattle. However, this would have been impossible if every member of the village community could do as they liked with their own strip. Each strip owner was therefore obliged to cultivate their plot in each of the open fields in accordance with all the other strips, the Fleurswang. One of the fields was left fallow each year, the second planted with winter grain, and the third with summer grain. What was planted in each field changed annually. Apart from stubble and fallow, fodder for animals came from meadows, permanent pasture, and forest land. The labor of the animals, their manure, milk, and meat were all of equal importance for the peasant economy. This agricultural system became dominant wherever Germanic peoples settled, irrespective of whether peasants were successful in obtaining their complete freedom, whether they were tenants on a lord's land, whether they surrendered their independence to obtain the protection of a powerful lord, or whether they were forced into dependency. It was a farming system of extraordinary strength and durability, conservative in the best sense of the term. The well-being and security of peasant life rested as much on the mark community as on domestic handicrafts. The three-field system with forest and pasture required no external inputs, producing all the stock and manure which were needed to cultivate the land and prevent the exhaustion of the soil. The communality of the pasture land and the open fields also produced a cohesiveness amongst the village members which offered an effective protection against excessive exploitation by outside forces. Nevertheless, the development of urban industry, and with it of a money economy, also proved fatal for the system of agriculture, just as it had spelt doom for peasant handicrafts. 22. The restriction of the three-field system through large-scale farming by feudal lords' urban industry, as we observed above, not only increased the cash needs of the peasantry, but also fed the greed of those who, either in whole or in part, got their livings by sucking the life force out of the peasantry, the feudal aristocracy and the rising modern state. We also saw how this forced the peasant to produce foodstuffs for sale, for which a market was opening up in the towns. In itself this was enough to disrupt the balance of the mark community, whose entire economic system presupposed self-sufficiency, with little or nothing coming in from the outside, and nothing leaving the village, or at least nothing of importance. Originally, nearly all mark communities strictly forbade the removal or sale of any type of produce which was of use to the community, such as hay, wood, straw, or manure, without the permission of the members of the village. The crops harvested in the mark were also intended to be consumed or used within the village. The same applied to animals bred in the village. Pigs fattened in the village were not allowed to be sold outside the boundaries of the mark. Similarly, field crops and vines grown in the mark had to be ground, baked, eaten or pressed and drunk in the mark, which in many villages led to the emergence of monopoly rights on the part of the feudal lords. The requirement that nothing should be exported, and that village produce had to be consumed in the village often assumed curious forms under the circumstances of feudal exploitation. George von Mora's Geschichte der Dorfverfassung contains a passage about a nobleman in Alsace who, in 1540, forced his peasants to drink his sour wine, of which he was the monopoly producer, as corvée in order to empty the barrels to take the subsequent, drinkable, vintage. They all had to pay a visit to the wine 3 times each week, and ceased to pay the noble, except for bread and cheese. Having drunk their fill, the peasants set about each other, the squire then fined them for their wantonness, and so ended up with more money for the wine than if he had sold it. Morer, Geschichte der Verfassung I, p. 316. Our present-day liquor squires, the Schnapsjunker, should have erected a monument to this valiant hero, who knew, even in those long-past days, what it meant to take a firm stand for alcoholism, profit, and Christian propriety. The limitations imposed by such monopoly laws proved to be unenforceable and feudal once production for the market became a The agriculture of the feudal period. 23. Necessity for the peasantry. Inevitably, the steady export of nutritional material to the towns, which no longer returned it to the land, gradually exhausted and impoverished the soil. However, the economic equilibrium of the mark was disrupted in quite a different way. The transformation of the products of the land into commodities with a market value also meant the transformation of the land itself into a commodity with a value. When agricultural commodity production began to expand at the beginning of the modern age, land and soil were no longer available in the same abundance as when the Germanic tribes first settled and replaced the nomadic pastoral economy, supplemented by hunting and a little, very primitive, tillage, by the three-field system. Each mode of production corresponds to a maximum sustainable population for a given area of land. We can only conjecture whether the Germanic tribes had reached this maximum at the time of their migratory movements, whether it was overpopulation which compelled them to invade the territory of the Roman Empire rather than the latter's defenselessness. What is certain is that the transition to a higher mode of agricultural production, to which they owed their contact with Roman civilization, brought about an enormous extension in the food-producing capacity of the Germans in the post-migratory period. The small population could only go a little way towards meeting the demands of the new mode of production which favored the production of large numbers of offspring. As a consequence, once the migratory storms and their fronts had abated, and relative peace and security had been established in Europe, the population began to expand rapidly. The increased population easily found the land it needed in the extensive waste and wildernesses. If a population of a village grew, either the village's arable land would be extended through clearing the undivided commons or a part of the latter would be detached and used to establish a new mark community, a daughter village adjacent to the original village. Alternatively, princes might endow monasteries or their noble retainers with large tracts of barely cultivated, or uncultivated, land on which the feudal lords settled incoming colonists at low rents. Through forcing back the Slavs, more and more areas were opened up for German colonization. The Hussite wars in Bohemia and the overthrowing of the Teutonic Order in Poland brought an end to the eastwards advance of German colonization at the beginning of the 15th century. At the same time, the population of Central Europe had grown sufficiently if not to exceed the maximum sustainable population, at least to eliminate the shortage of labor power, and for land to cease to be available in such abundance. 24. That its supply did not have to be heated. The prospect of a monopoly in the most important of all the means of production had become a real one, and the desire to establish such a monopoly was not long in coming. The bitter and persistent struggles over land which developed between the peasantry and the feudal nobility, extending into the modern period, and indeed, never really ending, passed through their decisive phase in Germany in the battles of the 16th century. The feudal aristocracy was almost universally victorious. By subordinating itself to the rising power of the state it could enlist the state's support against the peasantry. The victorious nobility itself then set about producing commodities through a remarkable mixture of capitalism and feudalism. It began to produce surplus value on large estates, not usually with wage labor but with feudal forced labor. The way in which they practiced forestry, arable farming, and pasturage all encroached on the peasants' land and undermined the equilibrium of the three-field system. Forestry was the most ideally suited of te3 to feudal capitalist exploitation and rural large-scale commodity production. Once urbanism had made wood into a desirable commodity, and in the absence of coal or iron a much more important building material and fuel than now, the feudal lords tried to grab forest lands, either by taking them off the mark communities to whom they belonged, or, where they themselves owned them, by restricting peasant access for the collection of wood and straw, or for grazing. The fifth of the 12 articles of the rebellious peasants in the 1525 Peasant War reads, for example, in the fifth place we are aggrieved in the matter of woodcutting, for the noble folk have appropriated all the woods to themselves alone. If a poor man requires wood he must pay double for it. It is our opinion in regard to a wood which has fallen into the hands of a lord whether spiritual or temporal, that unless it was duly purchased it should revert again to the community. It should moreover be free to every member of the community to help himself to such firewood as he needs in his home. Also, if a man requires wood for carpentering, he should have it free, but with the knowledge of a person appointed by the community to oversee the exploitation of the woods. The exclusion of the peasantry from the use of forests and woodland was bolstered by the development of the organized hunt. Originally the weapons of the hunt were the weapons of war, and the hunt itself was a kind of preparatory school for war, hunting and the agriculture of the feudal period. 25 Warfare were intimately connected. As long as the hunt was necessary to meet the needs of the free commoner, the latter was also a warrior. Once hunting took second place to arable farming as a source of food, further encouragement was given to the division of labor between farmers near stand and soldiers where stand, between feeders and fighters, although this development was not its original cause. And in turn, the more warfare became a matter for the aristocracy, the more hunting became the sport of nobles. The abolition of the nobles' medieval functions of warrior and administrator of justice by the modem state rendered him superfluous. He became a courtier, thronging the court of the monarch, both for amusement and to plunder the state's coffers. On his rare visits to his estate, his only idea of pleasure was the hunt. Hunting and tilling cannot both flourish at the same time, however. A large stock of game requires extensive forests, and also represents a constant source of loss and damage to the peasant farmer. The more superfluous and wanton the nobility became, the more the interests of hunting prevailed over those of cultivation. A limit was placed on advances in cultivation which threatened to restrict the supply of game. It was forbidden to clear woodland, and severe punishments were meted out to peasants caught hunting. They were even prevented from killing the game which ravaged their fields. This problem was reflected in the 12 Articles of the Peasant War. The 4th article reads: In the 4th place, it has been the custom heretofore, that no poor man should be allowed to catch venison or wild fowl or fish in flowing water, which seems to us quite unseemly and unbrotherly, as well as selfish and not agreeable to the word of God. In some places the authorities preserve the game to our great annoyance and loss, recklessly permitting the unreasoning animals to destroy to no purpose our crops which God suffers to grow for the use of man, and yet we must remain quiet. In fact, matters went from bad to worse in the following centuries. It took the French Revolution to put an end to the situation in France. But in Germany, a few 1100 years later, the Prussian squires, the Junker, still had the gall to demand in the Reichstag that peasants ought to be obliged to feed the squires' hares with their cabbages, without any serious opposition from most of the members of the assembly. In those areas where a market had developed for wood, the obvious and in fact rather easy thing to do was to turn forests into private 26 property and then run them along capitalist lines, though under feudal forms. Similarly, where a large market emerged for a product of pastoral farming, primarily wool, it was equally obvious and no less difficult, given a favorable soil and climate, to set about capitalist pastoral farming, which, like forestry, required neither a large force of wage laborers nor major investments of capital, and whose basic techniques were essentially quite simple. Like capitalist forestry, extensive capitalist pastoral farming needed virtually nothing apart from large tracts of private pasture land, and where the combination of market and natural circumstances urged it, the lords put in an honest effort at creating such tracts in the 15th and 16th centuries in England and Spain, and later in some parts of North Germany, which offered favorable conditions for sheep farming. The mildest form was the lords' monopolization of grazing rights on the common pasture. Complaints about this were first heard in Germany shortly after the Peasant War. But frequently the profits to be made from sheep farming impelled the lords to make the common pasturage into their private property, and also to take over peasant plots and turn arable land into pasturage. Where a market established itself for arable crops, the lords also sought to supply it with the produce from their own holdings, but this was a more difficult matter than forestry or pasturage. Although requiring less additional land, it took more labor and a certain outlay of capital. In the Middle Ages, the feudal lords usually only cultivated a part of their land themselves, whether directly, or indirectly through a steward. The rest of the land was distributed amongst tributary tenants, who had to render service either in the form of produce or as corvée on the lord's own land, the domain. As we observed, the rise of an urban market for foodstuffs created both the possibility and the temptation to commute these services into cash payments. However, wherever a lord began to use his farm for production for the market, another tendency came into play: wage labor was scarcely developed, and the cultivation of the domain relied on the corvée. The greater the surplus demanded from the domain, the more labor power was required and the greater the area of land needed. One result of this was that the lords strove to extend their estates at the expense of the peasantry, either by cutting back the undivided mark, that is, pasture land, or more directly, simply by driving the peasants off the land. A further result, the attempt to step up the amount of corvée, which placed certain limitations on the eviction of peasants, since a reduction in their numbers would reduce the amount of labor power available to work on. The agriculture of the feudal period 27, the domain, was itself given a boost by peasant evictions, since the drop in the number of workers meant that each had to work all the harder. The development of commodity production thus initiated a number of processes, all of which acted to curtail the peasants' tillage, and in particular, pasture and woodland, long before any genuine overpopulation had arisen, meaning a level of population higher than that sustainable by the prevailing system of agriculture. This shook the foundations of peasant life. And the profound transformation in the conditions of peasant life was already becoming evident in the peasant's diet. The peasant becomes a starveling. We hope the reader will indulge a small digression here on a subject which, although only indirectly related to our main theme, may nevertheless throw some additional light on it. One currently fashionable school of thought, based on the ideas of Comte and Spencer, has a great fondness for taking natural laws and transposing them directly onto society. Natural science has enjoyed such dazzling successes over the course of this century that those engaged in the study of nature have been seduced into thinking that they possess the key to every riddle, including riddles quite remote from their own field. At the same time, some sociologists have found it highly convenient to transpose the established laws of nature onto their field, instead of undertaking the complex studies required to unravel the laws specific to society. One of the axioms of this natural scientific sociology is the close connection between climate and diet. For example, even if an equal weight of food is consumed in hot and cold climates, infinite wisdom has ordained that very equal proportions of carbon shall be taken in it. The fruits used by the inhabitants of southern climes do not contain, in a fresh state, more than 12% of carbon, while the blubber and train oil which feed the inhabitants of polar regions contain 66 to 80% of that element. Liebig, Familiar Letters of Chemistry, p. 347. Buckle concluded from all this that the slavery of the Hindus was the natural state of this people, to which they were doomed by physical laws utterly impossible to resist, since the climate had made them vegetarians and the luxuriance of plant growth in the tropics had 28. Encouraged population growth, and overstocked the labor market. Buckle, History of Civilization in England, p. 42. We would not want to deny the widely recognized physiological principle that people living in cold climates need more carbon or meat than people in warm climates. However, the difference is not as great as is customarily supposed. Even within the Arctic Circle, vegetable nourishment is still highly regarded. Apart from meat and fish, writes Nordensk Jold, the Chukchin consume an enormous mass of vegetables and other plant material. Authors who refer to this people as living exclusively from material derived from the animal world are therefore committing a grave error. In fact, the Chukchin appear more herbivorous at certain times of the year than any other people known to me. Nordensk Jold, Die Umziegelung Asiens und Europas, pages 108 f. And at the other extreme, and in spite of Buckle, who claims that the normal tropical diet consists almost entirely of fruit, rice, and other vegetables, p. 34, a wholly vegetable diet is, in fact, an exception. It is sheer fable that the demand for meat is less in Africa, writes Buchner, Cameron, p. 153, an observation amply borne out by the facts. A meat diet is highly prized in Africa. The diet of the natives of the Congo must be especially delectable, according to Schweinfurth. With the exception of people and dogs, no animal is scorned as a source of nourishment, be it rat, snake, vulture, hyena, scorpion, ant or caterpillar. The Indians of British Guiana, living right on the equator, seem to have similar tastes. Their main diet consists of game and fish, although they are not averse to rats, monkeys, alligators, frogs, worms, caterpillars, ants, larvae and beetles, a pun in Pescal, Volker Kunt, p. 163. Far from living merely on fruit, many peoples in the tropics have even incorporated human flesh into their diets. In fact, cannibalism appears to be unique to the tropics. A free choice of diet requires a level of cultural development sufficient to give substantial dominion over nature. The lower the stage of civilization, the more a people must put up with what they find. Instead of choosing a diet, they have to adapt to what is available. The Eskimo does not live chiefly on meat and train oil because the climate prescribes such a diet, but because nothing else is available. A fruit diet is ruled out on the simple ground that insufficient fruit grows in Greenland. The value attached to the meager supplies of vegetable material available is proof enough of the fact that an exclusively meat diet is not chosen on physiological grounds. In summer the southern Eskimos collect a few berries. The only vegetable matter known to those who inhabit the far north is what they find half digested in the stomachs of reindeer, which they consider a great delicacy. The agriculture of the feudal period 29. This is, of course, an extreme example. By far the bulk of the Earth's surface supports a rich variety of animal and plant food. Humanity is not in general as restricted in its choice of diet as that portion which lives in the polar regions. But neither is there a completely free choice of diet. Most foodstuffs are available in limited amounts at specific times, and cannot be obtained without effort. Which sources of food are in a position to provide adequate and permanent sustenance depends neither on their carbon content, nor on human need for them, but mainly on the degree and character of technical knowledge, the art of dominion over nature, in short, the mode of production. The effects of climate, topography, and other natural circumstances represent a vanishing term when set against the specific impact of the mode of production. Consider, for example, the various tribes of American Indians who live at much the same level of culture, irrespective of whether they inhabit the Pampas, the Rocky Mountains, the Amazon Basin or the Missouri. All consume much the same proportions of fish, game, and vegetables, with only highly localized conditions, such as a particularly rich fish-bearing river, causing any noticeable differences, although all these areas differ climatically. And if a people's mode of production changes, their diet will change too, without any change in the climate. The marvelous climate of southern Italy does not explain why the Lazzaroni of Naples have to be content with a diet of macaroni, anchovies, and garlic. As we know from the Iliad and Odyssey, the Greeks of the heroic age, living under the same climatic conditions, enjoyed a diet not only consisting of large amounts of meat, but also of prime fat, a diet which could also satisfy the needs of an Eskimo. The Hindus, too, were not always vegetarians. Before entering and settling the valley of the Ganges they lived the life of nomadic shepherds, feeding mainly on the milk and meat of their flocks. It required a change in their mode of production for cultivation to displace shepherding. The Ganges Valley offered favorable conditions for crops but not for extensive pasturage. The slaughtering of cattle, the plower and giver of milk, gradually came to be seen as a sinful waste. A similar revolution in the peasant diet took place in our own part of the world following the 15th century. Up until the 14th century woodland, pasture, water, and the henyard provided plentiful meat, which was the customary diet of common folk throughout Germany. It was not unusual for a day laborer to eat meat 2 or 3 times a day. Cloden's calculations indicate just how widespread meat consumption was at that time. In 1308 annual meat consumption per head was at least 250 pounds per head in Frankfurt an der Oder, whereas the current figure for Berlin is between 130 and 150 pounds. In Breslau it amounted to a mere 86 pounds between 1880 and 1889. The turning point was reached in the 16th century, when the peasantry was excluded from forests and water which, instead of providing the peasants with nourishment, sheltered the game which ravaged their food supply. Pasturage was restricted and any cattle the peasant could raise had to be sold in the town to bring in needed cash, only draft animals were excluded. The German peasant's table was rapidly impoverished, and like the Hindu, the peasant became a vegetarian. We encounter the complaints as early as 1550. Heinrich Müller, the Swabian writer, wrote, for example, that my father, himself a peasant, well remembers a time when peasants ate very differently from today. Meat and food generally was in plentiful supply every day, and at fairs and festivals the tables sagged under the weight of food piled on them, wine was tippled like water, and you could eat, and take away, anything you wanted. There was growth and plenty. Things are different now. Times have been hard and expensive for several years and the diet of the richest peasants is now almost worse than what day laborers or servants used to eat. The drop in the production of cattle also soon inevitably led to a drop in the production of grain, since less cattle meant less manure. Often tillage suffered because the contraction in the stock of animals meant that fewer beasts were available for plowing. The multiplication of feudal labor services by hand and span, that is, digging and plowing, worked in the same direction, since they took the peasants off their own land at precisely the time the labor was most needed. The amount of products which agriculture had to ship off to the towns increased, necessitating compensating for the ensuing deficit through the increased application of fertilizers and intensified tilling, just at the moment when the amount of manure and time available for working the soil was contracting. The upshot was a decline in peasant agriculture, increasing soil exhaustion and the growing infertility of arable land. This was barely able to keep the peasant's head above water in good years, and a poor harvest or hostile invasion, once a temporary setback, were now enough to bring about total ruin. Following their conversion to vegetarianism in the 16th century, the peasants in some areas ceased to have enough to eat at all by the agriculture of the feudal period 31/17 and 18th. Le Bruyère's descriptions of the state of the French peasantry 100 years before the Revolution are well known. There is a type of timid creature, a mannikin, dark-skinned, emaciated and tanned by the sun. They live in the countryside and are chained to the soil, which they dig and turn with indefatigable perseverance. They have an intelligible voice, and when they stand up reveal a human face. They are in fact people who retreat to caves by night where they live on black bread, roots, and water. In some villages the peasants lived merely on grass and wild plants. Massillon, Bishop of Clermont-Ferrand, writing to Fleury in 1740 observed, "Our rural folk live in frightful poverty for half the year, most go without even the barley and oatmeal which makes up their only nourishment." Circumstances were particularly appalling in years of poor harvests, and because of the diminishing fertility of the soil these were ever more frequent. Between 1698 and 1715 the population of France fell from 19 million to 16 million as a result of a rapid succession of years of distress. Louis XV's reign was more peaceful than Louis XIV's, and the burden of war correspondingly less, but the pressure of feudal burdens was undiminished. In fact, they became unbearable and many peasants simply abandoned the property which bound them to poverty, and discovered that they were better off as wage laborers or even beggars or robbers. By 1750, as Quesnay observed, a quarter of the cultivable land was untilled. And shortly before the French Revolution Arthur Young noted that a third of the arable land, more than 9 million hectares, lay uncultivated. According to the Agricultural Society of Rennes, 2/3 of Brittany lay fallow. Not every country in Europe was in the same state as France, where the peasantry was more subject to the absolute rule of the government and hence caught in the clutches of a greedy and short-sighted court nobility whose arrogance was only matched by its lack of scruple. Nevertheless, matters were bad in Germany too, and flight from the land a common occurrence. The three-field system becomes an unbearable burden on agriculture even in those areas where the wantonness of the Squire Archie had not forcibly curtailed the feeding capacity of the prevailing system of cultivation. This system itself emerged as a major fetter during the course 32 of the 18th century. In some districts the population density had increased so much that it became necessary to expand the feeding potential of the land by advancing to a higher system of farming. Such a system already existed in England, where a unique set of circumstances led to the destruction of the foundations of feudal agriculture in a series of revolutions extending from Henry VIII's Reformation up to the Glorious Revolution of 1688, which cleared the way for the development of intensive, capitalist farming. Pasturage was replaced by stall feeding and forage and root crops planted in addition to grain. It proved impossible, however, to transpose these results to the continent without at the same time initiating a general revolution in prevailing property relations. The scattering of individual strips and the obligation to abide by communal decisions as to which crops were to be planted blocked any innovation within the three-field system. Those peasants who took up the cultivation of the new crops, such as potatoes, had to do so in their own kitchen gardens where these obligations did not apply, or on the larger holdings which were not subject to communal cultivation. Food production did not only have to be extended, it also had to be adapted to market demand. Traditional agriculture began to be an intolerable burden for the larger peasant who produced a significant surplus for market. The medieval mode of production was ideally suited to a community of equals, sharing a common standard of welfare, and producing for their own consumption. The practice of communal agriculture, with its rigid rotation of summer grain, winter grain, and fallow was perfectly adequate for such a society. The arrival onto the scene of the market, with its rapidly changing demands, wrought dramatic changes. Inequality developed between the inhabitants of the village, with some scarcely producing more than they needed, or just enough for their own requirements, whilst others produced a surplus. One group, the smaller peasants, continued to produce for subsistence and clung to communal cultivation. For others this became a fetter, since regardless of what the market wanted, they were shackled to what the commune prescribed. A similar conflict of interest arose over the remnants of the common pasture. This was needed by the small peasants, lacking the means to move on to a higher form of agriculture. The division of the common pasture would have made it impossible for them to continue raising cattle. Most acutely, they needed more manure. The division of the common pasture may have provided a little more land to the individual peasant, but would have cut down the availability of manure since it would have necessitated a reduction in the size of the herd. In contrast, the big peasants thought it a sinful waste to use land for grazing, which the agriculture of the feudal period 33 they could exploit much more effectively using their new methods, and they had on their side the theoreticians, the representatives of the more advanced agriculture of England. The adoption of this form of agriculture meant the destruction of the compromise between rural communism and private property which had characterized medieval agriculture. Complete private property had to be established, the common pasture apportioned, common rights and obligations abolished, the scattered strips consolidated, and the property holder had to become the full possessor of a cohesive tract of land, on which agriculture could be practiced in accordance with the dictates of the market and competition. Despite the need for such a revolution in rural property relations, economic development did not throw up a class within the rural population with the necessary motivation or power to carry such a revolution through. However, agriculture today is not a structure existing in a vacuum, its development is intimately related to social development in general. That drive towards revolution which agriculture could not produce itself was supplied by the towns. It was economic development in the towns which had totally transformed economic conditions in the countryside, and necessitated the revolution in rural property relations. Within the towns themselves the same development had created the revolutionary classes which, by rising against feudal power, carried the political and juridical revolution out into the countryside and set about pushing through the long overdue renovation of rural social relations, often with the support of the mass of the peasantry but frequently in the teeth of their opposition. The first to try to implement this new order was the town-based bureaucracy of enlightened despotism, not always happily, often rigidly, and usually, despite their grand tone, on a minor and irresolute scale. The transformation of rural property relations only really began to acquire momentum, first in France and then under French influence in neighboring countries, after the rising of the revolutionary classes in Paris in 1789 under the political leadership of the bourgeoisie. The storming of the Bastille sent out the signal to the servile peasants to throw off their feudal burdens. The transformation was violent and illegal in France. In one blow it not only rid the peasantry of its feudal burdens but also gave it land confiscated from the church and émigré estates, at least where the bourgeoisie itself had not already grabbed them. The defeat at Jena forced Prussia to undertake such a transformation. Like everything else in Germany, it passed off peacefully and legally. 34. That is, the bureaucracy oversaw the inescapable process as cumbersomely and hesitantly as possible, with the maximum expenditure of time and labor, always anxiously striving to retain the consent of the Junkers who eventually reaped the rewards of the whole procedure, which still remained unfinished in 1848. The price the peasants had to pay to the Junkers for this peaceful and legal path was a high one: cash, a part of their land, and new taxes. It is safe to assume that the sum paid by the peasantry to the aristocracy and the exchequer for commuting unlawfully imposed burdens amounted to at least 300 million thaler. A billion marks to get back the tiniest portion of the land stolen 400 years before unencumbered by feudal burdens. The smallest part because the aristocracy and the exchequer kept the vast bulk of it in the form of Junker estates and other domains. Engels, 1849, Preface to Wolff's Schlesische Milliarde. Recent studies have confirmed Wolff's findings. Russia passed through a similar process of modernization after the Crimean War. The peasants were not only relieved of serfdom, but also of their best land. But regardless of how unsatisfactory the peaceful and legal revolution proved to be, the end result was the same everywhere: the lifting of feudal burdens on the one hand, and the abolition of the primitive communism of the soil on the other, with the establishment of complete private property in the land and soil. The way was cleared for capitalist agriculture. 4. Modern agriculture. Meat consumption and meat production. The bourgeois revolution provided the juridical foundation for the new agriculture, whose technical and social prerequisites were already in existence. The new agriculture had to meet two main requirements: an increased supply of manure, in other words increased stock keeping with a reduction in the area devoted to fodder, and greater adaptability to the needs of the market. The increase in livestock not only fulfilled a requirement posed by arable farming, but also met a need thrown up by the market. Although per capita meat consumption had been falling since the 16th century amongst the urban population, this was never expressed as a general absolute decline. On the contrary, the growth of the urban population was generally very rapid, and the decline in per capita meat consumption never matched the fall observable on the land. Despite widespread poverty, living standards were higher in the towns, partly as a byproduct of the fact that capitalists and aristocrats preferred to consume the fruits of their exploitation of the countryside there, and partly because the concentration of wage laborers facilitated the successful prosecution of wage struggles. Added to this, the reproduction of labor power in the unhealthy living and working surroundings of the towns was more expensive than in the countryside. Cramped and shut in at work, and often subjected to an excessive and one-sided strain on nerves, rather than muscles, the town dwellers' efforts to keep fit for work imposed a greater need for an easily digestible diet of meat than that experienced by those living on the land. The relatively greater expansion of meat consumption in the towns vis-a-vis the countryside may also have been encouraged by the fact that, prior to the arrival of the railway, livestock was one of those rural products which, when still alive, could be very easily transported over considerable distances, and could therefore be taken to remote markets. Settegast calculated the following transport costs by road as a percentage of the value of the commodity: per hundredweight and mile, straw 15, potatoes 10, hay 7.5, milk and fresh fruit 3.75, rye, barley and 35. 36. Oats 2, wheat and pulses 1.5, livestock 0.25. The difference between the transport costs of livestock and the other products, even wheat, is enormous. Figures showing the gulf between meat consumption in the towns and countryside are available for France. According to the 1,882 inquit per capita meat consumption was as follows. In Paris 79.31 kilos, in other towns 58.87 kilos, in rural areas 21.89 kilos, with a national average figure of 33.05 kilos. Nevertheless, since 1882 there has been some trend towards an equalization between town and country, with a reduction in the towns and an increase in the country. According to the 1,892 inquit, urban per capita meat consumption fell from 64.60 kilos to 58.12 kilos between 1882 and 1892. In the same period the figure for the rural population rose from 21.89 to 26.25 kilos. Even if there were no rise in the standard of living of the population, urban or rural, the faster capitalist large-scale industry, the transport system and the towns expand, the faster the growth in the demand for meat. As long as the towns continued to expand rapidly enough, meat consumption could increase despite a fall in living standards in the towns, in the rural areas, or in both at the same time. The growth in meat consumption, one of the favorite themes of the present system's apologists, is anything but an unmistakable sign of increased national welfare. The much less disputed and more apparent fall in the rural population compared to the rapid absolute and relative growth in the urban population is often sufficient explanation for the growth in the consumption of meat, where such a growth does in fact take place. Such growth must also be encouraged by the decline in fertility, meaning an increase in the meat-eating age groups relative to those who eat little or no meat, namely small children. Von Gerlach's article on meat consumption and the price of meat in the Handwerterbuch der Staatswissenschaften cites a number of instances of towns in which meat consumption actually fell during the first half of this century. In Munich the annual per capita consumption of beef, veal, mutton, and pork, in kilos, was as follows: 1,809 to 19, 111, 1,819 to 29, 104, 1,829 to 39, 93, 1839-49,86, 1,849 to 59, 75. Since the 1850s consumption has increased somewhat. In Hamburg average annual meat consumption for a family, in lbs, was as follows: 1821-5,538, 1,826 to 30,523, 1,831 to 5,452, 1,836 to 40,448, 1,841 to 5,429, 1846 S0, 339, 1851, 379, 1852, 372. Paris provides the most striking of recent examples of falling meat consumption. Between 1887 and 1896 the population of Paris increased by 300,000 whilst annual meat consumption fell in the same period from 185 million to 173 million kilos, not merely a relative but an absolute decline for the city. But this is exceptional. As a rule the absolute growth in meat consumption in the large towns and cities, and hence national growth, is sufficiently fast to outweigh any relative drop in the cities themselves. The absolute increase in meat consumption was made possible by the increase in livestock which marked the first half of this century. For example, the number of sheep in the 8 former provinces of Prussia was as follows. Sheep rearing reached a high point in the early 1860s, with a total of 19,314,667 by 1864, however, by 1883 the number had fallen back to 12,362,936. Foreign competition provides the main explanation for this fall, a subject we shall return to later. It marked the beginning of a new epoch for agriculture. But for the present we are concerned with the situation as it was at the beginning of the 18,705, and we shall only refer to more recent material if the basic tendencies have remained unchanged and suitable earlier material is not available. This to avoid any possible misunderstandings. Other types of livestock increased as well. In the 8 former Prussian provinces the figures were as follows: 1,816, 1,840, 1,864. Horses 1,243,261, 1,512,429, 1,863,009. Cattle 4,013,912, 4,975,727, 6,111,994, exc1 veal. Pigs 1,494,369, 2,238,749, 3,257,531. Goats 143,433, 359,820, 871,259. In fact, the increase in meat production was greater than these figures show, on account of the simultaneous and substantial increase in the 38. Average weight of individual animals. Thayer put the average living weight of a cow at 450 pounds, approximately 25 years later, in 1834, Schweitzer assumed a figure of 500 to 600 ibs for the same animal. Nowadays there are many farms on which the average weight of a cow is 1,000 or 1,200 pounds. According to the French 1892 enquête, average meat weights, in kilos, were as follows: 1,862, 1,892. Oxen, cows, steers 225, 262. Calves 3950. Sheep 1820. Pigs 8894. This increase in meat production was accompanied by an increase in grain production, a phenomenon most clearly seen in post-revolutionary France. Estimated production in hectoliters was as follows: wheat, rye, etc. Potatoes 1,789. 34. 46. 2. Crop rotation, division of labor 1,815. 44. 44. 20. 1,848. 70. 40. 100. What led to these astounding results? They were the product of the total transformation of agriculture which followed the English revolutions of the 16th century and which arrived in Europe after the Revolution of 1789, and its various offshoots. Once the landowner had acquired full private property in the land and soil, the communal obligations of the open field system, communal stubble and fallow grazing had been terminated, and the commons divided. There was no longer any necessity for the landowner to feed livestock on the pasturage. The introduction of a number of fodder crops delivering much larger volumes of forage than a comparable area of pasture land had already supplied the technical preconditions for a modern agriculture. 39. Higher form of livestock farming. The conversion of pasturage to arable land, and its planting with fodder crops, with the stock fed in stalls instead of being put to pasture even in summer, meant that the same area could carry a much larger number of animals without encroaching on grain-producing land. In fact, the advantages of the cultivation of fodder crops and stall feeding were so great that it was not even necessary to devote the pasturage turned over to arable farming exclusively to the growing of fodder crops. The amount of livestock could be increased with only a portion under fodder, with the remainder available for grain. Enormous areas of land were freed for grain production. According to Roscher, under the three-field system on average soil a mere 20% of a village's arable land could be used for the production of edible crops. In contrast, Thieinen estimated that with crop rotation and stall feeding 55 or even 60% could be used for grain. The increase in livestock also meant an increase in the amount of animal manure and animal muscle power available for tillage. This on its own could have improved cultivation. Not only did the acreage devoted to grain increase, but yields also rose, all due to this revolution. The 1892 French Enquête cites the following average wheat yields per hectare. Hectoliters. 1816 to 20 10.22 1861 to 70 14.28 1821 to 30 11.90 1871 to 80 14.60 1831 to 40 12.77 1881 to 90 15.65 1841 to 50 13.68 1891 to 5 15.83 1851 to 60 13.99. But the effects of the transformation in the relations of production went still further. Once the landowner was in full possession of the land, there was no longer any necessity for land not required for feeding animals to be restricted to grain. Other crops demanded by the market, the requirements of which exercised a more and more decisive sway over what was grown, could also be cultivated, either crops which were never grown under the three-field system, or were only permitted in individuals' gardens, crops intended for human consumption such as potatoes and pulses, or commercial crops, oil seeds, such as rape, poppies etc., textile plants. 40. Such as flax or hemp, dye plants, such as madder or woad, spices, hops, cumin and commercial crops such as tobacco. The succession of these different crops and their rotation with grain and fodder crops revealed that each depleted the soil to a different extent, and that a rational succession of different crops could bring about a substantial increase in yields. One type of plant, cereals, oil seeds, and textile, drew its nourishment mainly from the topsoil. These plants consumed the soil. Others conserved, and even improved it, either by holding down weeds through creating shade, or rendering the subsoil usable by loosening up the earth with their deep roots, and some, like clover and the pulses, by fixing the nitrogen they collected from the atmosphere. The Romans knew of the benefits of crop rotation. However, its large-scale application did not take place until the mid-18th century in England, from where it spread to France and Germany. It only became universal in the 19th century. Crop rotation allowed an extraordinarily large number of combinations, which could be varied according to the changing requirements of the market and the demands of cultivation, a number of combinations which grew in step with the introduction of new crops into European agriculture as a result of increasing trade and scientific research. According to Heck, Central European agriculture adopted 100 different types of cultivated plant during this period. The development of crop rotation nevertheless went hand in hand with a greater division of labor amongst individual farmers. The three-field system was directed at satisfying the needs of the peasantry and the feudal lord, and as a result exhibited much the same features throughout Central Europe. Each village and each peasant produced the same, irrespective of the local soil conditions. The rise of production for market brought with it the phenomenon of competition. Each farmer was then obliged to produce that particular product, from those for which a demand existed, which could be grown at lowest costs given the soil type, location, available transport, degree of capitalization and size of holding. Individual farms developed their own specialties. One took up arable farming, whilst another chose livestock, with a third plumping for orchards or vine growing. Arable farmers and livestock keepers became further divided into subtypes. For instance, the latter became divided into dairy farmers, fat stock rearers, and breeders. The division of labor is especially advanced in England and the United States. In England further subdivisions are made within one type of useful. Modern agriculture 41 animal, for example, in dairy farming where a distinction is drawn between the production of fresh milk for immediate sale, milk for butter making, and milk for cheese making. Particular types of cattle are normally used for each specific purpose. The classic example of a country with an extensive division of labor must be North America. Backhaus, Die Arbeitsteilung in der Landwirtschaft, p. 341. Under favorable circumstances, suitable soil, high wages, good market, this division of labor can lead to a revival of pastoral farming, although in a higher, more intensive, capitalist form requiring high outlays on equipment, supplementary manures, soil improvements, and stocking with high-quality animals. Such a modern type of pastoral system can be found, for example, in southern England. Needless to say, it has nothing in common with the three-field system. In addition to, and alongside, the division of labor between farms, a division of labor also establishes itself within the individual farm, at least in the larger ones. In feudal agriculture, the large farm was not markedly superior to the small farm in this respect. The bulk of an estate's labor power, both human and animal, was supplied by servile peasants who had to use their own tools and implements, plows, carts and animals to perform their manual labor and plow on the lord's land. The difference between the large and the small farm did not consist in the fact that the former had better equipment and a more extensive division of labor than the latter. The difference was that the same equipment which peasants used assiduously and enthusiastically when working for themselves, was used on the lord's land with that degree of indolence and carelessness only possible when undertaking forced labor for another. A division of labor on the large farm superior to that prevailing on the peasant farm required a type of modern agriculture in which both large and small holdings were worked with the proprietor's own implements, animals, and workers. Both the division of labor within the farm and that between farms inevitably produced an improvement in workers, implements and tools, seed fns and breeds of animal. At the same time it also equally inevitably led to an enormous increase in the dependence of the farmer on the urchant. Not dnly have Yenizants ceased to supply all their own wants as far industrial goods are concerned, but they have also ceased being self-sufficient cultivators. They not only have to buy more, and more expensive, tools than formerly, but also a portion of their own foodstuffs. 42. Which their specialized farms no longer produce, or at least no longer produce in sufficient quantity. In particular, the increasing division of labor is associated with an increase in the number of farmers, especially small-scale farmers, who put grain production in second place and who therefore have to buy in grain or flour. In addition, such peasants no longer produce their own seed corn or replacement stock, at least for larger beasts. This becomes the job of specialized farms who sell the improved seeds and breeds to the farmer, whose choice reflects the specific conditions prevailing on the individual farm. In turn, farmers resell their livestock, either because it is no longer usable for the purpose originally bought, such as a dairy cow which no longer produces enough milk, or because it has reached the stage at which the farmer passes it on to another specialist, such as the raising of young cattle either for work or for milk production. The more specialized the farm, the more specific the use for the livestock on it, and consequently the faster the turnover. This in turn encourages the development of the trader, and increases the dependency of the peasant who cannot have an overview of the market, and who therefore is more easily manipulated. This becomes a plentiful source of ways for cheating and exploiting the peasant. The more commerce and transport develop, the more the accumulation of capital revolutionizes the means of trade and transportation, and the greater the dependency of agriculture on trade. As well as making the farmer more dependent on the market, this transformation, which is the creation of urban capital, also constantly changes the market conditions with which the farmer has to contend. A branch of production which was profitable as long as the only link between the nearest market and the world market was by road ceases to be so, and has to be replaced, once a railway is built through the district, allowing the incursion of cheap grain. The diminishing profitability of grain may be accompanied, however, by the prospect of a new market for milk. The expansion of transport also means the constant introduction of new or improved crops, and allows the area from which breeding stock or useful animals can be drawn to be enlarged. English breeding stock is exported throughout the world, the extent to which farm animals are transported over long distances is best evidenced in the existence of import duties on livestock and the agriculturalists' persistent outcry for their increase, despite the fact that stock is not simply imported for slaughter but also for such agricultural purposes as fat stock, dairy cows and horses. The modern revolutionizing of agriculture reached a particular pitch once the achievements of modern science, engineering, chemistry, plant, modern agriculture 43 and animal physiology, were exported from the towns into the countryside. The machine in agriculture. The paramount scientific achievement was the adaptation of machinery for use in agriculture. Following its brilliant achievements in industry, the application of machinery to farming seemed inevitable. Its material base lay in the large modern farm, with its division of labor, first, within the workforce into manual and scientifically trained workers, and secondly through the specialization of tools and implements and their adaptation to particular appliances, and mass production for the market. Nevertheless, the mechanization of agriculture faces more obstacles than the mechanization of industry. Some of these obstacles are technical in nature. The industrial workplace, the factory, is an artificial creation, adapted to the requirements of the machine. In agriculture, most machines have to work in and adapt to natural surroundings. This is often difficult, and occasionally downright impossible. In general, the application of machinery to agriculture presupposes a high standard of cultivation. Economic obstacles also block the path to agricultural mechanization. Whilst industry can use its machinery every day, most machines in agriculture are only required for a short period each year. Other things being equal, the labor-saving capacity of machinery is therefore much greater in industry. Given two machines, each of which can replace 10 workers per day, of which one is used for 10 days per year, and the other for 300, one will save 100 days labor a year, and the other 3,000. If each machine wears out after 5 years, the agricultural machine will only have saved 500 days, whereas the industrial machine will have saved 15,000. If the value of each machine is equivalent to 1,000 days, then the introduction of the machine into industry will yield a net saving of 14,000 working days, as against the waste of 500 days occasioned by the introduction of the agricultural machine. The fact that in the capitalist mode of production machines are used to save on wages, not labor power, worsens the position as far as agriculture is concerned. The lower the level of wages, the more difficult it is to introduce machines. For a variety of reasons, wages in rural areas are much lower than in the towns, and the incentive to replace human labor power by machines is accordingly lower. One further difference between industry and agriculture lies in the fact that in industry, as a rule, machinery does not require workers of 44. Any greater dexterity or intelligence than are employed in handicraft or manufacture. Workers brought up within the modes of production which precede large-scale industry are quite adequate. And the worker employed day in, day out on the same machine soon acquires phenomenal skill in its operation. Matters are quite different when we turn to agricultural machines. These are often highly complex, and demand a good deal of intelligence on the part of the operator. However, the exigencies of rural life over the last few centuries have not favored the training and development of the intellect. The machines often lack the labor they need. And since agricultural workers do not work at the same machine throughout the year, they cannot drill themselves as easily into the skill acquired by industrial workers. Finally, in contrast to large-scale industry, agriculture is often practiced far from railways and machine shops, rendering the transportation and repair of complex machinery both more difficult and more expensive. Despite all these obstacles, agricultural mechanization has increased rapidly, proof of the level of technical excellence already attained. Comparable figures for developments in France over a period of 3 decades illustrate the speed of growth there. 1862, 1882, 1892. Steam engines and locomobiles 2849, 9288, 12037 threshers. 100,733 211,045 234,380 sours 10,853 29,391 47,193 reaping and raking machines 18,349 35,172 62,185. Within the German Reich the number of farms using the following machines amounted to 1,882 1,895. Steam plows 836 1,696. SOS 63,842 20,673. Reapers 19,634 35,084. Steam threshers 75,690 259,069. Other threshers 298,367 596,869. Modern agriculture 45. The figures show a strong overall increase, especially for threshers. One exception is the sower, which has been displaced by the seed drill, for which no figures were collected in 1882, by 1895 they were in use on 140,792 farms. The homeland of the agricultural machine is England, where industrial mechanization was developed earlier than elsewhere and which also offered the best conditions for the incursion of machinery into agriculture. Pearls notes that the level of cultivation is high throughout the countryside. Farmers are generally capitalists, and workshops for manufacturing and repairing machinery are plentiful. Almost every small town has one, allowing easy repair and maintenance. Spurred on by the shortage of agricultural labor, and the high wage demands of those laborers available, the United States joined England in the development of agricultural machinery. Mechanization was also facilitated by the high level of education of the American worker, but on the debit side had to contend with a low level of cultivation, and considerable distances between farms and repair shops. As a result, American agricultural machines tend to be more robustly built and simpler in design than the English, although their work is not as perfect as the latter. In Germany, circumstances were less favorable for the development of agricultural mechanization. In the south and west the land is too sparsely leased, and in the east, although the large farm predominates, the wages and the level of education of agricultural workers are too low and repair shops too remote. Saxony offers the most favorable conditions, large farms, an intelligent workforce and plenty of workshops. Whereas Baden has only one steam plow, and Württemberg none at all, steam plows are at work on 482 farms in Saxony. Throughout the remaining parts of Germany, too, machines have been able to surmount the obstacles in their path, evidenced not only in the figures cited above, but also in the rapid rise in the manufacture of agricultural machinery. Apart from steam plows, at which England still excels, and reapers, which are mostly bought in from the United States, Germany produces all the enormous variety of machines which it currently uses. Saving on labor is not the only purpose of machines, and in agriculture this aspect often takes second place. It probably remains the main consideration in the use of threshing machines, and according to many agronomists, including Goltz, is a crucial factor in the depopulation of the countryside. Despite the utility and indispensability of the threshing machine for agriculture, its comprehensive application has had an unfortunate 46. Effect on the circumstances of rural workers. Threshing with the flail was once the main occupation of the rural worker during the winter. Mechanical threshing requires far fewer people. It is often carried out in the autumn in order to obtain as great an amount of marketable grain as quickly as possible, in particular where the steam thresher is used. Goltz, Die Landliche Arbeiterklasse und der Prüflichkeit, p.144. Goltz's proposal to obviate the problem is to restrict the use of the threshing machine, and in particular the steam thresher, apparently in the interests of agricultural workers, but in fact in the interests of the estate owners, who, as he himself concedes, will be amply compensated for any disadvantage arising from such a limitation, if not immediately then in the future, by the greater number of workers made available in the summer. Goltz, Ibid, p. 145. Fortunately, this conservative beneficence towards agricultural workers amounts to nothing more than a reactionary utopian dream. The threshing machine is far too profitable a proposition for estate owners to renounce its use immediately in the hope of profits in the future. They will therefore continue with the revolutionary activity of driving workers into the towns, and so function as a powerful force both for raising agricultural wages and encouraging the further development of mechanization. The threshing machine is not only important because it saves labor, but also, as noted above, because it works much faster than human labor power. Speed is by no means a secondary consideration where production for the market has replaced production for the direct consumption of the producer. Market fluctuations have to be exploited swiftly, and this is easier for the grain producer, the earlier the grain is marketable, that is, threshed. Whereas threshing, along with domestic industry, once provided winter employment for the country dweller, the introduction of the steam thresher means that this job is now carried out in the open fields immediately following the harvest, saving both the time needed to bring in the crop and the losses incurred on the way in loading and unloading, a major factor in crops such as rapeseed. Pearl's work on mechanization in agriculture cites examples where the considerable costs of the steam thresher have been offset by a single favorable sale, made possible by having the produce more rapidly available for market. Speed is even more critical when we turn to the harvester. The success of an entire year's farming depends on the outcome of the harvest. This is concentrated into a few days. Any delay can result in substantial modern agriculture 47 losses. A machine which can minimize the time taken is therefore extremely valuable. In addition, the saving in time and labor reduces the farmer's dependence on agricultural workers, who, because they are at their most indispensable at harvest time, choose this period to put in their highest wage demands, and are more disposed to go on strike. Even farms which still practice hand reaping often bring in mechanical reapers, without using them, solely as an insurance against strikes. Karger's book on the Sachsenjägerei, the migration of workers to take up seasonal employment in Saxony, notes how most of the large sugar estates have purchased reapers mainly as a means of preventing their workers from resorting to strikes. In fact, as long as there are plenty of willing workers, hand reaping is preferred since the heavy manuring means that the crop is often laid flat, rendering the machines ineffective. However, since Karger wrote in 1890, a reaper has been invented which allows lying grain to be cut by machine. Machinery not only replaces people, its greater precision and power also means that it can perform tasks which people could either never perform, or never perform as well. The sower, the muck spreader and the grain cleaner are all more precise than their manual equivalents. Machine sowing is superior to hand sowing, and displaces it even where the latter is cheaper. Seed drills and dibbles have enabled row planting to be extended to a much larger area, and achieved results unattainable by scattering. The highest yields can only be obtained by meticulous drill sowing, SETI guessed. Seed cleaners and graders, the treers, have replaced winnowing with the shovel, a practice still clung to by some dogmatic farmers in the belief that it yields the best seed. The new machines remove weed seeds and other impurities, extract damaged seeds, sort the seed corn by size, weight, and shape, and produce a good quality seed stock and hence a pure commodity for market. The most notable of the machines in terms of sheer power is the steam plow. Grain does not necessarily need deep plowing to thrive. Consequently, plowing was not especially deep under the three-field system. Eckhard's 1754 work on experimental farming was still suggesting an optimum depth of furrow, depending on soil type, of 2.5, 3 and at most 4 inches, with 5 to 6 inches on exceptional types of soil. He expressly warns against working the field any deeper. Zicken's 1780 General Economic Lexicon proposes similar figures. Cited in Goltz, Ackerbaugh, p. 28. 48. The arrival of crop rotation was accompanied by the discovery that some of the new crops, such as clover, potatoes, and turnips, did best with deeper plowing. New plows were invented, and deeper plowing made possible by attaching more draft animals to the blade. This was also found to have a beneficial effect on cereal cultivation. Deep plowing minimized the effects both of soil saturation and drought. Deep plowed soil was also found to warm up more easily than shallow plowed soil, and provided a less welcoming habitat for weeds. The main aim of deep cultivation, however, was to give plants access to a much larger volume of soil than previously, and by allowing them to extend their roots to enlarge the area from which they could derive their nourishment. All rational husbandry now involves deeper plowing than at the beginning of the century. Whereas 4 inches was once the rule, the current practice is double this, reaching up to 12, 15, and more inches. Deep plowing is the basis of the future of our arable farming. In order to perform deep plowing in a thorough fashion, a more constant and effective force is required than that of animals, purls. Such a force is supplied by the steam engine. Perls, who has perhaps contributed more than anyone else to the spread of the steam plough in Germany, sets out its advantages as follows. The advantages of steam over animal traction are, in particular, the indisputably better quality of work in comparison with the ox or horse-drawn plow demonstrated in more certain harvests and higher yields, and proven everywhere where steam plows have been in use over a number of years. A further advantage consists in the fact that soil cultivation can begin pro-ptly and be concluded by the onset of late autumn. Directly after the harvest, and thus at a time when most farms do not have workers or draft animals available for plowing, the steam plow can set to work turning over the soil. In late autumn, when work would otherwise have to come to a close, the steam plow can continue in operation without any major problems, allowing cultivation to be finished before winter sets in. This advantage is particularly apparent for areas in which winter arrives very early. Perls, Die Anwendung der Dampfkraft in der Landwirtschaft, pages 307-9. Despite all its advantages, the steam plow cannot be used in all modern agriculture 49 circumstances. The reason is that it is particularly subject to the obstacles to mechanization which we noted above. It cannot be used if the terrain is difficult, if the soil is stony or littered with large rocks, if the land is boggy, or if the plots are small. It is not easy to learn how to operate it, and repairs are more frequent than with simpler machines. But the main obstacle lies in its high cost. A steam plow with 2 locomotives will cost 40,000 marks or more, and with 1 locomotive, a less rational purchase, over 30,000. As with steam threshers, a hiring system enables them to be more widely available. England, the home of the steam plow, also makes the most extensive use of it. The first practical version was not built until the early 1850s, and according to the Royal Agricultural Society's reports, steam cultivation was only being practiced on 135 farms in 1867. By 1871 an official SL1 survey carried out in connection with the Wolverhampton exhibition of the same year revealed that 2,000 steam plows were then in use in England, compared with a mere 24 in Germany. By 1882 Germany had 836 farms using steam, and by 1895 1,696. They were widely in use on the larger farms in Saxony. Steam plows are also being increasingly used on larger estates in Austria and Hungary. Steam power is not only used for plowing, harrowing and rolling. It is also far superior to the horse-drawn, let alone the hand-operated windlass, for threshing. Grain, apart from rye used for hat straw, is regularly threshed by steam power on the large sugar beet estates in Saxony, the prototypes of intensive farming. Even amongst the lesser peasantry, the capstan on the threshing machine has been almost wholly replaced by the locomobile, die Carger, die Sachschengungerei, p.13. The steam engine is also performing sterling service as a pump in irrigation and drainage systems, in the preparation of fodder, as a steamer, in grinding mills, chaff cutters, and wood saws. The reason, As Weist explains, despite its poor thermal efficiency, the steam engine is nevertheless the cheapest and the most universally applicable source of power for agriculture, Weist cited in Gold's 1890, p. 721. The number of steam engines in agriculture is therefore currently rapidly expanding. In Prussia the number of stationary and mobile steam engines has evolved as follows. 50. 1879. Number. In agriculture 2731. In mining, 32,606 industry/transport, excluding railways and steamships. Horsepower. 24,310 910,574. 1897. Number. 12,856 68,204. Horsepower. 132,805 2,748,994. Percentage increase. Horse number power. 371. 109. 446. 202. The increase in agricultural steam engines is not only enormous in absolute terms, but also faster relative to other branches of industry. However, electricity may find that it is called to even greater triumphs than steam, both by supplanting steam engines in their existing territories and replacing human and animal labor power in tasks presently inaccessible to steam. Electricity is easily transmitted to places which the locomobile and belt transmission of power cannot reach. The current is readily divisible and does not necessarily require coal for its generation. In regions where steam operation is not worthwhile because of the excessive distance from coal supplies, access to cheap water power can mean that electricity will still allow mechanical plowing to be a profitable proposition. The electric plow is also much lighter than the steam plow. The large steam plow vehicles, whose steam engines deliver up to 50 horsepower, weigh in operational state, that is with water and coal, up to 22 tons, whilst the smallest never weigh less than 14 to 16 tons. The 20 horsepower electric plow weighs 8 tons, and the 50 horsepower version 12 tons. The main advantage of electrical over steam plows is their lower weight, which allows mechanized working in areas where hilly terrain and soft ground previously made it impossible, together with a substantial increase in power for the same weight in comparison with steam. Kotkin, Ist die Elektrotechnik schon befähigt, p. 180. Electricity is already at work on some rural estates. One expert acquaintance has given us details of the plant installed on the Prat estate in the Tarn department, France. A waterfall, delivering 30 horsepower, drives a turbine connected to a dynamo. The dynamo can supply electricity at 40 amps and 375 volts. Cables run through the estate carried on conventional pylons, current being drawn off where required. Power has so far been used exclusively. Modern agriculture 51 for plowing using an 18 HP electric windlass. One of the advantages offered by the presence of electrical power is that of allowing the entire estate to be lit by electricity, and hence making possible night working when absolutely necessary, such as at harvest time, although this is, admittedly, more of a benefit to the employers than to their workers. A number of estates have also been equipped with electricity in Germany. In September of last year, 1897, reports of experiments even reached us from Kolberg, where 60 fans had been connected to an electric supply from a central source with the aim of improving and cheapening farming operations. However, we have not yet heard whether these experiments have proved a success. Light railways also figure amongst energy-saving mechanical devices. Transport costs play a major role in agriculture, which has to shift large masses of relatively low-value materials such as manure, hay, straw, turnips, and potatoes over considerable distances. The construction of good quality agricultural roadways devours both large sums of money and lots of space. Frictional resistances are still very high even on the best surfaces. Light railways have a number of advantages in this respect. A draft animal can move 4 times the load on a railway that it can on a roadway. And a light railway can be laid down without preparation and great effort in places where a roadway could be not built over moorland, cultivated fields, waterlogged meadows, and so on. Not only do they make more effective use of the power of draft animals but also permit the transportation of large volumes of material indispensable for certain improvements. Improvements such as irrigation and drainage installations should also be included amongst mechanical aids to agriculture, although compared to the machines mentioned above they are of ancient vintage. Such works were to be found in prehistoric times in the Orient. However, under the three-field system such improvements were only undertaken on a paltry scale in Europe north of the Alps. The climate did not necessitate irrigation works, and wetlands could be made use of as pasturage. As long as virgin land, woodland, and pasture could be brought into cultivation there was no incentive, and no labourel to set about melioration in the strict sense of the term. The increase in population density which did eventually occur also coincided with an intensification of feudal burdens, depriving the peasantry of the energy and means to undertake improvements. It was the French Revolution which created the preconditions for improvements. Drainage is a particularly important modern improvement, the removal of water from the soil through a network of fired clay pipes. 52. First made possible by improvements in brick making. Drainage makes it easier to cultivate the soil, allows the earth to dry out and become more friable. Drained fields warm up more easily and stay warmer longer, so much so that the consequences of drainage are tantamount to a change in climate. Ham. In Scotland harvests on drained soil have been observed to be ready for cutting 10 to 14 days before those on undrained land. In England drainage has increased the gross yield of already cultivated land by 20 to 30% or with some recorded increases of up to 100 to 200%. Many fields can only be used for fodder crops or cereals after being drained. Fertilizers and bacteria. Chemists and physiologists, the latter assisted by the microscope, have contributed equally as much to the transformation of agriculture as engineers and mechanics. Under the three-field system all livestock, without exception, had to make do with the fodder supplied by the pasture and meadow land. The development of transport has now placed innumerable feeding materials at the disposal of the farmer, not only those grown, but also those bought in particular the cheaply available industrial residues. This releases land, allowing the farmer to grow much more lucrative crops. Animal physiologists have been able to indicate the value of different types of feed, to show how to make the most efficient use of the animal, depending on age, sex, and breed, and to instruct the farmer in rearing techniques, in which the machine now plays a large part, so that the animal can be kept in peak condition, and make its fullest contribution to the farm. In the meantime the plant physiologist has been at work teaching the farmer the conditions which have to be created in order for crops to attain the richest and most enduring yields without wasting materials, time, and energy. Apart from the mechanical cultivation of the soil, in which, as we saw, the machine has a large role to play, the main element is the application of fertilizers which ensure that the soil contains soluble material in the proper proportions for plant growth. Chemistry is not only able to specify what these substances are, but can also synthesize the ones which the soil lacks, and which the farmer could not produce in sufficient quantity or only at excessive cost. Stable manure is not sufficient to maintain the equilibrium of modern agriculture producing for the market, especially a market which does. Modern agriculture 53 not return the vast bulk of the nutritional material which it takes from the land. As a result the soil becomes depleted of the mineral elements on which plants are dependent for growth. Improved methods of cultivation, the growing of fodder crops with deep roots and deep plowing may all increase the yield of the fields, but at the cost of a more intense and rapid depredation and exhaustion of the soil. Soil fertility can be substantially increased but, at the expense of its nutrient wealth, by the progressive physical improvement of the soil, such as mechanical loosening, liming, and the increased application of stable manure. In the long term such techniques not only reduce the wealth of the land, but also its fertility. Werner. One of Liebig's undying contributions was his exposure of this fact, and the resolute struggle he put up against the intensified depredation of the soil implicit in the improved cultivation of the first half of this century. Liebig believed that the fertility of the land could only be conserved, and in fact could be steadily improved, by returning the constituents removed when agricultural products were taken off to market. The refuse of the towns had to be returned to the countryside. In his work Die Chemie in ihrer Anwendung auf Agrikultur und Physiologie, Part I, Der chemische Prozess der Ernährung der Vegetabilien, Liebig writes: a combination of circumstances, introduction of clover, discovery of guano, introduction of potato cultivation and gypsum, has brought about an increase in the population of all the European countries in proportions which do not correspond to the productive capacities of these countries, and which are therefore unnatural. Population has reached such a level that it can only be sustained with present techniques of husbandry under two conditions. 1. If a divine miracle intervenes to restore the fields to the degree of productivity stripped from them by folly and ignorance, and 2. If deposits of manure or guano are discovered in volumes approximating to those of the English coal fields. No one with any knowledge or reason would expect either of these conditions to be fulfilled. The introduction of the water closet in most of the towns of England has resulted in an annual irreplaceable loss of the conditions for the restoration of the means of nutrition for 3.5 million people. The quite enormous amounts of fertilizer annually imported by England for the most part return via the rivers to the sea, and the products which these imports give rise 54 to are not sufficient to feed the growth in the population. The unfortunate thing is that the same process of self-destruction is taking place in all the countries of Europe, if not on the same large scale as in England. In the cities of the continent huge sums are expended each year in rendering the conditions for the restoration and preservation of the fertility of the fields inaccessible to the farmer. The preservation of the wealth and welfare of nations, and advances in culture and civilization, depend on how the sewage question is resolved. Pages 125, 128,129,153. These observations are now nearly half a century old. The high value of human excrement as a fertilizer and the need to restore it to agriculture have long since been acknowledged, but the solution to the sewage question demanded by Liebig is now even more remote than ever. No one has yet succeeded in devising a system for the removal of human excrement from large cities which meets the requirements of both agriculture and hygiene, without incurring a heavy financial penalty. The system of sewage farms, presently operated in Berlin, appears to be the most acceptable from the standpoint of hygiene since it avoids polluting the rivers by the waste carried in the pipes. However, the small number of sewage farms possible for each town can hardly be viewed as a return of the material extracted from agriculture. If the antithesis between town and country were to be overcome, and the population distributed more evenly over the land, this issue could be very simply resolved without great cost and even with a profit at the present level of technology using the sewage farm system. The prevailing mode of production rules such a solution out, however. The failure to use the human excrement from towns in agriculture, and with it the growing depredation of the soil through intensive agricultural methods and production for market prompted both science and practice to look for a palliative which might allow lost nutrients to be returned to the land, the invention and production of supplementary fertilizers to add to the soil those substances required by the plant crops in a form easily assimilable by the plant. The number of fertilizers, some of which are imported and some manufactured, potash, phosphates, and nitrates, is legion and continues to expand. Specific types of fertilizers are manufactured and mixed for each type of soil, method of cultivation, and crop. This allows the wealth of the soil to be preserved and augmented. Under certain circumstances, synthetic fertilizers can even release the farmer from the need to practice crop rotation and stable manuring at all, and to farm fully in accord with the dictates of the market, with the entire cultivable area given. Modern agriculture 55 over to commercial production. Such free cultivation represents the technical and economic apogee of modern farming. The workshop and laboratory are not the only agencies involved in the transformation of agriculture. Optics has also played a part. This is not the appropriate place to enter into all the details of how spectral analysis helped in the discovery of a number of substances, how the sugar industry employs polarization equipment, or how photography has contributed to the science of animal husbandry. Instead, we concentrate on the most important optical instrument in agriculture, the microscope. Ham writes, "It was some time before it was understood how to adapt this now indispensable instrument for use in practice. Now its importance is universally recognized, and agriculture in particular could not manage without it. At our current level of technology, the examination of the soil and its constituents has to begin with the microscope. Our precise knowledge of plants, the nature of cells and their contents, the form and diversity of starch grains and other forms rests on the use of the microscope. We owe it our understanding of the reproduction of critigamic plants, and the nature of a number of fungi which can attack and often ruin a complete crop, such as blight, mildew, potato blight, and grape fungus. The differentiation between the various spinning fibers, the structure of wool and hair, the discovery of a number of animal pests, such as bacteria, the vibrio which attack wheat, beet nematoda etc., was only possible because of the existence of the microscope. The microscope has been especially useful in seed control. In the hands of a trained individual, the microscope can carry out the indispensable task of separating good from bad seed, crop seed from weeds. Ham, Die Naturkraft in ihrer Anwendung in der Landwirtschaft, pages 142-5. Since 1876, when Ham made these observations, the microscope has facilitated one of the most important agricultural advances so far through the development of bacteriology. Thanks to this advance, the farmer can now either prevent animals and plants from contracting such devastating diseases as anthrax, tuberculosis, and phylloxera, or cure them of it, or at least make a positive diagnosis once afflicted. The second half of the 18th century witnessed the discovery that legumes, pulses, clover and similar plants, obtain almost all the nitrogen they need from the air rather than from the soil, and that instead of depleting the soil's supply of nitrogen, such plants actually 56. Enrich it. This property only functions, however, if certain microorganisms which attach themselves to the plant's roots are present in the soil. If they are absent, an inoculation with the relevant organisms can enable legumes to transform a low nitrogen soil into a nitrogen-rich soil, thus fertilizing it for other types of crops. Used in conjunction with suitable mineral fertilizers, phosphates and potash, they allow very high yields to be obtained without the need to apply stable manure. This discovery provided the free type of cultivation noted above with a solid foundation. Agriculture, a science. This transformation of agriculture from the feudal three-field system to the free cultivation of the late 19th century is truly monumental. What is more, the vast bulk of it took place within the space of a few decades. Liebig's epoch-making studies stem from 1840, and did not generally become known until the 1850s, the time at which the steam engine first made its agricultural debut and bacteriology registered its first successes. 1837, discovery of the muscardine bacillus in the silkworm, Saccharomycetes, and in 1849 anthrax. Within a few years, agriculture, traditionally the most conservative of occupations, nearly devoid of progress for almost an entire millennium and why devoid for several centuries, suddenly became one of the most revolutionary branches of modern industry, if not the most revolutionary. This transformation meant that agriculture progressed from being a handicraft, whose routines were passed down through the generations, to being a science, or rather a complex of sciences, undergoing a rapid expansion in both its empirical and theoretical knowledge. Any farmer not fully at home with such sciences, the mere practician, will be helpless and baffled in the face of current innovations, yet cannot continue in the old ways. The tried and tested methods of the past have now been thoroughly overtaken. The development of agriculture into a science is particularly apparent in the history of the system of agricultural training, especially the universities. This development is not only evident in the scope and substance of training courses, but also in the history of the agricultural institutes themselves, where clear proof of the advances in scientific agronomy is to be seen. Thayer, who made a study of the most advanced agriculture in England in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, and who tried to establish the same in Germany, was the first to recognize the need for specific teaching establishments for agriculture. In his Einleitung zur Modern Agriculture 57, Kenntnis der englischen Landwirtschaft, 1798, he sought to promote the establishment of agricultural academies, and a short time later founded the first such academy at Celle, 1802, and the next in 1804 at Möglin. These were followed in the next decades by a number of further academies, beginning with Hohenheim in Weertemmerg in 1818. Each of these institutes was linked to a model farm, that is, located in the open country. This was the only possible way to combine the necessary great theory with observational training, since the number of rationally cultivated farms was still small. This situation changed during the first half of the century, not least because of the influence of the institutes themselves. A significant number of large estates switched to a rational farming practice along scientific principles, and the young farmer no longer had to rely solely on the model farms in order to study how theory could be applied. The growth in rationally cultivated estates was accompanied by an expansion of the subjects which agriculture encompassed in the wake of the changes wrought by engineering, chemistry, physiology and general economic and social conditions. Agricultural training required more and more scientific aids, more sciences, and an increasingly scientific atmosphere. The agricultural institutes, isolated in the country, were becoming less and less equal to the tasks required of them. Liebig also played a major role in this field. In an official lecture given in Munich in 1861 as president of the Bavarian Academy of Sciences, Liebig exposed the inadequacy of the rural agricultural institutes, and demanded their relocation in the university towns. This provoked a debate which almost matched the debate over the exhaustion of the riches of the soil for sheer passion. And, as with this earlier debate, Liebig once again emerged victorious. With the exception of Hohenheim, all the agricultural academies are now located in university towns, not only in Germany but also Austria, France, Italy, and other countries, either as an integral part of the university system or as independent colleges, as in Berlin, Vienna, and Paris. Agriculture taught in the city. This must surely rank as the most dramatic illustration of agriculture's dependence on the towns, and that it is from these that agricultural progress now emanates. However, agriculture cannot rest content with academic knowledge alone. To believe that theory alone is sufficient would be as absurd as to think that practice could proceed without theory. Agriculture, even more than industry, needs theory and practice, since the reality in which theory is to be applied is especially complex and diverse. This demands examination, arid testing, and the accumulation of experience. And it also requires a constant and clear overview of each part of the 58 complex whole, which can only be achieved through an accurate and rational system of accounting. The three-field system, overwhelmingly producing for the farmer's own subsistence, did not require such a procedure. For any given locality, the circumstances under which agriculture was practiced were more or less the same for each farm, and had remained simple, transparent, and unvarying since the initial settlement. Modern agriculture is confronted with a completely different situation, with more extensive, diverse, and constantly changing circumstances, relations of production and circulation, of purchase and sale. It would career into hopeless confusion without accurate and regular keeping of accounts. Although this applies to any modern large-scale enterprise in the modern mode of production, it is especially true of the farm. A modern industrial plant essentially produces identical or broadly similar goods. In contrast, a farm is a unit composed of a diversity of sub-enterprises: stock, arable, vegetable garden, fruit garden, poultry, all supplying a great variety of articles. As a rule, an industrial establishment buys in all its means of production and sells all its output. This never happens in agriculture. An agricultural establishment buys only a portion of its means of production and produces the rest itself. Livestock, fodder, manure, and seed are partly purchased, partly produced in situ. Wages are paid in part as money, and in part in kind. Accordingly, only a part of the overall output is actually taken to market and sold, part is consumed on the premises. Finally, the effects of a particular means of production or method of production are less easily observable in agriculture than in industry. It may take years before they can be fully evaluated. All this makes bookkeeping all the more essential, a regular and accurate accounting, encompassing the tiniest detail, and directed not merely at commercial aspects of the farm, but also its scientific side, since the farmer is not dealing simply with capital and profit on capital, but with the land and soil, and ground rent. As differential rent, however, this depends on the wealth of the soil, to keep it undiminished, and to augment it where possible, is as much the task of the modern rational farmer as is the most lucrative use of his capital. This combination of scientific and commercial accounting is perhaps the most accurate reflection of the nature of modern agriculture. The close association between science and commerce peculiar to the whole of the modern mode of production is nowhere more evident than in agriculture. It is the only trade whose bookkeeping is taught at the university. Value. 5. The capitalist character of modern agriculture. The elevation of agriculture from the feudal stage to its modern heights, and its participation in the uninterrupted advance of economic and technical progress required, and still requires, a great deal of money. We hardly need to prove or demonstrate this further. Consider the simple fact that between 1835 and 1842 100 million marks were spent in England on drainage alone, with a further 50 million for the same purpose between 1846 and 1855. This latter sum allowed 1,365,000 acres to be drained, still leaving 21,325,000 acres unattended to. Modern agriculture is impossible without money, or, what amounts to the same thing, without capital, for within the contemporary mode of production any sum of money not needed for personal consumption can become capital, surplus value, breeding value, and this is, in fact, its customary fate. A modern farm is therefore a capitalist enterprise, and bears the characteristic features of the capitalist mode of production, but in forms unique to itself. The clarification of this point will involve a short digression into the realm of economic abstractions, in which we shall sketch out our theoretical standpoint, that of the Marxist theory of value, surplus value, profit and ground rent. We shall naturally have to content ourselves with a number of general observations here. Any readers interested in deepening their understanding of the material in this chapter are recommended to read the 3 volumes of Marx's Capital, if they are still unacquainted with this work. Modern agriculture displays 2 basic features: private property in land, and the commodity character of agricultural products. We considered the second of these in our discussion of the emergence of modern agriculture. We now turn to the latter, together with its consequences. A commodity is a product of human labor not produced for the producer's own consumption, or simply surrendered without recompense for consumption by others, family members, or feudal overlords. It is a product not directly needed by the producer and destined to be exchanged with other individuals for products which the producer does require. 59. 60. Initially, the ratio in which certain amounts of a commodity are exchanged for amounts of other commodities is very much a matter of chance. The more that commodity production develops, however, the more this exchange will be regularly repeated. The accidental character of the ratio will diminish and the exchange ratio will take on a certain law-like character. Each commodity acquires a definite exchange value, based on these ratios. Exchange subsequently becomes sale, that is, a particular commodity becomes the money commodity, the commodity which anyone can use, which anyone will accept, and which measures its value in terms of all other commodities. The specific amount of the money commodity, gold or silver, which is given for a specific commodity, is termed its price. The value of commodities is only apparent as a tendency, as a law-like movement tending to regulate the process of exchange or sale. The product of this process is the actual exchange ratio, or the price obtaining on a market. Naturally, a law and its result are two different things. Irrespective of whether we are talking about social processes or natural processes, distinguishing one from the other is the prerequisite for unearthing the laws governing these processes. Each process must be considered separately, removed from disturbing secondary factors. This is the only method for discovering the laws which operate behind the visible phenomena. Once these laws are understood, it is an easy matter to understand their surface manifestations. Proceeding in the opposite direction will yield neither an understanding of the phenomena, nor of their underlying laws. Despite the patent obviousness of this point, and its constant repetition, it is still persistently ignored, especially in value theory. What then does determine exchange value? The particular, regular exchange ratio of two commodities. Exchange is the child of the division of labor. Commodity production is a form of production in which workers in different branches of labor, working independently, produce for each other. In a socialist society they would work for each other directly. As independent producers they can only work for each other by exchanging the products of their labor. They are, however, free and equal. A true exchange of commodities can only take place between such individuals. A situation in which one party is dependent on the other would constitute extortion or robbery, not exchange. Of course, a free individual will not work for another for nothing. They will not give more labor than they receive. There is, therefore, an observable tendency for products requiring the same expenditure of labor to be equated with each other in exchange, with the average amount of necessary labor required for their production determining their value. Character of modern agriculture 61. Whether the producer realizes this value on the market, whether the price obtained for the commodity at least covers the labor contained in it, depends on a number of circumstances grouped together under the headings of supply and demand. The theory that the value of the commodity is determined by the socially necessary labor required for its production is strenuously disputed by modern university economic science. A closer look reveals, however, that all the academics' objections rest on a confusion of commodity value with use value, on one hand, and price on the other. All academic theories of value basically boil down to trying to add in the utility of products and the demand for them into their value, in addition to the expenditure of labor required to produce them. Clearly, a product has to be useful. It must correspond to some real or imagined need if it is to become a commodity and acquire a value. Use value is the precondition for commodity value, but does not determine the latter's level. The presupposition for any exchange is that both commodities are of a different sort, otherwise exchange would have very little purpose. Use values of a different type cannot be compared in purely quantitative terms, as can be done with exchange ratios. It would be absurd to maintain that a yard of linen is 10 times more valuable than a pound of iron because it can satisfy 10 times as much need, or is 10 times more useful than a pound of iron. The utilities of commodities represent quite different and incommensurable concepts. Of course, different examples of the same type of commodity can exhibit a higher or lower level of use value. A durable pair of boots has a higher use value than a less durable pair. A glass of Rye-Eimer has a greater use value than a glass of Gryenberger. The consumer is perfectly happy to pay more for the higher use value. Use value is therefore an element of commodity value. Or rather, it could almost appear so. But this raises a further question. If the higher use value creates a higher commodity value, why doesn't every producer concentrate exclusively on producing examples of a given commodity with a higher use value? Why doesn't every cobbler make solid shoes, or every vintner top quality wines? The answer is very simple. If we disregard individual differences in the raw materials and tools used by the cobbler, for example, which do not affect the overall outcome, then better shoes are the product of better labor, that is a greater expenditure of labor. and it is this greater expenditure of labor, and not the higher use value, which determines the higher commodity value of the better quality product. There is a well-known saying that the most expensive goods are the cheapest, that is, their 62 the agrarum question use value exceeds that of the lower quality product by much more than their commodity value. A pair of boots costing 12 marks might last twice as long as a pair costing 10 marks. The higher price of a Johannisberger or a Rudsheimer is based, however, on the fact that these wines cannot be produced everywhere. The law of value ceases to apply here since we have entered the realm of monopoly. The law of value presupposes free competition. Differences in quality which cause differences in prices for the same type of commodity are always attributable either to differences in the expenditure of labor or the existence of monopoly. It would be sheer idiocy to think that workers with the same skills or gifts would not produce the best quality product in their field were such factors not at work. Greater or lesser demand has a similar effect to that of greater or lesser utility. Although the interaction of demand and supply might explain why the price, not value, of the same commodities can be high one day and low the next, it can never explain why one type of commodity is always more expensive than another, why, for example, on average a pound of gold was always approximately 13 times more expensive than a pound of silver, over a period of several centuries. The only plausible explanation is that the conditions under which the two metals were produced remained constant over this long period. It would be ridiculous to suppose that the demand for gold remained exactly 13 times greater than the demand for silver, uninterruptedly over the entire period. Although one's initial feeling is one of embarrassment at having to repeat these arguments for the umpteenth time, it does unfortunately seem to be necessary every time the discussion turns to value theory, since its opponents never seem to tire of resurrecting the same old confusions. Take Professor Lucio Brentano, for example. Brentano's most recent writings on agrarian policy, Part I, Theoretische Einleitung in die Agrarpolitik, deals with the theory of ground rent, and its presupposition, value theory. He writes, Ricardo and his school spoke of natural value and characterized this as the sum of the costs required to produce a good. In the social democratic extension of this theory, natural value is characterized as the sum of social labor time needed for the production of a good. Brentano's social labor time is a mystery as far as we are concerned. It is certainly something quite different to socially necessary labor. Character of modern agriculture 63 time. Brentano continues. Both theories of value, Ricardo's and Marx's, have been superseded in economic science. Herman demonstrated their untenability in showing that costs are only one of the factors determining price, and that the urgency of need, serviceability, ability to pay, alternative sources of supply, the seller's need to sell, the exchange value of the means of payment, and other advantages offered by the buyer, together with other possibilities for sale, also play a role in price determination. Brentano, Ibid, p. 84. So, Marx's theory of value has been superseded because price is not determined solely by the expenditure of labor. Ricardo and before him Adam Smith talked about natural price. Brentano forces them, and even Marx, to talk in terms of natural value. It is remarkable how much confusion between price and value can be compressed into the space of so few lines. Leaving aside those factors which determine fluctuations in prices, Brentano's system is so left with only one determining factor, the expenditure of labor, or in Brentano's improvement, the costs of production. Such an improvement is highly dubious, however. Costs of production presuppose exactly what they are intended to explain, value. What determines costs of production? The sum of production costs is the sum of the values expended. Value is first explained by costs of production, and then costs of production by value. What magnificent reasoning! Nevertheless, the proposition that the value of a commodity is determined by its costs of production is not entirely nonsensical. The university economists simply fail to clarify the circumstances under which it might become meaningful. Such a clarification requires us to distinguish between simple and capitalist commodity production. Surplus value and profit. Simple commodity production is the original form of commodity production. It is characterized by the fact that the producers not only confront each other as free and equal individuals, but also own their means of production. As with all the other major epochs of economic development, simple commodity production has never prevailed in its pure form, but always mixed with other forms, such as natural economy, feudalism, and guild-based monopoly. Likewise, under simple commodity production. 64. The law of value was only able to operate effectively where regular production by free and mutually competing producers for the market managed to develop within the prevailing limitations. Capitalist commodity production superseded simple commodity production at a particular culminating point in development. Workers ceased to own their means of production, became propertyless, and found themselves confronted by capitalists, the owners of the means of production. Unable to work directly for the consumer, the workers are now compelled to work for the capitalist entrepreneur. By selling their labor-power to the capitalist, the workers become wage laborers. Commodity production has to await the arrival of this mode of production before it can become the universal, or at least the dominant, form of production. The natural economy then rapidly fades away, feudal exploitation and the guild monopolies cease to be viable, to be replaced by, in general, free and equal producers. However, in creating the conditions under which the law of value can become universally operative, this mode of production also allows an intermediary link to emerge between value and market price, which both obscures the law of value and modifies its operation. This link consists of the costs of production, that is the total sum of money which has to be spent on the production of a commodity. It would be nonsensical to determine the prices of finished commodities by their production costs under a system of simple commodity production. Consider the simplest example of primitive peasant weavers producing their own raw materials and also putting together their own looms. No money outlays are required, and the production of the product costs the producer nothing more than labor. However, the determination of price by the costs of production no longer appears so absurd where the existence of a division of labor means that producers have to buy their means of production. As with our rustic weaver, the value of the linen produced by a specialized craft weaver is determined by the labor socially necessary for its production. It is simply not quite as evident as in the former instance. The producers no longer make their own yam and loom, but purchase them. Their value constitutes the craft weaver's costs of production, and they enter into the value of the product, in full in the case of the yam, and in part, depending on the rate of wear and tear, in the case of the loom. But these costs of production do not determine the total value of the linen. This can only be established by adding in the value created by the weaver's labor. The situation is quite different under the capitalist mode of production. The owners of the means of production and the worker are. Character of modern agriculture. 65 Two different individuals. A capitalist who wants to produce an article not only has to buy in raw materials and implements, like the weaver in the previous case, but also has to buy the labor power of the workers themselves. For the capitalist, and only for the capitalist, all the elements of production dissolve into outlays of money. The production of a commodity does not cost labor but money. It is the amount of money, not labor, expended which determines the costs of production and price. But one would have to be blind to the distinction between simple and capitalist commodity production to pronounce the determination of price by costs of production to be the general law of commodity production, and hence to improve the labor theory of value. The true costs of production do not account for all the costs which capitalists take into account when working out what to charge for a commodity. If the price of a commodity was equal to the amount of money expended in its production, capitalists would gain nothing by selling it, yet the motive for capitalist production is the prospect of gain. If investing money in an enterprise did not yield a profit, the capitalist would be better off spending it on his own immediate pleasure. It is profit, gain, which makes a sum of money into capital, and any sum of money which is used to yield a profit is capital. The capitalist therefore adds on an extra amount to the total outlays needed for production, and will feel that production has been at a loss if the customary or normal profit for that branch is not obtained. The capitalist's cost of production, which are used to calculate the price needed to cover costs, are worked out on the basis of the sum of cash outlays plus normal profit. This is a fact which is directly observable in capitalist practice, and is therefore well known. Adam Smith, for example, distinguished between labor value, which underlies the fluctuating market prices in simple commodity production, and the modification of that value in the capitalist mode of production by the costs of production representing the natural price, not natural value elaborantano, which Marx termed the price of production. The advance registered by contemporary academic economics over these outmoded economists consists in not only conflating simple commodity production and capitalist production, but also value, natural price, and market price, and then stating that the classical theory of value has been superseded because natural value does not explain price fluctuations. Smith notes in The Wealth of Nations, in that early and rude state of society which precedes both the accumulation of stock and the appropriation of land, the proportion between the quantities of labor necessary for acquiring different 66 objects seems to be the only circumstance which can afford any rule for exchanging them for one another. Smith, p. 150. As soon as stock has accumulated in the hands of particular persons, some of them will naturally employ it in setting to work industrious people whom they will supply with materials and subsistence, in order to make a profit by the sale of their work, or by what their labor adds to the value of the materials. Ibid, p. 151. Note the sharp distinction drawn between simple and capitalist commodity production. In Chapter 7 Smith goes on to note that every society or neighborhood exhibits an average rate both of wages and profit, and of rent, which we propose to deal with shortly. These average rates can be termed their natural rates. When the price of any commodity is neither more nor less than what is sufficient to pay the rent of the land, the wages of the labor, and the profits of the stock employed in raising, preparing, and bringing it to market, according to their natural rates, the commodity is then sold for what may be called its natural price. Ibid, p. 151. As with value, the natural rate of profit only exists as a tendency, just as prices gravitate towards values, so profits gravitate towards the natural or average profit. What determines the level of this natural or normal profit, however? Neither Smith nor Ricardo, nor in fact any of the other bourgeois economists have much to say on this subject. The proposals they do make, such as greater or lesser risk, higher or lower wage rates, only explain the deviations of actual profit from average profit, just as supply and demand simply explains the deviation of market price from value, or from price of production. They do not explain the level of average profits at a given moment. They may provide a satisfactory explanation of why profit is 19% in one place and 21% elsewhere, but not why it is 20% on average, instead of 200 or 2000%. It was Marx, with the theory of surplus value, who first supplied the explanation for this. Marx did not discover surplus value. Neither did he have to borrow the concept from William Thompson, as it was already clearly outlined by Smith, who in Chapter 6 of The Wealth of Nations writes, "The value which the workmen add to the materials, therefore, resolves itself in this case into two parts, of which the one pays their wages, the other the profits of their employer upon the whole stock of materials." Character of Modum Agriculture 67 and wages which he advanced, Ibid, p. 151. This represents a clear recognition and definition of surplus value, to which Thompson subsequently added nothing. His sole contribution was to derive a juridical demand of dubious value from the economic facts. In fact, he had no more idea of how to use the concept of surplus value to explain economic processes than Smith or any of the other pre-Marxist economists. Surplus value simply served to condemn profit, not to explain it. This achievement fell to Marx, who was the first to show systematically where surplus value originated from, and how it functioned, a fact which the later discoveries of Menger and his associates can do little to change. Surplus value exists because, beyond a certain level of technical development, human labor power can produce more than is required for its preservation and reproduction. Human labor power has yielded up such a surplus since time immemorial. The entire progress of civilization rests on the steady increase in this surplus through improvements in technology. Under simple commodity production, the surplus product takes the form of commodities and receives a value. This cannot yet be termed surplus value since although human labor power produces values, at this stage of development it does not yet have a value itself, not being a commodity. The receipts from the surplus product accrue to the workers. They can be used to improve the welfare of workers' families, for enjoyments, both of a basic and more refined sort, to increase savings or even amass a fortune, and to improve the means of production. The worker has to make some deductions for the surplus product, payments to landlords, the commune, the nobility, and interest payments to the usurer, should the worker have previously fallen on hard times. The value of the surplus product may even be wholly or partly denied the worker before it is even produced. The free worker's misfortune is not only to be open to exploitation by the usurer, but also at a certain level of development of the market to exploitation by the merchant, often one and the same individual. Under simple commodity production the profit of the merchant cannot, therefore, simply rest on the fact that the commodities are sold for more than their value, but also that they are bought for less than their value. This source of profit grows in proportion to the degree of market competition and the subordination of the producer. One further step beyond this stage, and we enter the domain of the capitalist mode of production. Instead of forcing the free producer to accept a price below the value of the product, it would not require a leap of imagination on the part of the 68th merchant to choose to exploit the distress of the workers by taking them into service as wage laborers, shifting the site of the production of commodities from the worker's own workshop to that of the capitalist, and providing the workers living by buying their labor power, not their products. Labor power becomes a commodity, and as such receives a value which is equal to the value of the means of subsistence necessary for its preservation and reproduction. The surplus of value which the workers produce above and beyond the value of their own labor power becomes surplus value, where the price of labor power, the wage, corresponds to its value. This accrues wholly to the capitalist. The industrial capitalist obtains the whole of the product created by his wage laborers. The value of this product is equal to the value of the means of production used, raw materials, wear and tear on machines and buildings and the like, plus the value of the worker's labor power, in more common parlance, the wage plus surplus value. It is the latter which constitutes the profit. The transformation of surplus value into profit is, however, a much less simple operation than the transformation of value into price. Capitalists put capital, not labor, into the production process. Their profit does not appear as the product of surplus labor but as the product of capital. The rate of profit is calculated not by the amount of labor employed, but on the amount of capital. What follows from this is that if several enterprises obtain the same rate of surplus value, different rates of profit will emerge if the amounts of capital used in each vary. We can illustrate this in a simple example. Consider 3 enterprises in which not only the rate of surplus value, that is the exploitation of the workers, but also the turnover of capital is the same. The capitalist calculates the rate of profit as the ratio of the total mass of profit obtained by a firm in 1 year to the total mass of capital advanced for 1 year. If 2 firms with the same rate of surplus value and amount of capital had different turnover times for their capital, their rate of profit would be different. If a capital of 100,000 marks yields a surplus value of 10,000 marks on each turnover, then, with a single turnover of capital per year, the ratio of the annual surplus value to capital would be equal to 1:10, if the capital turned over 10 times it would be equal to 10:10. In the first instance the rate of profit would be 10% and in the second 100%. Nevertheless, we will leave this difference aside here as it would merely complicate the issue at hand. If we, Therefore, consider three firms with the same rate of surplus value, the same turnover time of capital, and the same number of character of modern agriculture 69 workers, then what will vary is the amount of capital required to employ the same number of workers. Marx distinguished between two types of capital, constant and variable. Variable capital is the money expended on the wages applied to produce surplus value. This portion of the capital grows in the production process, can change, in other words, is variable. By contrast, that portion of capital tied up in buildings, machines, and raw materials, that is, in the means of production, does not change the magnitude of its value during the production process, its value appears unchanged in the product which it produces, it is therefore constant. In our example we proceed on the assumption that each of the three firms expends the same amount of variable capital, but differing amounts of constant capital. In one firm an unusually small amount of constant capital is used, it could be a small carpenter's workshop without any buildings or machines, using simple tools to produce cheap timber. The second firm employs an unusually large amount of constant capital, we can imagine, perhaps, a chemical factory with very substantial buildings, numerous machines, and relatively few workers in comparison. And finally, the third firm might represent the average expenditure of constant and variable capital, let's say a furniture factory. To make our example as simple as possible we shall assume that all the constant capital will be completely used up in the course of 1 year, and will therefore appear in full in the value of the product. In reality, of course, this only rarely happens in a capitalist enterprise, buildings and machinery do not wear out that quickly. A machine remains in use for around 10 years, and therefore only gives up 1/10 of its value to the products which it creates in any 1 year's output. However, not making this assumption would unnecessarily complicate our example without affecting anything in the final result. Each of the three firms employs 100 workers at an annual wage of 1,000 marks per worker. The rate of surplus value is 100% in each case, the mass of surplus value is consequently 100,000 marks. However, in firm A, the woodyard, constant capital is 100,000 marks, in firm B, the furniture factory, it is 300,000 marks, and in firm C, the chemical factory, 500,000 marks. With 1 turnover per year, we therefore have the following results. 70. Capital, in marks. Ratio of surplus. Fin variable constant total surplus value to total value capital. A 100,000 100,000 200,000 100,000 1:2. B 100,000 300,000 400,000 100,000 14. C 100,000 500,000 600,000 100,000 16. If the commodities were sold at their values then A would make a profit of so %, B of 25% and C of 16.6%. This would constitute a gross violation of the supreme commandment of the capitalist mode of production, equality, not of people, but of profit. Capitalists would shun factories in branch C, and descend in a pack on firms in branch A. In C the supply of products would soon drop and, as a consequence, the price would rise above the level of value, the converse would take place in A. Finally prices in A and C would reach a level at which each would yield the same rate of profit as the average capital B. This rate of profit is the average rate of profit and determines the price of production. We therefore have firm total surplus total value rate profit total capital value of annual of production product profit price of the annual product marks percent marks. A 200,000 100,000 300,000 250,000 250,000. B 400,000 100,000 500,000 25 100,000 500,000. C 600,000 100,000 700,000 25 150,000 750,000. Total 1,200,000 300,000 1,500,000 2 300,000 1,500,000. Consequently, the prices of production as determined by the costs of production diverge from the values of the products. However, this is only a modification of the law of value, not its nullification. It continues to exercise its regulative function behind the price of production and retains its absolute validity for the totality of commodities and the character of modern agriculture. 71 Aggregate mass of surplus value, providing the basis both for prices and the rate of profit, which in its absence would float, unsuspended, in mid-air. Academic economists treat Marx's value theory, long since superseded by science, with contempt. But this does not seem to deter them from regarding it as vital to maintain a running battery of books and monographs to supersede it yet again, works whose value is perhaps not always in proportion to the labor expended on their production. And what do they offer by way of explanation of the average rate of profit? Just that little word: normal. Differential rent. The foregoing explanation of customary or normal profit has brought us to the subject of ground rent. One of the sources of ground rent lies in the fact that capitalists can make a surplus profit in addition to their normal profits. Of the various types of surplus profit which exist, the one we are interested in here arises from the fact that by having access to especially favorable means of production, an industrial capitalist can produce at a cost price lower than that necessitated by the generally prevailing relations of production. Consider the following illustration, based on the same simplifying assumptions made above. Two shoe factories are located in a town. Miller & Co. produces using the conventional machinery available. Masters & Co. has managed to get hold of some particularly efficient machines. Miller & Co. produces 40,000 pairs of shoes a year, with a total outlay of 320,000 marks. The average rate of profit is 25%. Miller & Co. therefore has to set its prices sufficiently high to make a profit of 80,000 marks, in order to avoid what would be regarded as a loss in capitalist terms. The total price of production for Miller & Co. is therefore 400,000 marks, or 10 marks a pair. Thanks to its excellent machines, Masters & Co. can produce 45,000 pairs of shoes with an outlay of 320,000 marks. The individual price of production is, therefore, not 10 marks a pair, but 8.88 marks. But since the shoes can be sold at the general price of production, that of its competitors of 10 marks a pair, Masters & Co. ends up with 450,000 marks for its total production. In addition to the normal profit of 80,000, there is a nice little sum of 50,000 marks as surplus profit. Let us now transpose this example to the realm of agriculture. Instead of two factories, we shall consider two areas of agricultural land, each 72 of approximately 20 hectares, of differing fertility, cultivated by capitalist entrepreneurs. One produces 400 cwts of wheat for an outlay of 3,200 marks, and the other 450 cwts for the same outlay. The owner of the first area of land, assuming a normal rate of profit of 25%, will have to add 2 marks to the cost price of 8 marks, making a price of production of 10 marks with a total profit of 800 marks. The second cultivator also sells the wheat at 10 marks per cwt, but obtains total receipts of 4,500 marks, and therefore obtains a surplus profit of 500 marks in addition to average profit. Although this might appear to be exactly the same phenomenon encountered in the example taken from industry, it is in fact fundamentally different. Surplus profit in agriculture is subject to quite unique laws, and as a result constitutes a specific category in economics, that of ground rent. The land, and consequently all those productive forces which represent an accessory to the land, marks, capital, UI, p. 615, such as the power of waterfalls or running water in general, is a productive force of a very special kind. It cannot be increased at will, it varies from locality to locality, and the particular characteristics of a given piece of land are rooted in it, and cannot be transported elsewhere. In contrast, machinery and tools can be multiplied at will, can be transported, and can be manufactured to a common standard. Consequently, if an industrial capitalist achieves a surplus profit through access to particularly favorable conditions of production, this is either a result of some unique personal attributes or connections, a stroke of good luck, some particular experience, intelligence, or energy, or a particularly large stock of capital. It will not be long before other capitalists begin to hanker for the same profit. They will attempt to set up factories with the same conditions of production. Sooner or later, the once extraordinarily advantageous conditions of production will become widespread, increased supply to the market will cause prices to fall, and the surplus profit of the capitalist who first introduced the improvements will disappear. In industry, a surplus profit based on more favorable conditions of production is always an exceptional and a temporary phenomenon. In agriculture, where surplus profit originates in the unequal productivity of different types of soil, matters are quite different. This unequal productivity is the result of natural conditions, and under given technical circumstances is a fixed magnitude. Even if we assumed that all other conditions of production were identical for different farmers, differences in the quality of the soil would still remain. Unlike surplus profit in industry, ground rent is an enduring phenomenon. Character of modern agriculture 73. But this is not the end of the story. As we know, the price of production of an industrial good is determined by the normal profit plus the cost price required on average under the given conditions of production, that is, the total outlay of capital needed to produce a good. A factory whose individual cost price is lower than the socially average is rewarded by a surplus profit, and a factory which produces at a higher cost receives a lower than normal profit, and may even make a loss. In contrast, cost price in agriculture is not determined by the costs of production on average quality land. If poorer soils are widely cultivated in addition to the best land, this is not something which can be attributed to the personal circumstances or the character of the farmer. It is a product of the fact that the better land does not produce enough to feed the entire population. But the capitalists, and we are only dealing here with capitalist agriculture, expect to obtain normal profits as well as cost price from their entrepreneurial activities. Consequently, poorer land will only be cultivated if the reduced supply has so raised the prices of foodstuffs that cultivating even the worst land is worthwhile. In agriculture, therefore, it is the poorest, not average, land which generally determines prices of production. This leads to a third distinction between ground rent and industrial profit. Population growth occurs where industry develops, with a consequent growth in the demand for foodstuffs. New land has to be brought into cultivation. As a result, the differences in productivity between different areas of cultivated land will tend to widen during the course of economic development, with a consequent growth in ground rent. We can show this by extending our previous example to embrace a third piece of land which only manages a yield of 320 cwts of wheat. Thus, Table I. Type wheat capital realty individual price general price ground of yield advanced of production rent land profit total per could. EOD marks percent mil TKS mil TKS marks MLLRKS. A 453,225 4008.88 4510 500. B 403,225 4010.00 4010. 74. Table N. Type wheat olpital rate indi T1 equal price general price ground of yield advanced of production rent land profit total per could. Act marks percent marks. A 453,225 4008.88 5650 12.50 1650. B 403,225 4010.00 5000 1250 1000. C 323,225 4012.50 4012.50. The upshot of increasing production and its extension to poorer land is an increase in ground rent on soil A from 500 to 1,650 marks. Soil B, which previously yielded no ground rent, now provides 1,000 marks. The rate of profit has a tendency to fall in the course of capitalist development. We cannot go into why this is so here, and the issue is not in dispute as such. In contrast, ground rent has a tendency to increase. This does not mean that the ground rent of a particular plot of land must steadily increase. In a country which has been under cultivation for a long time, the extension of cultivation will usually be from good soil to poorer soil. The opposite often happens in a new country, since the land first taken into cultivation is not necessarily the best but simply the most accessible. If we had assumed that better land was taken into cultivation as agriculture expanded, our table would have looked something like this. Table M. Type wheat olpital rate indi T1 ejual price general price ground of yield at T janst of production rent land profit total per could. WT marks percent marks X 503,225 4008.00 5010 1000 A 453,225 4008.88 4510 500 B 403,225 4010.00 4010 Table 4 Y 603,225 4006.66 5328 8.88 1328 X 503,225 4008.00 4448.88 448 453,225 4008.88 4008.88 Character of modern agriculture 75. In Table I the ground rent of A has not risen, but area X, which previously produced no ground rent, now yields 1,000 marks. The mass of ground rent accruing to land ownership has increased in absolute terms and in proportion to the total capital advanced in comparison to Table 1. Under certain circumstances so much land, and of such high quality can be made cultivable that food prices fall, and agriculture ceases to be profitable on the poorer soils, which have to be abandoned. Where this happens, the ground rent from certain plots will fall, but despite this the mass of aggregate ground rent can continue to increase, both absolutely and in proportion to the total capital employed. This case can be seen in Table 4. In Table 4 the price of production has fallen, and soil B is abandoned. Area A no longer provides a ground rent, and the ground rent on X has fallen from 1,000 marks to 440. Nevertheless, the total amount of ground rent has risen from LOO marks, Table IL, to 1,768. This rule operates irrespective of whether we consider an individual plot, the total land area of a country or even the world economy as a whole. The only difference is that the scale shifts from hundreds and thousands to hundreds and thousands of millions. Differences in the fertility of land are not the only source of ground rent. Differences in location and distance from market can also have the same effect. The more the population of a market for foodstuffs, and hence its demand for food, grows, the greater the distance from which produce has to be obtained. Naturally, remote tracts of land will only be cultivated if food prices have risen sufficiently to cover transport costs and production costs, as well as yielding the average rate of profit. Ground rent will then arise in the plots of land nearest to the market. Consider 3 plots of land at various distances from the market. To keep matters simple we shall assume that all are equally fertile. Transport costs are 1 penny per cwt/mile. Plot distance production individual transport market ground FROV. Of wheat production costs price rent market price where produced. Miles cwt marks misrcase marks. A 5 400 4,000 24,400 380. B 50 400 4,200 4,400 200. C 100 400 4,400 4,400. 76. This type of ground rent also tends to rise in proportion to the growth in population, although improvements in transportation counteract this. We now turn to the third, and for countries with well-developed cultivation, most important type of ground rent. Food production cannot only be increased by bringing land under the plow, but also by improving methods of cultivation on already utilized land, and by applying more labor to it, in short, by advancing a larger amount of capital, outlays on wages, stock, fertilizers, implements, etc. If this additional capital produces a higher yield when applied to good land than would have been obtained by using it to bring poorer land into cultivation, this additional yield constitutes a new surplus profit, new ground rent. We can illustrate this by reconsidering the example in Table I. There we had two plots of land of equal size, A and B. B has poorer soil, and its price of production, 10 marks per CWT, is the one which dictates the market price. An additional amount of capital is applied to soil A, doubling the original capital. The new investment is not as productive as the former, but more productive than the capital applied to the poorer soil. We then have Table V. Capital wheat capital rate costs of markle price ground indest yield sum of production rent meant profit per cut total. CWT marks percent marks milraques marks. A 1 453,225 4010 4500 500. A 2 423,225 4010 4200 200. Total 876,425 8010 8700 700. B 403,225 4010 4000. The overall ground rent on A has therefore been increased by the additional capital investment A2. Irrespective of the various forms of ground rent, they all have one thing in common: they arise from the differences in the fertility or location of individual plots of land. They are differential rents. But who benefits? In industry, the surplus profits resulting from above-average productivity of labor are pocketed by the capitalist, even though they may not have invented the better machine themselves, but simply commandeered the means for getting one up on their competitors. And character of modern agriculture 77. Even though they are not personally responsible for the greater productivity of labor, which rests on the fact that the capitalist can produce with a larger capital, that is, on an expanded scale. The capitalist does not do as well out of the surplus profit arising from the differences in the fertility or location of a plot of land. Naturally, if landowner and farmer are one and the same person, then the producer will reap in the surplus profit. But this will not happen where farmer and landowner are two separate individuals, with the former merely leasing the land, which cannot be transferred or expanded at will. The non-landowning farmer requires the permission of the landowner to practice agriculture, and the price of this permission is the obligation to hand over any surplus profit, ground rent. As a rule, the landowner will not be able to get any more than this surplus profit out of the tenant, assuming, as we do here, that the tenant is a capitalist farmer. If the capitalist sees no prospect of making the customary profit, he will abandon the business, and the landowner will be left tenantless. On the other hand, if the lease price is less than the ground rent, the tenant will retain part of the surplus profit for himself. This above-average profit will then attract competition, and push up the lease price on land. Absolute ground rent. The monopoly control over the land exercised by the landowner is also evidenced in another way. So far we have assumed that the poorest land yields no surplus profit. However, if the market prices of capitalistically produced commodities were determined directly by their values, and not by their prices of production, capitalist agriculture could also obtain a surplus profit even on the poorest soils. Let us go back to the tables on P70 above, in which we indicated the ratio of surplus value to total capital for three different enterprises: A, Band C, with, as Marx terms it, different organic compositions of capital, where organic composition of capital is the name we give to its value composition, insofar as this is determined by its technical composition and reflects it. Marx, Capital, IL, p. 245. The lower the amount of constant capital used in relation to variable, the lower the composition of capital. The exploitation of the workers, that is, the rate of surplus value, is assumed to be the same in all three cases. 78. Fin variable constant total surplus ratio of capital L value surplus value to total capital marks. A 100,000 100,000 200,000 100,000 1:2. B 100,000 300,000 400,000 100,000 14. C 100,000 500,000 600,000 100,000 16. If commodities were sold at their values, that is, if the mass of surplus value in each case was equal to the profit, then with B representing the average composition of capital, A will obtain a surplus profit. A will receive 50% and B 25%, making a surplus profit of 25%. For A were a producing under free competition, this surplus profit would be a temporary phenomenon. But if A were to occupy a unique position, enabling it to exclude competition to some extent, as in land ownership, matters would be quite different. The ownership of land is a monopoly in all the older nations and confers the right to exclude land from cultivation should it fail to yield a rent. 2 Als Lied, can Carlos nicht hassen, Schiller, Don Carlos, and in a situation where every landowner is pocketing a rent, the owner of even the poorest land, yielding no differential rent, will also want to join the game. Such land will be kept out of cultivation until the price of food has risen sufficiently to award this landowner a surplus profit too. In fact, such a surplus profit can arise without the price of production of grain exceeding its value. At least up to a certain level of technical development, agriculture is one of those branches of industry which exhibits a lower composition of capital inasmuch as they process virtually no raw materials. In fact, they are the producers of such materials. Rodbertus, whose merit it was to provide the initial demonstration that the source of ground rent was the surplus profit arising from agriculture, was nevertheless wrong in claiming that the lower composition of agricultural capital is inherent in agriculture. Although agriculture uses much less raw material than other branches of capitalist economic activity, its outlays on machinery and buildings, silos, stalls, drainage and so on, rise steadily in step with technical progress. It is very doubtful whether intensive agriculture could be practiced with a lower than average composition of capital. Character of modern agriculture 79. The turnover time of capital is also relevant in the calculation of profit. We left this to one side earlier so as not to introduce unnecessary complications into the analysis. The capitalist's rate of profit is the ratio of the mass of profit obtained in a given period, say, a year, to the total capital employed. Given a uniform organic composition of capital and size of enterprise, the total amount of capital used will have to be larger, the slower the turnover of capital. In agriculture, the turnover of capital is especially slow, and a slower than average turnover can negate any surplus profit emanating from other sources. Let us assume that the three capitals A, B, C from our previous example each have different turnover times, with A needing 200,000 marks, B 400,000 and C 600,000 to obtain a surplus value of 100,000 marks. The turnover time in A is 1 year. We disregard the distinction between fixed and circulating capital at this stage, in B 6 months, and in C 3 months. A will therefore have to advance the full 200,000 marks in order to achieve the required outlay for 1 year. B will also have to advance 200,000 marks to reach a total of 400,000 for the year as a whole, but C can attain its annual requirement of 600,000 marks by advancing a mere 150,000. Firm. A. B. C. Total capital. Marks. 200,000. 200,000 150,000. Surplus value. Marks. 100, 0. 100, 0. 100, 0. Ratio of surplus value to fatal capital %. 50.0. 50.066.6. The more rapid turnover has more than made up for the loss which C suffered through its higher composition of capital. Rodbertus was therefore wrong to suppose that the lower composition of capital in agriculture necessarily produces a surplus profit whenever agricultural products are sold at their values. First, there is nothing necessary about this lower composition, and secondly, its effects can be more than offset by the slowness of agricultural capital's turnover. Although Rodbertus overshot the mark by trying to prove that the lower composition had to give rise to a specific form of rent, he did nonetheless show how such a rent could arise. It was left to Marx to explore the laws of this type of rent, which he termed absolute ground rent. As with any monopoly price, the price of food as determined by 80. Monopoly land ownership can exceed its value. How much it exceeds it is a function of the extent to which the laws of competition still operate within the limits imposed by monopoly. This is determined by competition between landowners, including those from abroad, by the extent to which additional capital flows to better land under the impact of rising prices, thus raising its output, and finally, and most importantly, by the purchasing power of the population. The higher the price of food, the smaller will be the numbers of consumers, and the greater will be the number of those who have to cut back on consumption, in the process raising the demand for surrogates and stimulating their production. If this method does not succeed in providing the mass of the population with an adequate supply of food, increased emigration and mortality will eventually reduce their numbers. The owners of land cannot, therefore, raise absolute ground rent simply at WIU, but what they can extort they certainly do. If absolute ground rent is paid on the poorest soils, then it must also be paid on all others. This can be shown by a simple calculation. If we recall Table IL, in which the poorest land C paid no ground rent at a wheat price of 12.50 marks per CWT, we can see what would happen if soil C was kept out of cultivation until the price of wheat well exceeded 12.50 marks. In fact, let us assume that it rises so much that even bringing C into cultivation and the consequent additional supply will not push the price below 15 marks per CWT. We would then have the following situation. Type wheat price of production market differential absolute total of yield per cut price rent land per coal individual general CWT marks a 458.88 12.50 15.00 1630 1125 2755 B 410.00 12.50 15.00 1000 1000 2000 C 320 12.50 12.50 15.00 800 800. The owner, or owners, of Plot C have not only created a rent for themselves through the increase in the price of wheat, but have demonstrated their practical Christianity by virtually doubling the rent of their colleagues. How they did this is the method adopted by all cartels, restricting output to raise prices. The distinction between an character of modern agriculture 81 agrarian and an industrial cartel consists in the fact that the landowner's natural monopoly makes it easier for them to raise prices than is the case for their industrial or commercial colleagues, who are obliged to create a monopoly by artificial means. Of course, no one is more indignant about corn profiteering and wheat price rings than the landowners, precisely the same individuals who prohibit Jewish trading in futures since it allegedly prevents the price of bread from going up. Ground rent enters the landowner's coffers pinned to the title deeds of land, they do not have to lift a finger to collect it once the land is leased out. Capitalist entrepreneurs, although not actually engaged directly in production, at least have to be active in the sphere of commodity circulation, in purchase and sale, in order to realize the profit produced by their workers, or used to until joint stock companies both revealed and confirmed their superfluity hereto. All the landowner has to do is own the land, and look on as the rents not only come rolling in, but also often increase without any effort on the landowner's part. Capitalist ground rent should not be confused with the burdens imposed on peasants by the feudal aristocracy. Initially, and more or less throughout the Middle Ages, these corresponded to important functions which the lord had to perform, functions which were subsequently taken over by the state, and for which the peasants paid taxes. The seigneurial class had to superintend the system of justice, to provide police, and represent the interests of its vassals to the outside world, to protect them through its possession of arms, and to furnish military service on their behalf. None of these concerns is relevant to the landowner in capitalist society. As differential rent, ground rent is the product of competition; as absolute ground rent, it is the product of monopoly. The fact that these accrue to the landowner is not due to the latter's exercise of any social function, but solely and simply due to the consequence of private property in land and soil. In practice, ground rent appears undivided; one cannot spot which parts are differential rent and which absolute ground rent. In addition, they are also usually mixed up with interest on capital for expenses incurred by the landowner. If the landowner is the cultivator, ground rent appears as a portion of agricultural profit. Nevertheless, the distinction between the two types of rent is crucial. Differential rent arises from the capitalist character of production, not from private property in the land. It would continue even if the land were to be nationalised, as the land reformers demand, but with the 82. Capitalist organization of agriculture retained. The only difference would be that the differential rent would accrue to society rather than to private individuals. Absolute ground rent arises out of private property in land, and the conflicts of interest between landowners and the population at large. Land nationalization would facilitate its abolition, offering the opportunity to reduce the price of agricultural products. The reason for this, and this is the second distinction between differential and absolute rent, is that the former is not an element in the determination of the prices of agricultural products, whilst the latter most certainly is. Differential rent is the product of prices of production, absolute ground rent of the excess of market prices over prices of production. The former is constituted out of the surplus, the extra profit, obtained via the greater productivity of labor on better land, or in a more advantageous location. The latter, in contrast, owes nothing to any additional yield by certain sections of agricultural labor, and as a consequence can only come about via a deduction, which the landowner makes from the values available, a deduction from the mass of surplus value implying either a diminution of profit or a deduction from wages. If food prices and wages rise, the profit of capital will fall. Prices rise without a proportional increase in wages, then it is the workers who will suffer. Finally, it can happen, and it usually does, that workers and capitalists share the loss imposed on them by absolute ground rent. Fortunately, there are limits to how much absolute ground rent can be increased. We referred above to the fact that landowners cannot fix its level just as they might wish. Until recently, like differential rent, it was steadily rising in Europe due to the growth in population which accentuated the monopoly character of land ownership. Foreign competition has now broken this monopoly to a considerable extent. With the exception of a few districts in England, there is no reason to suppose that differential rents in Europe have suffered from this foreign competition. No poor land has been taken out of cultivation, even the worst land is still cultivated. At most the type, but not the intensity, of cultivation has changed. Absolute ground rent has fallen, however, the main beneficiaries being the working classes. The substantial improvement in their standard of living since the 1870s is basically attributable to the drop in absolute ground rent, and, in addition, to the strengthening of the political and economic power of the proletariat which has prevented the capitalist class from deriving the sole benefit from this development. Character of modern agriculture 83. These benefits have to be set against a number of disadvantages. Falling ground rent has led to a crisis in agriculture which, unlike industrial or commercial crises, is chronic in character, especially in those areas where, as in most countries, the landowner and farmer are one and the same individual, so that a loss to the landowner is also a loss to the farmer, and in areas where ground rents are fixed in the price of land. Private property in land, which, through the mechanism of increasing ground rent, was one of the most prolific sources of the impoverishment of the working classes before the emergence of foreign competition, is now a source of the impoverishment of the landowner and farmer. Any attempt to block either source simply induces the other to flow more freely. The price of land. Where land is overwhelmingly in private hands and used to produce commodities, the individual pieces of land themselves become commodities. And if the means of production become capital, it is only natural to regard land as capital as well. But this is far from being the case. No matter how often land is termed capital, the landowner will not be APNNY richer. Although the landowner's property has become a commodity, with a definite price and market value, it is subject to quite different laws to those which normally govern the value of commodities. Land is not a product of human labor, and its price is therefore determined neither by the labor necessary for its production, nor by its costs of production. It is determined by ground rent. In capitalist society, the value of a plot of land, or an estate, equals that of a stock of capital whose interest yield is the same as the ground rent from that plot. The market value of the land is equal to the size of this capital. This market value is determined on the one hand by the level of ground rent, and on the other by the customary rate of interest. Interest on capital is that portion of profit which a capitalist entrepreneur pays to the owner of capital in return for having this sum at his disposal, or alternatively, that portion of profit which the capitalist can enjoy merely by virtue of owning capital, without any obligation to exercise any entrepreneurial role in trade or industry. This occurs both in loan capital, and joint stock capital. We are not concerned here with the forms of primitive loan capital and its activity outside the sphere of production. As with rates of profit, rates of interest on capital also tend towards a uniform level. All things being equal, risk and so on, fresh capital will be attracted by a higher than average rate, and flow away from a lower 84 than average rate. In fact, the rate of interest, whether it is the average rate or the market rate of the time, appears as something quite different from the general rate of profit, of a uniform, definite and palpable magnitude. Marx, Capital, 2, p. 487. The equalization of the rate of interest also takes place more swiftly than in the case of the rates of profit. The latter occurs through changes in the overall national process of production, through increasing production in some areas and reducing it in others. Money capital has a less stressful method of equalizing the rate of interest, executed with a mere wave of the hand. On the market where capital investments are bought and sold, a higher valuation is given to those which yield a higher than average rate of interest, whilst investments yielding a lower rate are valued correspondingly lower. A share bought for £200 bearing a dividend of 10% will sell for £400 if the customary rate of interest is 5% regardless of the value of the means of production which it represents. Land is treated exactly like a capital investment and valued in accordance with the level of ground rent it pays to its owner. In treating land as capital, economists nevertheless overlook a number of important differences. The above-average rates of interest obtained by a sum of money capital invested in an industrial enterprise are no more permanently sustainable under free competition, that is, disregarding the type of monopoly found in railways, mines, and so on, than above-average rates of profit. The valuation of a capital investment above its price of production can, therefore, only be a temporary phase. This does not, however, apply to the price of land. As we saw above, land, as such, does not have a price of production. A general fall in the rate of interest has no effect on the market value of money capital, but it does affect the market value of land. A piece of land yielding a ground rent of £6,000 would be worth £100,000 if the rate of interest were 6%, but £150,000 if the rate were 4%. In contrast, it would be absurd to expect that a sum of loan or share capital of £100,000 presently paying 6% would become worth £150,000 if there were a general fall in interest rates to 4%. What would usually happen is that it would stop paying 6% as a result of a conversion of assets or of increased investment in the field concerned, and start paying 4% retaining its value of £100,000. A general fall in the rate of interest increases the market value of land, not of money capitals. It is, of course, possible that capital is also invested in land, and this is usually the case in capitalist countries. But this merely complicates matters without fundamentally changing them. Where this is the case. Character of modern agriculture. 85 The share of the landowner in the agricultural surplus value will not simply consist of ground rent but also interest on capital, and the price of land will include, in addition to capitalized ground rent, capitalized interest on capital, which under normal circumstances is the capital itself. Interest on its own cannot explain the price of land, since land which contains no capital, indeed even land which is totally uncultivated, still has a price if the capitalist mode of production is sufficiently developed. This represents the second distinction between land and capital. The value of a stock of money capital is measured on the capital market according to the interest which it actually yields. The price of a piece of land is measured by the ground rent which it could yield. A third distinction can also be found: those means of production created by human labor are subject to wear and tear, both materially and, as a result of new inventions, morally. Sooner or later they cease to exist, they must be constantly renewed. In contrast, the soil is eternal and indestructible, at least from the standpoint of human society. It would be ridiculous for the owner of an industrial enterprise not to operate it, to leave it unutilized. But this is by no means ridiculous for the landowner if ground rents are rising, especially in the towns. In fact, where this is the case, it is often extremely profitable to keep a piece of land out of use. All these distinctions are obscured if land is termed capital. Despite this, many economists still insist on this identity. For Brentano, for example, the proof is the fact that capital is invested in land, and that Rodbertus characterized an urban building as capital, despite the fact that the land on which the building is erected is a monopolist gift of nature. Therefore, land is now capital. It is distinguished from other capitals solely by being a monopolist gift of nature in limited supply. This applies not only to agricultural land, but also to that used for dwellings or for industrial purposes, and is also the case for waterfalls, mines, railways, and the like. Brentano, Theoretische Einleitung in die Agrarpolitik, p.13. This does not, of course, prove that the land is capital, but rather that urban land, waterfalls, and mines yield a rent. A highly active imagination is certainly required to include railways amongst the gifts of nature. As Dogberry says, to be a well-favored man is the gift of fortune, but to read and write comes by nature. One can call land capital as often as one likes, it will not make the landowner into a capitalist. In assessing the price of an estate, a number of other factors, apart from ground rent, come into consideration. Aside from the ground capital, that is capitalist ground rent, there is the real capital advanced for the 86. Conduct of farming, buildings, equipment, live and dead stock. The market value of this capital is calculated according to the price of production, less wear and tear. An estate can also be combined with the provision of various luxuries, and this is in fact the rule as far as large-scale land ownership is concerned. Such luxuries, which are utterly unrelated to production, naturally increase the price of land, but not the ground rent. The higher the price of such luxuries, the lower the yield of the ground capital will appear to be should their price be included in the price of the land as a whole. To stay with our example, a piece of land yielding a ground rent of £6,000 at a usual average rate of interest of 3% will be worth £200,000. If the owner builds a castle on it requiring an outlay of £100,000, the market price of the estate will be set at £300,000. All this means, however, is that the ground capital will merely pay 2% or interest, much lower than conventional capital. One often hears it claimed that ground capital has this curious capacity to pay a poor yield, and that this type of capital is a poor interest bearer. This is utterly incorrect. As we saw, such a type of capital does not exist in the first place, it is fiction. What we actually have is ground rent. This forms the basis for calculating the value of ground capital. When such a calculation is made, ground rent is usually capitalized at a higher level than would correspond to the average rate of interest, not because ground capital possesses the mysterious property of bearing a lower interest rate, but because the capitalist possesses the eminently unmysterious and easily understood attribute of regarding land, the production side for ground rent, as a capital investment with special advantages. And this is usually the case. Not only does land have both material and non-material advantages not expressed in the ground rent, the ownership of a country house or castle, production of food for the owner's immediate consumption, hunting, political influence, but in addition, ground rents have tended to rise in relation to interest on capital up until recently in Europe, and continue to do so in the large cities and their environs. The capitalist who has bought land has had to pay for such a prospect. All these transactions do not, however, make the landowner, qua landowner, into a capitalist. It is, of course, possible to be both a landowner and capitalist, but this is not the point here. Sale and purchase make land ownership into a capital investment. They no more make land into capital than buying a magistracy in the last century made having a seat on the bench into capital. Landowners can, quite naturally, sell their titles and become capitalists, but they cease to be. Character of modern agriculture: 87 landowners in that same moment. Conversely, a capitalist who uses all his capital to buy land stops being a capitalist in that moment. This observation was first made by the English landowners, who lost the feudal services of their tenants earlier than their continental counterparts, and were consequently obliged to make an earlier start in capitalist agriculture. The low level of development of the credit system meant this remained at the level of an attempt. As early as the 15th century, landowners found themselves forced to divide up their estates into lease holdings of varying sizes, and lease them to farmers who owned the live and dead stock needed for cultivation. The capital required for agriculture found its way onto the farm via the capitalist leaseholder. The modern capitalist tenant system is less developed on the European mainland, in particular north of the Alps, than it is in England. In 1895 only 4,640,000 acres were cultivated by owner farmers in England against 27,940,000 by tenants, 61,014 farms cultivated by their proprietors as against 459,000 by tenants. Germany and France present a very different picture. Nevertheless, tenant farming is on the increase. In the German Empire the number of farms held on lease increased from 2,322,899 to 2,607,210 between 1882 and 1885, with a reduction in the number of unleased farms from 2,953,445 to 2,951,107. In France the situation was as follows. Owner farmer tenant farmer 1,882 3,525,342 1,309,904 1,892 3,387,245 1,405,569. Increase, plus, or decrease, minus 138,097 plus 95,665. Tenant farming is even on the increase in the United States. 1,880. 1,890. Owner farmer 2,984,306, 75%. 3,269,728, 72%. Tenant farmer 1,024,601, 25%. 1,294,913, 28%. In the old North Atlantic states of the Union there is not only a 88 relative but, as in Europe, an absolute decrease in owner farming. Owner-farmer tenant farmer. 1,880, 584,847, 111,292, 1,890, 537,376, 121,193 decrease, or increase, plus, minus 47,471 plus 9,901. Nonetheless, proprietor farms are still the dominant form of agriculture in all these countries. Capitalist agriculture only began to become significant once urban capital, and hence the credit system, had become well developed. This provided a second way for agriculture to obtain capital, through raising loans, either as personal credit or a loan against property, a mortgage bond. We are only concerned with the latter here. The landowner takes out a mortgage, that is, pledges the ground rent in order to obtain money for necessary improvements, to buy livestock, machinery, and synthetic fertilizers. Under the system of capitalist tenant farming, the lease system, the three great categories of income in capitalist society appear sharply demarcated. The owner of the land and the owner of the other means of production, the capitalist, are two separate individuals, both of whom confront the wage laborers exploited by the capitalist. The worker receives a wage, the capitalist the profit on enterprise, and the landowner ground rent. The latter is utterly superfluous as far as the actual practice of agriculture is concerned, neither working administratively nor commercially as the capitalist entrepreneur does. Their sole activity consists in collecting as high rent for the land as possible and then consuming it in the company of their parasites. The mortgage system makes matters somewhat less clear and straightforward, but does not fundamentally alter the final outcome. The division between the landowner and the entrepreneur, albeit hidden behind particular juridical forms, is still there. The ground rent which accrues to the landowner under the lease system ends up in the pocket of the mortgage creditor under the mortgage system. As the owner of ground rent, the latter is consequently the real owner of the land itself. In contrast, the nominal owner of the land is a capitalist entrepreneur who collects the profit on enterprise and ground rent, and then pays over the latter in the form of the interest on the mortgage. If the business fails, and the entrepreneur is no longer able to pay the ground rent due, then this entrepreneur has no more claim to remain on. Character of modern agriculture 89. The land than a leaseholder who ceases to pay rent. In fact, the mortgage creditor often has the power to drive difficult farmers out of their homes and farms by calling in the mortgage in precisely the same way that the landowner can give notice to the tenant. The difference between the lease system and the mortgage system is simply that in the latter the actual owner of the land is termed a capitalist, and the actual capitalist entrepreneur a landowner. Thanks to this confusion, our farmers, who actually exercise capitalist functions, tend to get very indignant about exploitation by mobile capital, that is, the mortgage creditors who in fact play the same economic role as the landowner under the lease system. Mortgage indebtedness is rising rapidly in all countries with a long history of cultivation. This reveals an increase of 1.5 billion within the space of a few years. This rapid increase is a sign that the same process which has already advanced to such a degree in England is now making headway everywhere, although perhaps in a different form, the separation of the cultivator from the ownership of land. Nevertheless, the farmer is still a long way from being a proletarian, just as the English tenant farmer is no proletarian. As with the tenant farmer, the German cultivator continues to own the means of production, apart from the land. Our concern here is only with mortgage and not personal indebtedness. The increase in mortgage indebtedness is not necessarily a sign of agricultural distress. It can arise from this. The need to improve and raise the standard of farming is not the only cause of indebtedness. We shall encounter these other causes later. However, progress and prosperity in agriculture will inevitably express itself in an increase in mortgage indebtedness, first because such progress generates a growing need for capital, and secondly because the extension of agricultural credit allows ground rents to rise. 90. The best long-term statistics on mortgages are kept by the Austrians. There the increase in mortgage indebtedness, excluding Galicia, Bukovina, and the coastal provinces, was. Mortgage indebtedness rose the most in what were in fact the best years for agriculture and urban land ownership, in the early 1870s. The separation of the landowning farmer into two individuals, the landowner and the entrepreneur, is a necessary and natural consequence of private property in land within the capitalist mode of production. It also creates the possibility of the abolition of private property in land, even though conditions may not be ripe for abolishing private property in the other means of production in agriculture. Nationalization could be accomplished through nationalising or socializing the ownership of land where the lease system prevails, and by nationalising mortgages where the mortgage system is dominant. The conditions for such a nationalization are brought much nearer: the more ownership, under the lease system, or mortgages, under the mortgage system, are concentrated in a small number of hands. Unfortunately, proving such a concentration statistically for entire countries over extended periods of time is by no means easy. Although we might possess adequate statistics on agricultural establishments, statistics on mortgages have so far been far from satisfactory, and the statistics on land ownership do not permit a comparison between different time periods or the tracing of the concentration of a number of diverse holdings in a single hand. We shall consider the concentration of land ownership in some of the provinces of Prussia later in a different connection. One can generally suppose, however, that increases in the number of leaseholding tenants. Character of modern agriculture 91 and in the area of leased land will imply a concentration of land ownership in fewer hands, since anyone not requiring their own land for agriculture, anyone, that is, with a surplus of land, can set about leasing part or even all of it. Countries with the most developed lease system are also those in which large-scale land ownership predominates. In Germany, the mortgage system is more important than the lease system. The process of concentration of land ownership, or if one wishes to be more accurate, of ground rent, is clearly visible. We shall see below how the numerous small village usurers have been increasingly pushed to one side to make room for the large centralist capitalist cooperative institutions which have a monopoly on mortgage credit. According to figures provided by Hecht in his study on national and provincial land credit societies, the total sum of mortgage bonds in circulation issued by the German land banks was more than 4.75 billion marks at the end of 1888. Approximately 1.9 billion was accounted for by the cooperative banks, 420 million by the state or provincial land banks and 2.5 billion by the mortgage banks. Most of the latter is tied up with urban land ownership, however. There are also a number of other large financial institutions relevant to the centralization of mortgage lending, such as savings banks, insurance companies, foundations, and corporations of all types. A total of 35 German life insurance companies have 80% of their funds invested in mortgages, the Prussian savings banks over 50%. In Prussia the savings banks owned around 1 billion marks of rural property through mortgages in 1892. In 1877, the 17 cooperative land banks in Prussia issued mortgage bonds to the value of 1.65 billion marks, whilst the 11 private land banks purchased mortgage claims worth 735 million marks in 1886. These figures show an enormous concentration of ground rents in a small number of financial institutions. The concentration continues to grow rapidly. In 1875 the German mortgage banks issued mortgage bonds to the value of 900 million marks, by 1888 this had risen to 2.5 billion marks, and by 1892 to 3.4 billion, concentrated in 31 banks, 27 banks in 1875. Hermes' article on the Landschaften Prussia and agrarian mortgage institutions cites a number of examples of how rapidly mortgage indebtedness has become concentrated in the cooperative land banks of the big Prussian landowners. Mortgages issued by the Knightly Credit Institute of Brandenburg, less those discharged, were as follows, for example. 92. The New Brandenburg Credit Institute, established in 1869, issued mortgage deeds, less those discharged, to the following value. These figures are a dear indication that Marx's dogma is no less valid for landed property than for capital, and indeed, no doubt is placed on its applicability in this respect. It is not, however, held to apply to the actual exercise of cultivation. This is a much more important question which we consider later. At this juncture our concern is still land ownership, and the two forms in which it appears in the capitalist regime. We saw that the mortgage system and the lease system are similar in many respects. But they also display important differences. The most important is that the movement of the lease price follows the movement of ground rent. This is not the case with interest on mortgages. Although not fixed, the latter moves more slowly than lease price, and its movement is not determined by the movement of ground rent, but rather by the rate of interest on capital, which follows quite different laws. Both can move in opposite directions at the same time. Interest on capital can fall and ground rents rise. In fact, this was the normal state of affairs until a short while ago in all the older countries with capitalist production. Under the lease system the benefits of this accrued to the landowner. In contrast, under the mortgage system the actual agricultural entrepreneur, the nominal landowner, can either pocket the increase in ground rent or use it to acquire new mortgage capital. The mortgage creditor derives no more benefit from this advantage of land ownership than from any of the other factors which raise the market value of land ownership and create the low yield on ground capital. As a consequence, at least where ground rents are rising, the mortgage creditor demands a higher return on capital than that yielded by the ground capital, that is, the sum of a mortgage capital which demands the total ground rent as interest is less than the market value of the land encumbered by the mortgage. Consider an estate yielding 6,000 marks ground rent, the average rate of interest is 4%, with capitalized ground rent therefore equal to 150,000 marks. However, the estate also confers a number of benefits already noted above. Of these the most important is the prospect of an increase in ground rent. The owner would therefore demand more than 150,000 marks for the land. Let's say the figure is 200,000 marks, this would. Character of modum agriculture 93 correspond to a yield on ground capital of 3%. Meanwhile, the mortgage creditor wants the average rate of 4%, with the farmer only able to pay 6,000 marks in interest. Mortgage indebtedness can therefore only go up to 150,000 marks, can only equal 3/4 of the value of the land, yet still swallow up the entire ground rent. With rising ground rents, which we assume here, the farmer will nevertheless be better off under the mortgage system than under the lease system. However, there is another side to this coin, which is revealed once ground rents start to fall. Where this happens, the tenants, at least the capitalist tenants, will shift their losses onto the back of the landowner, who, despite perhaps entering into a long struggle, will have to accept a reduction in lease price. By contrast, the owner farmers must initially bear the brunt of a fall in ground rent themselves, they cannot offload the burden onto the mortgage creditor. As a consequence, a development which under the lease system will represent a problem for land ownership, represents a problem for the agricultural entrepreneur, or agriculture, under the mortgage system. The real landowner, the mortgage creditor, is not initially affected. Although mortgage interest rates might of course fall along with ground rents, this is not a result of agricultural distress but of a fall in capital interest in general, a phenomenon which will strike all loan capital. This is not our concern here, however. The rate of interest on mortgages is determined by the general rate of interest on capital, and is unaffected by agricultural distress, serious though this might be. In fact, the greater the difficulties confronting the farmer, the higher the risk premium which has to be paid, and the higher the rate of interest which has to be tolerated, at least when raising fresh loans, and as a consequence, the lower the limit below the price of the estate up to which it can be encumbered with a mortgage. Under the mortgage system, the adjustment of agriculture to falling ground rents does not follow the same course as it does under the lease system, through falling interest, but through the bankruptcy of farmers and the loss of the mortgage creditor's capital, not the most painless or rational operation. Apart from the lease and mortgage system, a third case is possible. This is where the landowner is simultaneously a capitalist, that is, that aside from owning the land, he also possesses enough money to establish a modern farm entirely from his own resources, pocketing as a result not only the profit on enterprise but also the entire ground rent. Such a unification of landowner and capitalist in one person is nevertheless an historical exception, and is likely to remain so within 94. The further development of the capitalist mode of production. The reason for this should be looked for firstly in the superiority of the large farm over the small farm, and secondly in the private ownership of land. 6. The technical superiority of the large fan. The increasingly capitalist character of agriculture brings with it a growing qualitative difference in the techniques used by large and small farms. Leaving aside the plantation system, and similar forms of agriculture which are not our concern here, such a distinction did not exist in pre-capitalist agriculture. The feudal lords cultivated their land using human and animal labor power and the implements of their servile peasants. The lords' own contributions were meager and their means of production not superior to those furnished by the peasant. The fact that they had more hands merely reflected the greater requirements of their household, and had no influence on methods of cultivation. Moreover, the lord was not distinguished from the peasant through possession of a solid tract of land. As with the peasant, the lord's land lay scattered in small lots amongst the open fields, fluren, and was subject to the same communal obligations, flurswang. As we have already noted, the only distinction between the peasant's farm and that of the lord was the fact that the latter was tilled by unwilling, forced laborers, whose main concern was to lessen the strain on themselves and their animals as much as possible. The cultivation of the lord's land therefore involved an enormous waste of both labor time and the means of labor. This changed once feudal services were commuted and the landholder became the free owner of the land. Holdings were consolidated as much as was possible, and cultivated using the owner's implements, stock and wage laborers, in accordance with a plan of their own devising. The large farm acquired a very different aspect to the small. Thereafter, it was the small farm which wasted labor time and the means of labor. Inevitably the distinction between the large and small farm initially made its appearance in the house and homestead, in the household, which took on a greater significance once it began to produce using its own animals, implements and wage laborers. One of the most important differences between industry and agriculture is that, apart from a few rudimentary forms, the industrial 95. 96. Factory and the household are entirely separate establishments, whereas in agriculture the household and the economic unit constitute one solid entity. No agricultural establishment exists without its corresponding household. And turning this proposition around, one can also say that in the countryside all independent households practice agriculture. We scarcely need to prove that the larger household is superior to the smaller when it comes to saving on labor and materials. If we compare a large estate occupying the same area as 50 smaller peasant plots, a single kitchen and stove is set against 50 kitchens and 50 stoves in the smaller farms, 5 cooks as against 50. A need to heat perhaps 5 living rooms in winter as against 50. The larger estate can buy its oil, chicory coffee, and margarine wholesale, whereas the smaller has to buy retail. If we leave the house and go out into the farmyard, we find a stall for 50 to 100 cows on the large farm, against the 50 stalls, each for 1 to 2 cows, on the small farms, with 1 barn and 1 well in place of 50. Walking a little further, we discover fewer roadways. Peasants cannot make use of light railways at all, leading from the farmyard to the fields, fewer hedges and fences and fewer borders. The smaller the plot, the greater the length of its boundaries in relation to its surface area. Boundary length per r equals 100 square m, for the following plots would be as follows. Fencing 50 plots of 20 areas requires 7 times more fencing material, and 7 times more labor than one plot of 10 hectares. On the assumption that the boundary of each plot was 20 centimeters wide, the total amount of land rendered unproductive per ar for the following land areas would be as follows. Demarcating a plot of 10 hectares loses a mere 2.5 ar, but 50 plots each of 20 ar will mean a loss of 18 ar to cultivation. The longer the boundaries of a plot, the greater the seed loss over the border, which will inevitably occur in hand sowing, and hence the greater the amount of labor needed to work the plot. According to Kramer, the cultivation of the soil with plow, extirpator, harrow, roller, horse-drawn hoe, and ridging plow, and sowing it by machine incurs more costs for the same area the smaller the plot. This increase in expenditure on smaller plots is based on an accumulation of losses of time which accompany the cultivation of the land. Such losses regularly occur on turning round at the heads of fields and in working across an edging strip on the narrow side of the plot, the margin, etc., whose width varies with the length of the strip, and in the hand-tilling which has to be done in those corners not reached by the cultivation of the margin. Golds, Handbuch der Landwirtschaft, I. p.198. The 50 peasant plots also require 50 plows, 50 harrows, and 50 carts, where the larger holding can manage with far fewer, perhaps a tenth, of this number. With the same type of farming, the large farm can therefore save on its overall inventory. This can be seen in the statistics for agricultural machinery. One of the few machines which is almost as accessible to the smaller farm as to the larger is the threshing machine. In 1883 the following numbers of threshing machines were in use per 1,000 hectares of land on farms of the following size: 2 to 100 hectares, 2.84 steam threshers and 12.44 other types of thresher; above 100 hectares, 1.08 steam threshers and 1.93 other types of thresher. No one could sensibly want to attribute this difference to the fact that the threshing machine is more widespread on small farms than on large farms. Despite the saving on equipment with the same techniques, the larger farm stock of machinery and equipment may be relatively as well as 98. Absolutely larger than that of the small farm, since in practice its farming techniques do not remain the same. A number of implements and, in particular, machines can only be used profitably in large-scale farming. The peasant cannot make thorough use of them. Kraft's theory of farm management specifies the following farm sizes at which various machines can be fully exploited: horse-drawn plow, seed drill, reaper, gin thresher, steam thresher, steam plow, 30 ha, arable land 70 ha, arable land 250 ha, arable land 1000 ha, arable land. Electric power is also only profitable on large farms. For the time being it looks as if the electric transmission of power is ruled out as a means for raising the net yields of all types of agricultural establishment, in particular the small ones. The benefits are questionable even on estates with 600 acres of arable land. Beneficial effects only begin to be evident on still larger farms. Kotkin, Thiel's Landwirtschaft Jahrbücher, XXVI, vols 4-5, p. 672. These figures can be seen in their true light when one considers that out of the 5,558,317 agricultural establishments in the German Empire in 1895, only 306,82 covered more than 20 hectares, and only 25,061 more than 100 hectares. The vast majority of agricultural establishments are so small that they cannot even make adequate use of the horse-drawn plow, let alone machinery. In 1894 the government of the United States commissioned a number of consular reports on the prospects for the sale of American agricultural machinery abroad. The reports from countries with small-scale land ownership such as Belgium and France and districts of Germany like Hesse and Württemberg were unanimous: farms were too small to allow the application of machinery or even improved implements. U.S. Consul Kiefer, reporting from Stettin, stated that Americans would regard as laughable the local practice of splitting wood with axes no better than Indian tomahawks. Consul Mosier in Sonnenberg observed, agricultural implements in Thuringia are extremely crude. I recently noted some old woodcuts depicting agricultural scenes from the 15th century, and was surprised at the resemblance between the implements in the pictures and those prevalent today. Modern equipment is large and small farms 99 virtually confined to the large Tuchel model estates. Consul Wilson's report from Nice noted much the same in the south of France. In the interior the old Roman plough is still in general or frequent use, a device which merely scratches at the soil without throwing up furrows. Reports from the Consuls of the United States on Agricultural Machinery, pages 510, 524, 621. In 1895 the use of machinery in the German Reich, by size of farm, was as follows, in percent. The large farm is far ahead in terms of the use of machinery in every respect. Apart from the threshing machine, small farms' use of machinery is negligible. The same basic situation also applies in the case of the animal, human or other motive power used to propel or steer machines, tools, and implements. The small farm requires much more effort to achieve the same useful effect for a given area, and cannot make as full or efficient use of these resources as the large farm. The 50 plows and 50 carts which our 50 small peasant farms own also need 50 draft animals and 50 drivers. In contrast, the 5 plows and carts of the large farm will only need 5 teams of animals and 5 drivers. Of course, the dwarf holdings will only have 1 cow each per plow, whereas the plow on the large farm will be drawn by 4 horses, but this does not represent any advantage for the small farm. The double plow with 1 operator and 3 horses can do the same work as 2 simple plows each with 2 horses. The 3-furrow plow, driven by 1 operator and drawn by 4 horses, can perform the same work as 3 simple plows, with their 3 operators and 6 horses. According to Reuning, quoted in Roscher, Nationalökonomie des Ackerbaus, there were 3.3 horses per 100 acres of peasant holdings in 1860 in Saxony compared with only 1.5 on Junker estates. In the 1883 census, the distribution of farm animals in Germany per 1,000 hectares. The peasant's cow is not merely used for milk production and calving, but also serves as a draft animal. The large number of cows on small farms is largely attributable to the fact that peasants practice more stock rearing and less grain production than larger farmers. However, this cannot explain the difference in the keeping of horses. In Great Britain the 1880 figures revealed the following distribution of cattle and horses per 1,000 acres. In addition to wings on livestock, the large farm can also make more economic use of human labor power, as the example of the plow drivers showed, by making do with fewer cattle and fewer implements, by being able to use more labor-saving machinery, and by more rational arrangement of the shape and size of its fields. Although the individual large farm requires relatively less living and dead stock and less labor power relative to its surface area with the same type of cultivation, it naturally always uses absolutely more than the individual small farm, meaning simply that the large farm can take much better advantage of the benefits of the division of labor than the small. Only large farms are able to undertake that adaptation and specialization of tools and equipment for individual tasks, which render the modern farm superior to the pre-capitalist. The same applies to breeds of animals. The dwarf holder's cow is a dairy animal, a draft animal and breeding stock. There is no question of choosing a specific breed, or of adapting the stock and feed to specific requirements. Similarly, the dwarf holder cannot delegate the various tasks on the large and small FANS 101 farm to different individuals. The ability of the large farm to practice this type of specialization confers a number of advantages. The large SCA1E farmer can divide the work into those tasks requiring particular skill or care, and those merely involving the expenditure of energy. The first can be allotted to those workers who display particular intelligence or diligence, and who will be able to increase their skill and experience by concentrating completely, or mainly, on a particular task. As a result of the division of labor and the greater size of the farm, the individual worker will spend longer on each job, and will therefore be able to minimize the loss of time and effort associated with constant switching of tasks or workplaces. Finally, the large-scale farmer also has access to all the advantages of cooperation, of the planned collaboration of a large number of individuals with a common objective. An English farmer already drew attention to this as early as 1773. He pointed out that one farmer employing the same number of workers on 300 acres as 10 farmers each on 30 acres has the advantage in the proportion of servants which will not so easily be understood but by practical men, for it is natural to say, as 1 is to 4, so are 3 to 12, but this will not hold good in practice, for in harvest time and many other operations which require that kind of dispatch by throwing many hands together, the work is better and more expeditiously done, fi 2 drivers, 2 loaders, 2 pitchers, 2 rakers, and the rest at the rick, or in the barn, will dispatch double the work that the same number of hands would do if divided into different gangs on different farms. Marx, Capital, I, p. 444. Extending the farm allows individual tasks to be rapidly and properly executed by specialists, tasks which the small farmer could only do with difficulty and poorly, or which would require the attention of a distant specialist, often after a long wait and frequently in an emergency. Large farms can have their own smithy, saddlery, and wheelwright's shop for repairing and making simple equipment, tools and auxiliary materials. However, the most important advantage which the large farm derives from the larger number of workers at its disposal is the division of labor between so-called handwork and headwork. We have already drawn attention to the importance of scientific management in agriculture, how it alone allows planning, the avoidance of waste or depletion of the soil's wealth and hence the attainment of maximum yields, and how only a scientifically trained farmer using rationally 102. Planned and accurately executed bookkeeping can ascertain the crop rotation, fertilizers, machines, animal breeds and type of feed appropriate to the permanently changing exigencies of science and the market. Training in manual skills and training in science are two strictly separate activities, however. Only a scale of operations large enough to require the full-time employment of someone as manager and supervisor can make use of a fully trained scientific farmer. There is generally an appropriate minimum scale for each specific type of agriculture. Under highly intensive farming, such as wine growing, it can be as little as 3 hectares, with extensive farming, such as pasturage, it can rise to 500 hectares. On average, under Central European conditions, an intensively farmed holding needs to be 80 to 100 hectares, and an extensively farmed holding 100 to 125 hectares to warrant the full-time employment of a person as manager. In our view, this is the minimum size for equipping and running a farm according to scientific principles. But in 1895, Germany possessed only 25,061 farms with more than 100 hectares /1t of a total of 5,558,317. Small wonder that there is a noticeable shortage of rational agriculture. Goltz notes that the average yield is very low. In comparison with the yields which could be obtained and which are obtained on poorer soils with more assiduous cultivation. With practical and experienced farmers, I think I can state without fear of contradiction that yields could be increased by 4 to 8 cwts per hectare through better cultivation. In fact, I believe the possibility for increasing yields to be considerably greater, but I have deliberately chosen this figure, since it cannot be disputed by anyone well acquainted with this field. Goltz, Die Landliche Arbeiterklasse, p. 165. Taking this figure as a basis, improved cultivation would mean that Germany could produce an additional 100 cwts of grain without any enlargement of the area under cereals. Elementary agricultural training schools have been introduced in an effort to provide for the managers and owners of farms too small to require full-time management, and who have to turn a hand to a variety of tasks, a level of learning higher than that offered by ordinary elementary schools. We are the last to want to dispute the usefulness of such training, but it is evident that what they teach cannot really be compared with the training offered by the agricultural colleges proper. They seem more suited to the production of low-cost clerks for reducing the administrative costs of large farms than for educating modern LZRGE and small farms. 103 independent farmers. The intermediate agricultural schools present a different problem. One specialist complained that they inculcated habits inappropriate for a middle-sized and even less for a small farmer. Such students therefore later feel uncomfortable in such a restricted environment, or do not live in a manner suited to it. Instead of benefiting from their attendance at school, they are, in fact, ruined for life. Kirchner, cited in Gold's Handbuch der gesamten Landwirtschaft, I. p. 421. Kirchner's fear is that these bad effects are the result of picking up student habits at the schools, but the acquisition of such habits is merely the external manifestation of an inner transformation wrought by the agricultural schools. Higher education and contentment with the proletarian standard of living are not reconcilable. Most of the students are recruited from the bourgeoisie, and grow up with the expectation of a bourgeois standard of living, an expectation which, via the inevitable influence of the milieu, also touches those working their way up from below. An income providing a comfortable existence for a peasant, artisan or industrial worker would eventually lead to the physical or moral decline of an educated person, and often both. Conservatives who argue that a higher education does not fit the peasant for his occupation are not entirely wrong. One absurd, and more often than not disagreeable, exaggeration of this view is the argument that even the tiny amount of learning imparted by our elementary schools is irreconcilable with peasant life. This both lowers the peasants to the status of beasts, and denies them their last hope of ever being able to organize their farm on some sort of rational basis. Nevertheless, the higher education required by a fully rational farm is indeed difficult to reconcile with the present-day life of the peasant. This is not meant as a condemnation of higher levels of education, but rather of the conditions under which peasants are obliged to live. In fact, what it implies is that the peasant farm does not rest on a higher level of efficiency but on a lower level of expectations when compared with the large farm. The large farm has to be more efficient than the small farm simply to achieve the same net yield as the latter, since it also has to bear the costs, in money, wages and payment in kind, not only of its farm hands, mostly of peasant origin, but also its urban and bourgeois staff. It is the medium-sized farms with their relatively high administrative costs which come off worst in this respect. These costs fall rapidly with increasing size. A farm of 100 hectares will need a 104 trained administrator, the owner or tenant. A farm of 400 hectares would only require the addition of a clerk. All other factors being equal, its yield will be 4 times as great, but its administrative costs will only be 1.5 times as great. And other things being equal, the larger holding is superior to the small within the peasantry itself, and the same is true for all bigger farms up to certain limits which we deal with below. By contrast, to use Hegel's terminology, a transformation of quantity into quality takes place at the boundary between peasant and large-scale farming, such that the peasant farm may be economically, if not technically, superior to the scientifically managed farm. The costs of scientifically trained management can easily overburden a small estate, all the more so where the management has become more adept in the ways of the aristocracy rather than the ways of science, and where their abilities are in inverse proportion to their expectations. This apart, both the large peasant and the large estate are superior to their smaller counterparts, naturally everything else being equal. The larger farm also enjoys a number of constructional advantages which can only be obtained when working with a large area, in particular irrigation and drainage. It is often completely impossible to drain a small area, and is not usually worth the effort. As a rule, only larger areas are drained. Meitzen recorded 178,012 morgen. 1 morgen equals 2/3 of an acre of drained land on large farms in 1885, contrasted with a mere 20,877 on smaller farms. Light railways can also only be used on large interconnected areas. The large farm is not only blessed with advantages in production, it also has a number of advantages in the sphere of credit and commerce. In fact, commerce reveals the superiority of the large farm with particular clarity. It takes no more time to reckon with large figures than with small. It takes 10 times longer to make 10 purchases of £100 than one purchase of £1,000. In commerce, in fact, far more than in industry, the same function takes the same amount of labor time whether it is performed on a large or small scale. Marx, Capital, IL, p. 409. Costs of transportation, particularly by rail, are also lower the larger the volume of goods shipped. Better terms can be had and better produce, by buying wholesale, than by buying retail, and an equal, or even larger profit can be obtained by selling wholesale, selling cheaper and undercutting the competition. The large merchants not only have much lower costs in relation to turnover than the smaller, their grasp of what 105 is happening on the market and their ability to dominate it is also greater. Although this primarily applies to the merchant proper, it is also true for the industrialist and farmer inasmuch as they have to buy and sell. Lack of market power and knowledge hits the small handicraft workers even harder than the small merchants. They cannot retain commercial staff and have to be their own merchant. Worst afflicted are the peasantry in their rural isolation. Their commercial knowledge is the most sparse, they are least able to make swift use of favorable opportunities, let alone to predict them, or to avoid unfavorable situations. At the same time, peasant farming is more diverse than the activity of the town-dwelling handicraft worker, requiring many more individual types of labor and a great deal of sundry buying and selling. Apart from tools, the shoemaker only has to buy leather, twine, and nails. The only products for sale are shoes. But in addition to tools, the peasant also has to buy in seed corn, fodder, and the artificial fertilizers, and sells stock, grain, milk, butter, eggs and so on. No one is more dependent on the presence of the merchant than the peasant. This dependency is at its greatest and most pernicious where the trader doubles up as usurer, where the pressing need for money to pay taxes or debts forces the peasants to offload their goods at any price or to sell them before they are even ready for market. It is at this point that we encounter a further aspect in which the large farm is superior: credit. Chapter 5 showed how modern agriculture is impossible without capital, and that, in the absence of a system of leaseholding, the main means by which farmers acquire money is the mortgage. The farmer can also raise a personal loan or sell off one piece of the farm in order to cultivate the rest. This is not, however, always possible, and it is often inadvisable, since by diminishing the size of the farm, the owners lose the advantage of scale. Not only that, they also forego the prospect of any increase in the price of the separate plot through an increase in ground rents or fall in the rate of interest. Personal credit and mortgages are therefore the main method for the acquisition of capital. Mortgage credit tends to be used where fixed capital is involved, improvements, construction works, disregarding here any changes in ownership which may have prompted the mortgage indebtedness. Personal credit is more customary for circulating capital, fertilizers, seeds, wages, and the like. Indebtedness on the part of a landowner was once the result of an emergency, it represented an abnormal situation. In the capitalist mode of production it arises wherever the landowner and the farmer constitute a single juridical person, it is a necessity rooted in the production process. 106. Itself. Indebtedness on the part of landowners is therefore now inevitable. And with it, the type of indebtedness of landownership has also become a fundamental factor in agricultural production. Although this observation is true of both large and small farms, the former have a number of advantages when it comes to raising money. Finalizing and administering a mortgage of 200,000 marks does r.ot require proportionally more work than one of 2,000 marks. 200,000 marks lent to 100 different individuals is 100 times more costly in terms of labor than the same sum lent once. Lafargue's valuable study of Smoyen ownership in France, Der kleine Grundbesitz in Frankreich, Neuezeit, I. p. 348, provides a striking example of how this works in practice. The costs of a mortgage rise greatly in proportion to the total, the smaller the loan and the shorter the period for which it is made. The following are the rates of interest and the usual costs of a mortgage of 300 francs. Solicitor's fees 5.00. Preparation of contract, 2 copies, 3.00. Registration note 3.00. Seal 1.95. Registration fee of 1 franc 10 cent per 100 francs 3.30. Entry with the Bureau of Mortgages 3.00. Minimum interest of 5% 15.00. Repayment cost 14.25. Total, 48.50. On a nominal loan of 300 francs, the debtor receiving a mortgage loan in fact obtains a mere 251 francs and 50 centimes. Matters are not radically different in Germany. The annual report of the Prussian Central Land Credit Institute for 1894, prepared in April 1895, reads: over the last few years we have made special efforts to ease access to 107. Credit for small and medium-sized landowners. The fact that these continue to be burdened with high-interest mortgages from individuals, foundations and banks rests on the fact that the land credit institutes are rarely able to exempt the debtor from a standard charge even on the pledging of small plots, and the standard costs which have to be paid by the small borrower are out of proportion to the size of the loan. 2 years ago we began to assist on this aspect through a system of flat rate charges. Irrespective of the real costs to us, the borrower only pays 0.02% of the sum applied for, with a minimum charge of 30 marks and a maximum of 300. For loans between 1,500 marks, the minimum under our statutes, and 15,000 marks, application and examination fees will only amount to the modest sum of 30 marks. This social reform therefore consists in deducting as much for a loan of 1,500 marks as for a loan of 15,000 marks. No loans at all are made below 1,500 marks. The very small landowner is completely denied access to mortgage credit. They have the good fortune to avoid indebtedness altogether. According to Meizen's 1884 study, large land ownership in Prussia is more heavily burdened with mortgages than small land ownership. Registered debts as a percentage of the estimated value of holdings, per holding by net property tax yield, were as follows: 500 thalers and more 53.8%, 100 to 500 thalers 27.9%, 30 to 100 thalers 24.1%. This does not necessarily reflect the worse position of large landowners, but may lie in the greater difficulty which peasants have in obtaining mortgage loans. The peasant is therefore forced to rely on personal loans. Personal loans are even more pernicious than mortgages, however. Large farmers sell their produce directly on the large-scale market, they remain in constant contact with the market and, if they are competent farmers, are therefore able to obtain credit in the economic centers where large masses of investment-seeking loan capital accumulate, just as any industrialist or merchant. The isolated peasant with only small amounts of produce does not reach the major markets. Business is transacted through an intermediary who lives in the nearest town, or who visits the peasant. Large-scale loan capital remains unaware of the peasant's commercial affairs. And nor does the peasant have a banker in the town with whom receipts 108 could be deposited, and from whom credit could be obtained. The cash-strapped peasant has to approach the nearest rural capitalist, and since capitalists are generally few and far between in rural areas, there is usually little choice in the matter. It might be the agent or middleman already used by the peasant, the village innkeeper or a large peasant, people acquainted with the peasant's circumstances, who have a not insignificant interest in this small traffic in loans and are eager to extract a substantial profit from the business. That they can do so rests on the fact that the demand for capital in rural areas far exceeds supply, that the peasant's distress is usually considerable, and that the capitalist is therefore in a very strong position. Whereas capitalist development has enabled large landowners, at least the competent and efficient farmers among them, to shift from reliance on the usurer to modern production credit with a level of interest adapted to the current rate of profit, the peasant is still dependent on the medieval type of blood-sucking usurer, who squeezes out what he can, whose interest is utterly out of proportion to the rate of profit, and who instead of fostering production simply undermines the existence of the debtor. The capitalist mode of production compels both peasant and large landowner to run into debt, but the small size of the peasant's enterprise often leaves him/her still entrapped within the manifestations of the medieval debt system, a system utterly incompatible with the needs of capitalist production. Weighing up all the advantages enjoyed by the large farm, the smaller losses of cultivated areas, savings on living and dead inventories, the fuller utilization of these inventories, opportunities for using machinery denied to the small farm, the division of labor, scientifically trained management, commercial superiority, easier access to money, it becomes difficult to understand how Professor Max Sering can claim so emphatically that there is not the slightest doubt that any branch of cultivation can be conducted on medium and small farms just as rationally as on large, and that in contrast to industrial development, the growing intensity of cultivation has given a definite advantage to the smaller unit. Sering, Die innere Kolonisation im Städtischen Deutschland, p. 91. On this argument one might have expected Sering to demand the forced dismemberment of large estates. But this conclusion somehow eludes him. Directly after the above he declares: the simple consequence of the fact that the large landowner is in the 109 van of agricultural progress is that serious damage would be done to our development were large-scale farming in the East to cease entirely. Such absolute leveling down never does any good. Diversity is the precondition for all development. Not only their political but also their economic achievements render the continued existence of our Eastern landed aristocracy a national necessity. So, the small farm is superior to the large as far as rational cultivation is concerned, irrespective of the particular branch, and all the more so, the more intensive cultivation becomes. Yet the economic achievements of the East Albion estates make their continued existence a national necessity. Just how this simultaneous enthusiasm for both large and small farms is to be explained is a matter we shall come to later. We rest content here with the observation that the fear of crippling agricultural progress inhibits even such an enthusiastic advocate of small-scale cultivation as Sering from daring to draw the logical conclusion, the abolition of the large farm. Dispassionate observers rarely come to such wholehearted admiration for the small farm. Kramer, by no means an enemy of the peasantry, states very pointedly: it is well known and explicable that the small farm is burdened with disproportionately high expenditure on buildings, draft animals, and dead stock, and on running expenses, heat and light for example, compared with the large farm. Certain agricultural tasks, by their nature, can only be successfully executed on a large scale, such as stock raising, the running of technical operations, the use of machinery, carrying out of improvements and so on. The large farm is always superior in such spheres. Similar advantages may be enjoyed by the large farm in the sale of produce and the use of credit. The main advantage of the large farm nevertheless consists in the fact that, depending on location and function, it can operate according to a definite plan, which serves both to provide an overview of the business and assist in the orderly conduct of the farm. And by applying the key and mobilizing principle of the concentration and division of labor, it can develop the economic forces to even higher levels of efficiency by allowing workers to become skilled in each specific operation. There can be no doubt that the development of agriculture has provided the large farm with rich resources of science and technology, and these have enabled it to maintain its lead in all these respects through the specialized training of farm personnel. 110. This all sounds somewhat at odds with Professor Sering's claim. Overwork and underconsumption on the small farm. Small farms have two major weapons to set against the large. Firstly, the greater industriousness and care of their cultivators, who in contrast to wage laborers work for themselves. and secondly, the frugality of the small independent peasant, greater even than that of the agricultural laborer. John Stuart Mill, one of the most passionate champions of small-scale cultivation, drew attention to the fact that its most notable feature was the unremitting toil of its laborers. Quoting Howitt, he writes, "They labor busily early and late because they feel they are laboring for themselves. They plod on from day to day, and year to year, the most patient, untirable and persevering of animals. It would astonish the English common people to see the intense labor with which the Germans earn their firewood." He goes on to refer to the almost incredible toil of the small peasants, which makes a powerful impression on all observers. Whether the impression made by such observations on people as the most patient and indefatigable of all beasts of burden was also an elevating one, is certainly doubtful. Mill, Principles of Political Economy, p. 226-68. The small peasants not only flog themselves into this drudgery, their families are not spared either. Since the running of the household and the farm are intimately linked together in agriculture, children, the most submissive of all labor, are always at hand. And as in domestic industry, the work of children on their own family's small peasant holding is more pernicious than child wage labor for outsiders. Child and women's labor, writes a reporter from Westphalia, in outside service is quite rare, and not associated with any particular drawback. In fact, it has an evidently beneficial effect. However, children are sometimes so overworked by their own parents that the unfavorable effects could still be observed at subsequent military recruitment. Another observer wrote in a more appeasing tone, "The employment of children to a degree sufficient to warrant anxiety takes place at most, by their own parents, and contrasts with those children put out to work for the Huerling in return for food and clothing." Karger, Verhältnisse Landarbeiter in Nordwestdeutschland, pages 83, 122. How reassuring. 111. It takes a very obdurate admirer of small-scale land ownership to see the advantages derived from forcing small cultivators down to the level of beasts of burden, into a life occupied by nothing other than work, apart from time set aside for sleeping and eating. Of course, this obsessional drive to work is not innate to peasants. The numerous holidays of the Middle Ages are sufficient testimony to this, and many such holidays are still retained in Catholic areas. Roscher noted one district in Lower Bavaria with 204 holidays each year, including 40 consecration days and post-consecration days, 12 days target practice and so on, and where work stops at 4 p.m. The demand for an 8-hour working day for 300 days a year seems quite modest in comparison. Overwork begins once labor for the producer's immediate consumption turns into labor for the market, impelled by the goad of competition. Competing through lengthening working time always goes hand in hand with technical backwardness. The latter generates the former, and vice versa. An enterprise which cannot fight off the competition through technical innovation is forced to resort to the imposition of even greater demands on its workers. Conversely, an enterprise in which the workers can be pushed to their limits is much less exposed to the need for technical improvements than one in which workers place limits on their exertions. The possibility of prolonging working time is a very effective obstacle to technical progress. Opportunities for the more intensive use of child labor also work in the same direction. We saw above that rational agriculture is impossible without a good deal of scientific knowledge. Although the middle and higher agricultural training schools cannot provide a substitute for a proper college education in the natural sciences and economics, they nevertheless enable those peasants who do receive training to practice if not the most rational, then at least more rational farming than peasants who lack such learning. However, the need to exploit family members as young as is feasible, and as productively as is possible, represents an immovable obstacle to the need for a higher level of knowledge. In fact, there are some areas, in particular in Austria and Bavaria, where compulsory school attendance to 14 is too much for the local peasantry. They either cling tenaciously to the lower limit of 12 or 13, or campaign vigorously for its introduction. The more agriculture becomes a science, and hence the more acute the competition between rational and small peasant traditional agriculture, the more the small farm is forced to step up its exploitation of children, and undermine any education which the children might acquire. 112. The overwork of the small independent farmers and their families is not therefore a factor which should be numbered amongst the advantages of the small farm even from a purely economic standpoint, leaving aside any ethical or other considerations. The situation is no better when we turn from the peasant's industriousness to the peasant's frugality. One disadvantage suffered by the large farm is its need to pay for workers by brain, as well as manual workers, the former having much higher expectations than the latter. It also has to grant its manual workers a higher living standard than that tolerated by the small peasant. The same property which drives the peasants to work so much harder than the propertyless wage laborers also forces them to lower their demands on life to a minimum, lower even than the standards expected by wage laborers. Again, this is not intrinsic to peasant farming or the peasant economy. The holiday-filled Middle Ages also saw the peasant enjoying an agreeable level of well-being, which, as we saw above, did not exclude plentiful food and drink. And where such medieval conditions, or at least traditions, have continued, peasants have been spared the miserable fate of their counterparts elsewhere. The niggardliness of the peasants begins when their farms fall under the sway of competition, a phenomenon revealed most clearly in the case of the French peasantry, which has been longest exposed to the effects of free competition as free private independent landowners. An English observer writing in the early 1880s commented that he could not imagine a more miserable existence than that led by the French peasant. Their houses were more like pigsties. There was no window, just two panes over the door which could not be opened, there was neither light nor air unless the door was open. No shelf, no table, and no cupboard were visible, the floor was littered with onions, dirty clothes, bread, sacks and an indescribable heap of rubbish. At night men, women, and children, and cattle, slept in a chaotic heap. This lack of comfort was not always the result of poverty, these people had lost any sense of decency. Their only thought was that of saving on fuel. The same author goes on to note how the peasants' carefulness soon degenerates into meanness, they seem even to lose utterly any capacity for pleasure, and as long as they can save a sou, they are indifferent to any enjoyment and comfort in life. 113. Not one book or newspaper was in evidence, no picture or wood cutting adorned the walls, not a fragment of porcelain, not one ornament, not one good item of furniture, no wall clock, the pride of the English farmhouse. You cannot imagine a life so totally devoid of progress and comfort. Every penny is grudged, even that spent on the most essential articles. The result is a stingy, miserable, repugnant existence, whose only ideal consists in stuffing as many sous as possible into an old sock. Notwithstanding this, conditions are not much better on English small farms. The most recent report of the Royal Commission on Agriculture, 1897, reveals how their owners and tenants live and work. For instance, all around here Cumberland the farmers' sons and daughters work for nothing. I do not know one case where a father pays his sons and daughters wages. They give their sons a shilling or two to buy tobacco, p. 357. A smallholder from Lincoln reported, "I have brought up a family and nearly worked them to death. They said, 'Father, we are not going to stop here and be worked to death for nothing,' so they went off into shops and left me and the old women to struggle along. Another, I and my 3 boys, have been working 18 hours a day for several days, and average 10 to 12 during the year. I have been here 20 years and have just been scraping along. Last year we lost money. We eat very little fresh meat. A third, we work much harder than laborers, in fact like slaves. The only advantage we get is being our own masters. We live very carefully, just keep going, p. 358. Mr. Red, reporting to the Commission on the Condition of the Small Farmer, noted, "I say that the only way in which he can possibly succeed is this, in doing the work of 2 agricultural laborers and living at the expense of 1. As regards his family, they are worse educated and harder worked than the children of the agricultural laborer. p. 34. The picture is only slightly less gloomy in areas specializing in fruit and vegetable growing, or where alternative employment is available. Many parts of Germany tell a similar story. A report from Hesse published in Die Neue Zeit reads: "The small peasant passes the most miserable existence imaginable. Agricultural day laborers are much better off in comparison, since 114. As they put it, they attend along with their mouths, that is, they get their food. Their incomes are not prey to the moods of the weather, apart from the fact that the food is poorer during bad weather. One reason suggested for the day laborer's better diet is that, the only means of getting good workers is to offer good food. The staple diet consists of potatoes. The small peasants' dwellings are poor in the extreme, their houses are usually built of wood and loam, are clumsily put together and have recently been very neglected. The house is also poorly furnished, a table, a bench, a few chairs, a bed with a curtain, a four-poster, and a cupboard usually make up their total wealth. One example of how the peasant art of starving can lead to the economic superiority of the small farm is illustrated by Buchenberger. He compared a large peasant holding of 11 hectares and one of 5.5 hectares in the Bischofingen district of Baden. Unusual circumstances forced the larger to rely exclusively on wage laborers, a highly unfavorable state of affairs, since the farm was too small to balance the disadvantages of wage labor with the advantages of the large farm. The smaller farm was cultivated solely by the owner and family, husband, wife, and 6 grown children. The larger farm turned out a deficit of 933 marks, the smaller a surplus of 191 marks. The main cause of the difference lies in the better diet of the wage laborers on the large farm, worth almost a mark per day per head, whereas on the farm on which the family was lucky enough to be able to work for itself, the value of the diet amounted to a mere 48 pfennig per head, per day, barely half what the wage laborers consumed. Verein für Sozialpolitik, Bauerliche Zukunft in Deutschland, IL, p. 276. If the peasant family on the small farm had eaten as well as the wage laborers on the large farm, they would have had a deficit of 1,250 marks instead of the 191 mark surplus. Their profit was not the result of a full barn, but an empty stomach. This picture is complemented by a report from Weimar. The fact that forced auctions are not more common, despite all this inefficiency, can be simply explained by the fact that our small peasants are accustomed to tolerating an unbelievable amount of privation in return for their independence. Such peasants represent an entire class for whom fresh meat, which the estate worker must have twice a week at least, only appears on the table on high feast days. 115. And for whom fresh butter is a delicacy. As long as smallholders refrain from shackling themselves to their own land, and stick to hiring themselves out as day laborers, they can be reasonably well off. Their misery begins when they take up their own plough. Ibid. I. p. 92. Yet another instance of the wage laborer on large farms being better off than the independent owner of the small farm. Finally, let us note some comments by Hubert Auerhagen in his paper on large-scale and small-scale enterprises in agriculture. Auerhagen compared 2 farms, one of 4.6 hectares and one of 26.5 hectares as far as their profitability, not labor productivity, was concerned. He calculated that the small farm was the more profitable. How did this come about? On the small farm the children help, on the large farm they cost money. The small peasants receive a substantial amount of help as soon their children are grown. Child labor often begins as soon as the children can walk. The small farmer in Auerhagen's case study used his children on the farm, even those as young as 7. Annual spending on schooling was 4 marks. The larger peasants send their children to school. A 14-year-old son studying at grammar school costs 700 marks a year alone, more than the total household expenditure of the entire family on the small farm. So much for the superiority of the small farm. In addition to the young members of the family, the oldest also have to put in their diligent contribution. I have often found older members of the family, more than 70 years of age, who were able to replace a full-time worker, and who naturally made a major contribution to the welfare of the farm. Of course, the able-bodied slaved extraordinarily hard. The average day laborer, especially on a large farm, normally thinks, if only it were finishing time. The small peasant, at least when there is pressing work to do, hopes that the day might last just a few hours more. If a particular time is especially favorable for carrying out a particular task, as is very often the case in agriculture, the small farm can make better use of the moment by getting up earlier and working longer, and more swiftly, than the larger holding, whose workers will not get up earlier, or work better or longer than on any other days. This extreme drudgery also brings its own reward. The peasant can 116. Manage under the most miserable conditions. Auerhagen speaks with admiration of a peasant in the Deutsch Kroner area who inhabits a clay-built cottage, 9 meters long and 7.5 meters broad. There is a door in the middle of the house leading directly into the living room. This living room also serves as a bedchamber in which husband and wife, and the 4 children all sleep. This room leads onto a small kitchen and from there into the maid's room, the only outsider on the farm. This is the best room in the house, since the maid wants the same standard as she can have anywhere else. The house cost 860 marks to build. Only the head carpenter, joiner, and stove fitter were paid. Everything else was done by the family and relatives. The woman had been married for 17 years, and had only just started to wear a pair of shoes. Summer and winter, she went barefoot or wore clogs. She wove her own clothes and those of her husband. Their diet consisted of potatoes, milk, and very occasionally a herring. The man smoked a pipe of tobacco only on a Sunday. These folk were not aware that they lived especially simply. Simple is good, and did not affect dissatisfaction with their lot. Living under this simple regime, these people managed a small surplus nearly every year. When I asked them the value of their farm, they answered that it would not be for sale for under 8,000 marks. What an uplifting hymn of praise to the benefits of the small farm, which even under the simplest of circumstances, that is, the dirtiest and most degrading misery, still manages to produce a surplus. The rural wage laborers at least regard themselves as human beings, not mere beasts of burden, have higher needs than the small peasants, and represent a higher level of general culture. So away with wage laborers, that is, with the large farm, and long live the infinitely superior small farm. We have to confess that as far as we are concerned, the subhuman diet of the small peasant is no more an advantage of the small farm than its superhuman industriousness. Both testify to economic backwardness, and both represent obstacles to economic progress. In this manner, small-scale land ownership has become a means for the creation of a class of barbarians standing half outside society, combining all the crudity of primitive social forms with all the torments and misery of civilized countries. Marx, Capital, Ill, p. 949. It is of course easy to see why conservative politicians want to preserve this barbarism as the last refuge of capitalist civilization. The greater care taken by peasants in their work is less ruinous for them than their drudgery and excessive frugality. Care plays a major 117 role in agricultural production, greater than in industry, for example. And workers working for themselves will clearly exercise more care than wage laborers. Whilst this might not necessarily be an advantage in all types of large enterprise, it certainly is as far as large-scale capitalist farming is concerned. This should not be overstated, however. The other weapons in the small farm's arsenal, overwork, undernourishment, and accompanying ignorance, offset the effects of greater care. The longer the worker has to work, the lower the standard of diet, and the less time available for education, the less care ultimately exercised in work. And what is the point of taking great care if there is no time to clean the stall and livestock, if the draft animals, often simply a dairy cow, are just as overworked and underfed themselves. J.J. Bartels, director of the Saarburg Agricultural School, writing on the subject of small peasants in the Meerdig district of Trier, noted, "These smallholders live almost solely on potatoes and rye bread, their consumption of meat and fats is very low. One could honestly say that their diet is inadequate, and that has a deleterious effect on their willpower. They become dull, indifferent, unable to arrive at a proper assessment of cause and effect in their own businesses." Verein für Sozialpolitik, Bauerliche Zustand, I. p. 212. The small farm is at its most impoverished where it is unable to provide even a modestly adequate diet, and where the head of the household is obliged to look for supplementary employment. Professor Heitz, of Hohenheim, writing on the subject of small peasants in the Swabian districts of Stuttgart, Boeblingen, and Herrenberg, notes, "All those factors which contribute to the higher yield of the larger estates, deeper furrows and more careful cultivation of the fields, the attractive appearance of the produce, the better diet and greater cleanliness of the stock, are only very slowly and laboriously trickling through to the peasant, who lacks both the will and the money to take any additional risks. A large number of machines which were introduced elsewhere some time ago are virtually unknown. And a further factor also has to be reckoned with, deeply rooted in current circumstances. We would attribute the lack of real effort and stamina, which is often complained of, not to the nature of the people but to small-scale land ownership. It is widely accepted that the combination of completely diverse activities has a crippling effect on each one. If the small trader and peddler have lost both the 118 desire and the energy to carry out heavy agricultural work, the peasant in turn usually makes a poor craft worker and the craft worker a poor peasant." Verein für Sozialpolitik, Bauerliche Zustand, IL, p. 227, ct. I, pages 83, 120. The following figures show what this actually means for German agriculture. According to the 1895 census, 502,000 independent farmers, 20%, have a supplementary occupation, 717,000 agricultural establishments are owned by agricultural wage laborers, and 791,000 by industrial workers, with 704,000 belonging to independent industrialists, mostly craft workers. Of the 5,600,000 owners of agricultural establishments, only 2 million, 37%, are independent farmers without a supplementary occupation. Of the 3,236,000 owners of farms of less than 2 hectares, only 417,000, 13%, come under this category. Of these small farms, 147,000 belong to independent farmers with a supplementary occupation, 690,000 to agricultural laborers, 743,000 to industrial wage laborers, and 534 to handicraft workers. The number of these miserable hybrid farms is therefore enormous. If the position of most small farmers is inimical to the exercise of care, conversely the large farm is eminently capable of getting careful work out of its wage laborers. Good pay, good food, and good treatment have a considerable effect. Dissatisfied, poorly paid, or poorly fed workers can, and will, do much more harm on a farm through neglect or willful damage than is saved on wages, whilst those farms, and this is proven by experience, which pay adequate wages, thrive and make profits. Kirchner in GDLTZ, Handbook, I. p. 435. Well-paid and well-fed, and hence intelligent, workers are an indispensable prerequisite for rational large-scale farming. This precondition is still undoubtedly lacking in the majority of instances, and it would be naive to expect any improvement from the enlightened despotism of large-scale farmers. As in industry, any improvement in agriculture will come from the pressures of the organized workforce, either directly, or indirectly, through the medium of the state. The task of the workers' movement is to create this one important precondition for rational large-scale agriculture by raising the moral and physical standards of the rural proletariat and combating rural barbarism, in the process removing one of the last props of the small farm. Apart from paying and feeding its workers well, the large farm has other means at its disposal for achieving greater care in the execution of work. Thainan, for example, introduced a system of profit sharing in which all the permanent estate workers received a share of the surplus. 119. Of the net profit over and above a certain minimum. More common is the use of the division of labor to achieve greater care and conscientiousness. As already noted above, given the large number of workers in its employ, the large farm can seek out those with particular skills, intelligence, or industriousness and assign them jobs in which these qualities play an important role, either as workers, supervisors, or overseers. Finally, we should remember that as far as the central forms of farming are concerned, primarily arable farming proper, the machine not only works more swiftly but also much more thoroughly than the manual worker equipped with simple tools, and produces results unattainable by a worker even exercising the maximum conceivable care. The machine plows better, sows better, can cut, apart from lying corn, thresh and clean the grain, as well as sort, to a higher standard than a peasant with simple tools or implements. And despite Professor Sering, we still have not yet found one expert who thought that the small enterprise could function as rationally as the large. In fact, the types of agriculture in which the small farm is still held to be competitive are much more modest in scope. According to Professor Kramer, the large enterprise is preferable for certain types of farming and the small for others. The small farm is most appropriate where complex and high-value cultivation is involved, in which great care is demanded of the individual worker. Such types of cultivation are precisely those which offer the most opportune use of spare time and less strong hands. Small children, KK amongst the owner's family, allowing work to be executed cheaply, as the success of market gardening, vine growing, and the cultivation of certain industrial crops show. Gold's Handbook, I. p. 197. The following figures reveal the importance of those types of cultivation which, for the present, favor the small enterprise, as opposed to stock rearing and arable farming. In 1899 the German Reich contained 161,408 hectares planted with industrial crops, and 120,935 with vines. In contrast, fodder crops and pasturage took up 8,533,790 hectares, grain 13,898,058 hectares, and potatoes approximately 3 million hectares. Viticulture and market gardening have also been successfully practiced in large-scale establishments. Many of the smaller industrial crops are also on the decline. Tobacco fell from 27,248 hectares to 15,198 hectares between 1881 and 1893 within the German customs area. Since the latter date it has recovered a little, 22,076. 120 hectares in 1896, but is still well short of its 1,881 level. The cultivation of flax and hemp has also fallen. In 1878 155,100 hectares were planted with flax and hemp. By 1883 this had fallen to 123,600 and by 1893 to 68,900. Hops are not much better off. Cultivation rose from 40,800 hectares in 1878 to 45,900 in 1883, but then fell back again to 42,100 hectares in 1893. Opting for industrial crops can spell disaster for peasants. Dr. Robert Drill notes. In Bohemia it is well known that peasants in the hop-growing districts concentrate almost exclusively on this one crop, and thus make their entire fate totally dependent on this plant. Needless to say, this is a hazardous sport, since hops are subject to very marked price fluctuations. Entire villages in Bohemia have already been reduced to beggary after a couple of bad harvests. Drill, Die Agrarfrage in Österreich, p. 24. According to Kraft, Lehrbuch der Landwirtschaft, p. 82, the price of hops can fluctuate by up to 1000% or more. Looking at agriculture overall, the types of farming in which the small farm is superior to the large are really only of scant significance. In general, the large farm is decisively superior to the small. This is also acknowledged by the practitioner, who generally prefers to farm a large, indebted, estate than a small unencumbered one representing the same value. Most mortgage indebtedness arises from this preference for the large farm. Anyone deciding to invest 50,000 marks in an estate will prefer to buy one with a market value of 100,000 marks and take a mortgage for 50,000 marks rather than make an outright cash purchase of 50,000 marks. Practical cultivators also recognize the superiority of the large farm in another way, in establishing cooperatives. The cooperative enterprise is a large enterprise. The cooperative system. The cooperative system is of undeniable importance. The question is whether the advantages of the large cooperative enterprise are accessible to peasants in those spheres in which the large farm has the edge over the small farm. And how far does their superiority extend? Until now, the cooperative system in agriculture seems to have been confined almost exclusively to the spheres of credit and commerce, apart from a number of industrial enterprises run by single cooperatives, such 121. As dairies, sugar factories, and the like, whose significance for agriculture is dealt with below. At this stage we are concerned with agriculture proper. The only associations directly involved with production in this respect are the improvement cooperatives. Other agricultural cooperatives are mainly involved in credit and intermediary trading, where the cooperative benefits both large and small farms. Conditions for the organization of cooperatives are notably unfavorable among the peasantry. Their manner of working and general pattern of life fosters an isolated and restricted outlook, and denies them the free time which cooperative self-administration requires. Conditions are at their worst in police states, where centuries of bureaucratic tutelage and oppression have totally extinguished the traditions required for cooperative democracy. Alongside ignorance, the lack of political freedom is also one of the most serious impediments to peasant welfare. The greatest difficulty in bringing peasants together in cooperative organizations is encountered where patriarchal rule is still untouched, and its twin props of throne and altar remain intact. Large landowners can engage in cooperative activity much more easily than peasants. They are fewer in number and have sufficient leisure time, extensive connections, and commercial knowledge, either their own or purchased in the form of experts. As with every other agricultural advance, the large enterprise is also ahead in the cooperative sphere. The cooperative system is indispensable for the peasantry, but in most cases not as a means of achieving equality with the large landowner by combining their many small forces, but as a means of preventing all the benefits of the cooperative system from accruing solely to the large landowners, and obtaining a small share for themselves. Under the mortgage system, it was the large unit which first seized the advantages of the cooperative system. The Prussian Landskaften extend back to the 18th century. They were originally simply compulsory associations between junker estates in individual provinces for the guaranteeing of mortgage credit. In the 1860s and 1870s one after the other began lending to non-junkers as well. But like the mortgage institutions which made their living by lending, they did not want to get involved in all the trouble and expense associated with loans to small farms. Loans were not extended to holdings below a specified net property tax yield, 150 marks in Saxony, Schleswig-Holstein, Westphalia, Brandenburg, 240 marks in Pomerania, or a certain net value, 6,000 marks in Posen. Here cooperative organization is a means of obtaining advantages for the larger estates which are not available to the small. Hecht in his 122 Introduction to his work on national and provincial land credit institutions in Germany comments, a brief distinction would be that the cooperative organization of land credit has principally benefited large landed estates. For the small peasant, the credit cooperative is primarily a means of raising personal loans. The credit cooperative can manage what the scattered peasantry cannot, namely, obtain credit from large-scale urban money capital, on modern capitalist terms and conditions. Although the loans desired by the individual peasants may be too small to interest large-scale capital, the loans raised by a large cooperative are quite a different matter. Furthermore, for an urban bank to grant a loan to a completely unknown peasant is a risky undertaking. The joint liability of the cooperative members means a substantial reduction in the risk. The credit cooperatives also therefore enable the peasant to obtain money at moderate rates of interest, which, thanks to the improvements effected by the loans, can be paid without incurring ruin. The credit cooperatives are undoubtedly a very important lever for economic advance amongst the peasantry, and although this is an advance towards capitalism, rather than socialism as some claim, it is nonetheless of considerable economic value. Of course, this is only valid if the roots take hold and thrive, no easy matter. The establishment and management of cooperatives does not come easily to simple peasants. It may be that their spread throughout the bulk of the peasantry will involve some expensive lessons. Argument is still raging as to the most appropriate organizational form for agriculture, the proponents of each view accusing the other of doing nothing to help the farmer. The Raiffeisen banks are controlled by the clergy, whilst in the Schuldstelitzsch banks the handicrafts have the upper hand. But even the best organized rural lending banks can only be of use to some sections of the peasantry. Not all peasants can get loans when they most need them. Great care has to be exercised to avoid heavy losses by the cooperative. And those who are not creditworthy, usually those most in need, still fall into the usurer's clutches. Nevertheless, the credit cooperatives remain the most important type as far as the peasantry is concerned, aside from those concerned with the agricultural industries. They are also growing rapidly. According to Sering, 1897, only C100 rural lending banks existed in the German Empire in 1871. By 1891 this had risen to 2,134 and by 1896 to 6,391. In Prussia the Central Cooperative Bank statistics listed C5,000 on October 1, 1895, the first day of its own existence. By October 30, 1897 this had risen to 7,636. Large landowners do not need these institutions. If they are 123 creditworthy, there are much simpler ways to get money. Trade, ousting the competition, winning customers, and taking advantage of the market are not activities at which cooperatives excel. The single entrepreneur, independent, ruthless, highly motivated, can do it much better than the official of the cooperative. And the more unbalanced the relation between supply and demand, and the more uneven the quality of the product, the more this will hold true for any individual commodity. This explains, for example, why it is so difficult to sell livestock on a cooperative basis. Virtually every attempt to set up such a system in Germany has failed. This lack of uniformity of the product is felt all the more acutely by marketing cooperatives consisting of a large number of small peasants, producing under widely differing conditions and employing widely differing methods, as opposed to those comprised of a few large farms each of which is rationally cultivated. Mendel Steinfels reports, for example, the sale of butter by cooperatives has proved successful everywhere where it has involved large and equal quantities of butter, that is, the produce of dairy cooperatives or large landowners. However, where the cooperative has had to deal with the sale of butter produced by many small producers, they have always come to grief. Handwerderbuchter Staatswissenschaften, 4, p. 950. We shall deal with the significance of the dairy cooperatives for the peasantry below. Our main point here is that those marketing cooperatives which flourish usually consist of large, not small, farms. The same applies to the sale of livestock, grain, and alcohol. The alcohol sales cooperatives, which have recently grown so rapidly in North Germany, are, looked at in the cold light of day, nothing more than manufacturers' cartels for keeping up the price of alcohol. Marketing cooperatives can only begin to play a useful role for the small farm if they allow the individual members to coordinate their production according to a common plan using common methods. The prospects for this are poor. German peasants seem disinclined to invest any more time in learning how to organize themselves in this sphere. No rapid advances in peasant cooperatives can be expected in the near future. Matters are still very much at the experimental stage. The situation is somewhat better when we turn to the wholesale purchasing cooperatives, for the collective buying in of fertilizers, fodder, seed, stock, machinery, and so forth. These are rapidly expanding. In 1875 there were 56 agricultural raw material associations. 124. 68 in 1880, 843 in 1888, 1071 in 1894 and 1085 in 1896. In addition, in 1894 there were a further 214 agricultural machinery and implement cooperatives. Agricultural cooperatives may well thrive in the sphere of the purchase of raw materials and machinery, which is straightforward compared with selling. The market is known, and the cooperative members place their own orders. The sellers to the cooperatives are not scattered small firms, but large industrial companies or farms, the stock breeders for example. Such cooperatives bring undeniable benefits to the farmer, who saves on the costs of the middleman. Naturally, the farmer's gain is the merchant's loss. Curiously, those most up in arms about the large retail stores and cooperatives which cheapen the workers' food are the agrarian lobby, the very same people who are busily engaged in wiping out the middleman who raises the prices for produce for government employees, officers, and landowners. In addition to cutting out the middleman, agricultural purchasing cooperatives also have the advantage of protecting the farmer against fraud. The question still nevertheless arises as to whether the large farm might not have even more to gain from such co-ops than the small. For example, the supply of cheap coal to large landowners for running their steam engines by the Berlin Central Cooperative is not exactly designed to promote the interests of the small farmer. And cooperatives which buy machinery for sale or hire to their members are naturally of more use to members who can utilize it, that is, those with larger farms. Clearly, it is the large farms and landowners, not the small, who have the most to gain from the steam plow cooperatives. Pastor Gar, addressing the National Social Party conference in Erfurt in 1897, expressed the fear that large landowners would seize control of the agricultural cooperatives and use them for their own ends. The central administration of the agricultural cooperatives was already evidently in the pockets of the large landowners at their 1896 conference in Stettin. Of the 41 speakers, only 4 were small farmers. The 1897 Dresden conference was also overrun by Junkers. This is fully in accord with Sering's paean of praise to the cooperatives, delivered to the State Agricultural Board. According to Sering, the co-ops have established a new communion of interests and activities in which peasant and big landowner, priest and teacher, employer and employee work for and represent each other's interests. The cooperative system is therefore very important for modern agriculture, but is by no means a device, even where it operates successfully, for offsetting the advantages of the large enterprise. In 125. Fact, quite the opposite, it is often a means for widening the gulf. In our view, the greatest benefit is enjoyed by the medium-sized farm, and the least by the small FRM. The most important areas of agricultural activity are not, however, accessible to cooperatives made up of independent single farms. We saw above that the steam plow, and other machines, such as the seed drill, owned by machine cooperatives cannot be used by small peasants. Other machines are inappropriate for cooperative use by their very nature, such as machines which have to be used over specific short periods of time. What is the point of a cooperative reaper? Even cooperative threshing machines are a rich source of trouble. The large landowners, with their own threshing machines, can thresh in the field immediately after the harvest, saving on transport and storage. The grain is ready for immediate sale, enabling the best advantage to be taken of the state of the market. The cooperative member who has to shift unthreshed corn and wait for their turn on the list for the thresher is denied these advantages. Of course, this type of cooperation can never offer the small farmer the crucial advantages of the large-scale enterprise, large interconnected areas of land, the division of labor, management by scientifically trained staff. It would, therefore, be vain to hope that the cooperative might confer the same rational cultivation on the small enterprise as it does on the large. If small farmers truly wish to enjoy the benefits of large-scale agriculture, they must refuse to be diverted down byways and march straight at their goal. They must no longer confine themselves to the spheres of trade and profiteering but venture out onto the territory most central to the farmer, agriculture itself. Quite plainly, a cooperatively cultivated large estate would be able to enjoy all the advantages of large-scale cultivation either denied or only incompletely available to cooperatives active in the fields merely of raw materials, machinery, credit, and sales. At the same time, a cooperatively farmed estate must also benefit from the superiority that working for oneself has over wage labor. Such a cooperative would not only be the equal of the large-scale capitalist enterprise, but would inevitably prove its superior. But curiously, no farmer ever contemplates this type of cooperation. Some animal rearing cooperatives might possibly be seen as tentative steps in this direction, foal breeding cooperatives, for example. Most peasants lack a paddock, and are prey to the temptation to break horses in too soon, ruining them in the process. On top of that, peasants cannot usually provide suitable stabling, skilled grooming, or even proper fodder. Foal rearing cooperatives can alleviate these problems. The Illionworth Cooperative, founded in 1895. 126. Allows its members to rear their foals in hygienic stalls, with a large paddock and qualified grooms. Although these are clearly agricultural establishments, such cooperatives are still confined to secondary branches of agriculture, acting merely as palliatives for the isolation and limited character of peasant agriculture without impinging on its fundamental nature. Why don't peasants try to organize their central activities on a cooperative basis? Why do they stay at the stage of mere palliatives? One suggested reason is that by its nature agriculture is not a social activity, and is not therefore amenable to social organization. But this simply restates what has to be explained. There is no obvious reason why modern agriculture, which can be operated on a capitalist basis, cannot also be conducted cooperatively. Might the only reason be simply that it has not yet been tried? If so, this would be a poor excuse, since there have already been attempts, in fact successful attempts. In the first few decades of this century, when the great thinkers had already recognized that large-scale socialist enterprises, not small concerns, represented the means for surmounting capitalist exploitation, although a number of the specific economic, political, and intellectual prerequisites for the advance and survival of such enterprises had not been identified, a number of enthusiasts, of whom the first and by far the greatest was Robert Owen, sought to establish the initial framework of a socialist society by founding socialist colonies and cooperatives. Not all these attempts met with success, and those which did were anything but the first steps towards a socialist society. However, they did prove one thing: the possibility of cooperative production, the possibility of replacing the individual capitalist by social institutions. By their nature, most of these attempts were undertaken in the industrial sphere, although one was made in agriculture. This was the Rollaheen cooperative, which flourished and whose later collapse was the result of an unfortunate accident. This cooperative experiment is of such interest, and so little known, that we reproduce a substantial passage here from Charles Bray's discussion in The Philosophy of Necessity. Brentano reported on the same text in his notes on Mrs. Webb's British cooperative movement. In Ireland, however, an interesting experiment was made, and with better success, by Mr. Vandaler on his estate of Rollaheen in the county of Clare. His tenantry were of the lowest order of Irish, poor, discontented, disorderly, vicious, anxious to amend their character. 127. And condition, and also desirous for his own sake of obtaining steady and useful laborers, he determined in 1830 upon trying Mr. Owen's principle, with modifications adapted to the circumstances. About 40 laborers willingly entered into his plan, and he formed them into a society under his own government and superintendence. To this society he let the estate of Rulahin, containing 618 English acres, about 267 acres of which was pasture land, 285 tilled, 63.5 bog, and 2.5 acres of orchard. The soil was generally good, some stony. This land, together with 6 cottages and an old castle which were converted into dwellings for the married people, all the farm buildings, barns, cowhouses, stables, sheds, etc., part of which he had converted into a public dining room and committee and school rooms with dormitories above them, for the children, and unmarried males and females, he let to them for £700 a year tithe and tax-free. There were also included a sawmill and threshing mill, turned by a water wheel, and the shells of a factory and of a weaving shop, but no machinery in them. For the tools, implements of husbandry, livestock, and advances made to them for food and clothing till the harvest was got in, they were to pay, which was reckoning about 6% or interest, £200 more. They were to live together upon the estate in the buildings provided, in common, and they were to work upon the common capital for their joint interest. After paying the above rent and charges, the remainder of the produce was to be the property of the adult members of 17 years old and upwards, share and share alike, male or female, single or married. The tools, implements, and machinery, were to be kept in as good repair as received, and when worn out replaced, and the cattle and other livestock were to be kept up both in number and value. The rent was to be paid in the produce of the estate always. The first year it was to be a money rent, £900 worth of produce at the prices at the time in Limerick market. In future years it was to be a corn rent, consisting of as many bushels of grain, and hundredweights of beef, pork, butter, etc. as were paid in the first year, and whatever improvements the society might make on the estate, no advance in rent was ever to take place, and as soon as they had acquired sufficient capital to purchase the stock, a long lease of the property was promised at the same rent. Mr. Vandaler kept possession of the stock, crops, and premises, until the society should be able to purchase them, the rent and interest being more than he had ever been able to realize from the land himself. In 1831 the rent and interest were paid in money. In 1832 the value of the produce was nearly £1,700, the advances made to the society for food, clothing, seed, etc., that year being about £550. The 128. Extra advances made for building cottages, furniture, etc., absorbed the surplus produce, but comfort was increasing, and a foundation laid for future prosperity and happiness. The members of the society were to work as many hours, to do as much labor, and to draw no more from the common fund than he would have paid them for wages as common laborers, and they were to continue to do so until they had a capital of their own. To effect these objects, a regular account was kept by the secretary, of the time and labor of every individual each day, and at the end of the week, the same sum was paid to each for his or her labor as Mr. Vandaler formerly paid for wages. The prospect of a share of the surplus profit of the crops afforded a strong motive to industry, and these people did twice as much work in a day as any hired laborers in the neighborhood. The money advanced from the fund was in labor notes, payable only at their own store. This enabled the proprietor to support them without actual advances in cash, and tended to prevent intemperance, as no intoxicating drinks were kept at the store, and their money would not pass at the dram shops. The store was furnished with goods of the best quality, charged to the people at wholesale prices. According to Irish custom, potatoes and milk constituted the chief articles of food, and the allowance which was received from the subsistence fund was proportionately low, but the advantages which the members of the society received from their union, raised their condition far above the common standard of their class. Agricultural laborers received 4s per week. Their expenditure was, for vegetables, chiefly potatoes, is, milk, 10 quarts, 10d, washing, etc. 2d, sick fund, 2d, clothing, is iod. The women received 6d per week. Their expenses were, for vegetables 6d, milk, 8d, washing, etc. 2d, sick fund, 11/4d, clothing, is 03/4d. Married members, living in cottages by themselves, paid 6d per week rent to the society, and perhaps 2d more for fuel. All the children from 14 months old upwards were supported from the fund without care or expense to their parents. They were provided for in the infant school until they were 8 or 9 years old, and afterwards in the public dining room with the unmarried members. The adults had nothing to pay out of their wages for rent, fire, lectures, school, or amusements. They purchased every article on an average 50% or cheaper, and they had better articles in their own store than they could buy elsewhere. Every member was insured full work, and the same amount from the fund every day in the year, and the price of food was always the same at their store. The sick or incapacitated received out of the sick fund as much as when at work. If a father died, his family were 129. Provided for. The society gradually increased to double the original number. Their dwellings and furniture were clean and neat, their cooking was done well and economically, and they availed themselves as much as possible of machinery in every department. The youth of both sexes, under the age of 17, fulfilled the usual offices of servants by turns. The hours of labor were from 6 in the morning until 6 in the evening in summer, with 1 hour of intermission for dinner. The committee met every evening to arrange the labors of the following day in such a manner as should best suit individual tastes and capacities. The youth were engaged to learn some one useful trade besides agricultural labor, and each individual was bound to assist in field labor, particularly in harvest time. The storekeeper distributed the food, clothing, etc., the gardener the produce of the garden. Mr. Vandaler sold the surplus produce, and purchased articles for the farm and for the store. All disputes were settled by arbitration amongst themselves, and no instance occurred during the 3 years they were together of an appeal to a lawyer or a magistrate. Mr. Craig, the zealous and able assistant of Mr. Vandaler, relates the admiration of the visitors to Ralaheen, at a system which could tame the wild Irish and make them forsake poverty, rags, and misery, for cleanliness, health, and comfort. It is painful to record the abrupt breaking up of this society at a time when it was progressing rapidly, and the melancholy cause of such a termination. Mr. Vandaler was allied to the aristocracy, and, with all his excellency, he shared one of their vices. A habit of gambling reduced himself, his family, and his system, to ruin. He fled from his country, and his creditors, seizing upon his property, without staying to inquire into the justice of the claims of the laborers at Ralaheen, disposed of all they found there to satisfy their own. The society was not enrolled, nor had Mr. Vandaler given them a lease of the premises, therefore the law afforded them no protection or redress. Bray, The Philosophy of Necessity, 2, pages 580-4. No less important are the communist societies of North America, which show what excellent results can be attained through cooperative modern agriculture. Nordhoff makes repeated reference to the fact that the agriculture of these communes far exceeds that of their neighbors in intensity and the rational use of their available forces. Their success is in no small measure attributable to their superior agriculture. They are excellent farmers and keep fine stock, writes Nordhoff of the Amana community, which they care for with German thoroughness. 130. Stall feeding in winter, Nordhoff, The Communistic Societies of the United States, p. 40. The Shakers usually have fine barns and the arrangements for working are of the best and most convenient. In their farming operations they spare no pains, but working slowly year after year, redeem the soil, clear it of stones, and have clean tillage. They are fond of such minute and careful culture as is required in raising garden seeds. They keep fine stock, and their barns are usually admirably arranged to save labor. Ibid, p. 149. The perfectionist's farm has been put in excellent order. I must not forget to say that, in the Aurora communities, the culture of their orchards, vineyards, and gardens is thorough and admirable. And I do not doubt that they made Aurora with its orchards and other valuable improvements for half what it would have cost by individual effort. Ibid, pages 319 and 323. In 1859 the Bishop Hill colony owned 10,000 acres of land, and had it all neatly fenced and in excellent order. They had the finest cattle in the state, Ibid, p. 346. And these were not exceptional cases. In a summary, Nordhoff makes explicit reference to superior agriculture being one of the noteworthy features of the communistic colonies, Ibid p. 415. This should suffice to show that agricultural labor is by no means inherently opposed to the cooperative form. Clearly, if peasants do not make any serious efforts to exploit this form in their own sphere of activity, despite this, then the true explanation must be along the following lines. No one would seek to maintain that the cooperative form is not the best way to organize industrial labor. However, handicraft workers, like peasants, show no sign of passing over from individual to cooperative production. And like peasants, their only attempts to derive the benefits of the large enterprise via cooperative organizations are in commodity circulation and credit. Here too, the cooperative large-scale enterprise is merely intended as a means of prolonging the life of the irrational small-scale unit, instead of easing its transition to large-scale production. This is understandable enough. Handicraft workers cannot take up cooperative production without abandoning private property in the means of production. The more they individually own, the more capable they would be of establishing a competitive, well-capitalized large enterprise through joining together. But correspondingly, the more they own, the less inclined they are to put their property into a common fund. 131. And especially so under current circumstances, since such a step would be a leap into the dark, an experiment in which, unlike the enterprising merchants, the individual participants cannot rely solely on their own abilities. Their welfare is entrusted to the skills, common feeling, and discipline of others, the latter two being very undeveloped attributes amongst handicraft workers, accustomed to working on their own. The same applies, but even more so, in the case of the peasant. Peasant property fanaticism has become a term of abuse, but merely expresses a well-known fact. Peasants are much more attached to their own land and soil than are handicraft workers to their solitary workshops. And the greater the demand for land, as a consequence of a growing population, the more this tenacity increases. In America, at least until recently, the small independent farmers were prepared to leave their farms without any great heart-searching once they stopped producing an adequate yield, and move west, where new land was plentiful. But in Germany and France, peasants will tolerate any privation to cling onto their parcel, and no price is too high to supplement it. One only has to reflect on the problems encountered in even such essential and beneficial operations as consolidating individual scattered plots, in which all the participants gain through the exchange. Such an operation can also be forced upon unwilling minorities. The enlightened despotism of the 18th century already set off down this road, although possibly sometimes in a rather ruthless fashion. But the consolidation of holdings is still far from complete in Germany. One can appreciate the hopelessness of attempting to establish a peasant producers cooperative involving not simply the swapping of plots, but their surrender to the cooperative, an operation which cannot be imposed on non-cooperative elements. Peasants, who are inclined to be suspicious anyway, would feel all the more so towards the cooperative, since their way of living and organizing work is even more isolating than that of the handicraft worker, with a correspondingly lower level of development of the cooperative virtues. Only those who have nothing to lose but their chains can introduce the cooperative method into production, that is, individuals schooled in socialized labor by the capitalist enterprise, and in whom the organized struggle against capitalist exploitation has fostered the virtues of cooperation, trust in one's comrades and voluntary submission to the collective. One cannot simply leap over a stage of development. Under normal circumstances, the vast bulk of ordinary folk cannot pass directly from the craft or peasant enterprise to the large-scale cooperative. Private property in the means of production stands in the way. It takes the 132 capitalist mode of production to create the preconditions for the large-scale cooperative enterprise, not only by bringing into existence a class of laborers for whom private property in the means of production has been swept away, but also by socializing the production process, and creating and accentuating the class antagonism between capitalists and wage laborers, forcing the latter to struggle for the replacement of capitalist property by social property. Only the propertyless, not those with property, can effect the transition to cooperative production. This does not necessarily mean that peasants and handicraft workers can only achieve cooperative production by passing through the transitional stage of being proletarians, or that they will necessarily be expropriated by capital, and that socialist production will be impossible as long as there are peasants and handicraft workers. Nothing could be further from the truth. All we are claiming is that the victory of the proletariat, and their will to cooperation, has to prevail in order to create the conditions which will allow handicraft workers and peasants to take up cooperative production in practice, rather than, as now, simply as an ideal. If the socialist, we will no longer be able to term them proletarian, cooperative succeed in proving themselves, then the risk which presently accompanies any economic enterprise, the threat of proletarianization, will no longer haunt the peasants who surrender their land. Private property in the means of production will be seen for the obstacle that it is to the adoption of a higher form of cultivation, an obstacle gladly relinquished. On the other hand, it would be absurd to expect that peasants will undertake production under the circumstances of present-day society. This in effect rules out the cooperative system as a means by which the peasant can obtain the advantages of large-scale farming under the capitalist mode of production and thus strengthen and reinforce peasant property, this tottering pillar of the existing social order. Any peasant who sees that the only road to survival is via cooperative agricultural production would also realize that such a form of production can only be achieved in a society in which the proletariat has the power to change social relations in accordance with its interests. But this would make the peasant a social democrat. Statistical data. 7. The limits of capitalist agriculture. The main finding of Chapter 6 was broadly as follows: the large farm is superior to the small farm in the major branches of agriculture, although this superiority is not as marked as that between large and small enterprises in the major branches of industry. This is not a novel situation. As early as the mid-18th century, when the mechanization of agriculture was still in its infancy, and agriculture still lacked a basis in the natural sciences, Quesnay, the founder of the physiocratic school, demanded that the land devoted to the growing of grain be consolidated as much as possible into large tenancies, to be exploited by rich farmers, since the expenditure on the maintenance and repair of buildings, and, comparatively, the costs of production are much lower in large agricultural enterprises, and the net product much greater, than in small. Quesnay, Maximes Générales du Gouvernement économique d'un royaume agricole. In the same period, economists in England also overwhelmingly advocated the large farm, Young, for example. Adam Smith's observation that the great proprietor was seldom a great improver was not directed at the capitalist large-scale farm but at the feudal latifundium, with its innumerable small, dependent tenants, obliged to provide both a variety of services and money payments to their lord, on whose caprice they were completely dependent. Smith, in contrast, emphasized the advantages of free peasant property, although he added, after small proprietors, however, rich farmers are in every country the principal improvers. Smith, Wealth of Nations, p. 495. It was soon generally admitted that large-scale capitalist, not feudal, agriculture produced the highest net yield. Nevertheless, although English agriculture became the model for agriculture in Europe, the circumstances in which it flourished did not always appear quite so attractive. In particular, the expropriation of the peasantry to 133. 134. The advantage of the large farm seemed especially dubious. The peasantry represented the core of the army, sufficient reason for monarchs and politicians to think twice about sweeping them away. The English did not retain a large standing army, and could manage perfectly well without peasants. But a continental nation without peasants would be hard put to hold its own against a neighbor with a large peasantry. There was also a further consideration. In England the peasantry had been replaced by a large proletariat, as restive as it was poor, with no counterweight in a propertied working class. Those bourgeois philanthropists, like the utopians, whose lack of courage caused them to stop short of socialism, together with champions of capitalist exploitation eager to give the private ownership of the means of production a secure popular basis, therefore emerge as eulogists of the small rural enterprise. 5 Ismondi and J.5 Mill, as much as the total free traders and their counterpart, the agrarian lobby. No technical superiority was claimed for the small farm. In fact, they conceded that the large farm produced the greater yield. They merely pointed to the political and social dangers associated with large enterprises. Sismondi declaimed. The new political economists on the one hand, and the most seasoned agronomists on the other, never tire of praising the richest and most intelligent tenants who manage large farms. They are full of admiration for the extent of their buildings, the perfection of their implements and tools, and the beauty of their livestock. But in the midst of their admiration for things, they forget the people, they even forget to count them. An English square mile consists of 640 acres, this is approximately the size of a fine, and rich, English farm. Earlier farms, which could be cultivated by a family with their own labor without outside assistance, without day laborers, but also without unemployment, and which provided secure work for every member of the family, every day of the year, did not amount to any more than 64 acres. One would need 10 such establishments to make up a modern farm. 10 peasant families have been driven away to make room for one tenant under the new system. Sismondi, Études sur l'économie politique. Since then, modern large-scale agriculture has developed enormously, yet we are now confronted with the spectacle of economists rushing forward to claim that the small farm is the equal of the large. In fact, some of the same economists who pronounced the small farm no longer 135 viable in the 1870s are now prophesying the demise of the large, Dr. Rudolf Meyer being one such example. At the least, they claim that which of the two is the most rational is still an open question. We commenced this work with a quote from Sombart, a scholar of undoubted even-handedness on this issue, and an individual who would not have written what he did without access to quite specific facts. What are these facts? They are not to be found in the realm of agronomy, but rather in the realm of statistics. Contrary to expectations that developments on the continent would follow those in England, they show that the small farm has not lost ground to the large since the 1850s. In fact, in terms of overall acreage, small farms seem to be growing in some areas. The German agricultural census revealed the following. Agricultural number of increase or cultivated area increase or establishments decrease in hectares decrease. 1882 1895 1882 1895 Under 2 hectares 3,061,831 3, 1.36,367 plus 174,536 1,825,938 1,808,444 to 17,494 2 to 5 hectares 981,407 1,016,318 plus 34,911 3,190,200 203 3,285,984 plus 95,781 s.20 hectares 926,605 998,804 plus 72,199 9,158,398 9,721,875 plus 563,477 20 to 100 hectares 281,510 281,767 plus 257 9,908,179 869,837 minus 38,333 over 100 hectares 24,991 25,061 plus 77,786,263 7,831,801 plus 45,538. Developments in France did not follow quite the same course. Agricultural number of increase or cultivé area increase or établissement établissements decrease in hectares decrease. 1882 1895 1882 1895 under 1 hectare 2,167,667 2,235,405 plus 67,738 1,083,833 1,327,253 plus 243,421 to 5 hectares 1,865,878 1,829,259 minus 36,619 5,597,634 5,489,200 minus 108,434 5 to 10 hectares 769,152 788,299 plus 19,147 5,768,645 755,500 minus 13,140 10 to 40 hectares 727,222 711,118 minus 16,104 14,845,650 14,313 417 minus 532,243 over 40 hectares 142,088 13 m71 minus 3,417 22,296,105 22,493,393 plus 197,288. Whereas in Germany medium-sized farms, in terms of area, expanded the most, in France it was the very largest and the very smallest which gained in land area. Medium-sized farms declined both in number and overall acreage. However, with the exception of peasant farms proper, 10 to 40 hectares, this was not a substantial decline, or at any event, not a rapid one. In Great Britain we find 136. Agricultural number of increase or cultivated area increase or establishments decrease in hectares decrease. 1882 1895 1882 1895 1 to 5 acres, 0.4 to 2 ha. 135,736 117,968 minus 17,768 389,677 366,792 minus 22,885 5 to 20 acres, 2 to 8 ha. 148,806, 149,818 plus 1,012, 1,656,827, 1,667,647 plus 10,880, 20 to 50 acres, 8 to 20 ha. 84,149, 85,663 plus 1,514, 2,824,527, 2,864,976 plus 40,449, 50 to 100 acres, 20 to 40 ha. 64,715, 66,625 plus 1,910, 4,746,524, 4,885,203 plus 138,683, 100 to 300 acres, 40 to 120 ha. 79,573, 81,245 plus 1,672, 13,658,495, 13,875,914 plus 217,429, 300 to 500 acres, 120 to 200 ha. 13,875, 13,568 minus 307, 5,241,168, 5,113,945 minus 127,223 over 500 acres, over 200 ha. 5,489, 5,219 minus 274,029,843, 3,803,036 minus 226,807. As in Germany, medium-sized farms are also increasing in number and acreage in Great Britain. But whereas in Germany holdings between 5 and 20 hectares gain the most, in England the greatest increase was in those between 40 and 120 hectares, hardly small-scale enterprises. In contrast to Germany, the smallest farms fell in number. At the same time, the number of the largest farms fell too. A number of economists, including Schaffel, Meyer, and others, have tried to use American statistics to prove that the small farm there is supplanting the large. Such a claim certainly merits a closer look. The average size of farm has certainly been falling since 1850. 1,850, 203 acres, 1,860, 199 acres, 1,870, 153 acres, 1,880, 134 acres. Nevertheless, the figure had risen back to 137 acres by 1890. This temporary drop in the average size of farms is mainly attributable to the breakup of the large plantations in the South, a result of the emancipation of the slaves. Between 1860 and 1890 the average size of farm in Florida fell from 445 acres to 107, in South Carolina from 488 to 115, in Alabama from 347 to 126, in Mississippi from 370 to 122, in Louisiana from 537 to 138, and in Texas from 591 to 225. In general, the average size of farm in the southern seaboard states fell from 353 to 134 acres between 1860 and 1890, and in the southern central states from 321 to 144. No one with any knowledge of the relevant 137 circumstances could regard this as a victory of the small farm over the large. On the other hand, there was a marked drop in the acreage of farms in the relatively old cultivated lands of the North Atlantic states, where the average size has also continued to drop over the last decade. However, this fall is not due to any reduction in the scale of farming as such, but a reduction in the amount of uncultivated land. In the North Atlantic states this amounted to overall size of fan of which uncultivated 1,850 113 acres 43 acres 38.05% 1,860 108 acres 39 acres equals 36.11% 1,870 104 acres 36 acres equals 34.62% 1,880 98 acres 31 acres equals 31.63% 1,890 95 acres 31 acres equals 32.63%. The percentage increase in uncultivated land over the last decade coincides with a period of agricultural decay, in which the amount of farming land has retreated in general. In the North Atlantic states it fell from 67,985,640 acres in 1880 to 62,743,525 in 1890, more than 5 million acres all told. In contrast, in the true wheat-growing states of the north-central area average farm size increased from 122 to 133 acres between 1880 and 1890. The number of large farms has followed the same course as the changes in average size, falling slightly within the Union as whole. Unfortunately, the 1,870 figures cannot be compared with the later ones, as the earlier figures classified farms by the extent of their cultivated land, whereas the 1,880 and 1,890 censuses were based on total land occupied. The figures were, farms between 500 to $1,000 1,000, total, acres. 1,884,008,907 75,972 28,578 1,894,564,641 84,395 31,546 increase 13.8% 11.0% 10.3%. As the figures show, the growth in large farms lagged behind that of 138 others, but this too is simply a consequence of developments in the former slave states, where the old, backward plantation economy became impossible, and of agricultural decay in the exhausted areas of the Northeast. The figures for farms in the North Atlantic states were fans between 500 to 1,000 over 1,000, total, acres. 1,880 696,139 4,156 964 1,890 658,569 3,287 733 reduction 5.4% minus 20.9% 23.9%. The number of large farms fell more rapidly than the number of small farms. The latter made a more tenacious effort to hang on, despite their hopeless position. Whether this can be classified as an advantage of the small farm remains to be seen. For the southern seaboard states the figures were as follows. Fans between 500 to 1,000 over 1,000, total, acres. 1,880 644,429 25,037 9,718 1,890 749,620 736 8,030 plus 16.3 per cnt minus 17.2% minus 17.4%. In the south central states, 1,880 886,648 25,872 11,659 1,891 1,086,772 26,666 12,195 increased 22.5% 3.0% 4.6%. In contrast, in the West, 1,880 83,723 5,299 3,247 1,890 145,878 9,269 6,020 increase 74.2% 74.9% 85.3%. 139. Finally, in the north-central states, the true wheat states. 1,880. 1,890. Increase. 1,697,968. 1,923,822 13.3%. 15,608 23,437 50.2%. 2,994,468 49.4%. There is certainly no evidence of a decline in the number of large farms in these figures. Wherever modern agriculture is advancing in America, the area occupied by large farms is expanding rapidly. The small farm only remains dominant in areas of agricultural decay, where pre-capitalist large agricultural enterprises are in competition with smallholders. Nevertheless, although agricultural development in America has been faster than in Europe, and although this development has favored the large farm, one still cannot really claim that the small farm is being supplanted by the larger. On the other hand, it would be premature to conclude from these and similar figures that economic development in agriculture is following a completely different course to that of industry. Statistics never lie. Maybe, but the question is, what do they actually prove? Firstly, simply what they actually directly state, which is not usually a great deal as far as most statistics are concerned. Consider, for example, those figures which are supposed to prove that the welfare of the mass of the population is increasing under the capitalist mode of production. One favorite is the growth in savings bank deposits. The figures themselves are incontrovertible. But what do they incontrovertibly prove? That savings deposits are growing. No more and no less. They give no hint of what the cause of this increase might be. This process may, but does not have to involve an increase in welfare. Other factors might bring about the same result. For example, an increase in the number of opportunities for putting savings in savings banks would have to lead to an increase in deposits. Hindus once buried their savings in the ground. Now that savings banks have been opened in East India, they prefer to place their savings there. Does this prove that they save more, that their welfare has increased? The chronic famines in India would seem to indicate the opposite. Although banks have a longer history in Europe, the opportunities for easy and convenient saving in banks are still steadily multiplying, both through the proliferation of rural savings banks and rising population in the towns, where the best opportunities exist for encountering a savings bank. An increase in the number of wage laborers, state officials, and other 140 types of white-collar employee can also produce an increase in deposits. Small peasants will use their savings for buying land, and independent handicraft workers will devote theirs to improving their workshops. But someone working for a wage or salary has no better alternative than to place their savings in a savings bank. The displacement of small independent enterprises by capitalist enterprises will therefore be accompanied by a growth in savings deposits. This product of increasing proletarianization is quite compatible with a fall in the welfare of the mass of the population. Finally, an increase in savings can simply be the result of changes in economic habits. Under commodity production, every firm or household is occasionally required to make large payments, which necessitates setting money aside from regular earnings. Prior to the development of the savings bank, such sums were condemned to lie idle. Now they can earn interest until required for payment. The larger the sums which individual firms and households have to put by for such payments, for rent, or periods of unemployment in the case of workers, the greater the tendency to save any sum not required for everyday consumption, no matter how small, in order to obtain interest. Savings deposits will increase without any increase in welfare. Statistics on savings. Bank deposits on their own can offer no answer as to whether welfare has increased. Far from solving a problem, they pose one. The same applies for income tax statistics, which are claimed to provide irrefutable proof that welfare has risen. In fact, all they prove in their own RINDHT is what they actually state, that, under certain circumstances, the number of lowest taxed incomes, and those incomes exempted from tax, grows less rapidly than the next highest group of incomes. Of course, this can indicate an increase in welfare, but this does not have to be so. If the prices of food, shelter, and so forth are rising faster than incomes, then an increase in incomes is quite compatible with a fall in welfare. Other circumstances can produce the same effect. Consider the situation of a small peasant family earning 400 marks, paying no rent, and producing the bulk of their own food, and living quite adequately. An accident propels them into the proletariat, necessitating a move to the town, where a job turns up paying 800 marks a year. The peasant's income has doubled, but the family's true situation may have worsened. Rent now has to be paid, and possibly a daily rail journey to and from work has to be financed. Milk, eggs, vegetables, and pork, which once cost nothing, are now expensive items. The children can no longer run around barefoot, and the poorer hygienic conditions mean higher. 141. Outgoings on doctors and medicines. But as far as income tax is concerned, this individual is now twice as well off as before, irrefutable proof that the welfare of the population is steadily rising. In fact, this is a typical case, the transition from a natural economy to a money economy, and an increase in the urban population at the expense of the rural, is a steady and unbroken process, quite sufficient to explain how incomes can rise without the slightest concomitant increase in real welfare. We have already dealt with the question of interpreting the recorded increase in the consumption of meat. Statistics provide irrefutable evidence that modern society is in a process of constant and rapid change, and can indicate some of the superficial manifestations, symptoms, and effects of this change, providing, in some instances, valuable pointers to the underlying causes. In themselves, they cannot reveal what these causes are. By the same token, statistics indicating no decline, or even an increase, in small farms do not themselves tell us anything about the direction of capitalist development in agriculture. They are simply a challenge to carry out more research. On first examination, what they do show is that development is not quite as simple as originally supposed, and that the situation in agriculture is more complex than in industry. The demise of the small enterprise in industry, although more straightforward than in agriculture, the course of development of modern industry is itself a very involved process. Quite disparate, but superimposed, tendencies operate in the same direction, making it difficult to identify the fundamental tendencies within the general confusion. The large-scale enterprise does not appear in all branches of industry at one instant. Its conquest is a step-by-step process. Wherever it achieves preponderance, it supplants the smaller enterprise, but this does not mean that all small-scale entrepreneurs then become factory workers. Instead, they pack, usually to overflowing, those trades in which the large-scale enterprise has not yet achieved primacy. Capitalist competition can therefore even ruin branches in which large-scale industry is not the dominant force. But this process does not appear as a general reduction in the number of small enterprises. Just the opposite, in fact. In some instances, it actually causes them to increase in number. A view formulated purely on the basis of the statistical evidence might contend that the small-scale enterprise was enjoying a boom. Those branches with a large number of impoverished small enterprises are, at the same time, those in which modern 142. Capitalistically exploited domestic industry finds the best conditions for its emergence and rapid growth. Under such circumstances, the penetration of capital can lead not to a decrease, but in fact to a marked increase in the overall number of small enterprises. However, Anyone acquainted with the social conditions which hide beneath the statistics would not conclude that the small enterprise has been successful in its competitive struggle against large-scale capital. Similarly, the conquest of a particular branch by the machine does not necessarily mean that the advance of large-scale industry will lead to the disappearance of the small enterprise. It may ruin them, it may render them economically superfluous, but it is incredible how much tenacity such redundant existences can muster. Hunger and overwork prolong their death agonies. The poverty of the Silesian and Saxon handweavers has been proverbial for more than a century, and they still refuse to die out. If production itself becomes impossible, they take up activities which the large undertaking regards as trifling, repair work, or as agents and intermediaries for the bigger concerns. The democratic forms of the modern state can also contribute to the preservation of obsolete small enterprises. It is nothing out of the ordinary for the state to support social strata which have lost their economic footing on purely political grounds. Despite its superfluity, political considerations forced the state to maintain the lumpenproletariat in ancient Rome. A more recent example would be the noblest and best, aristocrats who became increasingly bankrupt and redundant after the 17th century, by subordinating themselves to the absolute monarchs. Such aristocrats were able to sustain a parasitic existence, feeding off the vital core of society, and were only swept away by revolution. The traditions of this parasitic life are nevertheless still very much alive in Eastern Europe, and our own Junkers are just as well versed in knowing when to squeal, and how loudly, as the Roman lumpen mob of 2000 years ago. The only difference is that the former are less modest in their demands. They are not satisfied with dry bread and their circuses are much more expensive. All they supply, thanks to their particular sense of honor, are their gladiators. When it comes to making demands on the state, this class has found assiduous pupils in parts of the petty bourgeoisie. Although some members of this class have acknowledged that they belong to the proletariat, and have joined with the waged labor force to fight for better living conditions, if not for itself, then at least for its children, others feel they have more to gain by selling their services to the government in return for state support. Given universal suffrage, the 143 ruling classes need such a broad popular social class as a counterpoise to the rising forces of the proletariat, and are prepared to buy any part of the petty bourgeoisie which is up for sale. It is not the best elements in the petty bourgeoisie who appeal to governments, they are monarchist to the hilt. At the same time, failure to furnish them with privileges at the expense of society as a whole could turn them social democratic. Such threats testify to a particularly shabby mentality. However, those in need of praetorians cannot afford to be too fastidious. If the lumpenproletariat could be let loose against the working class in 1848, what's wrong with those sections of the petty bourgeoisie currently making themselves available for the same dirty work? In fact, it is workers, not large enterprises, who bear the costs of prolonging the life of small enterprises through the privileged treatment granted to middlemen at the expense of retail cooperatives, through the favoring of company masters at the expense of their journeymen and apprentices by means of cheap credit, cheap insurance, and the like, all at the expense of the taxpayer. The more the class struggle intensifies and the more menacing the advances registered by social democracy, the more governments will be inclined to grant economically irrelevant small enterprises a more or less parasitic existence at society's expense. This may slow down their disappearance. The hopes awakened by the promises and measures made by governments must persuade a few to continue the hopeless struggle a little longer, a struggle which they would otherwise have long since abandoned. But no reasonable person would regard this as refuting Marx's dogma, which only refers to economic tendencies. If state assistance by the ruling classes enables the economically bankrupt to carry on a little longer, and hence disguise the demise of the small enterprise, the extravagance practiced by these classes is often no less effective to the same end. The development of the capitalist mode of production implies the growth of the mass of surplus value, growth not only of accumulated capital, but also of capitalist revenues, and capitalist profligacy. One product of this is a revival of feudal forms which have long since ceased to have any economic relevance. For example, the efforts of finance barons and latifundium owners to create hunting preserves the size of medieval forests. Marx has already acquainted us with how the brutal wantonness of a class which did not need to care about money, and which sneered at the idea of caring about people, forced the agricultural population off huge tracts of Scotland, first to replace them with sheep, and then deer. The same process is now underway in parts of France, Germany, and Austria. According to Endres, the forest area of Austria, 144, has increased by almost 700,000 hectares since the middle of the century, almost 2.5% of the total area, mainly in the Alps and coastal provinces, which between them account for 600,000 hectares of the increase. Between 1881 and 1885, 3,671 hectares of woodland was cleared compared with 59,031 hectares newly afforested. Total private woodland covered 6 million hectares in France in 1781. By 1844 it had fallen to 4.7 million, but since then it has climbed back to 6.2 million hectares, despite the loss of Alsace-Lorraine. Unfortunately, the 1895 census is not comparable with the 1882 census for Germany, as the earlier census only recorded forest land used for agricultural purposes. All forest land was counted in 1895. Tiefen's book on social poverty and the property-owning classes in Austria provides numerous examples of the fact that pasture and arable land, as well as wasteland, are being afforested. Significantly, the stock of oxen fell by 10.6% between 1869 and 1880 in the Salzburg district, and by a further 4.1% between 1880 and 1890, essentially through the increasing sale of alpine meadow s to hunters, drill, die Agrarfrage in Österreich. Another feudal form given new life by the growth in capitalist revenues is that of the personal house servant, the servile class whose livery is both a reminder of earlier centuries and a sign of its antithesis to the spirit of the 19th century. This feudalization also fits closely with the preference shown by persons of rank for hand-produced, rather than machine-produced, articles for their personal consumption. Machine production for mass consumption produces the same article for everyone, it does not respond to individual needs or temperaments, and is altogether too democratic for the money aristocracy. The waste of labor power involved in craft production is precisely what attracts its customers. It seems to be the ideal means for elevating them above the general rabble. The most distinguished branch of modern industry, handicraft production, the production of high-quality products, is now only one step above domestic industry, its poorest and most miserable branch. And like any other, it too becomes a domain of capitalist exploitation. The production of high-quality products, whether this is clothing or shoes, paper or textiles, vegetables or fruit, demands first-rate knowledge, great expenditure of labor, and excellent means of production, all things which cost money, a lot of money. Although the workshops which produce such goods may be small as far as the statistician is concerned, for the economist they are enterprises demanding a substantial outlay of capital, in which highly skilled handicraft workers are exploited using capitalist methods. In many cases they are more a means of 145. Lowering art to the level of capitalist industry, than of encouraging a craft revival. Even if this were not so, it would be absurd to expect an increase in capitalist extravagance to lead to a revival of the small enterprise. The fact that this extravagance can increase at all presupposes the rapid growth of large-scale industry and mass production, and with it the unremitting displacement of the small enterprise and constant expansion of the proletariat. Although capitalist good living might allow the small enterprise to flourish in isolated areas and very specific trades, it cannot do so for the nation as a whole. Rather, it is the product of the advancing proletarianization of the mass of the people of this and other nations. To recommend switching to high-quality products as a means of saving the handicrafts is about as sensible as claiming that capitalist production tends to retransform any nation it conquers into a nation of hunting peoples. This could be easily proved statistically. None of this refutes Marx's dogma, it merely shows that the demise of the small enterprise is a highly involved process, crisscrossed with a variety of countervailing processes. However, these can only disrupt and slow down the process, apparently sometimes appearing as their opposite. But they can never bring it to a complete standstill. The limited nature of the soil. The same countercurrents and tendencies which complicate the process in industry also operate in agriculture. The analogy is so evident that it is unnecessary to spend further time on it. However, some counter-tendencies in agriculture are not found in industry, making the overall process even more involved. The prime distinction is that in industry it is possible to multiply the means of production at will. In agriculture, the decisive means of production, the land, constitutes a fixed magnitude under given circumstances and cannot be increased at will. Capital exhibits two major movements, accumulation and centralization. Accumulation is the result of the formation of surplus value. Capitalists do not consume all the profits which accrue to them. Under normal circumstances a portion is set aside and used to enlarge their capital. This movement is intertwined with another, the unification of a number of separate small capitals into one large capital in the hand of one owner, the centralization of capital. The position is quite different when we turn to land. The amount of land which can be gained for agricultural purposes in the older cultivated countries is minimal compared with the sums accumulated. 146. Year in, year out by the class of capitalists. Landowners can only extend their holdings of land by centralization, the unification of a number of farms into one. The process of accumulation in industry can proceed independently of the process of centralization, and in fact usually precedes it. A large amount of capital can be constituted, or a large industrial enterprise established, without impinging on small capitals, or suppressing the independence of small enterprises. The fact that such suppression occurs is usually the consequence of, not the prerequisite for, the formation of a large-scale industrial enterprise. Establishing a shoe factory in a particular locality does not necessitate expropriating all the local craft shoemakers. The shoe factory only ruins the smaller producers and leads to their expropriation by the larger once it is in business and thriving. The large amount of capital required for setting up the shoe factory in the first place comes from accumulation, the piling up of fresh capital from non-consumed profits. In contrast, where all land is private property, predominantly in the form of small-scale land ownership, a large farm can only be established through the centralization of a number of small property holders. The elimination of these farms is the absolute precondition for the emergence of large farm. In addition, the expropriated small farms must also constitute an interconnected area. Forced land sales may enable a mortgage bank to obtain several hundred peasant farms every year. However, the fact that they are not adjacent prevents their consolidation into one large farm. The bank's only option is to sell them off in the same form it obtained them, and, if purchasers are easier to find for small parcels, to break them up into even smaller farms. As long as the feudal lord had the final say, it was an easy matter for him to retain the land for the establishment of a large farm. Any peasants who stood in the way were quite simply driven off the land, with varying degrees of force. However, the capitalist mode of production needs the security of property. Once having passed through its revolutionary period, and having firmly established its rule, only one ground for expropriation was recognized: inability to pay debts. As long as the peasants can pay the capitalists and the state what they owe them, their property is sacrosanct. Private property in land is firmly established. We shall see later what inadequate protection this provided for the peasantry. However, it did prove to be a highly effective obstacle to the formation of large-scale landed property, the precondition for the large-scale agricultural enterprise. Large-scale land ownership finds it difficult to get a foothold where 147. Small-scale land ownership still prevails irrespective of how moribund the latter may be compared to the former. Even where a large farm borders on smaller holdings, the former still finds it difficult to expand at the expense of the latter, Since those small plots which do come up for sale, either through necessity or other reasons, are not always those needed to round off or extend the estate. A farmer who finds he is outgrowing his estate, and who has the wherewithal to cultivate a larger one, usually prefers the tedious and unpredictable process of buying up neighboring farms rather than the more straightforward process of selling up and buying a different, bigger estate. As the principal method by which individual farms become extended, it is one reason for the great mobility of land ownership, the large amount of buying and selling land in the capitalist epoch. The fact that those wishing to buy always encounter parties wishing to sell is accounted for by inheritance and indebtedness, which we discuss below. Our main point here is merely that the unique nature of land under private ownership is a major obstacle to the development of large agricultural enterprises in every country with small-scale land ownership, irrespective of how superior the large farm may be, an obstacle which industry never has to face. The larger farm is not necessarily the better. A further distinction can be drawn between industry and agriculture. Under normal circumstances, the large enterprise is always superior to the smaller in industry. Of course, even in industry every enterprise has its limits, beyond which it cannot go without risking profitability. The scale of the market, the size of the available capital, the amount of labor power available, the supply of raw materials, and the limits of technology impose limits on every enterprise. However, within these limits, the larger enterprise is superior to the smaller. In agriculture this is not wholly, or always, the case. In industry any expansion of the enterprise also represents an increasing concentration of productive forces, with all the advantages which this brings, savings in time, costs, materials, easier supervision, and so on. By contrast, in agriculture, other things being equal, any expansion of the enterprise means the same methods of cultivation being applied over a larger area, hence, an increase in material losses, increased outgoings on labor and means of production, and greater delays associated with the transport of labor power and materials. These are more significant in agriculture since most of its materials have a low ratio of value to volume. Fertilizer, hay, straw, corn, potatoes, and methods are very primitive. 148. Compared with industry. The larger the estate, the more difficult the supervision of individual workers, which, under the wages system, is an important consideration. The following table drawn up by Thyanen illustrates the extent to which these losses increase with farm size. Thyanen was calculating the ground rent of different plots at varying distances from the farmhouse. Distance of plot in marks from farmhouse ground rent / per hectare with a rye yield of meters, 25 23 20 18 15, hectoliters. 0 23 19 15 11 7. 1017 15 11 74. 2014 11 740. 3010 730. 400520. 4500 0.50. 5000 0. From this it might appear that the smaller the farm, the more profitable the agriculture. This is not of course the case. The enormous advantages of the large farm more than outweigh the disadvantages of great distance, but only for a certain overall area. After a certain point, the advantages of the larger farm begin to be overtaken by the disadvantages of distance, and any further extension of the land area will reduce the profitability of the land. It is impossible to specify in general when this point will be reached. It varies according to techniques, soil type, and type of cultivation. A number of factors are currently moving the point upwards, such as the introduction of steam or electricity as motive power, or light railways. Others push in the opposite direction. The greater the number of animals and workers per given area of land, the greater the number of loads which have to be moved, machines and heavy implements, fertilizers, the harvest itself, the more noticeable the effects of longer distances. In general, the maximum size of a farm beyond which its profitability declines, will be less the more intensive the type of cultivation, the more capital is invested in the soil. Nevertheless, developments in technology can mean that this law is broken through. 149. From time to time. The law according to which the more intensive the cultivation of the farm, the smaller its area must be for a given volume of capital also works in the same direction. An intensively farmed small estate represents a larger enterprise than a large, extensively cultivated one. Statistics which merely provide information on the acreage of the farm say nothing about whether any possible reduction in acreage represents a real reduction in the size of enterprise, or a switch to intensive farming. Forestry and pasturage can be physically very extensive. Forestry does not require a focal point, a farmstead, around which it has to be organized. In its most extensive forms, the felling and transportation of timber, the harvest, is the only labor required. Timber is insensitive to the effects of the weather and does not have to be stored in barns. It can be left at the point of felling until time and circumstances favor its transportation to market. In the case of very large trees it moves on its own by river. Similarly, given a favorable climate, cattle out to pasture do not need to be fed or kept in buildings, and whilst still alive, stock is certainly more easily transportable than timber. As a consequence, as we have already observed, forestry and pasturage were the first forms in which capitalist large-scale enterprise undertook the exploitation of the land, given the emergence of the necessary markets. They did not require machinery, scientifically trained personnel for management, or an accumulation of capital. All that was needed was the power of a few noble lords to monopolize the forests and pastures and dispossess the peasantry. And where circumstances favored it, this took place on a grand scale. The exploitation of forests, and especially of pasture land, also represented the first form of large-scale capitalist enterprise in agriculture in the colonies, where labor power is scarce but land plentiful, as in the United States, Argentina, Uruguay, and Australia. Individual tracts of pasture land sometimes reach the size of German principalities. One sheep station in Australia sheared 200,000 sheep each year. Arable farming is much more limited in size than forestry and pasturage, but both the maximum and the average size of extensive farms exceed that of intensive farms. The largest farms in extensive agriculture have been achieved by the North American wheat farmers, who combine a unique mixture of a high degree of extensiveness with the application of advanced technology. American agriculture used to be overwhelmingly depredatory in operation. As long as ample and unclaimed virgin lands were available. 150. The farmer could find the most fertile soil, extract harvest after harvest, and, as soon as it was exhausted, abandon the farm and move on. This nomadic agriculture made use of the highest quality machinery and equipment advanced industry could supply, and since the farmer did not need to buy land, he could use nearly all his capital for purchasing these technical aids. This type of agriculture did not require fertilizer, it did not require the keeping of large numbers of cattle, and where the climate permitted, it did not require stall feeding. Crop rotation was also unnecessary. The same product was cultivated year after year, usually wheat. In fact, the farm was an out-and-out wheat factory. All its implements, machines, and labor were directed at this one aim. The farm was easy to manage. Under such circumstances farms could reach an enormous size. The bonanza farms of Messrs. Dalrymple, Glen, and so forth, which are 10,000 and more hectares in size, are well known. In contrast, farms over 500 hectares are a rarity in England with its intensive cultivation, requiring plentiful stock, crop rotation, and a good deal of fertilizer. The maximum is 1,000 hectares. Just as the large-scale capitalist farms in America exceed the dimensions of the European large-scale farms, small farms there are also larger than their European counterparts. In Germany a peasant with 20 to 100 hectares would be labeled big. In 1895 out of 5.5 million agricultural enterprises in the German Empire, the following were found in the range of 2 to 100 hectares. Size category. Number of farms 2 to 5 ha. 1,016,318 5 to 20 ha. 998,804 20 to 100 ha. 281,767. In contrast, out of 4.5 million enterprises in the United States, the distribution was as follows. Size category 20 to 50 acres, 8 to 20 ha. Number of farms 902,777. 50 to 100 acres, 20 to 40 ha. 1,121,485. 100 to 500 acres, 40 to 200 ha. 2,008,694. The majority of small farms in America are therefore equal in size to German Junker estates. The basis for such extensive farming disappears once all the land has 151 passed into private ownership, and fertile soils are no longer so plentifully available. Where arable and fallow land once alternated, farmers now have to introduce crop rotation and fertilize the soil instead of robbing it, that is, adopt more intensive stock rearing and stall feeding. More capital and labor power have to be applied to the same area. If the farmer cannot get hold of sufficient capital and labor power, he must reduce the size of his farm. The maximum size of large farms will come down, and bonanza farms will cease to be profitable. This is the general picture conveyed by current developments in America, where the tendencies which operate in this direction are certainly at work, if not to the extent frequently claimed in recent years. As the census figures testify, one cannot really speak of the approaching end of the large agricultural enterprise in America. Nevertheless, it is entirely possible that American agriculture might take on European dimensions were it completely to adopt European methods of cultivation. Bonanza farms could well disappear entirely, large farms would not exceed 100 hectares, and small independent farms would fall to the average size for Germany, unless technical developments, such as the introduction of electricity, were to create the conditions for raising the upper limits to the size of large enterprises. Such a fall in size would by no means imply that the small enterprise had defeated the large, but simply that the enterprise was being compressed into a smaller area, which can go hand in hand, and usually must go hand in hand, with an expansion of the capital sum invested in it, and often with a multiplication of the number of persons employed, that is, an actual expansion of the enterprise. As with the transition from outright depredation to a form of regulated agriculture aimed at conserving the soil's fertility, the supplanting of extensive pasturage by arable farming must also tend to produce a fall in the average size of holding with a constant, or even growing, size of enterprise. The replacement of grain cultivation by intensive stock keeping, which is now a marked feature in all the older cultivated nations, also operates in the same direction. In 1880, the average livestock farm in England amounted to 52.3 acres, and the average grain-producing farm 74.2 acres. 152. Clearly, the steady replacement of grain by livestock will tend to bring about a reduction in the size of farms. However, to conclude from this that the large-scale agricultural enterprise was in decline would be very superficial indeed. Moreover, more recent figures do not indicate any average reduction in farm size. The average size of agricultural enterprises of more than 1 acre, smaller holdings were not recorded, was 61 acres in 1885, and 62 acres in 1895, a slight increase. In East Elbia, the transition to more intensive farming is also tending to reduce the acreage of large estates. Sering notes in his Die innere Kolonisation im Ausgleichen Deutschland. Most of our large estates are presently too extensive to allow a sufficiently intensive cultivation over their entire areas. They came into being and expanded during a time in which the general economic preconditions did not demand that concentration of capital and labor power on the individual parcel of land, which has now become necessary, both nationally and for individual economic reasons. Thus, more outlying areas are now almost exclusively extensively cultivated, often a fifth to a quarter of the whole area. With lupins or permanent fodder crops, it is considered that on the intensively cultivated estates of New Pomerania with their heavy soils, arable areas more than 2 kilometers from the main farmyard cannot be cultivated profitably at all. The widespread shortage of operating capital is partly caused by the excessive size of these estates. The reductio in the size of estates, through sale or lease of their less accessible parts to small colonists, will therefore raise production in two ways. By covering the land with more economic foci, colonization will also bring into cultivation those inadequately cultivated fields which were in an unfavorable location as far as the main estate was concerned. Those parts of the estate still remaining will have more labor and capital at their disposal, and their owners will soon obtain the same, or even a higher net yield, than previously from the undivided estate because of the reduced earden of interest. Pages 92-93. As a consequence, the large estates in East Elbia are being reduced in size, and small peasant farms created alongside them, not because the small farm is superior to the large, but because the previous acreages were fitted to the requirements of extensive farming. 153. Two things follow from the above. The first is that mere acreage statistics for farms prove very little. And the second, that the centralization of land for the enlargement of an estate, which is anyway more difficult than the accumulation and centralization of capital, also has certain limits given the circumstances of any individual enterprise. Large landowners will only seek to extend their holdings indefinitely where there is widespread tenant farming, where the farm and the holding do not coincide. If the holding is too large, the individual landowner does not rent out his estate to one single entrepreneur, the estate is divided into a number of tenancies, of a size which yields the greatest advantage. This is not only a matter of which of the potential tenants can offer the most rational system of cultivation, but also how well capitalized they are. Where cultivation by the landowner or his employees predominates, where the farm and the land holding coincide, the tendency towards centralization is no longer expressed in efforts to extend the farm further once it has been rounded off and has sufficient land, it is expressed in the trend towards buying a second farm. Under certain circumstances this tendency can become very pronounced. Dr. Rudolf Meyer's interesting work on the fall in ground rent provides an excellent illustration of this process. In his detailed study of the development of large land ownership in Pomerania, Meyer found that in 1855, 62 rich aristocratic landowners possessed 229 farms. By 1891 their holdings had risen to 485 farms covering 261,795 hectares. The families to which these 62 owners belonged, numbering 125 members in 1891, owned 339 farms in 1855. By 1891 this figure had risen to 609 farms, covering 334,771 hectares. In addition, in 1855 62 well-to-do aristocratic landowners owned 118 farms and 203 by 1891 covering 147,139 hectares. Finally, 35 rich bourgeois owners had 25 farms in 1855, and 95 by 1891 covering 54,000 hectares. Their families, numbering 47 members in all, owned 30 farms in 1855 and 160 by 1891. Meyer also cites 76 aristocratic owners with 182 farms covering 109,950 hectares, and a further 119 bourgeois owners with 295 farms covering 131,198 hectares where the previous ownership could not be ascertained. These figures reveal a very powerful tendency towards centralization, very marked in the case of a number of individual owners. 154. Owner number of farms hectares net property tax yield marks 1,855 1,891 1,891. Below sales 154,047 38,046. Count Douglas 61, 92 22,815. Nebeldoberitz Dietersdorf 385,629 24,356. Count Armingligant 83,692 25,101. Prince Bismarck 199,047 31,658. Platz Stuchow 410 6214 51,937. Hendengiergen Kartlo 611 4635 108,969. Prince Hohenzollern Sigmaringen 11 10,998 44,350 Royal Family 112 24, 13 128,399 Count Bernejondunk 612 5,696 104,318 Lanken Boldewitz 313 4,183 95,382 Count Berbandelen 313 6. 76 131,285 Count Krasodivas 515 4,613 112,652 Lanken Plugentin 616 2,648 68,355 Count Platinasin 816 10, 20,79,845 Count Fleming Benz 1324 14,258 107,794 Prince Putbus 5385 17,113 300 2,892. Professor J. Conrad has published a number of valuable articles on this issue under the title of Agrarstatistisk Untersuchungen in his Jahrbucher für Nationalökonomie und Statistik, which reveal the current extent of the Prussian latifundia. Landowners with more than. This type of centralization of land, the unification of different estates into one hand, resembles centralization via mortgage banks in that it leaves the size of the individual enterprise unchanged. One difference, however, is that the centralization of the ownership of land is accompanied by a centralization of its administration. This produces a new type of enterprise, the latifundium. The latifundium, not the enormous growth of the individual farm, is the form in which the modern giant enterprise develops in agriculture, and like the centralization of capital, this form also acknowledges no limits. Such a form prepares the way for the highest mode of production of which modern agriculture is capable. Sooner or later the unification of a number of enterprises under the ownership of a single individual leads to their fusion into one organic whole, to a planned division of labor and cooperation between the individual farms. Some extracts from Kraftsbetriebslehre, pages 167 ff, on the Austrian latifundia illustrate this. The large-scale holding Crafts term for the latifundium, KK, is formed out of the unification of several large estates or domains. In the case of very extensive large-scale land holdings, the domains are combined into groups, the domain districts. The administrative organism of the latifundium is structured as follows. At the top is the owner, who either assumes the role of senior manager him/herself or, more commonly, delegates it to a central administration. The management of a domain or domain district is entrusted to an estate inspector. Their job embraces supervision of the plans to be 157 executed in the individual domains, as sanctioned by the central administration in order to regulate the relations between the individual domains. The inspector chairs the annual conference of all the individual management boards. They examine the returns from the previous year's results, together with proposals for economic improvements and changes, and the estimates for the coming year. These are then submitted to the central administration for the owner's approval. Within one domain, grouping advantage can be derived from centralizing certain tasks in one hand. The principles to be applied in stock breeding and the overall management of breeding for each type of animal are often assigned to one specialist inspector. Such an organization facilitates greater success than allowing the guidelines for breeding to be decided by a number of individual breeders. Nevertheless, these continue to implement the guidelines in practice. Where individual parts of domains are of a considerable size, these are also allotted their own central administration, either for a group of domains or for the entire holding. For example, a construction office will be established where there is a considerable amount of building of facilities such as sugar factories, breweries, etc., or where major improvement works are in hand. This office will draw up plans and provide cost estimates for major buildings, and inspect the plans and costings submitted by the master builders on the individual domains, and supervise building operations. Similarly, a central forestry department headed by a chief forestry officer will supervise forestry throughout the domains. The same applies to mining, etc. The crucial element in administering the domains consists in establishing collaboration between the individual administrative branches of the domains with the long-term goal of maximum net yield. Apart from the organization of the domains, one obvious next step is to make best use of the diversity in the location, social, climatic and soil differences between the various domains by uniting them into one organic whole by organizing the entire holding in the interest of profit. The main factors here are facilitating low-cost production and more efficient use of the products obtained, the simplification of administration, and linked with this, the better use of labor. There are a number of ways to lower production costs: cheaper access to the means of production, in particular capital, via the cheaper credit available to large-scale landowners, labor-saving machinery, which can only be used where large-scale working is feasible, such as the steam plow in agriculture, modern timber hauling methods, cableways, railways, forest railways, etc., in forestry, up-to-date machinery in industries, etc., through the division of labor between 158 domains to take advantage of the special conditions on each in the interest of maximizing crop production. These methods can be implemented by combining a number of domains to supply raw materials on a large scale to highly mechanized technical industries, through the establishment of seed, clover, and grass nurseries on those domains and farms which produce particularly good quality seed, and which therefore can make a speciality of cultivating and supplying seed to other farms. The use of mobile presses can mean that in an emergency a plentiful supply of grass and straw in one domain group can be used to help out those lacking in these by rendering hay and straw, and even stall manure, transportable. Low-cost production can also be achieved by raising farm animals according to a common plan. One domain would be selected for raising horses for use within the overall holding. For cattle rearing, a number of domains or farms would be designated for meeting the needs of the others. Fat stock breeding is best concentrated on a central fattening station situated on a railway line in the vicinity of a technical industry. This can be supplied with unfattened, or where appropriate half-fattened animals if this enables good use to be made of local feed, which may not, however, be sufficient for full fattening. For milk, there are advantages in several dairy farms setting up a small number of milk factories to reduce administrative costs, and operate on a large scale using milk centrifuges. At the same time, the separation of stock rearing from dairy herd keeping will inevitably lead to savings in administrative costs. In sheep raising, a separation can be made between the individual types. The demand for farms can be met from suitable herds of young animals. The joint utilization of the products obtained from a majority of domains can be organized through processing by the organization as a whole or through sale to outside parties, through processing in the organization's own oil and grain mills, sugar factories, breweries, sawmills, etc., or sale on their own markets. The construction of various types of transportation system, such as small branch lines, horse-drawn railways for linking to a main line of rail, cableways, tramways, logways, canals, and so forth, either at the organization's own expense, or by providing financial support to outside concerns, is highly recommended in the interests of the more effective marketing of products. A simplification of administration can be achieved by extending the holding and using the neighboring domains to introduce a division of labor. Finally, one important aspect in the organization of large-scale 159. Land ownership is the arrayism of the efficiency of labor. If an individual shows a particular aptitude for a particular activity, they should be assigned to the area in which they are most productive. Periodic changes in administrative personnel should prevent the degeneration of farm management into repetitive routines. This is more difficult where the organization and administration are small. The greatest problems in organizing big holdings arise if their individual constituents, the domains, are located far from each other. Conversely, this type of organization achieves its greatest successes where the individual domains are not spatially separated. So, a veteran practitioner, but one well equipped with the theoretician's knowledge and longer perspective, and one of the leading living agricultural authorities, sees the future of modern, rational agriculture not in the dwarf holding but in these giant enterprises. However, even such giant enterprises come up against a barrier which only holds back industry under the most exceptional circumstances, a shortage of workers. The shortage of labor power. The extension of the market, access to money, the necessary technical prerequisites, these in themselves are not enough for the creation of a large-scale capitalist enterprise. The most important thing is the workers. Even though all other conditions may be met, the absence of propertyless labor power, forced to sell itself to the capitalists, will render capitalist activity impossible. In the older established nations, urban industry is not subject to any shortage of labor. The proletariat multiplies, and provides plentiful fresh labor power for growing capital. In addition, the children of small peasants and the petty bourgeoisie, who cannot set themselves up independently, also predominantly come to wage labor in the towns, in company together with the mass of former peasants and petty bourgeois who have skidded down into the ranks of the proletariat. Large-scale industry can find a use for all of them, irrespective of their origins. Matters are quite different when we turn to agriculture. Working conditions in the towns render workers unfit for agricultural labor. Anyone who has grown up in a town, or emigrated there during their youth, is lost to agriculture. Under present-day conditions, agriculture cannot supplement its labor supply from the urban, industrial proletariat. 160. The problem for agriculture is that the large agricultural enterprise is also unable to produce and retain the supply of wage laborers it needs. The reason for this lies in one special feature of agriculture which strongly differentiates it from modern industry. In marked contrast to the industry of the Middle Ages, in modern industry the economic establishment is completely separated from the household. Both were united in the medieval handicrafts, and still are in its offshoots. During the Guild period, workers in a craft workshop belonged to the household, to the family of the master. Workers could not establish their own household, marry and raise a family without first establishing an independent economic unit, without becoming masters themselves. In contrast, household and factory are separate in modern industry. Workers can set up their own homes and families without first having to become independent artisans, and, as we know, they make good use of the opportunity. Wage workers multiply, and become a distinct class. The separation of household and factory also allows the proletarian to become a free individual outside work, and develop the qualities which make it possible for the proletariat to conquer, and retain, state power. Wage laborers have existed in previous periods of history, however, lacking their own household and family, they could not raise their own offspring. These were the children of craft masters or small peasants, and had to become masters themselves to be able to bring up their children. Like students, journeymen were a quarrelsome breed for authority and their masters, precisely because they did not have the responsibilities of a wife and children. But like students, it would not occur to them to conquer state power and reshape society in their interests. Such an idea can only take root and thrive in the mind of the modern proletarian, with their own household, and children, all of whom share the same proletarian fate. Agriculture is still tied to the household. No farm exists without a corresponding household. And there is no permanent household in the country without some form of agriculture. Part of the explanation may lie in the mere dispersion of the rural population, in contrast to their concentration in the towns. Tenements are not a practical proposition in the countryside, and no worthwhile living can be had out of exploiting the need for housing, except as a secondary line of business. The most important factor is the close economic link between the household and agriculture, particularly on the small farm, most of the produce of which is intended for immediate consumption within the household. Conversely, household waste supplies manure and animal 161. Feed, and the care of animals requires the constant presence of those people whose responsibility this is, that is, their membership of the household. Under such circumstances, wage labor on the land is quite different to that in the towns. A totally propertyless wage laborer, living in his own household, is a rarity. Some wage laborers on large-scale agricultural enterprises will be members of the household as maids or manservants. Others with their own households are also usually independent farmers, on their own or rented land, devoting only part of their time to wage labor, and the rest to working their own land. The so-called deputanten represent a unique mixture, receiving a fixed annual wage, together with some payment in kind, a plot of land and accommodation on the main farm. Another such category are the insulut, who play an important role as laborers on the large estates east of the Elbe. They live on the main farm, but in their own accommodation, as remuneration, they receive, like the deputanten, part payment in land which they have to cultivate, part in kind, and part in wages, although unlike the deputanten they receive a daily wage or piece rate, the erdrusk, or share of the harvest. No utterly propertyless laborer can take up work as an inst man. In the first place, the dwelling supplied to them is usually unfurnished. In addition, the inst man also has to supply the tools they need, namely scythe and threshing flail. Most of all, acceptance of a position as inst man, or any other position as a married farm servant, requires the possession of a cow or a few goats, unless the master of the household is willing to advance the money to buy them. Finally, the inst man must also be able to buy the seed needed to cultivate the land allotted to them. The manure will be provided by their livestock. Weber, Die Verhältnisse Landarbeiter im Ostelbischen Deutschland, p. 13. The inst man is a cross between a servant and a tenant, usually subject to the servant's ordinance, the Gesindeordnung, a remnant of the feudal period, in which the lord could think of no better use for his land than to lease it out to individual servants in return for obligatory services. The inst man is incompatible with modern capitalist agriculture, and in Saxony, for example, beet cultivation spelt the end of the inst man system. The inst man in the northeast of Germany occupies a similar position to that of the Huer man in the northwest. 162. Huerlut are rural worker families who rent a dwelling and a plot of land from the employer at a low rent, often only half the local rate, and in return are obliged to make themselves available for work for a varying number of days, which may differ as between regions and even between farms, for a low daily wage, often only half the usual local rate. Karger, Die Verhältnisse Landarbeiter in Nordwestdeutschland, p. 3. Like the inst man, this other feudal relic is also disappearing. Free propertyless day laborers, who lodge with peasants, can also be found on the land. These Einleger, Loslut, Huerling sell their labor power wherever they find a buyer. They come closest to the position of the urban proletariat, but are nevertheless fundamentally quite different in that they constitute an appendage to someone else's household, and in peasant life too, dwelling under another's roof is always the basis for economic dependence. Weber, Die Verhältnisse Landarbeiter im Ostelbischen Deutschland, p. 38. Such conditions do not favor the reproduction of a class of rural propertyless workers. House servants usually have no chance of marriage and the establishment of an independent household, a situation highly prejudicial to bringing up a subsequent generation. However, this does not diminish the sex drive. Instead, it is often diverted along unnatural pathways precisely to avoid the creation of such offspring. Should nature prove stronger than all such artificial precautions, the unfortunate mother may possibly resort to crime to rid herself of the fruit of her womb, knowing only too well that neither herself nor her child could expect an agreeable future. Children born out of wedlock have an uphill struggle, many die prematurely, equally as many later populate the nation's penitentiaries. Wherever patriarchal, natural economic relations still prevail, as on many large farms in the alpine districts, a maidservant's child is just as much a part of the household as the maid herself. It grows up as a playmate to the farmer's children, eats with them at the same table, and only begins to be aware of the social difference when it is old enough to work. Then, like its mother, it belongs with the other house servants. However, wherever commodity production and the pure wage relation prevail, the child of a servant is an unwanted burden, something preferably to be got rid of if at all possible. Fix work die lja Ehrlich Erbfallgeheim Reeks Renasken Bayern shows the effects of the centralization of property ownership on the frequency of illegitimate births. Grouping administrative districts by the number of illegitimate births, we obtain the following result, of 163. Interest in appraising the connection between the distribution of property and illegitimate births. Group. Groupal. Group ill. Group 4. Group V. Group 6. Illegitimate births as percent of total births. 3.4 to 5.0, 5.1 to 10.0, 10.1 to 15.0, 15.1 to 20.0, 20.1 to 25.0, 25.1 to 30.0. Number of landowners as percent of total residents. 28.2, 20.2, 17.0, 15.5, 13.3, 14.9. Conditions amongst the Einleger, free day laborers lacking their own household, are no more conducive to the raising of a new generation. The best conditions for bringing up a plentiful supply of able-bodied labor are found amongst the owners, or tenants, of small farms on which an independent household is linked with independent farming. Not only does this group supply labor power for itself, but also turns out a surplus. This takes place through two mechanisms. As cottagers, their bit of cultivation does not take up all their time, and they hire themselves out as day laborers on larger farms. Or, either as cottagers or peasants, they provide a surplus of workers via their children, for whom there is no room on the family farm, and who can therefore be taken on as house servants or day laborers by large farms. These production sites for new labor power progressively contract wherever the large-scale farm supplants the small. Clearing peasants off the land may release additional land for the large farm, but at the same time it reduces the number of people available to cultivate it. This in itself is sufficient to ensure that, despite its technical superiority, the large farm can never completely prevail within any given country. The large landowner may drive out all the free peasants from their land, but a portion of them will always celebrate their resurrection as small tenant farmers. A dictatorship of large land ownership does not mean the sole rule of the large farm. Even in Great Britain there were no less than 117,968 farms of less than 5 acres out of a total of 520,106 in 1895, 149,818 ranged between 5 and 20 acres, and 185,663 between 20 and 50 acres, that is, the vast majority were small farms. 164. The excessive elimination of the small farm steadily reduces the profitability of the large, and this too then begins to contract. This can currently be observed in a number of areas, and has led a number of prominent agronomists to pronounce the approaching end of the large-scale agricultural enterprise. This would be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Of course, under particular circumstances the shortage of labor power can lead to a decline of the large farm and a multiplication of small enterprises, either through the parcelization of part of the large owners' or farmers' land for sale or lease to small farmers, or the voluntary or forced sale, and break-up, of large holdings into smaller holdings. However, there are limits to this process. The greater the number of small farms, the greater the volume of labor power available to the large farm, enhancing its superiority over the small. The establishment of a substantial amount of small-scale agriculture alongside large-scale farms will revive the tendency for the large farm to advance, naturally, subject to other, disturbing factors which currently work in the opposite direction, such as the implantation of large-scale industry in the open countryside. As long as the capitalist mode of production continues, there is no more reason to expect the end of the large-scale agricultural enterprise than that of the small. Far from contradicting Marx's dogma, Marx himself recognized this constellation at an early stage in his work. In Volume 4 of the Neue Rheinische 1850, he discusses a text by Emus de Girardin, Le Socialisme et l'impôt, proposing a capital tax, which amongst other things, would attract capital from the land, where its yield is low, to industry, where its yield is higher, bring down land prices and transplant to France the concentration of land, Britain's large-scale agriculture and therewith all of Britain's advanced industry. In contrast, Marx noted that, English concentration and English agriculture had not come about via a withdrawal of capital from agriculture but through industrial capital hurling itself at the land. He continued, the concentration of landed property in Britain has furthermore swept away whole generations of the population. The same concentration, to which the tax on capital will of course necessarily contribute by hastening the ruin of the peasant, would in France drive the great mass of the peasants into the towns and make revolution all the more inevitable. And finally, if in France the tide has already begun to turn from fragmentation to concentration, in Britain the large landed estates are making giant strides towards renewed disintegration, conclusively proving that agriculture necessarily proceeds in an incessant cycle of concentration and fragmentation of the land, as long as 165. Bourgeois conditions as a whole continue to exist. Marx, Discussion of Le Socialisme et l'impôt, Collected Works, X, p. 326. Admittedly, this cycle is not as rapid or acute as Marx imagined in 1850, when he still considered that a swift and powerful revolutionary development was in progress. Leaps in science and technology have allowed the tendency towards the enlargement of farms to continue longer in England than Marx anticipated. It has only recently come to a halt. On the other hand, a number of counter-tendencies have emerged which we shall encounter later. Nevertheless, the tendency to which Marx refers continues, and asserts itself whenever and wherever concentration or fragmentation exceeds certain limits. For the majority of bourgeois economists, the most desirable state of affairs is represented by a mixture of large and small farms. Only a few petty bourgeois Democrats and socialists work up any enthusiasm for the total supplanting of the large farm by the small. Friedrich List, and after him von Schutz, von Rumohr, Bernhardi, Hansen, Roscher and many others have all said that the ideal distribution of landed property under present circumstances, private property and free competition, consists in the correct mixture of large, medium, and small farms, so that the large farms stand, as it were, at the apex of the pyramid with the smaller as their foundation. Myastkowski, Wasserbrecht und die Grundagentumsverteilung, p.L08. Buchenberger's latest work, Grundzüge der Agrarpolitik, takes a similar line. All these economists agree that large-scale landed property is indispensable as the bearer of technical progress and rational cultivation. Large peasants are seen as being desirable primarily for political reasons. They, not the small peasants, are the bastion of private property. At the same time, their methods of cultivation are superior to those of the small peasants. The latter are required as a supplier of labor power. Wherever the large farm encroaches too far on the small, the more far-sighted conservative politicians and large landowners themselves attempt to wield both state and private means to increase the numbers of small farms once again. In all European countries with a well-developed large-scale land ownership, the pressure of industrial change, the excessive emigration of agricultural workers to industrial districts, and 166. Agricultural crisis and indebtedness, have given rise to a movement which seeks to tie down agricultural labor by giving them land and to multiply the rural middle strata by establishing new and enlarging undersized peasant plots. Germany, England, and Russia have passed the appropriate legislation almost simultaneously, and Hungary and Italy are on the verge of doing the same. Sering, Handwerlerbuchter Staatswissenschaften. As far as Prussia is concerned, the relevant measures are the 1886 laws on the promotion of German settlement in Posen and West Prussia, and the 1890-1 laws on the formation of rent-fee farms, rentongiatir, using state credit and other forms of state aid. It is fair to suppose, writes Sering, that the formation of rent-fee farms has already caused an area of land as large as that lost to the peasantry in the course of this century to large landowners through the free market in land to be returned to them, around 100,000 hectares in the 6 eastern provinces. The artificial creation of small farms did not have to be forced on the large landowners against their will. In fact, it is the work of a government and parliament which can conceive of no higher duty than to serve the well-being of junkerdom. The large landowner obtains the highest gross and net yields if large numbers of small and medium landowners are settled in the vicinity, able to supply labor power and provide a secure market for the produce which the large estates produce in abundance. Goltz, Handbuch der gesamten Landwirtschaft, p. 649. Small land ownership will not disappear in present-day society, to be totally supplanted by large-scale land ownership. In fact, where the concentration of land ownership has advanced too far, a tendency towards fragmentation sets in, with the state and large landowners providing a helping hand should it encounter too many obstacles. However, such efforts show that nothing could be more mistaken than to imagine that the continued existence of the small farm is a product of its competitiveness when compared with the large. Rather, the small farm continues to exist because it ceases to be a competitor, and ceases to figure as a seller of those agricultural products produced by the large farm. Instead, it is transformed from a seller into a buyer of the products of large-scale farming produced in abundance. The commodity which the small farmer produces in abundance is precisely that means of production urgently required by the large farm, labor power. Once things have reached this state, large and small-scale farming 167 are not mutually exclusive. In fact, like capitalist and proletarian, they require each other, with the small farm increasingly assuming the latter role. 8. The proletarianization of the peasantry. The tendency towards the dismemberment of the land. Chapter 2 referred to the fact that the destruction of peasant industry forces peasants who at most produce sufficient food for themselves, but not a surplus, to look for secondary employment. Small peasants can manage this since their own agriculture only takes up part of their available working time. Their need for money is met by selling surplus labor power rather than surplus produce. The peasant appears on the market for commodities in the same guise as the propertyless proletarian. The role of landowner, of a producer of food on their own land, is confined to the peasant's own household, which is closely bound to the operation of the farm. Of course, the household is not subject to the laws of competition. Irrespective of how superior the large household might be compared with the smaller, irrespective of how much labor the smaller may waste, there is no discernible trend towards the centralization of households, towards the replacement of many small households by a few large households. Nevertheless, the household is not untouched by economic development. Instead, economic development expresses itself by detaching the functions of the household, one after another, and transforming them into independent branches of production, gradually whittling away the amount of labor and number of workers in the household. Any development here as far as size is concerned is from large to small, directly the opposite to the tendency prevailing in commodity production. Large peasant domestic communes are a feature of the Middle Ages, or today of peoples whose agriculture remains at the medieval level, as in the southern and eastern Slavic regions. The removal of the small peasant farm from commodity production, and its relegation to a mere part of the household also removes it from the ambit of the centralizing tendencies of the modern mode of production. As irrational and wasteful as such parcel farming may be, the peasant clings onto it. The same applies to the woman of the 168. Proletarianization of peasantry. 169 household, despite the enormous outlay of labor power required for an infinitesimal result, she nevertheless hangs on to her wretched household as the only sphere in which she is not subject to the dictates of others, and is free from exploitation. The money needs of the peasant grow in proportion to economic and political development. the more rapid the latter, the greater the demands of state and local commune on their purse. The increasing pressure to acquire money leads to the growing neglect of agriculture and more time devoted to the supplementary occupation. The degeneration, but not collapse, of the household which followed women's participation in wage labor now repeats itself for the small peasants' involvement in wage labor or capitalistically exploited domestic industry. Their agriculture becomes increasingly irrational. At the same time, the farm begins to seem too large to manage, its size has to be reduced. Finding buyers for such surplus parcels is no problem. A vigorous peasantry can regulate the population, and this characteristic, along with its conservative attitudes and military subservience, represents one of the most important features of the peasantry, making it so valuable to bourgeois economists and politicians. The peasantry is the ideal breeding ground for a plentiful supply of children. This is of inestimable value where labor power and soldiers are in great demand. At the same time, the peasantry can put a check on the growth of population, and is able to comfort the hearts of the Malthusians. Where peasant economy is the sole prevailing institution, with no opportunity for other types of employment, the limitation in the supply of land is sufficient to enforce a reduction in the numbers of the next generation. This occurred under the two-child system, where the inheritance was divided equally, and under primogeniture, since the other offspring could not set themselves up independently, establish their own household and obtain a legitimate succession with title to inheritance. The position is quite different where there are a large number of opportunities for employment off the farm. The increase in population takes on a more proletarian character, opportunities for becoming independent are greater, and every child comes into the world equipped with its most important inheritance, its arms. Population grows rapidly, and with it the demand for land, not as a means of producing for sale but as the basis of an independent household. The growth in supplementary employment both allows, in fact requires, a reduction in the size of individual farms, and therefore allows a larger number of small farms to exist in close proximity, and produces the rapid expansion. 170. In population which demands the multiplication of such enterprises. Instead of centralization, the need here is for fragmentation, including even the fragmentation of large farms. In Chapter 5 we noted that the price of a piece of land intended for capitalist commodity production is determined by the level of ground rent it provides. By and large, selling price is equal to the capitalized ground rent. A higher price would expose the capitalist entrepreneur to the risk of not earning the customary profit. In general, competition will not push the price over this level. We disregard here any non-economic considerations which might cause the price of land to increase above the level of capitalized ground rent. The peasant who, although selling agricultural produce does not employ any or only a little wage labor, and who is not a capitalist but a petty commodity producer, calculates very differently. As a worker, the peasant does not live from the yield on his property but from the yield of his labor. His standard of living is that of a wage laborer. Land is not a means for producing a profit or ground rent, but for providing, through the medium of labor, the means for the peasant's existence. As long as the receipts from the sale of produce provide a wage and cover expenses, the peasant can continue to exist. He can manage perfectly well without profit or ground rent. The country dweller can therefore pay more for a particular plot under simple commodity production than under capitalist production, other things being equal. However, this calculation can often put the peasant into a very tight corner should he have kept the custom of paying a very high price for land but in practice, if not formally, have advanced beyond simple commodity production and become engaged in capitalist production, albeit not as a capitalist entrepreneur but as a worker exploited by capital. If the peasant buys land but only pays for it immediately in part, or not at all, and raises a mortgage, he not only has to make the farm yield up a wage, but also ground rent. As with the capitalist entrepreneur, an excessively high price for land can prove very destructive. High land prices only benefit farmers when they cease farming, that is, on the sale of the land. At the outset of and during a farming career, they simply compound the burdens. However, the only suggestion our agrarians have for saving our imperiled agriculture is to raise the price of land. These supposedly patriarchal gentlemen do not calculate as farmers, but as land speculators. We shall come back to this in a different connection later. The situation is quite different again for those small farters for whom agriculture is exclusively, or predominantly, a mere part of the household, and who satisfy their need for money entirely, or proletarianization of peasantry 171 predominantly, by labor in the service of another. As far as the buyer is concerned, any connection between the price of land and commodity production, that is, the law of value, disappears. For the seller, capitalized ground rent constitutes the minimum price of land. For the buyer, the only consideration is their purchasing power and principally their need. The faster the growth in population, the more difficult an outflow of population, the greater the absolute necessity to obtain a patch of land as the basis for achieving a minimum of subsistence, possibly even social independence. And consequently the higher the prices or rents which have to be paid to obtain a tiny plot. As with the household, agricultural labor for the family's own consumption is not calculated as an expenditure, it does not cost anything. Everything which cultivating the soil contributes to the household therefore appears as pure gain. Not only is it virtually impossible to calculate the money value of the yield, and divide it into wages, interest, and ground rent, such a calculation would never be undertaken since money plays no role in this type of farming. Small farms are well known to be more expensive than large farms. Meisen's treatment of mortgage indebtedness in Prussia notes that the price of large land holdings is 52 times the net property tax yield, that of medium farms 65 times, and that of small peasant plots 78 times. A few enthusiasts for small landed property have viewed this increase in the price of land as proof of the superiority of the small-scale agricultural enterprise. However, not even the greatest admirer of the small enterprise, at least not one wishing to be taken seriously, would claim that the dwarf holding is superior to the medium-sized holding. Yet such a superiority would have to exist if the higher price of land were the result of a higher yield. The higher price of land for small farms finds its analogies in the cities, where it is well known that in terms of living area the price of dwellings is in inverse proportion to their size. Following Isidore Singer's lead, Bucher has demonstrated this in Basley. Both phenomena, the higher price of land and higher price of accommodation, can, in part, be attributed to the same cause, the greater need of the potential buyers, and their smaller capacity to fight the monopolists. Anyone attributing the higher price of land of the small farm to its higher yield would also have to attribute the higher price of smaller dwellings to their inhabitants' higher incomes. Of course, the higher price of land for small farms provides a strong motive for breaking up large farms wherever circumstances favor population growth and the taking up of supplementary employment outside the farm. The butchering of estates and the fragmentation of landed property can take on massive dimensions under such circumstances. The smaller the farm, the greater the pressure to look for supplementary employment. And the more this feature grows in importance, the smaller farms can become, with a consequent decline in their ability to feed the household. This is accentuated by the fact that farming becomes rather irrational on this type of dwarf holding. The lack of sufficient draft animals and implements prevents rational cultivation of the soil, especially deep plowing. The number and choice of crops is determined by the needs of the household, not the retention of soil fertility. The lack of cattle and money also means a lack of natural and synthetic manures. And on top of this comes the shortage of human labor power. The growing importance of working for a cash income relegates work for the household into a secondary activity. The best labor power in the family takes up wage labor, including at those times when labor is most desperately needed on the farm, such as harvest. Labor on the small plot is increasingly delegated to the women, small children and, possibly, elderly invalids. The father and more grown-up children have to go out and earn. The agriculture of the dwarf holding, a mere appendage to the household, and the proletarian household begin to share the common characteristic that both only produce their wretched end result through the drudgery and squandered energies of the housewife. The diminishing scale and growing inadequacy of the small farm render it increasingly unable to meet all the needs of the household. Income from money-earning activities is not only required to pay state and local taxes and purchase the products of industry and foreign agriculture, such as coffee and tobacco. It also has to be used for buying the products of indigenous agriculture, in particular grain. Although the small farm can manage to supply potatoes, cabbages, milk from a few goats, or if the peasant is lucky, a cow, the meat of a pig, eggs from poultry, it cannot provide sufficient grain. Such farms are by no means. Proletarianization of peasantry 173 exceptional. According to the 1895 statistics, there were 5,558,317 agricultural enterprises in the German Reich. Of these 3,236,397 were less than 2 hectares, 58% of the total. A further 1,016,318 were between 2 and 5 hectares -18.29%. Altogether 4,251,685,76.51% were 5 hectares or less in size. If we calculate that, in general, farms of between 2 and 5 hectares produce about as much grain as they consume, whilst those smaller have to buy in grain, and this is the common view, then only 1/4 of all agricultural enterprises have an interest in the existence of grain duties, considerably more than 1/2 of all agricultural enterprises, and over 3/4 of small farms, have to buy grain and suffer direct damage through this imposition. Not only is this a weighty argument against grain duties, but it also shows that the vast majority of the agricultural population no longer appear on the market for commodities as sellers of foodstuffs, but as sellers of labor power, and buyers of foodstuffs. The small farm ceases to compete with large farms. In fact, as we have already shown, it fosters and supports them by providing wage laborers and a market for their produce. We noted that in 1895, 58% of all agricultural enterprises in Germany were less than 2 hectares in size, in other words, too small to feed their holders. This tallies with the figures from the 1895 occupational census, according to which in agriculture proper, excluding horticulture, stock breeding, forestry and fishing, the latter curiously thrown in with farming, the number of independent farmers without supplementary employment totaled 2,026,374, and those with supplementary employment 504,164. However, in addition, there were also 2,160,462 persons who practiced independent cultivation, that is on their own farms, not as wage laborers, as a supplementary occupation. The total number of persons practicing agriculture as their principal or supplementary occupation was 4,691,001. The number of agricultural enterprises in 1895 was 5,556,900, with independent farmers carrying out another occupation as their principal or supplementary occupation numbering 2,664,626. This is 56% or the majority of the aggregate figure. It is also noteworthy that the number of those practicing agriculture as their principal occupation, but who also have another occupation, has grown rapidly. In all other occupational groups, the number of economically active persons with a supplementary occupation has fallen, see table over leaf. Between 1846 and 1866 the absolute number of all these categories increased, although the smaller enterprises grew faster than the larger. In contrast, between 1866 and 1880 all the categories shrank, with the exception of the smallest, which cannot really be included in independent agriculture. The reduction in average size in this category is hardly attributable at all to increasing intensification, and can be primarily explained by the growing fragmentation of land ownership and the increase in supplementary employment. Almost 4/5 of all agricultural enterprises in Belgium are dwarf holdings whose owners are dependent on wage labor or another supplementary occupation, and which no longer produce food for the market. They have doubled in number since 1846. Over the same period, the number of larger farms, those over 20 hectares, has fallen considerably. Whether this is a cause for excitement amongst the admirers of the peasantry is another matter. This is not the universal path of development, however. The excessive fragmentation of small farms presupposes that opportunities for supplementary employment can be found. Where the only source of such employment is the large-scale agricultural enterprise, fragmentation will reach a limit as soon as it begins to encroach on the larger units. At the same time, as we have seen, such a fragmentation of small-scale land ownership can serve as a prop for the large farms. Both the smallest farms and the largest can therefore grow at the same time, not only where the cultivated area is being extended, but also where this has ceased being possible. In such circumstances, parcelization is at the expense of medium-sized enterprises. In general, this is what has happened in France. As the data on P135 showed, the overall area occupied by the largest and the smallest farms both rose whilst that of the medium-sized fell. In Germany this tendency was very evident quite early on. In 1882 Kautsky concluded that the marked increase in movable capital in connection with other contemporary factors led, on the one hand, to an enlargement and rounding off of landed property, and on the other, to diminution and dismemberment. Although these two tendencies appear mutually exclusive at first glance, closer observation reveals that this apparent contradiction resolves itself quite harmoniously through the fact that the opposed tendencies are found either at different times or in different parts of Germany. Or, where they do occur at the same time in the same place, it is through the erosion of the position of the medium holding. Whilst the process of agglomeration takes place mainly, if not exclusively, in the north and northeast of Germany, the dismemberment of 176 estates is mostly confined to the south and southwest, if sporadically turning up in other areas. Both these antithetical and spatially diverse tendencies share one thing in common, however. Both enlargement and diminution of landed property primarily occurs at the expense of the medium-sized holding. The medium holding is under pressure from two sides. Kautsky, Das Erbrecht, pages 130, 131. The extent to which large and small holdings grow simultaneously at the expense of medium holdings can be seen in the following Prussian data, taken from Sering, and covering the eastern provinces of Prussia, Pomerania, Brandenburg, Posen, Silesia, together with Westphalia and Saxony. In addition, several thousand morgen have passed into urban ownership or been used for public purposes. Again, it is the medium peasantry who have had to bear the costs of this. The displacement of the medium-sized land holding via the processes of parcelization and consolidation has recently virtually come to a halt in the German Reich. In fact, between 1882 and 1895 medium-sized peasant farms of 5 to 20 hectares have gained the most, 560,000, as the table on page 135 showed. However, one should not conclude from this that the opposite process has now set in, and that the middle peasantry is pushing back the dwarf holding and large estate. We obtain a very clear picture of the true situation if we separate out those farm sizes which have experienced considerable change from those which exhibit hardly any change. Holdings 1880 to 1895 loss or gain. Number percent. Under 1 hectare 2,323,316 2,529,132 plus 205,816 plus 8.81 to 5 hectares 1,719,922 1,723,553 plus 3,631 plus D.25 to 20 hectares 926 86,605 998,804 plus 72,199 plus 7.820 to 100 hectares 305,986 306,256 plus 270 plus D.O over 1,000 hectares 515 572 plus 57 plus 11.0. Total 5,276,344 5,558,317 plus 281,317 plus 5.3. Holdings between 5 and 20 hectares have markedly increased, but the smallest and largest increased by even more in percentage terms. The intermediate sizes have scarcely increased, and have fallen back in relation to the whole. The fact that the smallest, the largest, and medium holdings could all increase at the same time is explained partly by the increase in cultivated area, and partly by the losses of those farms in the intermediate categories. The total area occupied by each category was as follows, in hectares. 178. Holdings 1,882 1,895 increase or decrease. Under 1 hectare 777,958 810,641 plus 32,683 1 to 5 hectares 4,238,183 4,283,787 plus 45,604 5 to 20 hectares 9,158,398 9,721,875 plus 563,477 20 to 1,000 hectares 16,986,332 16,899,523 minus 86,809 over 1,000 hectares 708,101 802,115 plus 94,014. Total 31,868,972 32,517,941 plus 648,969. The reduction in the area occupied by farms of 20 to 1,000 hectares, which has been more than compensated for by the increase in the area of farms with more than 1,000 hectares, is not the result of any decline in the large enterprise but rather of its intensification. Up until the 1870s the slogan of the large landowners was more land, today it is more capital. However, as we already know, aside from the latifundia this can often even signify a reduction in land holdings. We noted above that the number of agricultural steam engines quintupled in Prussia between 1879 and 1897. Over broadly the same period, 1882 to 95, the number of agricultural clerks of the type only employed on large farms in Germany, stock managers, inspectors, supervisors, bookkeepers, and so on, rose from 47,465 to 76,978, an increase of 62%. The number of women employed as agricultural administrative or office workers increased especially rapidly. In 1882 they numbered 5,875, 12% of the total number of white-collar workers in agriculture. By 1895 this figure had risen to 18,057, 23.4%. These are all clear indicators of the increasing intensification of capitalist large-scale agriculture since the early 1880s. Why medium-sized peasant farms have gained so much land is a topic we shall reserve for the next chapter. Our concern here is the fact that the proletarianization of the rural population in Germany, as everywhere else, continues despite the fact that the tendency towards the parcelization of medium-sized farms has come to a halt. Between 1882 and 1895 the number of all agricultural enterprises increased by 281,000. However, by far the bulk of these were accounted for by proletarian farms of under 1 hectare. These increased by 206,000. Agriculture quite obviously pursues a unique path, quite unlike that of industrial and commercial capital. Chapter 7 noted that in agriculture the tendency towards centralization did not lead to the complete proletarianization of peasantry. 179 Elimination of the small enterprise. Wherever this process went too far, it generated an opposing tendency. We now see that both tendencies towards centralization and towards fragmentation can work alongside each other. The number of small farms whose owners appear on the market for commodities as proletarians and sellers of labor power is increasing. But their land holdings are only relevant outside the sphere of commodity production, in the sphere of production for the household. As sellers of labor power, the central interests of these small farmers are also those of the industrial proletariat, a community of interest unaffected by their ownership of land. Although owning land may largely liberate peasants from the food merchant, it does not free them from exploitation by the capitalist entrepreneur, irrespective of whether the capitalist operates in industry or agriculture. Once this stage is reached, any increase in small rural enterprises simply becomes one particular form in which the number of proletarian households increases, a process which runs hand in hand with the multiplication of large-scale capitalist enterprises. The forms of peasant supplementary employment. Agricultural wage labor represents the most immediate form of supplementary employment for the small farmer. It has existed from as early as the feudal period, once inequalities in the village had reached a point at which some farms had grown too small to feed their owners adequately, whilst others had grown too large for adequate cultivation by the labor power available within the peasant family. Modern labor by the small peasant on large estates also has another analogue, the feudal obligations which compelled peasants to work for a certain number of days in the year on the lord's domain. For the peasant, the most desirable employment is naturally one which can be carried out during the quietest time of the agricultural year, in winter. Such work can be found most easily where there are large woodlands in the vicinity requiring numerous workers in winter for felling and transporting timber. But such work is not available everywhere, and is not always sufficient to satisfy the small peasant's need for money. They must then look for agricultural labor in the narrower sense of the term. The demand for labor by agricultural enterprises is, of course, very variable. At times, especially during the harvest, the permanent workers on a large farm are not sufficient, and additional hands are required. However, the times when a small peasant is most likely to find supplementary employment in agriculture are precisely those when they are most urgently needed on their own. 180. Farm. The need for money forces them to neglect their own farm, which small size and lack of means already subject to very erratic cultivation. Agricultural work on the peasant's farm is delegated to the children. The peasant can only work, at most, after the end of the working day and on Sundays. Not all farms which become dependent on secondary employment are necessarily dwarf holdings. Karger reports, for instance, from the Westphalian districts of Coesfeld, Borken, and Recklinghausen. The land owned or rented by free-day laborers varies between 1 and 5 hectares, but is usually between 1 and 3. Anyone with more than 5 hectares, and according to some figures more than 3 hectares, does not normally seek daily labor, but tends to live exclusively from their own farm. However, in one report, the extent of the holdings of such day laborers has been cited as up to 6 and in another up to 8 hectares. This naturally depends on the fertility of the soil. Karger, Die Varietnisse Landarbeiter in Nordwestdeutschland. The same author describes a typical Hurling farm in the Osnabrück area as consisting of a dwelling house and outbuildings with stalls for 3 cows and several pigs and sheep, a garden of 10 to 15 aries, arable land of around 2 hectares, meadow land of half to 1.5 hectares, share of the common pasturage of 1 hectare, and cutting rights in the common woodland over an area of 1.5 to 2 hectares, Karger, Ibid, p. 64. A farm with 3 cows, and several sheep and pigs constitutes quite a substantial Undeftige. Yet despite this, its owner is forced to take up wage labor. However, large estates offering the possibility of a supplementary income are not always on hand. Far from being regarded as competitors, Such estates are often strongly desired. A report from the Eisenach Oberland, for example, observes the establishment of a large estate through the recent purchase of the required area of land, together with the proposed establishment of a sugar factory in Wiesenthal, will be certain to exercise a favorable influence over the conditions of the peasantry in the area. A number of day laborers and small landowners will find worthwhile employment. Verein für Sozialpolitik, by Io Ehrlich Zustand, I, pages 40, 57. In contrast, a report from the Eisenach Unterland observes that the proletarianization of peasantry 181 majority of landholders in that area have less than 5 hectares. Their circumstances are less favorable. The large local estates are not sufficient, with 12.5% of the total area, to guarantee the local smallholders adequate employment and earnings through the use of their labor power as day laborers or in other capacities. Ibid. I. p. 66. The lack of large estates is also cited as one of the causes of distress amongst the small peasantry in the Grand Duchy of Hesse. Dr. Kuno Frankenstein reports. In those villages with right of inheritance in natura, that is where the plots of land are divided up in proportions corresponding to the number of children, where the small size of the parcels permits this at all, there is no real shortage of workers as all the numerous small owners, often with only 5 to 10 morgen or even less, are prepared to offer themselves as workers where necessary. However, where peasant holdings are so small, the demand for labor is not very great, especially in the absence of a large estate. The holders of small day laborer plots can neither use their labor power on their own farms, not sell it for wages. The plight of the owners of such dwarf holdings is therefore especially sorry. Auerhagen, Die landliche Arbeiterverhältnisse in der Rheinprovinz, 2, p. 232. Whereas the previous chapter showed how the small farm was a prop for the large farm, this chapter has illustrated how the large farm appears as a prop for the small. Chronic undernourishment so enervates the small farmers in Hesse that they eventually become incapable of taking advantage of those meager opportunities for wage labor which do present themselves. Their sparse diet prevents them from taking on heavy work for any length of time. In a number of districts this has led the owners of large estates to bring in labor from outside, despite the inadequate use made of local labor. A population too weak for agricultural work can, however, always resort to that other supplementary occupation favored by the small peasant denied access to agricultural wage labor, domestic industry. Domestic industry also has its origins in the feudal period. Originally peasants were both farmers and industrialists. The development of urban industry eventually forced them to devote themselves exclusively to agriculture. Nevertheless, the peasant family retained a number of manual skills. Wherever agriculture begins to fail as the sole source of income, these can be resurrected, but not as handicrafts working directly for the customer. The isolated peasant cannot compete with the urban. 182. Handicrafts, which have access both to larger markets and all the other advantages of the town. As commodity production, rural industry can only develop as production for a capitalist, a merchant, or putter out, who establishes the link with distant markets inaccessible to the peasant. And it can only develop in spheres in which simple skills and tools suffice. Such an industry most commonly develops where raw materials are easily available: wood carving near forests, slate making and pencil making near quarries, basket making in low-lying areas with marshes and meadows, small-scale iron making where ores are available, and so on. Nevertheless, the presence of large amounts of cheap, unutilized labor is often sufficient to induce a shrewd capitalist to set about exploiting it in domestic industry. The capitalists themselves often supplied the raw materials, such as cotton or silk yarn for weaving. Rural domestic industry is most developed where the soil is least fertile and where, at the same time, the technical prerequisites for large-scale farming are most unfavorable, in particular where political obstacles also stand, or stood, in the way of large land ownership. Typical areas are the mountainous districts which form the border of Bohemia, Silesia, and Saxony, Thuringia, the Taunus, the Black Forest, and also in Switzerland, with its watchmaking in the west, silk weaving in the central area and embroidery in the east. Initially these domestic industries were warmly welcomed. Their founders were regarded as benefactors to the poor peasants to whom they offered the opportunity of making profitable use of their free time, especially in winter. It was expected that their increased income would allow them to organize their farms more rationally, and raise their income still more as a result. Alternating between industrial and agricultural labor was thought to keep a domestic rural industrial workforce strong and healthy compared with industrial workers in the towns, and intelligent and wealthy compared with the peasants who were restricted to their own farms, and had to leave so many precious hours unutilized. Schönberg, for instance, painted the rosiest picture of domestic industry in those areas where it had not been supplanted by competition from the machine. The entire family work together, the father can supervise the bringing up of his children, and oversee their education, the wives can care for their household and family, the young girls remain under the control and protection of the family. Working time is at the discretion of the workers, they are free. Their entire life is more comfortable, more pleasant and fuller. Rural domestic industry allows an alternation between industrial activity, proletarianization of peasantry 183 and healthy agricultural work, at the same time avoiding the concentration of masses of wage laborers in one place, with all its disadvantages both for the workers and for the common good. Finally, domestic industry allows the use of all the productive earning powers of the family and allows an increase in family income without endangering either individuals or family life. However, these undeniable advantages have to be set against a number of disadvantages which even Schönberg cannot completely avoid seeing. Despite them, he concludes that, all these disadvantages, serious as they may be, are not sufficient to prevent domestic industry, by its nature, appearing as the more favorable form of enterprise for the social situation of the workers. Schönberg, Handbuch der politischen Ökonomie, p. 428. The only situation in which it is inappropriate is where they have to compete with factory industries. Reality provides us with a different picture, even when we consider those domestic industries which have not yet had to wage a struggle against mechanized large-scale industry, such as basket weaving, cigar or toy making. First and foremost, the sheer speed of its spread means that no other type of rural secondary employment is more conducive to the parcelization of the land. Like mines, there is a limited number of large farms. Even factories cannot be expanded in the countryside simply at will. Opportunities for wage labor are therefore subject to particular limits. This is not so with domestic industry. Its only limit is the number of available workers. It can be carried out in the smallest of enterprises, with the most primitive means, without any, or scarcely any, outlay of capital. And if the market is favorable, the capitalist runs no risk at all in expanding as fast as possible. There is no need to acquire fixed capital, buildings and machines which can wear out and become useless if not used productively. No ground rent or other costs have to be paid, which continue regardless of the fortunes of the business. All the burdens which account for the bulk of capitalist risk are borne by the exploited domestic workers. And the fact that the capitalist can so easily dispose of them makes any crisis particularly devastating when compared with workers in large-scale industry. By the same token, their number can be more rapidly expanded in favorable times. However, periods of prosperity are almost as ruinous as periods of decline. The number of marriages increases, families are started, and with them grows the demand for small farms, the indispensable precondition for running an independent household on the land. The price of land goes up, parcelization increases, the small farms become even smaller and at 184. The same time, their cultivation becomes poorer and poorer. Part of the explanation lies in the fact that they get smaller and smaller. But in addition, flourishing domestic industry bringing money into the house increasingly swallows up all the household labor available, and takes it away from agriculture. Should this continue for any length of time, This sedentary life will undermine industrial workers' physical ability to undertake any prolonged agricultural activity. They cease to be capable of properly cultivating their fields, and the smallness of their farms becomes a physical necessity. Farms become so small that they are no longer sufficient to sustain a single cow. Milk disappears from the table, to be replaced by chicory broth. The disappearance of the cow also means the disappearance of manure, and of draft animals for plowing. The fields become less and less fertile, and unsuited for grain growing. Moreover, grain has to be milled and baked before it can be eaten. The family begins to choose crops that are less demanding and which produce not more nourishment, but a higher weight of crop for the same area, cabbages, beet, and especially potatoes, which can all be used in the kitchen without too much preparation. The domestic industrial worker is reduced to drinking chicory broth and eating potatoes, a diet more fitted to fool their stomachs than provide them with adequate nourishment. The effects of industrial work are now compounded by those of undernourishment. The physical capacities of the worker atrophy to the minimum needed to manage the manual operations required by industrial labor. Cultivation suffers no less a degeneration than the erstwhile cultivator. The small, poorly cultivated, unfertilized parcels bear the same crop year in, year out. Agriculture slumps to a level below that of the Germans at the close of their migratory period. Schneiperarndt reports of 5 villages in the High Taunus. A substantial element of 3-field cultivation has only been retained in Seelenberg. In the other villages necessity acknowledges no law, many fields are expected to produce potatoes year in, year out, because a more rational rotation is simply not possible for peasants lacking both land and other means. These 5 villages had only 463 cows between 758 households, 486 households had no cow at all, and 117 only had one. The physical ruin of the land and the people on it is accompanied by their economic demise. Domestic industry is only capable of limited technical progress. Like the capitalists who exploit them, rural domestic industrial workers can only wage their competitive struggle by proletarianization of peasantry 185 imposing even greater strains on their capacity to work and by cutting wages. In fact, this type of competitive struggle is facilitated by the isolation and dispersion of individual workers and their families, which makes it almost impossible for them to organize. Added to this, they lack other opportunities for earning money in their areas, and are tied to the soil, which prevents them from escaping excessive exploitation and swapping it for less acute exploitation elsewhere. The putter out is sure of his rural workers. Even the longest spells of unemployment will not drive them away. As a consequence, capitalist exploited domestic industry exhibits the longest, most exhausting working time, the meanest payment, the most children's and women's labor, and the most appalling living and working conditions, in one word the most outrageous conditions which our mode of production has to offer. It is the most shameful system of capitalist exploitation and the most degrading form in which the peasantry becomes proletarianist. Any attempt to help the small peasantry unable to secure its existence through pure agricultural labor by incorporating it into domestic industry will, after a short and very problematic recovery, inevitably plunge them into the deepest and most hopeless misery. Such attempts should be strenuously resisted. Fortunately, domestic industry is merely a transitional stage on the way to large-scale industry. Sooner or later the bell will toll for it. Modernization renders it technically superfluous, and the quicker that domestic industry develops and specializes, the more it advances the division of labor, the earlier this time will come. However, the tolling of the bell for domestic industry does not mean that the domestic workers' hour of redemption has arrived. It is just the beginning of their sufferings on the way to the cross. Forced to work as never before, forced to accept even lower payment, forced to step up the drudgery imposed on their families, they struggle not to slip too far behind in the competition against the machine. And history provides a number of examples of how long this dreadful race can continue before the hopelessly overtaken competitor finally collapses exhausted. The key to the prolongation of this hopeless race lies in the rural domestic industrial producer's agriculture. Wherever agriculture is directed at the needs of the household rather than commodity production, it is not subject to the motor force of competition. It constitutes a conservative element which allows the survivors to enjoy what is in fact merely an illusory existence. It is agriculture which draws out the death struggle of domestic industry and which will not allow, to take one example, the handweaver to die out, although they ceased to be truly viable more than half a century ago. 186. The reason why this branch continued undiminished despite its unceasing convulsions is in no small measure due to the fact that the bulk of the weaving population had a little land which served to supplement their income from industry in good periods. And in bad periods this was at least enough to provide them with the means to struggle through the tribulations of the crisis. Berv, Studie en Ibernordbeamisk Arbeidshieltnisse, p. 123. Nevertheless, in recent times rural domestic industry has been retreating rapidly everywhere where large-scale industry has ventured out into the countryside, not with the aim of competing with workers in domestic industry but of opening up new opportunities for employment. The development of large-scale industry requires large numbers of propertyless, exploitable, skilled, and disciplined workers and the proximity of a large market. These conditions are most fully met in the large commercial centers. In turn, their development is a constant attraction to fresh masses of workers, and encourages movement between the districts in which industry is thriving. The tendency towards large-scale industry means the progressive concentration of the mass of the population and economic life in large cities. A number of factors nevertheless operate to stem the flood of growing industry into the cities. A few rivulets are diverted to fertilize the open countryside. These factors are partly natural and partly social in character. Of the former, the most important is large-scale industry's growing need for raw materials which can only be produced in the open countryside, and because mass consumption must be produced en masse. Mines are the prime example. The growth of mining is a powerful means for revolutionizing rural life. Raw materials with a low value-to-weight ratio which cannot be transported very far, should also clearly be fabricated in the locality in which they are produced, hence ironworks, brickworks and sugar factories in rural areas. Powerful and easily tamed water power also tempts some industries to quite remote valleys. A number of social factors are also relevant. Living standards in the towns are higher than in rural districts and, with the same standard of living, the costs of maintaining labor power are greater because of higher ground rents for dwellings, transport costs for food, and the absence of plots for workers for their own cultivation. As a consequence, wages in the towns have to be higher than in rural areas. The concentration of the workers in large numbers in a small area is also important. Workers can communicate and organize themselves more easily in towns. They are more difficult to control and discipline. The multiplicity of opportunities for employment means that someone who proletarianization of peasantry 187 has been disciplined can always expect to find a new job elsewhere. Matters are different in the countryside. Workers are less able to resist capital, they are more compliant and expect less. This is a major inducement for large-scale industries to shift their factories to rural areas, and if suitable labor power is available, which to their regret is only sporadically the case, with all the other conditions of a successful operation being met, the attractions of the country will grow in step with the advance of the workers' movement in the towns. The shift of large-scale industry to the open country also grows in proportion to the development of the transport system, canals, railways, wireless telegraphy. These enable close contact to be maintained with large markets. At the same time, the emergence of these large enterprises in the country is a powerful motivation for the extension of modern means of communication. In turn, the construction, maintenance, and use of such facilities provides a number of employment possibilities for the rural population. Initially, the consequences for the small farmers and their farms are less favorable than under the regime of domestic industry. The large farms producing food for the market gain, at least inasmuch as there is an enormous expansion in local demand for their products. However, this advantage is usually more than outweighed by the shortage of workers which industry creates, a subject we deal with elsewhere. Both large and small farms suffer from the rise in land prices. Large-scale industry brings with it a rapid growth in population, not merely, as was the case in domestic industry, as a result of easing marriage and the establishment of a household, but by bringing in workers from outside. A large rurally located capitalist enterprise is seldom able to make do with the labor in the immediate vicinity. The demand for housing and parcels of land increases, and with it their price. However, the higher the price of land, other things being equal, the fewer means left to the buyer for agriculture, reducing the quality and quantity of equipment. We come back to this topic in the next chapter. As a rule, large-scale industry also makes quite different use of its workers than domestic industry. Domestic industry at least occasionally allowed the whole family to interrupt its industrial activity to devote itself to agriculture, at harvest time for example. Admittedly, this was not always the case. In some domestic industries, high season in the industrial sphere coincided with harvest time. The most intense period of the harvest, when country dwellers can work up to 20 hours a day, is also the time when the toy makers have to be at their busiest, with not a minute to spare to attend to the 188 necessary agricultural work. Sachs, Die House Industry in Thuringen, p.48. Where this is the case, domestic industry and agriculture go their separate ways. It is impossible for the same individual to practice both. However, this is far from the general rule. The situation is different in large industrial establishments. The mere fact that they contain a large amount of fixed capital, which will wear out without yielding a return if not used, forces the entrepreneur to avoid major interruptions to the labor process. Very few large industrial establishments only work for part of the year, and those that do so at times when labor is not needed in agriculture, or is not pressing. Sugar factories begin their campaign after the beet harvest in autumn, and work through the winter for around 4 months. The pace is fast, as the beet will start to rot towards the new year. Work in the sugar factories does not therefore restrict the necessary labor time which the agricultural worker and dwarf holder require for their own agriculture. Even work in the coal mines is reconcilable with agriculture under some circumstances. The demand for coal is greater in winter and more coal is worked then. The institution of the night shift also leaves some miners free for the day, and although they should use it for rest, they often use it to tend their plots, no doubt as a result of the high spirits engendered by their fantastic wages, and to get rid of any surplus energy which they have not managed to expend in their overly short period of working time in i.e. the colliery. Karger reports, for example. In the Recklinghausen area an alternation between agricultural and non-agricultural labor takes place, with the Landowning free day laborers often working from the beginning of the harvest until the end of November on the land, and the rest of the time in the pits. Karger, Die Verhältnisse Landarbeiter in Nordwestdeutschland, p.124. In the mining districts of Gelsenkirchen, Bochum, and Dortmund, Landowning agricultural laborers have almost disappeared. Although non-landholding day laborers are sometimes employed, these are mostly miners who, because of the short period of working time in the colliery, have sufficient time, especially when working night shift, to spend a few hours each day in agricultural work. Or proletarianization of peasantry 189. These may be miners who have taken up lodgings with peasants in return for the obligation to help them during the harvest. Alternatively, they may have rented a potato plot in return for the same obligation. And finally, there are those who are unfit for work in the mines. Occasionally we hear reports of day laborers having an income from their own farm, but these usually turn out to be miners who also carry out supplementary agricultural work. Such individuals sometimes rent a small house with a little garden, and keep 1 or 2 goats and obtain permission to plant as many potatoes as they can fertilize on the landlord's plot. Ibid, p. 132. Finally, an example from the eastern mining district of Silesia. In the coal mining and industrial districts, agricultural workers frequently look for work for part of the time in the mines and in industry, especially the building trades or in the factories, and return to the land at harvest time. This is especially common with the small plot holders. Weber, Die Verhältnisse der Landarbeiter im Ostelbisken Deutschland, p. 502. Under some circumstances, work in the mines can become a major prop for the peasant economy. The effect of the mixed open field on peasant property, so we read in a report from Westphalia, is very damaging wherever the holder is expected to live from their plot. Where the peasantry still has substantial supplementary earnings from mining and foundry work, as do 80% in the Ziegen area, such damage is not seen. Waarin ruhr solche Politik, by Io Ehrlich Zustand, 2, p. 8. However, even though some branches of industry require or allow seasonal work, in general work in large-scale industry demands the unbroken attendance of the worker throughout the year, though in contrast to domestic industry, it does not demand the labor of the entire family. The exploitation of children under 14 is already legally prohibited. It is more difficult to make use of the housewife in large-scale industry than in domestic industry, since the former requires her to leave house and hearth, but not the latter. Whereas participating in the work of domestic industry would have seemed obvious, it is a difficult decision for her to leave her children and home, all the more so on the land than in the town due to the enhanced role of the household there. The rural household has not yet been deprived of its functions by public kitchens, nurseries, and kindergarten. Those workers who remain in the household and its associated agricultural activities under the regime of large-scale industry are 190. Joined by those too incapacitated for industrial work. Domestic industry can use any, even the weakest, workers. In contrast, large-scale industry demands so much from its workforce that, as a rule, only workers in the full flush of their strength can be employed, and this is rapidly exhausted. The family's dwarf holding offers employment to the class of industrial invalids which the situation constantly reproduces. As with domestic industry, although in a different way, large-scale industry brings about a deterioration in the labor power available for the small farm, at the same time as it accelerates the reduction in its size, and as a result, worsens the actual technique of cultivation. And like domestic industrial capital, and for much the same reasons, large-scale capital in rural areas encounters scarcely any noteworthy resistance from the workers, and pushes their exploitation and degradation to the extreme. Herner has provided us with a typical picture of such a rural large-scale industry in his excellent work on the cotton industry and its workers in Upper Alsace. Although the conditions in Mulhouse described in his book are cad, those in the textile factories located in the open countryside are even worse. Working time is generally long. Even Grad reported 13 to 14 hours. Night work, even by youths, is human. The young female workers are exposed to the same moral dangers as in Mulhouse. The punishment system and wage deductions apply throughout. The high degree of dependency of the workers gives these an added sting. In most towns in the industrial region, the factory provides the only opportunity for work. In addition, the rural worker is usually, or usually appears to be, wedded to the land through ownership of a small plot, the so-called Kreiter, which is tended by wife or parents. Workers have no influence on their terms of employment. On average, wages are usually a third lower than those in Mulhouse, a difference greater than the difference between the prices of basic articles, so that the standard of living is, in fact, much lower. The diet is dominated by potatoes with at best meat on Sundays. Consumption of spirits is even greater than in Mulhouse. It is claimed that the 800 residents in one industrial village in the Vosges consume 300 hectoliters a year. The prevailing truck system makes the workers' position even worse. The poor standard of living also corresponds to a much more extensive degeneration. The local doctor, in Thon, reports, in factory villages. Proletarianization of peasantry 191, where everyone from their youth onwards works in the factories. Almost all those liable for military service were unfit, and we believe that if this continues there will soon be no point in sending the enlistment commission to this village despite their low physical resources. The population is very industrious. The older people who no longer work in the factories still work on their small fields, which in view of the high and steep location of the Kreide means considerable exertion. Pages 349 to 52. As gloomy as this picture may be, it is nonetheless more hopeful than that presented by domestic industry. Children are excluded from factory labor and the production process is carried out if not in the fresh air as in agriculture, then at least outside of the house in more roomy premises which, despite all their defects, surpass the hygienic standards achieved in most of the hovels inhabited by domestic workers. And precisely because the worker in the factory is not free, because they cannot begin and end work when they want to, because all the workers are subject to the same conditions, it is more tightly constrained than domestic industrial work, and can be more easily brought under legislative control. And by bringing together the dispersed workers, the factory promotes their mutual communication, by developing the system of transportation and bringing more intellectually developed workers from the towns into the village, it brings the factory village into closer contact with the outside world. It is, therefore, a means for bringing part of the rural population closer to the urban proletariat, of gradually awakening their interest in and understanding of the latter's struggle for emancipation. And finally, under favorable circumstances, it allows them to participate in this struggle. The rural proletariat therefore swells the ranks of the proletariat without expropriating the small farmers, without breaking their tie to the land. In fact, it provides the means by which the imminently bankrupt dwarf holders can maintain their property. In addition, it provides the numerous propertyless members of the rural population with the means to purchase their own small farm, be this on their own or on rented land. The three types of peasant supplementary employment cited here are not mutually exclusive. They can coexist and often do. For example, for the inhabitants of the Eisenach Oberland, especially the small farmers of the poorer districts with a meager holding, the running of a domestic industry as a supplementary employment is particularly important. Such domestic industries are, the making of cork stoppers. 192. Weaving belts and plush weaving, whip plaiting, shoemaking, brush making, and wood carving, pipe bowls. These industries provide a supplementary income of 1 or 2 or 3 marks for a family, and are often practiced by peasants with 8 to 9 hectares. Forestry work and working the rich local basalt deposits also provide a passable income, especially when no agricultural labor is needed. Verein für Sozialpolitik, by Io Ehrlich Zustand, I, pages 50-51. Heitz provides one example from southern Germany in his study on conditions in the districts of Stuttgart, Bobelingen, and Herrenberg. It would be wrong to think that agricultural labor is sufficient to meet the needs of the plentiful rural population. For the two western districts in particular, the many opportunities for supplementary earnings are of crucial importance. Of these, the most important is the forest, which employs a substantial contingent of workers permanently and many people temporarily. Ascertaining the state of domestic industry weaving and embroidery would also be instructive. Large-scale industry has now located itself alongside this. In the course of the last few years, a few large establishments have grown up, older ones have been expanded, and the number of small establishments has multiplied, the latter being designed to catch the cheapest opportunities for work. An additional factor is the retail trade in milk, eggs and poultry and a few industrial products. Apart from the villages in the immediate vicinity of Stuttgart, the following village can be viewed as being characteristically sources of day laborers: Moringen, Bunlanden, Plattenhard, Bayingen, Rohr, Musberg, Bierkake. Some workers make the daily journey to the spinning mills in Esslingen from Ruth, Humaden, Chemnath, Scharnhausen, and even from as far afield as Plieningen. Not all areas offer quite as many opportunities for supplementary earnings, and they are not always sufficient to satisfy the small farmer's need for cash. If these additional earnings do not come to the peasant, then the peasant must go looking for the earnings, and in pursuit of them must sometimes tear himself away from the land for a while. The greater the development of modern transportation, with railways making travel easier, and posts and newspapers providing information about distant places, the more easy it is for country dwellers to take temporary leave of their village, and the further they will venture. Part of the small peasant family, naturally those most fit for proletarianization of peasantry 193 work, periodically migrates, or emigrates, both to feed themselves and beyond that to earn money for the entire family. We concentrate here only on temporary migrations, since our concern is not with those easily observable forms in which the peasant becomes a proletarian, but rather the more important ones in which the peasant appears to remain as a peasant, but at the same time takes on proletarian functions. Naturally, the most obvious activity for the migrating peasant is agrarian ultralabor. And there is no shortage of work in areas where the local population is insufficient to meet the demand for agricultural wage labor. The previous chapter referred to the shortage of workers in areas with large-scale agricultural enterprises, but the small peasant farm is no less affected. Agricultural migrant labor is sought all over Germany, partly for the entire summer, and partly just for the harvest. And not only in East Elbe, but also in the Rhineland, Bavaria, Württemberg, Schleswig, and Holstein. The migratory movements within Bavaria provide a good example. There is a frequent exchange of workers between wheat and hop growing areas at their respective harvest times. Apart from this, the following migrations of rural workers can be observed. During the summer months, Upper Bavaria draws its workers mainly from the Bavarian forest, and in turn itself supplies labor to Swabia from localities where the harvest is finished early. In Swabia there is an exchange between the upland and lowland. The Tyrol also sends large numbers of shepherd boys into this area. Lower Bavaria sometimes gets labor from the Bavarian forest and Bohemia, and itself sends workers from the Vilshofen district to the Ostenhof district for about 6 weeks during harvest time. Straubing dispatches workers to the hop areas during their harvest. The Upper Palatinate sends male labor from the Weiden area for the grain harvest to Upper and Lower Bavaria, with women workers going hop picking. Neustadt am Eis and its locality also sends workers to the hop harvest. Neumarkt and Stadamhof mostly use women and also children for hop and potato picking drawn from the eastern part of the Upper Palatinate, the Bavarian forest and Bohemia. Upper Franconia sends workers to Thuringia and Saxony, in particular from the Bayreuth area, and itself takes in women and children from the mountainous areas where the grain ripens for the harvest. In Middle Franconia there is a substantial exchange of workers between areas with grain and areas with hops. Hersbruck obtains a large number of men and women workers for the hop harvest from the Upper Palatinate and Bohemia. In Lower Franconia areas in the neighborhood of 194. Oxenfurt and Schweinfurt obtain labor for the grain and potato harvest, both male and female, from the Rhön, Spessart, and Odenwald. On the large beet farms labor is brought in from Poland in the spring, and is employed through the autumn. In the Rhineland Palatinate the Sickinger Hohe obtain mainly women workers for the potato harvest from the northern part of the Hamburg district, the so-called musician villages, and in turn itself sends workers to the Worms and Osthof district for the harvest, and in the autumn to the Saarbrücken district for 6 weeks threshing. Recently large estates have begun to obtain labor from East Prussia for the April to November period. Auerhagen, Die Landliche Arbeiterverhältnisse in der Rheinprovinz, 2, pages 151, 152. This list could be extended for all the parts of Germany. Migration by Italian workers has also reached a large scale. They work in Europe in the summer, and in winter when the southern hemisphere has its summer they ship out to Argentina to do field work there. The migration of the Chinese is on an even vaster scale. They migrate to the United States, Canada, Mexico, West Indies, Australia, and the Sunda Islands, have already reached South Africa, and represent the ideal German migrant worker for our own agrarian lobby. They do not only migrate for a season, but for several years, although never for their entire lives. Migratory labor is not confined to agriculture. The development of large-scale industry, towns, and transport also offers more worthwhile employment. As with agriculture, some of this is only seasonal work. Unfortunately for the farmer, this is mainly in the summer, as in railway construction, canal building, quarrying and construction work in general in the towns. But they also provide longer-term employment for those looking for work as servants, day laborers, drivers, and so forth. Some areas have developed unique specialties for migration. Kuno Frankenstein reports from Wiesbaden. The western Dillkreis areas and Westerwald and the northwest of the Oberlandkreis bordering on the Westerwald have a large surplus of labor. Many workers travel from these areas to the industrial regions of the Rhineland and stay there from spring until winter. Other travel as rural hawkers. One narrator from the lower Westerwald reports, in spring the so-called Landganger, peddlers, appear in the villages and recruit their sales force from the youth of both sexes. In February they move off to all points of the compass. Proletarianization of peasantry 195. Holland, Switzerland, Poland, Saxony and so on. Those recruited are assigned a sales patch in such centers as Leipzig, and given their wares, which they are allowed to sell at set prices, and subsequently have to remit their takings to the master. Depending on their skill they earn 300 to 400 marks and are given money for board and lodging. As a rule they return to their homes around Christmas time with quite a lot of cash. It has long been noted that those areas in which a number of such peddlers have been recruited gradually start to exhibit economic improvements, since the children's earnings are passed on to the parents for general use. The money is used to provide better equipment for the farm, such as buying in cattle and in particular cows, artificial manures for increasing the harvest, to enlarge the holding, and in addition for savings with savings banks. In some areas the numbers of those recruited is so large that only the necessary minimum number of workers remain at home. The so-called Landgangere brings a number of financial advantages, although morally it has its more dubious aspects, especially for the girls. Auerhagen, p. 27. The poor mountain villages of the Palatinate send their excess workers as musicians. The local land, resting on Vosges sandstone, is not very fertile. Even with a holding of 3 or 4 hectares the peasants live in very poor conditions, and are often forced to take up supplementary work to provide themselves with the income they need to live. In such communities the employer, K.K. has to look for earnings in other districts and migrates as an itinerant musician or journeyman mason, and less often as a servant. The itinerant musicians are generally thrifty and usually send so much money home that the family can live without worry and by can purchase a small farm. The position is usually less favorable with the masons, and the servants have the least left over. Auerhagen, p. 193. Seasonal workers regularly return home and invest their earnings from wage labor in the farm, yet again an instance of how the large enterprise in both town and country, industry and agriculture, gives renewed strength to the small enterprise. Other remittances come from those who have moved off for longer periods. These, mostly unmarried people, do not always return. Many settle where they find work, but despite this a large number still send their savings home to support the family which cannot live from its own agriculture. Of Ireland it is claimed that the rent of its dwarf holders is paid for by the savings of 196 Irish servant girls in America. Matters are not much different with the taxes paid by many German peasants. But despite rural poverty, many do return to the land where they were born, either to marry or inherit. On taking over the patriarchal farm they bring with them their savings, and for a while these help some bankrupt farms, and allow a few dwarf holdings to expand their land, buy a cow, or renew worn-out buildings. For the areas to which they migrate, these workers represent a barrier to development. They migrate from economically more backward and poorer areas, and therefore have lower expectations, and are often in addition less educated and more servile. Their lack of resistance is increased by the fact that they are away from home, and lack any anchorage amongst a population only too disposed to regard the incomers, whose language they often do not share, with hostility. They supply the most willing strike breakers and helpers in wage cutting, they are the most difficult to incorporate into a trade organization. But these same obstructionists turn into highly effective, pioneers of progress on their return home. Despite all their resistance to their new environment, they cannot fully prevent it having an effect. They acquire new needs, new ideas, which backward as they might be for their new environment are revolutionary in their old. The same elements who appear as servile acceptors of exploitation and oppression in one place, seem rebellious instigators of discontent and class hatred in another. The expansion of the mental horizon, complains Karl. The greater mobility and excitability which the Sachsenhänger picks up away from home coincides with a noticeable reduction in respect for authority. They become impertinent, defiant, insolent, and overbearing, and by their example loosen those patriarchal ties which, in complete harmony with the economic and social conditions on the majority of farms in the East, still exist between master and worker. Karl, 1890, p. 180. Migrant labor therefore has the same effect as the relocation of large-scale industry into the open countryside. It bolsters small land ownership, this supposedly conservative element, but at the same time thoroughly transforms the conditions under which the small landowners live, filling them with needs and perspectives which are anything but conservative. Those who believe that simple statistics exhaust the infinite complexity of social life may draw some comfort from the census of farms which shows that, despite developments in the towns, proletarianization of peasantry 197 everything in the country remains just as it always was, no particular movement in any direction. But anyone who looks beneath the cover of these figures, and is not merely hypnotized by the ratio of large to small farms, will come to a different judgment. The number of large farms may not be changing, the small farm may not be being swallowed up by the large, but thanks to the development of industry, both are passing through a complete revolution, a revolution bringing the small landowner into closer contact with the propertyless proletariat and shaping the interests of both to an increasingly convergent extent. But economic development does much more than this. It also creates a number of other factors which strike at the heart of commodity-producing agriculture, t. Volume 2. 9. The growing difficulties of commodity-producing agriculture. Ground rent. The modern large-scale enterprise has been the vehicle by which the capitalist mode of production rescued agriculture from the depths to which it had sunk towards the close of the feudal period and elevated it to its present outstanding heights. This same mode of production also generates powerful forces which obstruct the development and expansion of the large-scale enterprise, preventing it from attaining sole dominance within agriculture in the prevailing social order. Not only do these forces hold agriculture back from the highest level which it could attain under given technical conditions, by encouraging the parcelization of land they can even lead to technical regression. The constraints placed on the large-scale farm are not the only means by which the capitalist mode of production impedes the development of agriculture. Ground rent is no less damaging. The purchase price of land is, in essence, nothing more than capitalized ground rent. This is, of course, the price of the land, not the estate. Prices of buildings, live and dead stock are determined in the same way as any other commodities, in the last instance through the socially necessary labor time required for their production. Even an industrial capitalist has to pay ground rent. But its cost only represents a small part of the total amount of money advanced in production. Matters are different in agriculture. So-called ground capital, that is, capitalized ground rent, represents the bulk of the sum of money which farmers have to spend if they wish to practice agriculture on land which they own. On the middle-sized and larger farms of Central Europe, combining farming and stall feeding, working capital only amounts to between 27 and 33% of the initial capital. This can fall to 15% or rise to 40% depending on the intensity of farming. The average level of working capital in the Kingdom of Saxony is 410 marks per hectare, with an average purchase price of 1,930 marks per hectare. Creme, in Golds, Handbuch der gesamten Landwirtschaft, I, pages 277-79, and 199. 200. Kraft, Lehrbuch der Landwirtschaft, pages 58 to 60. Buchenberger cites the example of a large peasant holder in Baden whose farm was valued at 46,233 marks. Of this, 6,820 marks, 14.72%, were stock, buildings accounted for 5,480 marks, 11.9%, and the land 33,923 marks, 73.4%, Verein für Sozialpolitik, Bioehrlichzustand, 1883, IL, p. 249. Of the total expenditure of capital only a quarter is actually active in the process of production. Only a proportion of the farmer's capital is therefore available for the actual operation of the farm. By far the bulk of it, 2/3 to 3/4, has to be handed over to the previous landowner merely to obtain permission to undertake farming at all. The farm will, therefore, always be either smaller or less intensive than would otherwise be possible given the size of the total available capital. Theory notwithstanding, the practitioner nevertheless tends to prefer a larger estate, even if it is indebted, to a small unencumbered one, given an equal investment of capital within the constraints noted above. In fact, it is very rare for a farmer to pay for an estate in cash. The farmer will regard virtually all his available capital as working capital, and fix the desired size of the farm accordingly. The land is not bought outright, or only a small part of it. The farmer goes into debt for the price of the land and this is registered as a mortgage on the estate. That is, the buyer takes on the obligation to pay ground rent to the mortgage creditor, the real owner of the land. Every change of ownership therefore encumbers the estate with debt. Although it would be overstating the point to claim that change in ownership is the sole source of the excessive mortgage indebtedness weighing down on land ownership and that the need to carry out improvements is negligible in comparison, it is nonetheless the major cause of the increase in mortgage debt. Under tenant farming, the agricultural entrepreneur can use all his capital for agriculture. Agriculture can most fully take on a capitalist character. In fact, tenant farming is the classical manifestation of capitalist agriculture. Apart from the full utilization of entrepreneurial capital, the tenant system also has the advantage of allowing the owner of the land to select the most assiduous and best capitalized tenants from those competing for land. Under the system of owner farming, the identity of the farmer is largely a matter of accident of inheritance. This is not desperately important with the small enterprise. Peasant farming remains a simple and routinist affair. The peasant's children have to work on the farm from a very early age and can acquire the difficulties of commodity producing 201 necessary experience. Although differences in ability may develop between individual farmers, these remain within fairly narrow limits and do not have too much effect on the running of the farm. Matters are different when we turn to large-scale agricultural enterprises. The large farm is a complex structure whose management requires both all-round practical experience and basic scientific and commercial training. However, as capitalist development proceeds, large landowners tend to become more and more of an urban breed, a class with urban tastes and inclinations. They live in towns, and give their children an urban upbringing. The sons of large landowners can no longer be assumed to have grown up in an agrarian environment. They do not receive a solid agronomic or commercial education. And despite its urban character, land ownership is still utterly steeped in feudal traditions. The offspring of large landowners receive their schooling at court and in the military. Accident of birth may often bequeath the role of farmer onto a young man whose studies have been confined to the racetrack and grand restaurants, and whose abilities, at best, merely embrace connoisseurship of wine and a knowledge of horseflesh, not the best fitted person to demonstrate the practical superiority of the large agricultural enterprise. But ownership of land, especially with rising ground rent, can keep his head above water for quite some time before the onset of bankruptcy. The tenant is in a different position. Ground rent cannot make up for any shortfall in profits. And ownership of land cannot be used as security against debts. The annual rent has to be paid on time. The ability to pick the most competent tenants has its counterpart in the rapid bankruptcy of the incompetent. Competition is felt much more severely than in the case of farmers who are also landowners. And since the tenant does not have to spend money to buy land, or often buildings too, the entire capital can be given over for farming. The largest estate possible can be farmed at the maximum level of intensity for any given capital. Under the capitalist mode of production, the tenant system therefore yields the highest net product. Nevertheless, the tenant system also has its gloomier aspects. The tenant has the greatest interest in extracting the highest possible yield from the soil, and is also best fitted to do so, but they have little interest in the constancy of yields, an interest which diminishes in proportion to the length of the tenancy agreement. The quicker they suck the fertility out of the soil, the more profit they make. Although the contract can forbid methods of cultivation which deplete and impoverish the land, and tenancies do contain very detailed regulations on such matters, at best this causes agriculture to stagnate at a given level. The tenant system is 202. Less suited for achieving agricultural progress. Tenants have no interest in effecting improvements, or introducing initially expensive methods of cultivation whose beneficial consequences may either partly, or even wholly, only be felt long after the agreement is terminated, and which would probably simply provide an excuse for raising rents, increasing ground rent rather than boosting agricultural profits. The tenant will avoid undertaking any improvements unlikely to pay back the capital cost plus interest during the duration of the tenancy agreement. Under the tenant system, agricultural progress is favored by long tenancies. However, rising ground rents encourage landowners to shorten tenancies as much as possible to ensure that increased ground rents disappear entirely into their own pockets. Just as with owner farming, ground rent also emerges as a powerful obstruction to rational agriculture under the tenant system. The law of inheritance ranks alongside it. The law of inheritance. The feudal shackles which constricted both agriculture and industry could only be broken by the introduction of full private property in land, and the lifting of privileges, not only of rank but also of birth. Bourgeois society not only demands the complete equality of all its citizens before the law, but also the equality of all children in the family, and hence the division of parental property into equal parts. However, these same institutions which allowed a rapid advance of agriculture soon became shackles themselves. The divisio of parental property in the form of capital is also a major obstacle to the accumulation of capitals in the hands of one owner. Nevertheless, the concentration of capital is not merely a product of the centralization but also of the accumulation of fresh capital. This latter process is so powerful that despite the continuation of divided inheritance, the concentration of capital continues to make rapid progress. In those countries with long-established cultivation, where all land is already in private ownership, there is nothing in the sphere of land ownership to correspond with the accumulation of fresh capital. The centralization of ownership also encounters much greater difficulties than the centralization of capital. The division of inheritance is a strong factor in the progressive dismemberment of land ownership. However, despite the powerful and profound influence which juridical relations have on economic life, in the last analysis it is always the latter that emerges as the decisive force. The difficulties of commodity producing 203 dismemberment of land ownership can only become a reality where economic relations allow it, relations which have been sketched out in the previous chapter. And where this is the case, the division of inheritance in fact proves to be a highly effective means for accelerating development. In contrast, where a farm serves commodity production rather than production for the household, that is subject to competition, and where the large farm is superior to the smaller and the fragmentation of ownership implies direct and obvious disadvantages, for example, where grain growing predominates and there are no opportunities for supplementary employment for the farmer, the dismemberment of estates in natura on the division of inheritance is both difficult and rarely sustainable. The more common form is that one inheritor receives the estate undivided and pays the co-heirs for the shares. But since such an inheritor does not usually possess the necessary capital, the property has to be mortgaged. This is essentially an instance of buying an estate with insufficient capital. The specific difference is that inheritance is an involuntary transaction, and one that is necessarily repeated from generation to generation. The law of inheritance forces heirs to take over their inheritance encumbered from the very outset, instead of using any surpluses to accumulate capital and improve the estate. They have to pay interest on the mortgage. And even if one heir succeeds in paying off the debts, his successor will be back in the same position, and maybe even in greater debt should ground rents have risen, or interest on capital fallen in the meantime, or possibly both factors may combine to increase the value of the estate. Rising prices for estates are an advantage for those who cease farming, who sell their estates, but not for those who are turning to farming, who are buying an estate or inheriting one in company with others. Nothing could be more mistaken than to suppose that a steep increase in the price of estates and the artificial maintenance of such high prices is in the interests of agriculture. The short-term landowner, the mortgage bank, and the speculator all gain, but not agriculture, and least of all agriculture's future, the next generation of farmers. Fragmentation, or the increased encumberment of estates, this is the alternative which bourgeois inheritance offers the farmer. In some areas, in particular in France, the rural population attempts to sidestep this alternative by means of the two-child system. Although this undoubtedly offers a means for avoiding the disadvantages of the existing law of inheritance, like other means designed to help the peasant, it does so at the ultimate expense of society as a whole. The development of capitalist society requires vigorous population growth. 204. Any nation with a relatively slow-growing labor force will be left behind in the international competitive struggle. And it also runs the risk of forfeiting its political power because it will no longer possess the necessary military might, based essentially on the number of people of military age it can throw onto the scales. In France, the prominence of the two-child system is not only leading to a decline in the country's relative military strength. Population only grew by 2 million, from 36 to 38 million, between 1872 and 1891, and since 1886 has scarcely grown at all, compared with Germany, which grew by 9 million from 41 to 50 million over the same period, but is also forcing capitalists to import Belgians, Italians, Germans, and Swiss to provide the labor power which their own rural populations cannot supply. In 1851 France had only 380,000 foreigners within its borders, 1% of the population. By 1891 this had risen to 1,130,000, 3%. In contrast, in 1890 the German Empire contained only 518,510 persons born abroad, 1% of the population. At best, the unburdening of land ownership through the two-child system is at the expense of military power and industrial capacity. France's politicians and economists are not especially enthusiastic about rescuing agriculture through such a device. Entailment. In France, revolution made a very thorough job of sweeping away the feudal economy and the feudal law of inheritance. In contrast, large land ownership in England and Germany managed to retain a significant amount of its power within bourgeois society. One expression of this is the particular FBRM of the law of inheritance which it preserved for itself, or at least the most favored of its members, namely the fideikommiss. Under this system of entailment, an estate ceases to be the free property of an individual owner and becomes bound to a family, although usufruct falls to one individual member of the family, usually the deceased's firstborn. They may not sell or diminish the property. Their siblings share equal title only to movable property. They are excluded from the entailed property of the fideikommiss. The number of entailed estates has grown markedly in Prussia since the onset of the agrarian crisis. Until this century 153 1800/1850 72 1851/1860 46 1861/1870 36 1871/1880 84 1881/1886 135. Difficulties of commodity producing 205. Within the space of the 16 years since 1871, more property was entailed in this way than in the first 70 years of the century, and the process is still on the increase, 13 more estates in 1896, and 9 more in 1897 as this work was in preparation. It is quite evident that these foundations are not for the welfare of agriculture, but the well-being of a few aristocratic families. The peasant form of entailment J represents a kind of peasant subspecies of fideikommis. It does not bind property ownership so strongly and allows the owner a little more freedom of movement. Both forbid the division of the inheritance. In certain parts of Germany and Austria, where large peasant holdings predominate, this law has been maintained, if not as statute then as custom. More recently, a number of legislative provisions have given this custom a more secure basis in law, the reason being that conservative politicians and economists regard it as a powerful means for conserving the peasantry, and hence a bulwark for private property. Entailment is undoubtedly capable of warding off those dangers to land ownership threatened by the division of inheritance, at least where the practice is carried through with some conviction. But in effect this means nothing other than disinheriting otherwise entitled children, saving peasant agriculture at the expense of the majority of the peasant population, saving private property through the confiscation of the rights of entitled heirs and erecting a dam against the proletariat by multiplying the proletariat with entailed large-scale land ownership. The disinheritance of younger sons, as is common in England, is not a particularly serious matter. The church, the army, the civil service are all entrusted with the task of supplying a sufficient number of sinecures for the disinherited sons of the aristocracy. Peasants are not so well provided for. They have no influence with the state or the church, and cannot use it as a welfare institution for their younger offspring. Entailment means nothing more than condemning all the peasants' children, bar one, to wage slavery. Entailment also encourages the proletarianization of the rural population in another way, all the more so, the more it comes to resemble the fideikommis, that is, the more it prevents the fragmentation of the land and its encumberment with debt as a result of the division of inheritance. It gives a powerful boost to those tendencies which favor centralization rather than fragmentation of the land. It therefore encourages opportunities for extending and more rationally organizing the farm, at the same time ripping a large number of small landowners from the soil which previously bound them to their homes. 206. Entailment applies to the smallest of holders neither as custom nor as statute. It would merely be a fetter on them. Their well-being is based less and less on their land holding and more on their money earnings outside the farm. The law of entailment is intended to protect the large peasant. In Austria it only applies to estates of medium size, in Mecklenburg to holdings which are at least 37.5 bushels, in Bremen to estates of at least 50 hectares, in Westphalia and Brandenburg to estates with a net land tax yield of at least 75 marks. The large peasants' right of entailment not only proletarianizes their younger siblings and children, but also tends to proletarianize their smaller neighbors. Inasmuch as this acts as a spur to the flight from the land, the ensuing depopulation of the countryside will hamper the development of rational cultivation. For example, we read in the case of districts with closed inheritance in Hesse. For many years, complaints have been heard about shortages of labor. Emigration to the industrial districts by young people and able-bodied men who have nothing to call their own has increased very considerably. Only the women, children, and elderly remain, and the farmers, both peasant and estate owner, have to choose their workers from amongst these individuals. Auerhagen, Die Landliche Arbeiterverhältnisse in der Rheinprovinz, p. 233. The same applies, but even more so, with fideikommis, one of the most potent means for establishing and extending latifundia. However, claims that the tendency towards decentralization is the sole tendency in agriculture, and that this can only be combated by artificial barriers are utterly false. Wherever commodity production predominates in agriculture, both tendencies will coexist. According to Conrad, there were 2,498 private landowners with over 1,000 hectares each, with a total land ownership of 4,684,254 hectares in the eastern provinces of Prussia in the late 1880s. Of these 308 were subject to fideicomiss, and owned 1,295,613 hectares, around a quarter of the land area comprising holdings over 1,000 hectares. In France this system does not exist. Despite this, the large farm is growing there even more so than in Germany, as the table on p. 135 clearly showed. In 1895 in Germany, farms over 50 hectares accounted for 32.65% of land in agricultural use. In 1892 in France farms with more than 40 hectares accounted for 43.05%. Unfortunately, the French statistics only show the number and not the area of farms of 40 hectares and above. However, the largest farms have grown considerably. Farms over 40 hectares, of which 40 to 100 hectares over 100 hectares. Difficulties of commodity producing 207-1882-1892 plus / 142,113,029,000. 139,106,033,000. Minus 3,000 minus 7,000 plus 4,000. Admittedly, these are only farm statistics and not ownership statistics, nevertheless, they illustrate the general trend. Land ownership statistics would show more, certainly not less, centralization. Although the protection offered by fee-tail is not the sole reason for large-scale land ownership, the protection it does provide is certainly highly favorable to its emergence and growth, and in doing so, it creates the preconditions for the highest stage of agriculture attainable within the capitalist mode of production. The great size of the latifundia enables the individual farms on them to be arranged in accordance with their specific nature, and their land tailored accordingly. A number of farms can be merged into one planned economic organism. And entailment also facilitates the accumulation of capital which can be used to intensify the operation of the enterprise, since it shields the farm from the burdens which accompany the division of inheritance. According to the survey of indebtedness carried out in 42 Prussian administrative districts in 1883, recorded debt per thaler of net property tax yield, without deduction for the mortgaged value of buildings, was as follows. Estates held under fideicomiss holdings with net property tax yield or through a foundation of over 100 th 100-500 th 30 to 100 th 20.30 marks 84.40 mks 54.10 mks 56.20 mks. The security of ownership unique to entailment encourages extensive improvements, and also encourages the development of tenant farming which flourishes the most. Where tenants feel sure that their rights will not be curtailed by change of ownership or insolvency on the part of the owner. It is therefore no coincidence that the latifundia system, protected by entailment, has produced the two highest forms of capitalist agriculture, the capitalist tenant system in England, and the giant 208 conglomerate enterprise in Austria. Nevertheless, although the latifundium form of ownership, more than any other, makes capitalist farming in the fullest sense possible, the protection provided by entailment releases it from regarding rational agriculture as necessary. First and foremost, the owners do not have to defend their holdings in the competitive struggle. Although we do not share the view that the competitive struggle on the market is one with the struggle for existence, a nature-given necessity, a certain degree of rivalry between the members of society and the selection of the fittest does seem to be an indispensable prerequisite both for social progress in society and for maintaining the level already attained. There is no reason to suppose that the essentials of a socialist society would be irreconcilable with such rivalry and selection. The elimination of class differences, the equalization of living standards between classes in no way implies the elimination of every other social difference, some of which can serve to stimulate individuals. Consider contemporary trade unions, their members are not divided by class differences or differences in standard of life, but there certainly are differences of opinion, power, individual behavior and, as a consequence, both rivalry and a process of selection in determining those called on to represent and administer the whole. A complex structure such as a modern socialist society would inevitably display even greater diversity and difference. Far from equality in living standards suppressing rivalry, and making it impossible to choose the fittest for the most responsible, important, and difficult posts, such equality would constitute its foundation. A race between horses who begin at different starting points along the racetrack is a nonsense. The same is true of rivalry between people who are unequal to begin with. The selection of the fittest can only take place amongst equals. Such rivalry and selection are not competition as understood by bourgeois economics, they already exist within the capitalist enterprise, not under the sway of competition as conceived by the economists, but where planning and cooperation prevail. Competition begins to rule and regulate economic life at the point at which planned cooperation ends. The relationship between individual, independent establishments engaged in commodity production is determined by competition. Within the individual firm or enterprise, production is regulated in a planned and maximally economic fashion. Production within society is unplanned. This situation is only rescued from degeneration into utter chaos by the fact that those products produced to excess are devalued, and those which use too little labor time, and which therefore do not meet the demand for them, are paid above their difficulties of commodity producing 209 value. A more wasteful or inconvenient procedure is barely imaginable. The lack of planning within commodity production corresponds with the methods used to select who shall own and manage enterprises. Under the rule of private property in the means of production, accident of birth is the main root. Competition only comes into play after the selection process is over, and then it operates less by elevating the virtuous than by eliminating the unfit, not by dismissing them, as in the case of a poor manager, but by ruining the entire establishment, a method which in terms of cruelty and waste is indeed comparable with the struggle for the existence of the individual organism, although it has little else in common with it. As brutal and wasteful as this method may be, it is the only possible way to bring about maximum economy and rationality in the arrangement of production in the individual establishment under the system of commodity production and private property in the means of production. These dictates have been abolished as far as entailed property is concerned, the very private property in the means of production which makes such dictates so essential. The owner of such an estate can manage it appallingly, their earnings may fall, but their title to the land will never be put in jeopardy. It would be absurd to try and protect industrial or commercial capital by entailment. Such capital is far too mobile and changeable to tolerate such a fetter. Capital is engaged in an unceasing metabolism, one day it exists in the form of money, the next in the form of means of production, the day after that as commodities contracting and expanding, alternating between crisis and prosperity and so on. Land, in contrast, regardless of how often it may be equated with capital, is subject to quite different laws. It does not represent a value which has been created by labor, and is not subject to a process of circulation. In material terms, it is quite different to those means of production which represent capital. These wear out, land cannot be destroyed. Means of production are constantly rendered obsolete by new discoveries, land remains the natural basis of all production. Competition between capitals grows as capital accumulates, as industry and population expand, the same processes increasingly give land the character of a monopoly. Irrational as it would be for a family to seek to secure its capital through entailing a factory or a bank, such a step is very much in the interests of a landowning family, despite the fact that entailment is the least conducive form of land ownership for rational cultivation. A passing owner can only damage himself by a poor standard of farming by causing a temporary reduction in ground rent, he cannot destroy the basis. 210. Of the family's income. This will survive the generations. That fideicommess and a poor standard of farming go together is evident from the start. Modern entailment requires that the state take a strong interest in individual landowning families, since it is the state which permits and protects the system. It is the families of court nobles who enjoy this privilege, families whose occupation keeps them away from agriculture and makes them unsuitable as farmers. The fact that, despite this, latifundia held under the system of inheritance do not number amongst the poorest farmed estates, and in fact occasionally contain model farms, is due to two factors. First, the capitalist tenant system, the development of which is favored by such estates, and second, the modern system of agricultural training, which produces more than enough competent administrators, cheaply available to the noble latifundia owners, in whose employ they find the best circumstances in which to apply their knowledge and skills. Of course, a neglectful or incompetent landowner can still easily make serious mistakes in choosing their tenants or estate managers. At any event, the superior cultivation practiced on a number of latifundia does not testify to the advantages of entailment but to the superiority of the large-scale agricultural enterprise, a superiority which still manages to show through under the most unpropitious circumstances. Entailment also hampers rational agriculture in another way. Such property is either a latifundium from the outset or, as we saw, becomes one by overruling the tendencies towards the decentralization of ownership, leaving free rein to the central leasing ones. However, the larger the land ownership, the greater the mass of ground rent which it generates, and hence the greater the landowner's luxury. The most obvious such luxury is luxury in land, and in particular, land subject to entailment, on which feudal traditions remain strong. The larger the holding, and the better farmed one part of it, the larger the ground rent, and the greater the desire to devote the rest of it to the pursuit of pleasure, mansions, ornamental gardens, parks, game enclosures, and consequently the smaller the part devoted to growing food. Capitalist exploitation in the towns is heading in the same direction. The more this exploitation and the mass of surplus value grows, the greater the luxury of the bourgeoisie, expressed, among other things, in the purchase and establishment of country seats, ranging from the magnificent castle of the finance baron to the simple small country house of the small merchant or manufacturer, country seats designed primarily for pleasure and in which agriculture is merely an adjunct. The more the means of communication develop, the easier the link between town and country, the more such country seats will encroach into the countryside. Difficulties of commodity producing to 11 and drive the peasants off their plots. The increase in the mass of surplus value and the easing of communication between town and country is not only expressed in the establishment of country seats, but also in the increase in hunting, which undergoes a transformation from feudal privilege into bourgeois pleasure. This not only leads to an expansion in forests at the expense of peasant holdings, but also encourages the excessive protection and multiplication of game stocks even where woodlands are not increased in size and as far as the game is concerned, the fodder offered by arable fields and pasture is far preferable to what they can find in the woods. Both the increase in woodland and the increase in game ruin peasant farming. Despite this, peasants may often welcome the extension of hunting for sport. They can rent out their cottages and huts, and where demand exceeds supply, rents have leapt up enormously. The odd hare can be very expensive for peasants. Instead, it may pay them to deliberately feed their produce to hares and partridges rather than people and cattle. Some peasant localities do very well out of renting out their hunts. But the extension of hunting for sport always obstructs rational agriculture. Even the increase in surplus value in the towns joins with ground rent and the laws of inheritance to damage agriculture. The problems caused by the law of inheritance are most clearly recognized by economists the more of an inkling they have of agriculture. But as representatives of the interests of bourgeois society they do not generally go as far as actually urging the abolition of inheritance in land and its replacement by common ownership. In theory, common ownership in land is not incompatible with bourgeois society. Nevertheless, bourgeois instincts are sharp enough to realize that the individual spheres of society are closely interrelated, and react upon one another. Despite the fact that common ownership of land would liberate agriculture from a number of its most oppressive burdens, burdens which are growing from generation to generation, they consequently maintain a resolute defense of private property. Bourgeois economics prefers to attend to the symptoms, such as easing the indebtedness caused by inheritance, by dreaming up new forms of credit. Its customary position is that both the equal division of inheritances and monopolization of the inheritance by one member of the family are equally damaging, and then concludes that both are in fact essential. Each serves as the antidote to the other. If England is the country of entailment, and France of equal inheritance, then Germany will draw praise for having both systems running parallel. Whether this will give German agriculture a lead over English or French is far